The plot of this film is purely fictional. Do not take it seriously. Thanks for the support. Your likes and subscriptions are my motivation to update. Lin Xiaojin. The food is all fetched by everyone with great difficulty. If you don't eat it, don't eat it. What's the point of spitting it out after eating it? Wang Ping glared angrily. What else can spitting mean? Of course it's because you can't get used to eating this expired bread. But don't forget, she's the school flower. And she's the star of the show. Another woman came over. Her arms wrapped around her chest. Looking at Lin Xiaojin with a sneer. What time is it now? Still really take yourself as the school flower. Now it's just a waste of space with no powers. Wang Ping despised. Lin Xiaojin was now having a hard time all over. It wasn't that she didn't eat. It was that when she ate, she vomited. And there was always a nauseous feeling in her stomach. This would make her dizzy. She really didn't want to argue with him. The point was that she really hadn't gone out to look for food with him in the past 2 days. Things still happened half a month ago on the 4th of April, 2062 at noon the whole sun was covered. There was a rare solar eclipse phenomenon. Usually the eclipse is just a few minutes to pass. But now it has been more than an hour. Most of the students in the dormitory went out to see the lunar eclipse. At that time Lin Xiaojin did not go. Just feel uncomfortable all over. Especially the headache. Just feel like standing in front of the eyes of a 4-square place. Our gray how cannot come out. Intuition of their own out of a cold sweat. Lin Xiaojin only wake up. Found that the dormitory people are not yet back. So took out his mobile phone to look. Found no signal. Did not think it was already more than 3 o'clock in the morning. They are estimated to be all night drinking. Lin Xiaojin may not have the habit of drinking all night. That day the roommate's birthday hard to be pulled by the roommate. The result of that night. She was out of it. Thinking of here Lin Xiaojin a burst of head. Her relatives have not come for several days. Ready to go to buy a pregnancy test today. Think of here in the head that piece of gray 4-square place actually appeared in the brain again. Lin Xiaojin thought he was hallucinating. Rushed to shake his head. Just still in the hands of the mobile phone actually disappeared out of thin air. Appeared in the brain 4-square place. Lin Xiaojin's heart pang jump. The mind actually moved to the hand again. Suppressed the very excited heart. This is? Space? After sleeping and getting up. She has space? Although this space is not a big place. It is about 20 square feet or so. Next Lin Xiaojin tried it all. Then realized that she really did have spatial powers. Something even more terrifying happened next. After the solar eclipse, toxins floated down from the sky. And all those people outside turned into horrible zombies that ate raw meat and were infected if they were bitten. Lin Xiaojin in the dormitory followed a few seniors, who appeared to have psychic abilities, have been hiding on the rooftop of the top floor of the dormitory. And occasionally you can still hear the hissing of the zombies. Lin Xiaojin has supernormal ability. Spatial ability. But she chose to hide, and did not say it. Now they were on the rooftop of these 10 or so students. In this half a month, all one after another inspired the supernormal ability. But it seems that none of them have space. Lin Xiaojin has always been a cautious person. So she hid her supernormal ability. Among these people, there was only Lin Xiaojin and Wang Tao left, who hadn't stimulated their supernormal abilities. Because the boys all took better care of her. So most of the girls would target her instead. You guys don't talk about Xiaojin. In a moment Senior Yang will be back. Wang Tao said wistfully. Before the end of the world, Yang Zi had been secretly in love with Lin Xiaojin. And had never dared to confess. And now Yang Zi was the first one among them to inspire a supernatural ability. It was also the fire alien ability with strong attacking power. So naturally, he has now become the leader of these students. Yang Zi was also very protective of Lin Xiaojin. And when the few girls heard Wang Tao say this, they were even more upset mentally. The mockery on the faces of several girls became even more intense. Fox Mei Zi. Now you can only rely on men. But Wang Tao. People Lin Xiaojin looks prettier than you. You are also a waste. But no one will give you to rely on. Said he, pulling Wang Ping away. Wang Tao watched them go before squatting down and looking at Lin Xiaojin. Showing a look of concern and saying, Xiaojin, are you alright? Why are you always throwing up lately? Lin Xiaojin said indifferently. It's nothing. I just have a bad stomach and can't eat expired things. When Wang Tao heard this, his face flashed with contempt before quickly disappearing. Hey, now there are only 2 of us left who don't have supernormal abilities. You're lucky. There's still Brother Yang to protect you. Although Brother Yang is average looking. But now it's the end of the world. So we don't care about that anymore. But, Xia Jin, did you sleep with Brother Yang? Lin Xiaojin's face turned cold and said, Wang Tao, don't say some things blindly. After Lin Xiaojin finished speaking, she got up and left, pretending to go to the balcony to get some air. Lin Xiaojin was psychologically clear that Wang Tao probably suspected that she was pregnant. Now in this situation, if everyone knew she was pregnant, she would definitely be the first to be abandoned. Although Yang Zi didn't do anything excessive to her right now, Lin Xiaojin was able to be at peace now, and didn't go looking for food precisely because of Yang Zi. If Yang Zi knew that she was pregnant, she Wang Tao hold good to hold on to her thighs. In fact, Lin Xiaojin did not want to rely on Yang Zi. In this way it is certainly not good. Listening to the zombie hissing sound that came from outside from time to time, Lin Xiaojin clenched her fists tightly. She could not continue to stay here. Even if it was hard, she decided to follow Yang Zi and the others to the supermarket tomorrow to look for supplies. This way to see if she could take the opportunity to secretly put the supplies in a space for emergencies. She touched her stomach. Now she was almost 100% sure that she was pregnant. What kind of divine luck is it to win on the first try? The key was that man. She drank too much should be counted by the roommate. Do not remember anything. Just vague a little bit of impression. But the man has a light mincing impression. Now even if she wants to abort, there is no place to do surgery. Not more than 3 months is allowed to take medicine. Right? Now cannot be delayed. Outside are zombies. Her life is not guaranteed. How can she give birth to a child alone? Giving birth is also irresponsible to him. Damn. Today I went to the supermarket in the North Canteen and found that they were actually occupied by force. Yang Zi angrily kicked the door down as soon as he came back and said angrily, The main thing is that the person on the opposite side is from the sports department. There are more than 20 people. Too many than us. There is no food today. We can only starve first. Tomorrow we can only go around far to the west of that supermarket. Brother Yang, we all go tomorrow. We also occupy that supermarket. Save running back and forth. Li Quan said. The supermarket in the west is far away, but also around the playground. There are a lot of zombies in the playground. Another girl frowned and said, We have more than 10 psychics. But we still can't deal with dozens of zombies? All of them are cowards. Yang Zi exasperatedly said. True. Although there are quite a few people who have activated their psychic abilities. But the first time they face the disgusting and horrible zombies. Most of them are pale and only scream in fear. So they will still release their psychic abilities? What's more, the water system. The with system alien energy is almost no effect. Put so little water ball for the zombies, as if it is a bath. The ones that can effectively deal with zombies now are the fire, lightning, and power systems. Everyone will go tomorrow. Whoever doesn't go will starve to death. Yang Zi said with a harsh word. After saying that, the others in the entire classroom were silent, but knew that if they didn't go, they might really be left here tomorrow. Everyone better find a handy weapon. What could there be in the classroom? It was just tables and chairs. Yang Zi circled around and did not see Lin Xiaojin. Frowning. Where is Xiaojin? Lin Xiaojin said that her stomach was uncomfortable and went up to the rooftop to get some air. Wang Tao hurriedly came forward and said. Yang Zi looked at Wang Tao a few more times then went up to the rooftop. The others saw this with some meaningful expressions. Wang Ping, who had just been high and mighty, suddenly wilted. Her supernatural ability was water, and she was only able to release a palm-sized water ball. It really didn't have any lethality. Brotherly, will I follow you tomorrow? Wang Ping pulled her clothes and said in a bird-like manner. Li Quan was a strength-based psychic, and although he was not as good as Yang Zi, he was someone who had killed many zombies. Li Quan looked at Wang Ping with this charming look. He couldn't help but pinch Wang Ping's waist from behind, and came to Wang Ping's ear and said, Tonight, sleep late. The mustache stuck Wang Ping a little itchy. But Wang Ping still held back her laughter and said, Okay. Wang Peach looked at the classroom men and women. It seems to be all right. This time came over a fat man. She said, Peach, don't be afraid. Tomorrow brother to protect you. Wang Tao looked at this greasy. Only less than 20 years old or bald. Still want to sleep with her? However, this fat man is also a power faculty alien. She didn't dare to say anything now and said, Thank you, Brother Yao. When the fat man heard Wang Tao's voice, his whole body floated. If it was before the end of the world, who of these women would care about him? All of them disliked him. But now the sky was different. Fatty. But you promised to protect me tomorrow? Lin came over and stopped Fatty's arm and said, I'll protect them all. I'll protect them all. Brother Fatty, I'm strong. That zombie, I'll crack its head open with one punch. That brother is awesome. Lin followed again and patted the horse's arse, coaxing Fat Brother's heart to be happy. Fatty was feeling pleased with himself. They used to treat him like a fart. But now they couldn't wait to be by his side. Although Wang Tao is also smiling. But what she really wants is Yang Ziyi. On the balcony, Lin Xiaojin's stomach has been comfortable. This time Yang Zi up. Lin Xiaojin looked at this less than 170. Black and thin. And even the left side of the face there are pimples of the man. Mental frown. Looking at Yang Zi, looking at her with a possessive, greedy face. She was uncomfortable. Her psyche only guilty of nausea. Xiaojin. Tomorrow we are all going to move to the supermarket in the West Canteen. Tomorrow you have to follow me closely. If you get bitten by a zombie, you will be mutated. Yang Zi said with a slight scare. No need. Lin Xiaojin's expression was cold. And she directly refused. Yang Zi saw that Lin Xiaojin still had this lofty Yang Zi, and mentally held his breath for a while. Yang Zi went forward and pulled Lin Xiaojin's arm, wanting to forcibly kiss Lin Xiaojin, but was directly hit up by a slap from Lin Xiaojin. Thinking that he had touched a nose today, his face finally couldn't hold back. Thinking that in this half-month, he had provided Lin Xiaojin with all kinds of things. He gasped. Lin Xiaojin. Who are you giving this condescending look to? Who else do you think you are? How fucking dare you hit me? At the beginning of the post-apocalyptic world, everyone was still able to maintain superficial harmony. But with more and more zombies, no rescue, no food, everything was heading towards deterioration. Humans' inferiority would explode. Yang Zi said that he wanted to force Lin Xiaojin. But Lin Xiaojin is not a vegetarian, although she does not have an attack system ability, because her brother is the world taekwondo champion. So she has long learnt taekwondo from her brother, and even got the black belt rank. Lin Xiaojin, a reversal to restrain Yang Zi, directly kicked Yang Zi's lifeblood. Listening to Yang Zi's wailing in pain, Lin Xiaojin ran away without looking back. As she ran into Wang Tao, who was about to come down. Lin Xiaojin. Are you pregnant? I've been watching you these days. I'm a nursing professional. Wang Tao coldly snorted. At this moment, Lin Xiaojin also wanted to didn't and continue to stay here. Otherwise Yang Zi won't stop until he gets her. Lin Xiaojin didn't want to dwell on it. She just wanted to hurry up and leave. But Wang Tao stopped her. This gap Yang Zi caught up. Just heard what Wang Tao said. Face condensed. The whole face has become distorted abnormally. Wang Tao to see such Yang Zi psychological are some afraid. Yang Zi she used to see. From the countryside a step to the Qin University. Thrifty and frugal and honest man. The more you look at an honest person, the evil that erupts will be even more terrifying. Lin Xiaojin. You are a cheap woman, still give me what to pretend to be innocent? Yang Zi directly cursed. Lin Xiaojin looked straight at Wang Tao and said with a disdainful smile. Isn't this the effect you want? One pretending to be a white lotus flower. One pretending to be an honest person. You two are a perfect match. Lin Xiaojin. You're the white lotus. Pretending to be innocent. Wang Tao said in anger. Yang Zi's twisted face looked at Lin Xiaojin. How could he not think that the person he worshipped as a goddess had actually been slept with? He didn't even get it. He didn't even get it. Who is it? Is it that man? Luckily I have been treating you courteously. I didn't expect you to be a watery woman, usually pretending to be really good. Yang Zi looked at Lin Jinxia viciously. His face was ugly, and his vicious words came out casually. At this moment, the goddess is no longer the innocence he imagined. And he can't wait to sleep Lin Jinxia directly here. Lin Jinxia thought of the experience of losing her body inexplicably in the beginning. She was also very difficult, but she calmly said, I clearly refused from the beginning. To your protection these days I am not with a clear purpose. Every time she thought of Yang Zi's increasingly greedy eyes, she felt nauseous. Ha 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 ha. Yang Zi said, actually laughing in disgust. Lin Jinxia. Then the food and drink you've been eating and drinking for the past half a month wasn't brought over by me? Lin Jinxia didn't want to identify. Moreover, she didn't want to expose the space. That said, what she ate and drank in this half-month, it really wasn't Yang Ziyi who brought it back. The food that he gave to her in the front foot was snatched away by those women in the back foot. She recently estimated that the pregnancy vomiting, eat less, drink less, are the end of the world at the very beginning of her from the dormitory refrigerator. Fortunately, at that time, she tried to put the refrigerator food into the space. But after half a month of consumption, there had long been little left in the fridge, which was why Lin Xiaojin was ready to go with them to look for supplies. But these explanations she couldn't say out loud, so she just didn't say anything. Anyway, for unimportant people, she was never too lazy to explain. This would be the noise of the building, which attracted the attention of the others. Let's just say, what kind of innocence is Lin Xiaojin pretending to be? All day long, she looks like she's above it all. Wang Ping walked over with Li Quan on her arm and said, "Brother Yang, what's there to like about Lin Xiaojin's bitch appearance? It's not as good as Wang Tao." Wang Ping said, and deliberately looked at Wang Tao. Wang Tao said with timid eyes, "I'm sorry, Xiaojin. I shouldn't have said anything about your pregnancy. No wonder all sorts of food has been wasted in the past 2 days. All that food was retrieved by Yang and the others who fought to the death to get it back. They are actually pregnant. And I don't know if it's that rich kids." Wang Ping said mockingly. Lin Xiaojin is good looking, has a good temperament, and has a good family background. So there is never a lack of suitors. And the ones who dare to pursue them are the rich second generation with a good family background. Those with mediocre looks didn't even dare to say a word to Lin Xiaojin. Like Yang Zi. Hearing this, Yang Zi's face became even worse, and he wanted to go up and grab Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin also not hide. Directly grabbed Yang Zi's arm and pressed him on the ground, sitting on Yang Zi's body. Since the end of the world, Yang Zi that had suffered this kind of humiliation actually still can't beat a woman. What are you still staring at? Catch Lin Xiaojin for me. Yang Ziyi's face was plastered on the ground with a reddened face roaring angrily. Li Quan flinched for a moment. Just now Lin Xiaojin's reaction speed was too fast, directly drawing out Yang Ziyi, who had supernatural powers. Li Quan had no reaction time. Lin Xiaojin. She learnt Taekwondo. Her brother Lin Xiaoran is an Olympic champion. Roar! It's bad. It's bad. The walkers broke through the gate. I don't know who shouted a sentence. The hissing of the zombies emerged. The emergency lighting in the building flickered on and off. Run! Lin Xiaojin also immediately let go of Yang Ziyi. Both squeezed and started to run upstairs. The sudden attack of the zombies seemed to pause that farce just now. After all, compared to fighting, being bitten by a zombie is fatal. If you are caught up by the zombies, you will be directly killed by the zombies, and you will be chewed to death by the zombies. Everyone ran upstairs in a panic. Someone heard a commotion, and a few people had just left the classroom when they saw the zombies tearing and rushing in. Ah! With a scream, without even trying to get up to coalesce a water balloon, they were directly gnawed alive by the zombies that pounced in. Even if they coalesced a water balloon, it didn't have much killing power. Those who couldn't run in time began to fight with the zombies. The sound of bumper-to-bumper fighting. Ah! Help! Wang Tao ran too fast and directly mixed his left foot with his right foot and fell on. Brother Yang, save me! Yang Zi frowned. After releasing 7 or 8 fireballs, the entire building started to catch fire. At this moment, after releasing a series of fireballs, his face was pale. His supernatural energy was consumed too quickly. The zombies were not afraid of the flames and rushed straight in. There were still an unknown number of zombies outside that were pouring in. Yang Zi ran away without looking back. Wang Tao cried with even more despair. At this time, she hurriedly climbed up and saw Lin Xiaojin directly rushing up. Lin Xiaojin. Die together, Wang Tao said in despair. Wang Tao looked at the flames around her, and the zombies behind her. She didn't want to die alone. A dagger appeared out of thin air and directly cut Lin Xiaojin's hand, then ran away without looking back. Luckily, the refrigerator kept this knife she bought earlier to cut watermelons. Ah! Wang Tao cried out in pain. Wang Tao looked at Lin Xiaojin's back disappearing, as well as the wound on her hand. She was engulfed by the zombies with a face of unwillingness. A bloody mess. Probably to her death. She didn't figure out why a dagger suddenly appeared out of nowhere in Lin Xiaojin's hand. She died without resting in peace, until her body was gnawed by the zombies. Lin Xiaojin climbed all the way up to the rooftop with a dagger in her hand. But the rooftop door was already locked. Lin Xiaojin kicked the door a few times, and it still didn't open. But Wang Ping's voice came from inside. Lin Xiaojin, we won't open the door. You're just waiting to be chewed clean by the zombies outside. Wang Ping finished her words, and found that there was no sign of the door being knocked. She thought that Lin Xiaojin must not cry and beg her? At this time, Yang Zi peeled away Wang Ping and shouted at the door. Lin Xiaojin, if you beg me, I'll let you in. What cannot be obtained is always in commotion. Yang Zi's psyche turned even more twisted. Roar! But instead of getting a reply from Lin Xiaojin, there was a roar from the zombie. This gave Yang Zi and the others a scare. Now on the rooftop there were only Yang Zi, Wang Ping, and Li Quan. At this moment, Lin Xiaojin had long climbed out of the window and stood on the air conditioning unit on the outer wall. The hissing of zombies was still coming from the building from time to time. Just like this, Lin Xiaojin sat on the air conditioning unit for 5 whole hours, and even leaned against the wall and slept in a daze. Fortunately, the weather nowadays will not catch a cold when sleeping at night. Otherwise Lin Xiaojin's physique nowadays is afraid that she really can't stand it. The early morning uniform sunlight shone on Lin Xiaojin's eyes. Finally opened his eyes in a daze, and looked at himself on the outside of the air conditioning unit of the 3-story building. The hissing sound of the zombies completely let Lin Xiaojin awake. Carefully towards the window inside the probe. The channel. There are a lot of aimless zombies are wandering. Zombies move slowly during the day, but at night, like hormones, their speed is twice as fast as during the day. Lin Xiaojin slowly backed to the empty plane. Also do not dare to make too much noise. Look towards the bottom. There are no zombies below. I guess last night all rushed to the school building. Looking towards the distance, not far from the corner of a few sporadic zombies. Thinking about the physical labor for a while, Lin Xiaojin took out the half piece of chocolate from the space refrigerator. Now her space in addition to half a piece of chocolate. There is a bottle of water. A bottle of milk. Ruthlessly put all of the remaining half of the chocolate in her mouth, and drank a few mouthfuls of water before feeling that she had regained some physical strength. Lin Xiaojin touched her stomach and mentally thought, baby, if you want to survive, you need to cheer up with your mum. Perhaps with that said, the feeling of nausea and wanting to vomit slowly disappeared. Lin Xiaojin slowly slid down the air conditioning unit, moving gently, not daring to move too much and lure the zombies out. Fortunately, she often went rock climbing with her brother before. Her physical strength is quite good. From the last air conditioning unit jumped to the water pipe. Both hands, feet clamped on the water pipe, slowly slid down. During this period, Lin Xiaojin are lifting the heart of the gas. Fortunately did not make any noise, but the hands were grinding some raw pain. But at the moment that can care about these? Lin Xiaojin slowly walking. Want to go to the medical office. She is now pregnant. If you do not want a child, abortion is the best choice. Past the corner, saw 2 zombies are wandering. To enter the medical office, there was only so much as a door, or climb in through the window. Lin Xiaojin looked at the 2 wandering zombies. One of them seemed to have unknown arms hanging from the corner of its mouth. Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but want to vomit. Hurriedly turned his head over, slowly going around from the back. The ground floor. The first floor windows are iron bars. Lin Xiaojin again had to climb the wall to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor there is one of the windows happened to be open. Lin Xiaojin slowly climbed up the water pipe. Climbed to the 1st floor. Saw the window reflecting the shadow of the zombie. Couldn't help but be startled, almost slipped down. Fortunately Lin Xiaojin did not scream. Continued to climb up. Finally climbed into the window. But also Lin Xiaojin's clothes to scrape. Fortunately not injured. Otherwise the smell of blood will attract zombies. But this can give Lin Xiaojin tired, not light. A good half a day to slow down the god. She climbed in the whole good is the consultation room. Empty. It seems that at that time, when the mutation did not have people here, Lin Xiaojin had been here once. So she still knew how to get around. Looking at the small dagger in her hand, there was really no sense of security. So she looked around but didn't see any weapon that took advantage of the situation. Only resigned to take the dagger. After all, is now the only weapon. Lin Xiaojin gently opened the door. Outside the hallway clean. Walking sound is amplified. Lin Xiaojin holding a small dagger in her hand. Looking at the words on the door plate. One by one to find the past. Drug room. Seeing this name Lin Xiaojin's heart loosened for a moment. Then she went over to open the door, and found that the door was actually locked. Usually, when there is no one in the drug room, the door will be locked. Lin Xiaojin twisted half a day and did not destroy the door, and wanted to crash open, but was afraid that the sound would be too big to attract zombies. Lin Xiaojin had to find the key, usually in the hands of the doctor on duty. Fortunately, next to the duty, Lin Xiaojin slowly opened the door, hanging on the wall of the white coat, and touched the string of keys. On the table there are also 2 self-heating hot pots, 2 bottles of cola, presumably left by the school nurse. These were put into the space refrigerator by Lin Xiaojin. Trying one by one, Lin Xiaojin opened the door of the medicine room. It was only half a month. There was already a layer of fine gray. Lin Xiaojin searched for half a day, did not find one to abort the medicine, but instead a variety of vitamins to find a lot. Since there is no, it should be complementary to make up for it. Lin Xiaojin put away alcohol, iodophor, some topical medicines, and all kinds of vitamins. After doing this, Lin Xiaojin locked the door. Busy morning. This will have begun to hungry. Find out from the hot pot. First eat up. Hot and spicy taste. Lin Xiaojin ate really addictive. And there is no feeling of wanting to vomit anymore. Eat and drink enough. Should think about the next life. Their mobile phone is still no signal. Also do not know how the brother, Lin Xiaojin's brother, should also be in this city. She believes that if her brother is fine, he will definitely come to the school to find her. So now it will be the first temporary school to wait. If she went out of the school, she would be even more unable to find her brother. There were only so many supplies in the school, so it would be very unrealistic to wait in the school all the time. She was still carrying a baby. She had to find a safe place before she gave birth. Thinking about all this, Lin Xiaojin seized the time to search the floor for useful supplies, toilet paper, and so on. But right now she only had some small snacks that she had searched out from the 2 offices, and nothing else. It seems that if she wants to find food, she can only go to the school's supermarket. There are 2 large canteens in the school, and there are 2 large supermarkets inside the East Canteen and West Canteen. That day, I heard Yang Zi say that the supermarket in the East cafeteria has been occupied, so they can only go to the supermarket in the West cafeteria. I don't know if they are moving now. After all, yesterday, there were zombies rushed into the school building where they were hiding. Now they can only rush ahead of them to go to the West cafeteria's supermarket. Thinking this way, Lin Xiaojin ready to immediately move to the West cafeteria. Passing by the first floor of the simple operating theater, Lin Xiaojin really saw a more suitable weapon. Long knife. There is an adult arm as long as, but only 2 fingers so narrow. This makes Lin Xiaojin excited. Compared to the hand of this small dagger is a lot better. But Lin Xiaojin also did not drop the small dagger, but put it into the space, holding a long knife. This time Lin Xiaojin suddenly have a sense of security. The hand has a knife, psychological, not panic. Lin Xiaojin just down from the first floor, just hit a zombie face to face. Lin Xiaojin, after all, learned Taekwondo. Subconscious body reaction speed. Knife has swung out to the zombie head, cut in half. Tainted blood splattered in all directions. A few drops splashed to Lin Xiaojin's face. Disgusting. The feeling of regurgitation came to the surface. Lin Xiaojin held the wall and began to vomit. Lin Xiaojin pushed down the feeling of regurgitation. Now is not the time to vomit. 1 more second to stay is 1 more minute of danger. Luckily there is only 1 single zombie. Otherwise, just when Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but vomit, the other zombies would have chewed her up. Lin Xiaojin breathed in and looked at the zombie corpse a few more times. After all, the next thing was all about chopping up zombies, taking advantage of the fact that it's a single zombie. Hurry to get yourself used to the habit. So you stare at the zombie with blood dripping. Although still sleep is disgusting. Protruding eye sockets, the broken flesh at the corners of the mouth. Lin Xiaojin looked carefully, forced himself to hurry to adapt. To be honest, this is much better than the horror of the film footage. But this heavy blood, intuitive blood, in China, so safe country, rarely seen. Looking at it this way, there is a bright yellow thing in half of the zombie's head. Lin Xiaojin frowned. What is this? Lin Xiaojin used a knife to peel out the earthy yellow shiny thing. A diamond-shaped yellow crystal? Only the size of a small thumbnail. Lin Xiaojin intuition is not so simple. So from the space to take out the water, first rushed, and then picked up with a paper towel. Put on the hand. There is no feeling. But this piece of stuff and don't want to lose. just Lin Xiaojin threw to the corner of the space. So a throw does not matter. Yellow crystals directly with a corner of the space melted, turned into only nearly 5 centimeters of land. This can give Lin Xiaojin look silly. Her space has always been gray. Just a refrigerator. Now a corner appeared a pile of soil. Although only palm size. But also very magical. Could this zombie head thing be a good thing? It's yellow in color, and can generate earth when put into her space. Roar. Outside came the hissing sound of the zombie. Lin Xiaojin also to not be in a hurry to think too much. While walking in the mental thinking. If the next time in the encounter a single zombie, the head of the thing planning out to see will know. This Lin Xiaojin also did not look at the disgusting feeling of the zombie's head. On the contrary, there is a kind of feeling of eagerness to try. Maybe in what kind of yellow crystals? You can make their own space land. Lin Xiaojin encountered 2 more zombies. Where Lin Xiaojin cut off the head. Lin Xiaojin still wants to plan to see if there are crystals. Behind the hissing sound of zombies is getting closer and closer. Lin Xiaojin had no choice but to run to the classroom. Wanting to hide, she was grabbed by someone and covered her mouth. After seeing who it was, Lin Xiaojin's hand that wanted to resist only stopped. A wave of surprise on her face. It was none other than her housemate. Xian Li. Void. Follow me. Said Xian Li, pulled her up to a classroom on the first floor, and then watched as Xian Li collected the classroom door and unlocked it. And then pulled all the curtains shut again. Xian Li. You really scared me to death. You guys didn't drink all night. Why did you come back? Lin Xiaojin asked. On our way back to school from outside. The whole city suddenly mutated. All those people turned into man-eating monsters. Meng Meng. Ting Ting. They all died. Xian Li said with an abnormal face. What? Ting Ting died? Lin Xiaojin's face was bad. A wave of unspeakable pain. Fong Ting was her best housemate. And the 2 of them were also admitted to Qing University together. Xian Li knew that Fong Ting was close to Lin Xiaojin. Don't be sad. We might accompany them that day. Xian Li said with a sigh. I've been wanting to tell you. I'm sorry about that day. You drank too much and as a result, I forgot you alone in the hotel. Nothing happened to you that day. Right? Xian Li said guiltily. Lin Xiaojin frowned. That day drinking she originally did not want to go. But Xian Li said that her birthday. And had to pull Fong Ting with her. Fong Ting cannot be beaten. Went. She was not assured that Fong Ting also followed. That day drinking Xian Li found a lot of her male friends. The day of the incident she had little impression. Although she cannot remember with him to sleep with the man in the end who is. But definitely not Xian Li to find those men. No. I drank too much that day. So I looked for a room and slept by myself. Lin Xiaojin said. Xian Li nodded. Relieved. Scared me to death. I was afraid that if you drank too much, my gang of brothers would force you. Xian Li said hurriedly when she saw Lin Xiaojin whose face had changed drastically. The main gang of brothers like you. I'm afraid that they can't hold it if they drink too much. Lin Xiaojin obviously do not want to talk about this matter. Not to mention that she has always been wary of Xian Li. Xian Li deep heart. Always intentionally or unintentionally use Fong Ting. But Fong Ting has no guard. So she has always been on the defensive against Xian Li. 1,000 rounds of defense that night also failed to prevent. Thinking that she had lost her body and was now pregnant. Lin Xiaojin had a headache. She knew that she couldn't hide her pregnancy. But nowadays she could hide it for as long as she could. So that it would be safe enough. Are you also going to the supermarket in the west? That has turned into a zombie nest. I just escaped from there. I didn't think all you sharpened the 2 zombies. Really worthy of being a black belt in Taekwondo. Olympic champion sister. Xian Li said excitedly. Have you activated your psychic ability? Xian Li thought of something and asked. Lin Xiaojin shook her head. Xian Li's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. Then immediately disappeared. She patted Lin Xiaojin's shoulder and said. I to stimulate the supernormal ability. Water system. Can only put 2 small water ball. But I found that my strength has become bigger. I guess there may still be a power mutation. Lin Xiaojin listened to Xian Li's words, and had no intention of telling Xian Li about the space. She decided to treat the matter of space as a secret. In this kind of survival environment, the skill of having a space that could store supplies at any time was simply a powerful golden finger. But at the same time, if people knew about it, perhaps it would also become a source of jealousy. Now we have just the right company. Xian Li finished speaking and took out a mobile phone from her backpack, which also had a rechargeable battery on it. Lin Xiaojin's eyes lit up when she saw Xian Li's rechargeable treasure. It was a pity that her mobile phone was now placed in space, and she didn't take it out. Otherwise she could also charge it. Maybe there would be a signal to be able to contact her brother. Now the mobile phone signal is sporadic. At first they all burst the call for help. But now the mobile phone is really useless. Right. Xiaojin. Did your brother come to the school to look for you? Your brother loves you so much. Maybe he will come to the school to save you. Xian Li asked. Lin Xiaojin shook her head. No. There is no way to contact my brother yet. Try using my mobile phone. My mobile phone is a global pass. My parents are abroad. So the mobile phone they bought me is a global pass. Maybe I can contact your brother. Xian Li said, and handed her mobile phone to Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin frowned. She intuited that Xian Li had a purpose for exposing her mobile phone to her so easily. But looking at Xian Li's mobile phone with a weak signal, she still hesitated. She wanted to contact her brother too much. Lin Xiaojin took the phone and still called her brother over. Beep. Within a single beep the call was connected. Xia. Is that you? Immediately a good-sounding voice came out, although it was a man's anxious voice. Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Xiaojin's eyes were slightly red as she said, Brother. It's me. I'm safe now. Great. I knew you would find a way to contact me. I'm relieved to know that you're safe. I'm now in S City. It takes a long time to go over to B City. But I'm on my way now. I told my friend Xiaorui to pick you up from your school. If you run into him, go with him, okay? Lin Xiaojin responded. Lin Xiaojin still wanted to say a few more words when Xian Li's mobile phone ran out of power and automatically switched off. It's dead. This rechargeable battery is also dead. We still need to find a rechargeable battery and still be able to contact your brother, Xian Li said. Lin Xiaojin nodded. Xiaorui? This name seems to have heard my brother say it. He's been going to college over here in B City. But now there are no communication devices whatsoever. It's much harder to contact other people. On the other side, Lin Xiaoran saw that there was suddenly no sound from his mobile phone. Presumably because his sister's side of the phone was out of battery. And silently saved the call. Now that I've contacted my sister, it's good to know that she's still at Qingdao University and that she's safe and sound. Lin Xiaoran dialed the top mobile phone number. The phone dialed inside came the sound of a hand zombie hissing. I seem to be calling at a bad time, Lin Xiaoran said. There is something to say quickly. The phone came from the man's cool voice. But listen carefully. You can still hear the man's gasp. Lin Xiaoran also knew that now was not the time to joke. If he joked, I'm afraid that the dialogue would be hung up immediately. Lin Xiaoran immediately said seriously. I contacted my sister. She is still in Qing University. Trouble you to save her. Do? Lin Xiaoran just got a and the phone was hung up. He very much wanted to ask clearly if he still remembered Lin Xiaojin. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoran called the phone again. This time the hissing of the zombies was no longer there. Do you still remember my sister? Long hair. Lin Xiaojin. The one with 2 dimples when she smiles? Before Lin Xiaoran could finish, the caller said, I know. Just met not long ago. Don't be on the phone. Receive your sister, I will be contacting you. It was still a clear and cold voice, but obviously with a hint of urgency. Lin Xiaoran heard the last sentence of the phone call was this. When did Xiaorui ever see his sister? He also said that he had seen his sister not just before. How could this be possible? Did Xiaorui mean 3 years ago? How can this be? Does Roy Xiao mean 3 years ago? Although both of them are in B City. But one school is in the east, and the other is in the west. How could they possibly meet? Lin Xiaoran also wanted to call over to ask for clarification. But reality did not allow. Mobile phone power is not something that can be recharged just because you want it to be. It's really depressing. I hope Shaa Nua can successfully pick up his sister. He only has one family member left nowadays. His sister. If something happens to Lin Xiaojin, how can he explain to his parents? Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li, 2 people, have been staying in the classroom. Soon the night will come, when the zombie activity will become faster. Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li closed all the windows. Curtains closed, leaving only a gap. The 2 of them hid in the corner of the classroom, neither of them speaking. The night was quiet. In the past, the summer night would be noisy robins' cries. But at the moment, it was quiet. You could only hear the hissing of zombies from time to time, as well as all kinds of clanking and crashing sounds. Maybe it's because she's pregnant. Lin Xiaojin is especially sleepy. This time she leaned against the wall and fell asleep again in a daze. Xiaojin, wake up! With a shake. Lin Xiaojin was shaken awake by Xianli. Lin Xiaojin immediately opened her eyes. Xianli looked at Lin Xiaojin's dazed and confused appearance and said in a low voice without any good breath, Lin Xiaojin, you are also really good. This kind of environment. You can also sleep. The shadow of the zombie outside the window kept swaying back and forth. Roar, roar, roar. The hissing sound of the zombie appeared particularly terrifying in the quiet space. This kind of hissing sound, after experiencing half a month, has long been gradually accustomed to. Just now from the top of the teaching building, fell down a silhouette. Startled these zombies. Now the zombies are frantically in commotion. I'm afraid that it's not safe for us to be here, Xianli said nervously. Lin Xiaojin regained her consciousness and looked at the curtains reflecting the swaying zombies outside. We are now hiding here to be safe. If we go out rashly, I'm afraid that when the zombies outside hear the commotion, they will rush in droves. And the zombies move quickly at night, Lin Xiaojin said. Xianli nodded. She also knew that hiding here was the best choice now. But looking at the dense shadows of the zombies outside the window scared her. Xiaojin, your brother will really come to put? It's okay for us to stay in the school for a short time to survive. But after a long time, the survival supplies will definitely not be enough, Xianli said nervously. Lin Xiaojin frowned imperceptibly and said, Will? Xianli let out a sigh of relief and said, Your brother is so good to you. He will definitely come. Lin Xiaojin frowned gently and didn't say anything. Only her hand was subconsciously placed on her belly. If her brother knew she was pregnant, she still didn't know who the father of the child was. She could even think of her brother's furious appearance. Hey, now is not the time to think about this matter. I hope to be able to see her brother safely. I don't know if Shaa Nua, her brother's classmate, is reliable. Now is the end of the world. Zombies run everywhere. The more people, the more zombies. There are more than 7,000 people in this campus of their school, which means there are thousands of zombies. With so many zombies surrounding the campus, it was scary to think about. Not to mention that Shaa Nua would have to reach their Qing University from the outside and go through the layers of zombies. The thought of it would be very tough. Lin Xiaojin actually didn't hold much hope. The greatest hope was still to rely on himself. Lin Xiaojin thought about the change in space. Perhaps the crystal in the zombie's head was a breakthrough. There was also the fact that what Xianli said was indeed a problem. If she stayed at the school all the time, there was no way for her to give birth here. A safe place had to be found before she could give birth. All of this was a wake-up call in Lin Xiaojin. The only goal now was to survive. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaojin's eyes lit up. Although she didn't know whose child she was carrying. But for the sake of the child, for the sake of this little life that just existed, she would definitely not give up. Even if there were horrible zombies outside. This, on the contrary, stimulated her will to survive. Gulp. Xianli awkwardly touched her stomach. Two grunts came from the silent classroom. You haven't eaten anything either? Xianli asked. She was the one who had been hiding in the school building, living off the snacks in her drawer. Lin Xiaojin didn't know what to say. In fact, she had eaten and was still full. But she didn't expect to be hungry in the middle of the night. Now Lin Xiaojin couldn't explain anything. She could only nod her head. The snacks that the students put in this school building have all been eaten by me. And the water room is out of water. But if you want to be thirsty, I can straighten out the water, Xianli said as she condensed water vapor in her hands and formed a small water ball. Although her small water ball couldn't kill a zombie right now, it was still no problem to condense a small water ball to quench a thirst. Lin Xiaojin's gaze was clear and light, and her psyche didn't fluctuate much more because her special ability was space. Lin Xiaojin's bland eyes turned into India Xianli. Lin Xiaojin studied well and looked pretty. Never is other people envy her share. Think of today, then Lin Xiaojin also had the first alien ability. Now look at Lin Xiaojin, although there is nothing. Maybe the psychological envy of her envy cannot. Think of your Xianli psychological more or less some complacency. But Xianli did not show it. But comfort, Lin Xiaojin said, maybe in a few days you will also inspire supernormal ability. Lin Xiaojin just pretended to be lost and nodded her head. Her spatial ability nowadays was much stronger than the one that could only hold a small water balloon. At least she had 20 square feet in her space. It's just a pity that there's no place to stock up right now. The West cafeteria is too far away from us. Let's go to the school's audiovisual room. There are lockers there with lots of snacks and instant noodles. Exionly said. Okay. Let's wait until dawn and leave. Lin Xiaojin nodded. The AV building was just one road away from them. The school building behind them. Lin Xiaojin was woken up by Exionly after also cannot sleep. Looking at Exionly leaning against the wall, has closed his eyes. Lin Xiaojin looked at the backpack in Exionly's arms. Where there is Exionly's mobile phone. If she has a global mobile phone, can always contact his brother. Lin Xiaojin only had such a fleeting thought. Lin Xiaojin's consciousness entered her space and looked at the fridge. There was nothing left in it. Just 2 packets of instant noodles. This little amount of space, which was only as big as a finger, really couldn't do much. If you want the space to change, it seems that the crystals in the zombie's head are the key. The morning sunlight shines through the curtains, and the zombies roar at night. No one has slept well in these 10 days, and half a month. Not to mention bathing, changing clothes. Exionly's skin was not very good. At the moment even more dull. Lin Xiaojin's skin is tight. But so many days of rest. Just have some dark circles under the eyes. The face is not even a pimple. This makes Exionly look at how much envy and jealousy hate. People's physical problems have no way. Some born is white. Some people in how to sunscreen skin is still yellow and black. Lin Xiaojin is born tender white. Go! Exionly said. The two of them started to walk out as soon as they were ready. Carefully moving away the tables and chairs that blocked the doorway last night. Gently opening the door. Lin Xiaojin held a knife in her hand. And at the moment saw the red fire axe next to her. Lin Xiaojin's eyes lit up. Although the knife in her hand was lighter. But cutting on the body of a zombie required a heavier force. And the blade was thinner. If you deal with 1 or 2 zombies, I'm afraid that if you deal with several at the same time, the knife in your hand will not be enough. Lin Xiaojin saw the fire axe at this moment. It was very convenient. Lin Xiaojin gave the knife in her hand to Exionly and pointed to the fire axe next to her. Exionly nodded. She had picked up a fire axe before, but it was a struggle to hold it in her hand, let alone lift it up to chop a zombie. She is a young lady, but also 10 fingers do not touch the spring water. At the moment, holding the knife handed over by Lin Xiaojin, with blood stains on it, she was a bit nauseous. But now there is a weapon in hand. More or less at ease. The fire axe is located in the cabinet. Transparent glass forced to open it words. The sound is afraid to attract zombies. Lin Xiaojin thought of the general school fire window. The underground will generally put the key, in case the school fire can also be used immediately. So Lin Xiaojin squatted down to take a look. And sure enough, the key is stuck on it. Open the fire cabinet. Lin Xiaojin picked up the fire axe. The fire axe was really much heavier than a knife. But Lin Xiaojin woke up early for a morning run and trained in Taekwondo. So this thing could still be held. Picking up the fire axe, Lin Xiaojin immediately felt a sense of security. Lin Xiaojin nodded towards Exionly, and the two of them walked outside one after the other. There was also a backpack scattered on the ground. Lin Xiaojin thought of her space, and didn't want to expose it yet. So she picked up the backpack. There was still a trace of dried blood on the top of the shoulder straps. Lin Xiaojin put the backpack on his back. The backpack is not much heavy. It is estimated that it puts the pen and a few books. Just out of the school building, I saw a zombie was gnawing through a corpse that could not see its face. Intestines, brains sprayed all over the ground. Lin Xiaojin was shocked, but held back and didn't scream out. Exionly also immediately covered his mouth, now able to survive. See the zombies gnawing corpses, more or less some antibodies. Lin Xiaojin directly picked up the fire axe towards the neck of the zombie cut down. This first knife more or less some tension. The zombie head actually did not cut off. Still drooping half. The zombie's big mouth opened and closed, and a bunch of unknown human tissue flowed out from it. Looking at Lin Xiaojin, he just wanted to dry heave. And Exionly in the back was also disgusted. This kind of scene. You must get used to seeing it. It doesn't matter if you get used to it. Lin Xiaojin mentally thought so. But her body was still honest. Be careful, Xiaojin. There's more on the left. Exionly hurriedly reminded. Lin Xiaojin turned her head, and indeed saw a bald zombie drilling out from the side. The zombie's movement during the day was slow. The zombie's current speed was about the same as an adult walking around. Lin Xiaojin immediately made another hard scratch. Just cut which zombie head before falling. Lin Xiaojin immediately cut again to the zombie running over. This time, it was directly chopped head on. Another one. Another one. Xian, Li said from behind. You come on. Lin Xiaojin took a step back and stood next to Xian Li. I can't. I haven't hacked yet. Xian Li's face flashed with panic. Her lips pale. She had managed to survive for so long, living under the shelter of others until they all died one by one. The zombies we'll face in a while will probably be even more. And I don't have any supernatural abilities. So it's good that I can protect myself. Lin Xiaojin said honestly. She probably won't always be in front of Xian Li. Aren't you a black belt in Taekwondo? Xian Li said nervously. Even if I'm a martial arts champion, I can't face so many zombies. Relying on myself at this time is the most reliable. Lin Xiaojin said and stopped talking. Whether Xian Li listens or not is her own business. Her ability is limited. Protecting herself is good enough. Xian Li pondered. Of course she knew that relying on herself was reliable. But everyone's survival method was different. She Xian Li just chose the easiest method. Okay. I'll be cheering. Xian Li nodded and said with conviction. After solving these 3 zombies, Lin Xiaojin didn't leave right away, but looked around. There were no zombies rushing around right now. So Lin Xiaojin took a piece of clothing from his body and covered his mouth and nose. Lin Xiaojin took a deep breath and raised the fire axe to split the zombie's head at once. Clatter. Dirty black brains spilled all over the ground. So violent and bloody scene. The bloody gas to Xian Li vomited. Lin Xiaojin held her breath and immediately exhaled. Fortunately, at least she had experienced it. Lin Xiaojin did not care about Xian Li's discomfort, and then immediately used the fire axe to flip around inside. Sure enough, under the sunlight, Lin Xiaojin saw another blue crystal bead. Although it wasn't quite the same color as last time. Lin Xiaojin immediately put the crystal bead into the space, not even bothering to clean it. Xian Li turned her head to the side and was dry heaving, not noticing Lin Xiaojin's move. Xian Li got better, then turned her head to see Lin Xiaojin stirring in the zombie's head again. She never thought that Lin Xiaojin actually had such a violent side. Lin Xiaojin split open the other 2 zombies' heads and turned them inside out. But this time, there were no crystal beads in either zombie's head. Lin Xiaojin probably knew. It seems that zombies don't always have crystal beads in their heads. Xiaojin, what are you doing? So violent. Let's go. A moment later the zombies are coming again. Xian Li looked at Lin Xiaojin being so violent, killing the zombies, and was blowing their heads off again. At the moment, this piece of concrete floor is all flowing with brain matter. Vomit. Xian Li couldn't help but dry heave. Lin Xiaojin nodded, then followed Xian Li towards the back of the audio-visual building. The audio-visual building was the school's specialized film watching, as well as the school's broadcasting room, and the dubbing room were all inside the audio-visual building. The audio-visual building is 2 opposing glass doors. There are zombie corpses at the entrance. Looking inside through the glass, there are no zombies inside cleanly. Look, there are self-service vending machines. Xian Li pointed to the front and said. At this moment, the 2 people's stomach again simultaneously issued a gurgling sound. Is really hungry all. Lin Xiaojin would all control their weight. Boiled cabbage every day. And the amount would be controlled within a certain range. I didn't even feel hungry then. Maybe it's because I'm under too much mental stress right now, and I need food to replenish my energy. Although Lin Xiaojin was also pregnant for the first time. But she also knew some common sense. The early stages of pregnancy are all pregnancy vomiting reaction. The amount of food is very small. Go! Lin Xiaojin was also hungry and panicked. If she didn't want to expose her spatial ability, the current Lin Xiaojin would have already gnawed the 2 packets of instant noodles saved in the spatial fridge. The 2 of them jogged all the way into the audio-visual building. Please swipe your card. Please swipe your card. The doorway machine of the AV building said. They had forgotten that they had to swipe their student cards to enter the AV building. And the zombies not far away seemed to have heard the commotion and started to move in their direction, with roaring noises coming out of their mouths. Student card? I don't know where I lost it a long time ago. Xian Li said nervously. Seeing that the zombies were getting closer, Lin Xiaojin took the fire axe and chopped it directly towards the door. With a bang, the machine broke down. The two entered the AV building and immediately closed the door. Both of them ran towards the autonomous vending machine. The self-service vending machine had long since run out of power, and Lin Xiaojin also chopped up with an axe. Clattering glass shattered all over the place. The zombies outside heard the commotion and all ran towards the AV building, all lying on the glass door and hissing towards the inside. Squeezing the glass door made a shaking noise. Hurry up and load. Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li, two people also do not nonsense. All kinds of snacks. Water can be put into the backpack until the two people's backpacks are full. Really cannot be loaded. And things are too heavy, two people are not good to run. Hurry up. The glass door is going to fall apart. Lin Xiaojin glanced at the glass door behind her and spoke. Xian Li put on the backpack, turned his head, and ran to the first floor. Lin Xiaojin looked at Xian Li's back, and then looked at the remaining things behind him. Instantly all the remaining snacks and water received their own space to go up. Touch! With a loud bang, the glass door exploded, and several zombies instantly rushed in. Lin Xiaojin immediately followed. The audio-visual building has a total of 3 floors. The two directly went up to the 3rd floor one after the other. This is the dubbing room. It has a soundproof effect. Lin Xiaojin pointed to the dubbing room next to him and said. Xian Li heard Lin Xiaojin's words, and the two rushed directly to the dubbing room, immediately locking the door and finding a table and stool to block the doorway. The two leaned and listened to no movement outside before letting out a sigh of relief. Lin Xiaojin pointed inside. The two got up and went inside the dubbing room, then closed the glass door again. Scared to death. If we're late, we'll be eaten by zombies, Xian Li said with palpitations. Lin Xiaojin put down the fire axe and looked at the bulging backpack. Finally eating something. Lin Xiaojin yanked off the rags that had previously blocked her mouth and took a big gulp of air. After the two smoothed out, they started to look for food from their backpacks, all of which were chips and snacks and such. Not even a cup of noodles. Chips, shrimp sticks, chocolate, enough calories, but not top full. The two of them ate a lot, and the ground was full of rubbish bags thrown by the two of them. Lin Xiaojin grunted again and drank a bottle of mineral water directly from Bayou Mountain. Eat and drink enough. Both sat on the chair in the dubbing room. Suddenly a smell filled in Lin Xiaojin's nose. Is this dress of hers? Chopping zombies stained with zombie-stained blood. Just now has been mentally nervous under the atmosphere, and later starved. Ignored the smell of their own body. Not only Lin Xiaojin, Xian Li is also. This would be full of food and drink. And the two of them frowned at each other. I remember there's a stage on the 3rd floor. And there are clean clothes in the dressing room, Xian Li said. I really can't stand this body of mine. I used to change at least 1 dress a day. I haven't changed my clothes for 10 days now. Lin Xiaojin frowned. Not only Xian Li, she herself hadn't changed for 7 or 8 days. Before she was just looking for food and drinks. She didn't look for a change of clothes. Anyway, they were all in the AV building, so they could change their clothes. The two girls immediately made a decision. The clothes on the body to wear for too long is really too difficult to bear. Especially Lin Xiaojin. The top is already tattered and torn. Living like a beggar. Especially from the back are able to see Lin Xiaojin's underwear. Luckily, there are not many people now. The rest are a group of roaring zombies. Every day to be able to survive is fortunate. The other Lin Xiaojin really did not care too much. The 3rd floor is a stage, where school plays, or various cultural performances are held. It's a big hall that can hold nearly 7,000 seats. After Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li took a break, they moved the tables and chairs that were blocking the door gently away. The two of them again pressed their bodies against the door gap and looked towards the outside. And they didn't hear the roar of the zombies. Nor did they hear any footsteps. No walkers. Xian Li breathed a sigh of relief. Xian Li slowly opened the door to the room, while Lin Xiaojin was holding the fire axe. If a walker rushed in through the open door, she would be the first to chop it down. Luckily, there wasn't much noise in the passageway. Roar, 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 roar. Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li both immediately alerted out. Listening to the sound of the roar of the two people are nervous. Lin Xiaojin unconsciously tightened the large fire axe in his hand. Even Xian Li's hand holding the knife had a layer of fine sweat. It's okay. It's coming from the lift. The walkers are blocked inside and can't get out. Lin Xiaojin listened to the roar of the zombies and confirmed that it was coming from the lift. Only then did the two's taut threads relax slightly. It seemed that these zombies had been trapped in the lift for some time and actually hadn't died yet. Their vitality was really tenacious. These zombies could only die if their heads were cut off. And even if their heads were cut off, their bodies could still move around for a while. Lin Xiaojin pointed to the stairs next to him and chose to take the stairs. There were zombies in the lift. Maybe there were also zombies in this building. The third floor of the assembly hall was quiet. Neither of them were inside of the zombies. But Lin Xiaojin didn't slack off, always holding the fire axe. The dressing room is at the back. Xian Li pointed to the location. But she didn't dare to go by herself. A zombie might pop up no matter where now. The two of them carefully went to the back of the dressing room. In front of them was the dressing room. And one of the rooms inside was the changing room. Sure enough, there were rows and rows of clothes inside the dressing room. Clean clothes. Xian Li was overjoyed to see the clothes and went up to pick and pull which clothes she could wear. Lin Xiaojin also wanted to go up and change clothes. But she had eaten too much and drank too much water. Xian Li. I'm going inside to use the toilet, Lin Xiaojin said with embarrassment. There was a small bathroom next to the dressing room. Just go on whatever you want. What do you care about this now? Xian Li frowned. Lin Xiaojin wasn't caring about this. It was the fact that someone was there she was embarrassed. Although the streets are full of zombies. But this is only more than half a month. 18 years of teaching quality. It is not possible to just 10 days to say discard it all. You go and return quickly. Xian Li frowned and waved her hand and said. At the moment, she was now all about picking out the clothes in front of her. Lin Xiaojin went directly to the bathroom. Touching. Next to the occasional sound of banging. Lin Xiaojin, because he thought it was the door, was blown by the wind. After all, the outside open window. The sky also has a cloudy and gloomy. The rhythm of a gale to rain. Lin Xiaojin finished solving the physiological problems. Cannot help but curiosity. Or open the door of the toilet next to it. A zombie with only half of its body left is hitting the door with its head. Lin Xiaojin held back the sound that was going to be shocked. And the sound that came out stopped hard in his throat. Lin Xiaojin directly raised the fire axe and chopped towards the zombie's head. Poof! Tainted moon splattered in all directions. And the surrounding white walls were covered in tainted blood. Lin Xiaojin chopped a few zombies one after another. And now this was much smoother. As expected, everything is difficult at the beginning. Now Lin Xiaojin chopping zombies is no longer uncomfortable. Instead, there is a kind of cool to the feeling. Lin Xiaojin used to take the fire axe and rolled it in the brain. A bright crystal bead appeared in front of Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin was happy, knowing that this kind of crystal bead has a role in space. Lin Xiaojin didn't care about the nausea, and directly used her hand to take it out. This one is also blue. Lin Xiaojin directly put the crystal beads into the space, and then rushed to the sink to wash his hands. Fortunately, although the power is out, but there is no water. Lin Xiaojin repeatedly washed her hands clean, and then washed her arms and face. Lin Xiaojin exhaled a breath, finally more comfortable. While Xian Li is not there, Lin Xiaojin consciousness into the space. Now there are two blue crystal beads in the space. The yellow crystal beads will turn into soil when put into the space. This blue crystal beads put into the space does not seem to have any change. Lin Xiaojin consciousness pinched the blue crystal bead. Did not expect this crystal bead is not very hard. It was directly crushed by Lin Xiaojin. No. It can't be? Lin Xiaojin was scared silly. It was hard to get two blue crystal beads. She actually gave her a pinch? The blue crystal beads fell into the space and condensed into a small puddle the size of the palm of your hand. Lin Xiaojin looked at the small puddle on the floor of the space. Her psyche was happy. And she immediately crushed the other crystal bead. And the blue essence fell down and fused together with the small puddle. The palm-sized small puddle turned into a small puddle. Lin Xiaojin reached out and touched the small puddle. It was water. I wonder if it's drinkable. I'll find someone to test it when the time comes. Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin heard someone call out to him. It was Xian Li's voice. Lin Xiaojin immediately came out from the space. I'm here, Lin Xiaojin said. Scared me to death. You didn't come back for half a day. I thought what happened to you? Xian Li said nervously. At this moment, Xian Li had already changed into clean clothes. Xian Li saw Lin Xiaojin clean white face. Also immediately went to the hose that washed clean. She has not known how many days have not washed. But looking up, and seeing the mirror reflecting the bloody zombies across the street. Behind? Morning. Zombie. Sinley said, as she pointed to the mirror. I know. I've already solved it. Lin Xiaojin said calmly. Exilently breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the zombies were solved and said, You weren't bitten. Right? Exilently said as her eyes scanned Lin Xiaojin. Seeing that Lin Xiaojin had no injuries on her body, she let out a sigh of relief. Being bitten by a zombie will turn you into a zombie. We have to be careful, Exilently said. Lin Xiaojin nodded, mentally still thinking about the water in the space. Whether it can be drunk or not. The zombie head thing. In her space words became water. Will drinking it turn into a zombie? And which yellow crystal bead? In his space turn into earth. What is the role of that earth? Xiaojin. You hurry to change clothes. There are a lot of clothes in the locker room. Exilently said. Lin Xiaojin nodded. Exilently cleaned up and followed Lin Xiaojin to the changing room again. Handbox. All kinds of dance clothes. None of them were very suitable. Xiaojin. Why don't you wear this? This dress is still more comfortable. Exilently took another set of beauty back. Yoga trousers. Exilently found the shorts with the beauty back. And wrapped a white lab coat around the outside. This white lab coat was placed on the bench. Presumably left behind by someone. Lin Xiaojin looked at the other clothes. They were all various dresses and skirts. There really wasn't anything else. Couldn't wear a skirt to fight zombies. Right? Lin Xiaojin changed her clothes. And found a tight yoga wear jacket. All tight. This locker room also had yoga clothes. And there was a small practice room behind it. It was assumed that people often practiced yoga in the exercise room. Lin Xiaojin took off all her dirty clothes and changed into a clean outfit. The slim yoga clothes brought out all of Lin Xiaojin's concave and convex figure. Exilently next to her suddenly turned pale. Exilently. What's wrong? Lin Xiaojin frowned. I seem to be having my period. Exilently frowned and said. At this moment, her stomach was still vaguely transmitting a paroxysm of pain. Lin Xiaojin estimated that she wouldn't have her period for the next 10 months. Lin Xiaojin found white clean-looking clothes from the side and ripped them open with a force. Take a cloth pad first. There are no sanitary napkins now either, Lin Xiaojin said. Exilently looked at the white cloth that Lin Xiaojin brought and sighed deeply. There was no good way now. After Exilently cleaned up, her stomach still hurt, squatting and sitting on the ground. The dormitory area was definitely impossible to return to. The dormitory had the most zombies. And then, there was the big supermarket in the west. Should we go to the north? Although there are sports students. But we are all classmates, should take care of it. Right? Exilently said with a glimmer of hope. Lin Xiaojin shook her head. The gang from the sports department were all men. She had heard them speak before. The group of men who grew themselves with supernatural powers and strength, dominating the entire supermarket. The two of them women go there. If they go to the good ones, might take care of her them? If not good, may again meet like Yangzi-like people. Usually look honest Yangzi. The end of the world just started to reveal to let the disgusting side. And let's not talk about those sports students. If too kind, who can survive? Didn't you say that there is a small supermarket in the front building? I'll go there to take a look. Lin Xiaojin didn't want to go to the big supermarket in the north cafeteria. It's the Yusen Mini Mart, which sells daily chemicals. It's inside the courier room, Exilently said. Courier room she knew. Sometimes passed by but didn't notice that there was a small supermarket inside the courier room. Usually every once in a while, her brother Lin Xiaoran would find someone to bring her something. You'd better go wait for me in the dubbing room, Lin Xiaojin said. Right now, this building was too big to look like there were no zombies. But it was still safer for the dubbing room to isolate the sound. Exilently nodded and slowly stood up. Her lips a little white? The two tried not to draw out the sound and slowly returned to the dubbing room. Xiaojin, you bring your empty backpack, so you can still pack more things. I'll wait for you here. Exilently looked at Lin Xiaojin's bulging backpack and said. Lin Xiaojin didn't say anything when she looked at Exilently like this. She still had stock in her space, so she didn't care about this much in her backpack. In order not to arouse suspicion, Lin Xiaojin took out everything in her backpack. Xiaojin, must pay attention to safety. You don't have to be okay, or else I'll be left on my own. Must hurry back before dark again. Xianli endured her stomach pain and said in a brain. I know. Lin Xiaojin gripped the fire axe tightly and ran out slowly. She had thought about escaping on her own. But where could she escape to? Although she didn't like Xianli from the bottom of her heart. She even felt that the day she lost her body had something to do with Xianli. But now, apart from Xianli, there are just a bunch of roaring zombies. 2 people as companions is better than 1 person fighting alone. Unless she is strong enough to survive alone in the post-apocalyptic world. Wanting to survive alone in the post-apocalyptic world is too difficult. Not only Lin Xiaojin is worried. Xianli is even more afraid. She is afraid that Lin Xiaojin can't come back. She's fed up with hiding in a corner by herself and hearing the hissing of zombies every day. Such mental torture is even more frightening. Lin Xiaojin was carrying an empty school bag, holding a fire axe in her hand, and moved the stool that was blocking the doorway out of the way. Xiaojin, take this knife as well, Xianli said. Lin Xiaojin nodded, pinned that knife to her back waist, and softly said, I'm leaving. Lin Xiaojin took a deep breath and carefully opened the door to her room. There were no zombies seen in the hallway, which made Lin Xiaojin breathe a sigh of relief. She had just walked to the stairs from the first floor to the ground floor when she heard the roar of the zombies on the ground floor. It seemed that when she came in that day, the glass door had shattered and quite a lot of zombies had poured in. There were probably more than 10 zombies. Lin Xiaojin slowly retreated back. She couldn't go from the ground floor, dealing with more than 10 zombies at the same time. She didn't have the ability to do so. But instead, she would be gnawed on and not even have any bone crumbs left. On the second floor there was a lounge, a reading room, a small screening room. Lin Xiaojin looked at the end of the building. It was a glass window that was still half open. Lin Xiaojin walked over with light footsteps, trying not to make a sound. Looking out from the glass window, there were no zombies around. Only 1 or 2 zombies not far away. The distance from the second floor is also a bit high. She is pregnant and can't jump down like this. If she is not pregnant, her previous hands can still pick at the railing to do a tumbling jump. This is a direct pass from this jump. Cannot jump down directly. It is still the same as last time. Looking for air conditioning unit. From the first floor window, outside the air conditioning unit jumped on the outside. In the jump down will not be a problem. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaojin went to the reading room. Each house has installed air conditioning, but the audio-visual room does not have a window. So you can only go to the lounge and the reading room. In the reading room, the windows were open and there was an air conditioning unit. So there was no problem going down from here. But there were 3 zombies wandering around. If there was only 1, Lin Xiaojin could go down and cut 1 down immediately. But there were 3 at the same time. The risk was too great, and she was a bit hesitant. Lin Xiaojin's mind suddenly thought that there was also the bathroom next to the corridor, where the window, although there was no air conditioning unit, but there was a thick pipe. It is the pipe that drains from the top floor from the top down. Lin Xiaojin grabbed the pipeline and was able to slide down. Lin Xiaojin now felt that her brother had taught her this since childhood, and it really came in handy. As a child, Lin Xiaojin actually did not like taekwondo, boxing. She wanted to learn to paint. Learn to design also, as expected to enter the Qingdao University. But can painting fight zombies? No, because Lin Xiaoran has only 1 sister, and no relatives. He was afraid that his sister was bullied, so he often took Lin Xiaojin exercise. Not only learn taekwondo, but also learn boxing, learn shooting archery, and so on. Lin Xiaojin once resisted for a period of time, but are ineffective. No brother is for her good. Lin Xiaojin also woke up. Now Lin Xiaojin thought that his brother was not reborn back, or has some kind of prophecy skills, and knows that the end times are coming. In fact, Lin Xiaoran purely didn't want his sister to be bullied. Now the reason why Lin Xiaoran was very sure that his sister was still alive, and must rush to be city from S city, was because he knew that Lin Xiaojin's hands were not bad. So at least, he could protect himself. That's why Lin Xiaoran begged Shaa Nua to save Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin couldn't possibly slide down with the fire axe. So the fire axe was loaded into the space. Lin Xiaojin looked down from the bathroom window. Fortunately, there was only 1 zombie. Lin Xiaojin calculated her distance. It would only take a few seconds if she slid down fast. And the zombie was about 10 or so steps away from where she slid down. She had to quickly adjust her position and then kill the zombie. Otherwise she would probably be bitten by the zombie. Lin Xiaojin adjusted her breathing and tried not to let the zombie below spot her. So she bared down the pipe and slid down, but with a knife still attached to the back of her waist. She fell down the pipe. There was a snapping sound, and the movement caused the zombies to then move this way. Lin Xiaojin's whole body tensed up and quickly paddled over. But the zombie had already arrived in front of him. Lin Xiaojin could only take out the fire axe from the space. This zombie had already arrived in front of him, and the strength was actually twice as big as the other zombies. Lin Xiaojin held the fire axe against this zombie, but the zombie's strength is too big. Directly pushing Lin Xiaojin bumped into the air conditioning unit with a bang. Lin Xiaojin could not care about the pain coming from his back. The zombie's strength was too big. Roar. The zombie's mouth emitted a disgusting breath that sprayed on Lin Xiaojin's face, making her want to vomit. It couldn't go on like this, or it would cause other zombies to come over. Lin Xiaojin directly hit the zombie's head with her brain. Luckily this zombie was a girl, not as tall as Lin Xiaojin. It hurts, and this zombie's head is hard. Lin Xiaojin couldn't care less. Taking advantage of the zombie's backward gap, he immediately drew out his body. But the zombie was still one step faster. Scratch. Blood slipped out. Bad? Lin Xiaojin looked at her arm being scratched by the zombie's nails. She was going to turn into a zombie? Don't. She didn't want to turn into such a horrible thing. At this moment Lin Xiaojin suddenly exploded her strength. Holding the fire axe in her hand, she exerted her extreme strength to chop the zombie's head off. Lin Xiaojin had wanted to turn over the zombie's head to see if there were any crystal beads. But looking at his own bleeding arm, suddenly hard like ashes, Lin Xiaojin's face was pale, and the roar of the zombies came from not far away. Thinking that he had become one of them. Roar, roar, roar. Lin Xiaojin took the fire axe, thinking that he was about to become a zombie. Should he take the axe and fight with this group of zombies? Lin Xiaojin looked at so many zombies with broken meat hanging from their mouths. She immediately wimped out and turned around and ran. She would rather turn into a zombie in a while, but not to be gnawed to death by zombies. Didn't want to die so miserably, then choose to join them. But now Lin Xiaojin will not turn into a zombie. First run, all the way to the courier room. There are 2 or 3 more zombies at the door, perhaps feeling that they are about to turn into zombies. So Lin Xiaojin desperately chopping zombies. At first 2 axes later an axe Poo 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 poo. Zombie blood splashed Lin Xiaojin's face. Just changed clothes are now also covered with blood. Lin Xiaojin immediately entered the small supermarket. The door lock and axe to cut off. Still the axe is good. Lin Xiaojin immediately closed the door. Back against the door breathing heavily. Taking a break for 2 seconds. Lin Xiaojin immediately sat on the ground. Looking at the blood on his arm had stopped. The red blood turned dirty black. Is he himself turning into a zombie? But time passed by the minute. Lin Xiaojin hard like death leaning against the back of the door, thinking that he was about to turn into a zombie. His eyes red. Brother, sorry. Lin Xiaojin silently said in his heart. But 2 hours passed. Lin Xiaojin still did not turn into a zombie. There was slowly light in the empty eyes. And finally Lin Xiaojin finally reacted. Not right. She had seen which had been bitten by zombies, or even caught, but they all turned into zombies within half an hour. And some even mutated in more than 10 minutes. Lin Xiaojin, although she was caught in the arm, that would not last more than half an hour off. Now more than 2 hours have passed, and she is fine. Could it be because she has stimulated the supernormal ability? Special physique? Lin Xiaojin also want to understand. Immediately rushed into the small supermarket, looked at the glass inside their own. Lin Xiaojin touched his face. Still smooth and tender. Glass mirror of himself. In addition to a little blood stains, nothing has changed. The eyes did not bulge out, and the teeth did not become long. Although she didn't know what the reason was. Lin Xiaojin actually didn't turn into a zombie. She wasn't sure yet, whether it hadn't mutated or hadn't started yet. Perhaps in a couple of hours she would have changed. It was all unknown. At this moment, back to God. Lin Xiaojin on the wound is still painful. Fortunately, before Lin Xiaojin in the infirmary when collected some gauze. Iodine. Lin Xiaojin total tweezers wiped the wound. The wound is also normal red. Lin Xiaojin's heart instantly raised. There is no change. Could it be that that zombie has a small amount of virus? But Lin Xiaojin thought of that zombie's strength was much greater than the next person. It wasn't like an ordinary zombie. Lin Xiaojin, who couldn't figure out how to do it, didn't think about it and cherished the moment. Lin Xiaojin immediately bandaged her wounds. She must bless herself not to be inflamed. She can't take these anti-inflammatory drugs now that she's pregnant. A huge feeling of hunger came out of Lin Xiaojin's head, immediately followed by Lin Xiaojin's stomach. Gurgling sounds. So hungry. So hungry. Lin Xiaojin couldn't care less. Looked at the things in the small supermarket and began to frantically eat. Not long after, the ground was full of rubbish bags of various foods. It was only after eating for a while that she finally felt less hungry. But she wasn't full yet. She actually hadn't eaten enough. Lin Xiaojin looked at the rubbish bags on the ground, all of which she had just destroyed. 5 boxes of Oreo biscuits, 3 boxes of milk, 7 ham sausages, 8 salt-baked chicken eggs, 5 bags of chocolate bread, and 8 bags of snack fries. Lin Xiaojin doubted herself. Could she really eat? And she's still a bit full after eating so much? Is it possible that women in their early stages of pregnancy can eat so much? She wasn't going to become fat. Was she? As much as she wanted to control herself, she was still hungry. Lin Xiaojin then ate 2 more pieces of chocolate. She found that she felt better when she ate chocolate with high energy. She ate a lot of food before she felt better. Being pregnant actually turned you into a super eater? Or in this post-apocalyptic situation? Lin Xiaojin stuffed all the things from the remaining small supermarket into her space, almost piling up the entire small space. After thinking about it, Lin Xiaojin took it out again and put some in her backpack, and took some toilet paper and sanitary napkins and put them in her school bag. Although Lin Xiaojin is not short of money, but this kind of pennies do not spin the feeling of taking things for nothing. There is a kind of pleasure of being cool. Next to it is the express room, on top of which are placed layers of express delivery. Lin Xiaojin looked at the time. Is still early. It is only noon. She is now injured and does not dare to go back directly just like that. Self-isolation for a day. Lin Xiaojin is most worried about the child. I don't know if the child in her stomach can still be wanted. After all, she was bitten. The child might be infected as well. These things think also useless. Now Lin Xiaojin looked at the room full of express. Decided to dismantle to see those useful. Next to a knife is specially used to dismantle the courier. Large packaging boxes have clothes and shoes. Really let Lin Xiaojin found a suitable clothes. Cowboy shorts, white t-shirt, and a pair of DD shoes. But unfortunately, this shoe is half a yard larger. Lin Xiaojin and continued to dismantle things like shoeboxes. Most of them are high heels. Lin Xiaojin also liked to dismantle the courier. This time is to dismantle an addiction. A variety of cosmetics. Skincare products. Cosmetics Lin Xiaojin one did not want. Sunscreen isolation. Lin Xiaojin also loaded some in the space. And find a few suitable clothes. Now Lin Xiaojin's space in addition to the palm-sized puddle. And a finger-sized land. Other places are almost filled. Even if Lin Xiaojin wanted to fetch something, he would have to look at it for half a day. But that couldn't stop Lin Xiaojin's joy of unpacking the courier. Lin Xiaojin threw out the refrigerator in the space. It didn't serve any purpose to put it there now anyway. This freed up a lot of space. Lin Xiaojin foot demolition of 2 small more hours of express delivery. On the back of the express delivery Lin Xiaojin had not been demolished. But a look at the package is very large. Lin Xiaojin is also lazy to demolish. Lin Xiaojin demolition of a ground express box. But also did not feel tired. But unwrapped actually hungry again. One of the parcels is actually a whole box of daily nuts. Lin Xiaojin thought a pregnancy really need to supplement nuts. Cannot be less. This thing can also be put. She is still not sure if her space can keep fresh or not. Because now there are no fruits and vegetables for Lin Xiaojin to have the opportunity to put in the space. Lin Xiaojin opened a few more courier. Looking at there are still quite a lot of courier parcels. It is estimated that she cannot finish today. Next, she opened a few more packages of food, as well as nutritious milk powder. Honey! Lin Xiaojin also received in the space. Lin Xiaojin looked up and looked outside. At this moment, it was already close to evening. The watch showed 6 o'clock. Even though it was summer now, it had to be 8 o'clock before it would be completely dark. Lin Xiaojin in this place full with nearly 8 hours. 8 hours passed. Lin Xiaojin did not feel there uncomfortable, but more spirit. Lin Xiaojin looked at his wounds. There was no symptom of blackening. Just a glance could tell that it was scratched by a zombie. I don't know if it will leave a scar in the future. Perhaps there will be a chance to find some scar removal to be only in the future. Lin Xiaojin and take gauze to the wound bandage. and dismantle out a pair of sunscreen eye sleeve. The arm cover, this is better. Lin Xiaojin backpack. Take the fire axe. See the ground of the zombie head, thought Lin Xiaojin, and an axe to split the zombie head. The first zombie did not. The second zombie head also has a blue crystal bead, like a blue glass marble. Lin Xiaojin immediately put into the space the blue crystal beads into the palm-sized water nest, and become a circle of large. Lin Xiaojin looked at this water nest. This gently blue water. I do not know whether in the end can drink. Will drinking it turn you into a zombie? Or will it have other effects? Lin Xiaojin thought mentally. All the way to the place where she was just scratched by that powerful zombie. Lin Xiaojin directly tried to split the zombie's head with an axe. I don't know if it was Lin Xiaojin's illusion, but she now felt that the fire axe in her hand had become even lighter. Lin Xiaojin seemed to have exerted too much force, and this zombie's head was chopped to pieces all of a sudden. Before this, Lin Xiaojin still needed to use a lot of force to chop him, exploding to her limits in order to chop it to death. But now Lin Xiaojin just used less than half of her strength. There wasn't any crystal beads in the brain matter. Lin Xiaojin was a little disappointed. And at this moment a few more zombies rushed out from the side. Lin Xiaojin had a thought in his mind. Did not run it the first time, but raised the fire axe and chopped up. Plop plop plop. Lin Xiaojin chopped the zombie's head into 2 halves with 1 axe. A total of 3 zombies. Lin Xiaojin chopped 3 in one breath. The breath did not even gasp for a moment. Lin Xiaojin heart rejoiced. Really guesses right. She really is fine. And also because of the disaster has been blessed. Originally thought that after being captured by the zombies, she would definitely turn into a zombie, and her heart would be like ashes. But now, although Lin Xiaojin didn't know what the reason was, she was not only fine after being caught by a zombie, but also accidentally strengthened her own strength. Lin Xiaojin stirred the heads of a few more zombies a few times, and found 2 blue crystal beads. The crystal beads of the water system were actually the most numerous. Lin Xiaojin put the crystal beads into the space, and the palm-sized water nest grew 2 more times, and was now the size of 2 palms. Roar roar roar. Lin Xiaojin looked up, and saw more than 10 zombies not far away, also wobbling and rushing in. Lin Xiaojin did not have the idea of taking on 10 or so zombies alone, and immediately put the fire axe into the space. Then began to climb the pipes, followed the air conditioning unit up to the first floor, and was greeted by the roar of a zombie. Lin Xiaojin did not have time to take out the fire axe from the space. Can only use his fist subconsciously pounded on the zombie's head to return the zombie pounded back several meters. Taking advantage of this gap, Lin Xiaojin immediately climbed up to the window, and took out the fire axe from the space to give the zombie head and body separated by an axe. Lin Xiaojin again tightly and again the zombie head separation, and found a blue crystal bead. All blue. Today this luck. Lin Xiaojin slowly walked in the passageway, looking at another 2 zombies wobbling is from the first floor up the stairs of the first floor. The zombies seemed to feel Lin Xiaojin, roaring and hissing. Lin Xiaojin rushed up to the 3rd floor, looked at the 3rd floor passageway and exhaled. Fortunately, there were no zombies on the 3rd floor yet. But Lin Xiaojin was still very cautious and slowly walked towards the dubbing room. Roar. Suddenly a zombie came out from the lounge. Lin Xiaojin kicked it, because it suddenly rushed out. So Lin Xiaojin kicked this kick with a solid very force. She originally learnt Taekwondo, so the main thing was leg work. Lin Xiaojin watched as the zombie's entire body flew out and fell heavily to the ground. The zombie's chest was also dented by her kick. Her strength had become greater. Lin Xiaojin looked at her arm for a second. Lin Xiaojin went up and chopped the zombie's head off, splattering the brains. Lin Xiaojin didn't feel disgusted. Instead, she was looking forward to it. Addicted. It is true that if you do something for a long time, you will get used to it, and chopping zombies is no exception. Lin Xiaojin turned over half a day. No crystal beads, slightly disappointed. Went to the bathroom and washed her hands, and took out the bread from the space and ate a bag of it. Looking at the zombie corpses behind her, she could actually eat it. Anyway, she just felt hungry. After eating another bag of bread, Lin Xiaojin returned to the dubbing room. Bumper to bumper. Excitedly. It's me, Lin Xiaojin said. Xiaojin. A nervous voice came from inside the door. After all, Lin Xiaojin hadn't returned for so long. The more time passed, she thought of many possibilities. Lin Xiaojin was gnawed by a zombie. Lin Xiaojin turned into a zombie. Lin Xiaojin was saved by her brother and abandoned her. In just a few hours. She was sad, heartbroken, scared and hateful. Xian Li thought of countless possibilities. And Lin Xiaojin finally came back. Lin Xiaojin answered. Xian Li nervously opened the door wide. Lin Xiaojin drilled in. And Xian Li immediately closed the door. You're finally back. Why were you gone for so long? I almost thought you were bitten by a zombie. When Lin Xiaojin heard this, the hand that put down the fire axe shook slightly before returning to normal. No. I got addicted to dismantling couriers in a small supermarket. Lin Xiaojin said with a slight smile. Xian Li thought of Lin Xiaojin in a variety of demolition express. The sanitary napkins you asked for. And toilet paper. Lin Xiaojin said as she took out 2 packets of sanitary napkins and a roll of toilet paper from her backpack. Xian Li went inside while changing the sanitary napkins and then asked, what have they all been unpacked into? Xian Li asked as she went inside. Cosmetics, skincare products, and all kinds of strange things. Lin Xiaojin said breathlessly. Among them, Lin Xiaojin had also unwrapped condoms. The joy of unwrapping blind boxes. Ah, I want to have them too, sighed Xian Li. Next time we can go together. There is still a large part of it that has not been dismantled. Lin Xiaojin said after thinking about it. But then she thought about the fact that almost all of the food in the mini-mart had been emptied by her alone. But this was easy to explain. Just say that other people had been here. And Xian Li wouldn't suspect anything. But Lin Xiaojin also didn't think that after 10 days, no one had actually thought of the small supermarket. When the end of the world began, most people turned into zombies. And the first thing that people who survived did was to go to the 2 big supermarkets in Qing University School. The 2 big supermarkets are together with the 2 big canteens. The first thing you will want to do is to go there. Lin Xiaojin took out a few more instant noodles from her backpack, as well as bread. Xiaojin, are you injured? It wasn't bitten by a zombie, was it? Xian Li saw Lin Xiaojin's bandaged arm for a moment and tensed up. Lin Xiaojin said in a slightly joking tone, if I was bitten by a zombie, I would still be back now. Xian Li saw that Lin Xiaojin did not change a little bit. But instead, this circle went out to see Lin Xiaojin and a lot of spirit. It's also true that being bitten by a zombie turns you into a zombie in a few minutes. Xian Li had once seen quite a few people bitten by a zombie. And they all turned into zombies within minutes. Some people are better bitten to become a zombie. Some people are surrounded by groups of zombies. One person bite is too late to become a zombie was gnawed into the bones of the corpse. That's why some zombie flesh is missing a piece here and there. And some zombies are missing arms and legs. But strangely enough, none of the zombies gnawed on the head. This night time, Lin Xiaojin's sleep especially comfortable. Maybe today to fight a day of zombies more tired. Normally Lin Xiaojin could sleep the whole night, even if the outside was full of zombie roars. But Lin Xiaojin woke up from the darkness of the night. Gurgling. Lin Xiaojin covered her stomach and couldn't help but curse in her mouth. Shit! She was hungry again. Actually being woken up by hunger. This was the first time Lin Xiaojin was woken up by hunger. In the darkness of the night, Lin Xiaojin's 2 eyes gurgled. Without eating she definitely couldn't sleep. Lin Xiaojin looked at Xian Li who was sleeping next to her on the ground. Lin Xiaojin swallowed and gently walked to the outer room. Took out the chocolate from the space. Lin Xiaojin found that the higher the calorie the more things can top hunger. Lin Xiaojin unwrapped the package and immediately stuffed the chocolate into the mouth. The rest of the wrapper Lin Xiaojin put into the space. After eating a piece of chocolate, Lin Xiaojin only absolutely hungry stopped. Immediately after closing her eyes again to sleep for a while. In the middle of the night with a meal ton. This second half of the night to sleep very well. Another day of being woken up by Xian Li. Lin Xiaojin opened her eyes in a daze. And just when she wanted to speak, she was held by Xian Li's mouth. Only to see Xian Li covering Lin Xiaojin with one hand and pointing outside with the other. Roar roar roar. The low roar of a zombie came from outside the door. Lin Xiaojin frowned. Xian Li saw that Lin Xiaojin heard it. So he slowly set away Lin Xiaojin's hand. The two gestured and gestured, not expecting the zombies on the first floor to have wobbled and climbed to the 3rd floor. This would have been hovering outside the door. Xian Li couldn't help but swallow nervously. But there is no better way. Can only hide here first. The backpack is limited. Loaded with things if it is Lin Xiaojin's previous meal is also enough to eat for 3 days. Saving money for a week was also no problem. But now it was impossible. If too hungry, Lin Xiaojin would panic. Moreover, if you are always in a state of hunger, unless you are always hiding here, otherwise you will have the strength to fight against the zombies when you finish eating food and go out again when you are starving. 2 people eat and drink enough. First rest for 2 days. Wait until Xianli pass the first 3 days of the Great Ant. They are leaving. Gulu. Xianli looked at Lin Xiaojin so able to eat. Previously, Lin Xiaojin had not been so able to eat. But maybe it's also the end of the world. There's only so much food in total. So surely they can eat more if they can. Xianli is also than the usual a lot more, which led to originally normal 3 days of the amount. Now eat a day and a half. Drinks Lin Xiaojin a bottle did not drink. Only drink plain water. I want to eat a hot meal. Snail noodles. Hot and sour noodles. Hot pot. Xianli said with a pained face as she chewed on her French fries. In the past, when there was nothing to eat, 2 bags of snacks to relieve the craving. Now it is good that snacks have become the staple food. Eating too dry. And no fruit. Fruit. The supermarket should have fruit. Right? Although the past half a month, there are fruits are also able to put the handle? Xianli said with 2 glowing eyes. But it is. Recently Lin Xiaojin is also junk food. Although it will also secretly eat vitamins to supplement the body. But so eat to the child is also not good. Although the environment is tough. But once pregnant, still want to give the child the best. Perhaps this is also the involuntary expectation of every mother who becomes a mother. On the 3rd day, the roar of the zombies outside seemed to be increasing. I roughly counted. There should be 4.5 zombie roars. Xianli said with a frown. 4.5 of them. Lin Xiaojin felt that she could still handle it. But only Xianli. We can't keep dragging it out. If we keep staying here, there will be more and more zombies outside. Lin Xiaojin said. If they stayed here all the time and didn't choose to open the door, when the food was consumed, they would starve to death. Now while they were full and had the strength to still fight. After the 2 realized, they discussed. Finally determined. A moment Xianli opened the door. Lin Xiaojin take fire axe to deal with zombies. 2 people in the clothes and arms are wrapped too close. After getting ready, Lin Xiaojin stared at the door with the fire axe in her hand. Lin Xiaojin nodded towards Xianli. Xianli slowly opened the lock. First slowly leaked out a gap. Xianli saw to reveal half of the door is not yet zombies. Just breathed a sigh of relief. Roar! A corrupted zombie hand suddenly stretched out. Xianli subconsciously closed the door. The result of too much force door to the zombie's half of the arm to clip. Lin Xiaojin directly raised the axe to leak out half of the zombie arm to cut down. The splattered dirty blood sprayed onto Xianli's body. Roar roar roar. The door is getting more and more shaky. Xianli can't stop the zombies from coming in at all. With a bang, the zombie rushed in, and Xianli was bumped into the back of the door. Bump! Lin Xiaojin held the fire axe in both hands and pushed against the 3 zombies. Flabbergasted. And pushed a few zombies out. Poo poo. Lin Xiaojin actually chopped down 2 zombies with an axe. The zombie behind him rushed over, and was also stabbed in the head by Lin Xiaojin with an axe. Poof poof poof. Instantly the building was full of splattered dirty blood, as well as brain matter flowing all over the place. There was also a zombie that rushed into the house and stalemated with Xianli. Lin Xiaojin did not immediately go back to save Xianli. But the ground a few zombie head are peeled open. There are 2 yellow crystal beads. Lin Xiaojin immediately received a happy space. Before going to help Xianli. Don't blame Lin Xiaojin. She thought the crystal beads were a good thing. People have selfishness. She is now collecting more crystal beads before others find out. If this crystal bead really has a role to play, when the time comes, she will definitely not be the only one. The human heart is greedy. Just like people know that elephants are dangerous, but they will still risk their lives to hunt elephants. At that time, although the zombies are terrible, but also cannot stop the terrible hearts. Lin Xiaojin grew up with her brother. The other elders in the family were the ones who bullied the 2 siblings. How could she not experience it? Especially the eldest uncle's family, which dominated their family's property. Mentioning more is heartbreaking. His brother although spoiled her, but also from a young age to let her see clearly, not to be deluded. Xianli now do not know the role of the crystal beads. If one day know, the 2 will certainly avoid the fight. Although I'm afraid it's a matter of time before they know. It's not a bad thing to collect as much as you can right now. Lin Xiaojin collected the crystal beads, took the fire axe, and quickly hacked towards the zombies dealing with Xian Li. Fortunately, Lin Xiaojin came in time. Seeing the zombie almost biting Xian Li's arm, was Lin Xiaojin an axe chopped off the head. Plop! The zombie's head was chopped away. But the dirty blood sprayed out from the neck splashed Xian Li's face again. Xian Li hurriedly condensed a small ball of water and rinsed her face. Although Lin Xiaojin very much wanted to split this zombie head in, but in the way of Xian Li's presence, she didn't continue. Quickly go. In a moment, the zombies will only gather more and more. Lin Xiaojin frowned and said. Xian Li heard Lin Xiaojin's words, and did not care about wiping her face. Took the knife and followed Lin Xiaojin's back. Roar roar roar. Just down the stairs, Lin Xiaojin saw the zombies on the first floor wobbling up the stairs, which would see Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li biting up again. But fortunately it was daytime, and the zombies moved much slower than at night. Lin Xiaojin pulled Xian Li to hide in the washroom. The washroom at the moment, there is still the corpse of the previous zombie. The disgusting smell has not dissipated. Lin Xiaojin looked out the window. Luckily there were only a few zombie corpses outside. Let's go down from here, Lin Xiaojin said quickly. Xian Li looked at the 3-story height and was a little uncertain for a moment, saying, From here? This is the 3rd floor. Jumping down will break bones if we don't die. Xian Li's psychological very dare not. Jumping down will definitely have to break bones. We jump from the air conditioning unit one by one, Lin Xiaojin explained. Looking at Xian Li is still hesitant not feel like. The 3rd floor of the zombie roar seems to be getting closer and closer. Lin Xiaojin did not want to delay time. Now there is no zombie under the window. In case a moment and attracting zombies over will be trouble. Lin Xiaojin held the fire axe in one hand, climbed out of the window with one hand, and jumped onto the air conditioning unit. Lin Xiaojin looked at himself now that he could hold the fire axe with one hand, and knew that he should have mutated his strength, still relying on that zombie. She wanted to be in a position to let the zombie give her a scratch. But she was just thinking about it. Maybe this time it was because that zombie was special. That's why she didn't have anything to do with it. But instead, she even got stronger. Xian Li looked at Lin Xiaojin actually one hand holding a fire axe. That guy Xian Li but raised his hand to pass. Very heavy. Roar. The zombie's roar is getting closer and closer. People in the edge of the danger will burst out of the body's limit. Xian Li is no exception. Is also holding the knife climbed out of the window. But the hand is nervous. Holding the knife hand is not stable. With a bang, the knife fell to the ground. Don't care so much. Quickly follow me, Lin Xiaojin said. The noise just now might have caused other zombies to come. Roar roar roar. Sure enough, when Lin Xiaojin jumped to the 1st floor, she saw the zombies rushing towards the side. Lin Xiaojin lightly, hands and feet holding the pipe, slid down. The clothes that rubbed Lin Xiaojin were not that dirty. After all, Lin Xiaojin had already slid down once before. Xian Li, hurry up. A moment later the zombies are coming. Lin Xiaojin was now looking down at Xian Li hiding on the air conditioner's outside unit, who seemed to be hesitating. Roar. 2 zombies rushed over. Lin Xiaojin took the fire axe and met them. Roar. Poof. Poof. Lin Xiaojin looked at the not too far away. A large group of zombies were rushing. It was estimated that there had to be more than 10 of them. Lin Xiaojin frowned and urged. If you don't come down, the zombies will come. And I'll leave. Or else surrounded by zombies. Everyone won't survive. Xian Li heard this and looked at the zombies not far away. Her face was pale. If she waited, she was afraid that she would really be surrounded by the zombie horde. Xian Li gritted her teeth and said, I'm coming down. Xian Li didn't jump on the air conditioning unit on the 1st floor, but learned from Lin Xiaojin, holding the pipe with both hands and feet, and slid down in one breath. The first time to slide. And too nervous. Both hands are worn out blood. Because the slide is too fast. And also gave a fall. Luckily, it was the buttocks that fell. Xian Li endured the pain and hurriedly picked up the knife. Go! Lin Xiaojin saw Xian Li down. Immediately ran towards the school building. The playground is feared to be the most zombies. Because at that time, everyone ran to the playground to see the solar eclipse. The mini-mart. Let's go there. Xian Li thought of the fact that Lin Xiaojin had spent a lot of time in there earlier. and had also unpacked a lot of couriers. Lin Xiaojin frowned. She didn't want Li to find out that she had received most of the things from the mini-mart into her space. But they were the closest to the location of the mini-mart. Li ran all the way into the mini-mart. And on the road were all the corpses of the zombies that had been beheaded by Lin Xiaojin before. Without exception, the heads were all split open. The two of them entered into the supermarket. Lin Xiaojin smoothly pushed the nearby shelf over to block the doorway. Suddenly a ball of fire light towards Lin Xiaojin attacked over. Lin Xiaojin's reaction quickly. But the backpack is still stained with a little fire. Li immediately condensed a water ball. And the small flame was instantly extinguished. Yang Zi? Li couldn't help but frown when she saw the man in front of her. At this moment, Lin Xiaojin also turned around and saw Yang Zi and Wang Ping beside him. It was actually these two people. Lin Xiaojin frowned. The fire axe in her grip tightened again. Agu. Lin Xiaojin is actually still alive? Wang Ping taunted. Lin Xiaojin frowned, but didn't say anything. At the moment, she was more worried about the next problem. Sure enough, it was the fear of what would come. Wang Ping. Can you fucking talk? What kind of a thing are you? Li pointed at Wang Ping's nose and cursed. When Wang Ping heard Li's words, her face instantly looked bad. But Li was a rich second generation. And she, Wang Ping, was an ordinary classmate just like Yang Zi. She once envied and was jealous of why Li was a rich second generation. She was an ordinary student, and she was good at both her studies and her character. Li smokes, drinks, and changes boyfriends almost once a month. Who doesn't know? If before the end of the world, she may be afraid of Li. Do not dare to head. But now is the end of the world. Money is outside the body. In this end of the world, money can buy zombies do not gnaw on you. Or money can change out of thin air of bread for you to gnaw? And you are a what? You still think you're a rich second generation? Wang Ping also scolded unwillingly. When Yang Zi saw Lin Xiaojin here again, he thought that Lin Xiaojin had already been gnawed to death by the zombies. But he was actually still alive. Yang Zi looked at Li. A water alien. It seems that he ran into his housemate and saved her. Lin Xiaojin. You are really not dead from a great disaster. If you serve me with Wang Ping, I will still protect you. Yang Zi said without blushing, as if it was a great gift from heaven. Lin Xiaojin didn't say anything, just frowned gently. Li seemed to be hearing some heavenly joke. What kind of stature was Lin Xiaojin? These few days, she was in the eye of the beholder. Experienced it firsthand. Although she had not yet stimulated her powers, she was able to cut the heads of 4 or 5 zombies and still not change her face. She used to just think that Lin Xiaojin had an empty taekwondo frame and still went to morning exercises every morning just to keep her body in shape. Lin Xiaojin frowned, just deeply feeling that Yang Zi was sick. People who have always been mediocre suddenly get an ability and feel like they are awesome. Yang Zi, are you sick? Does Lin Xiaojin need you to protect her? Li coldly mocked. Lin Xiaojin looked at Li and spoke her mental thoughts. Brother Yang is willing to protect you as a framer. You should be content. Not knowing how to behave. Not knowing whose wild seed you are carrying in your stomach. Wang Ping looked at Lin Xiaojin with a mocking face. When Li heard this, her face revealed a great shock, and she looked at Lin Xiaojin with an unbelievable face. Xiaojin. You're pregnant? Li earned big eyes and stared at Lin Xiaojin. You believe this too? Lin Xiaojin raised her eyebrows, looking like she couldn't. Li actually hesitated for that one point. Maybe that accident didn't happen that day? If it hadn't happened, Li would feel a lot less guilty. Li looked at Lin Xiaojin's serious face. If pregnant, then can still cut zombies? Li also looked at Lin Xiaojin's stomach. Flat and silky. Also do not want to look pregnant, ah. Wang Ping, you don't talk nonsense here. Lin Xiaojin is pregnant and can still chop zombies? Believe it or not. Xiaojin chopped your head as a zombie with an axe? Li said with a cold face. Wang Ping was also a water ability. And the water ball she condensed was even smaller than Li's. Li could at least say it was a water ball. Wang Ping, that was a water droplet. You? Brother Yang. Wang Ping couldn't say anything about Li, so she could only glare, as if she wanted to kill with her eyes. However, she thought of something else and said mockingly, just Lin Xiaojin still kills zombies? Before that, She was hiding in the school building every day and didn't come out. If it wasn't for Brother Yang, she would have starved to death. Lin Xiaojin speechless. When she began to follow out, but later found himself pregnant. Really see blood on the nausea cannot. Dizziness plus unbearable solely hid in the school building. Is it? The food that Yang Zi gave is all for the dogs. Lin Xiaojin snorted. You're the dog. You count. Wang Ping finished this sentence and realized that her words were wrong. Yang Zi wasn't a fool and immediately heard it. He violently tugged on Wang Ping's arm and said, Wang Ping, what do you mean by that? Could it be that all the food I gave Lin Xiaojin went into your stomach? If that was the case, no wonder Lin Xiaojin never looked at him for such a long time. No, there isn't. Wang Ping's face turned pale with nervousness at Yang Zi's sudden fire. It's not me. It's all the others. I only took a little bit. Isn't Lin Xiaojin eating diet meals? She doesn't need to fight zombies. So it's nothing to eat 1 or 2 less meals. Wang Ping's voice was getting smaller and smaller. Yang Zi's entire face went black and said, Lin Xiaojin didn't go to fight zombies. So those of you women went out to fight zombies? The other females were also in the school building. Only that they inspired more supernatural abilities than Lin Xiaojin. Putting a small water drop or something like Wang Ping. Brother Yang. Lin Xiaojin. Her betrayal is a fact. Wang Tao studied medicine. Can she not see it? Wang Ping carefully professional topic said. I betrayed him? Hee. I have never promised Yang Zi. And talk about what betrayal. It's really speechless. Lin Xiaojin frowned and said in a deep voice. Yang Zi was hit in the face on the spot. His entire face turning blue. Lin Xiaojin. Whether you are pregnant or not, I'm here to protect you now. Yang Zi said in response. Xian Li and Lin Xiaojin glanced at each other. At this moment both of them seemed to have a very tacit understanding. Looking at Yang Zi with looking at a fool generally. Mental at the same time a sentence. This guy is not a fool, heh. Roar. Perhaps the sound of the quarrel is just a little big. Outside the zombie to come towards the pouncing door. Several zombies at the same time pouncing door. This small supermarket is ordinary wooden door. But cannot top outside the zombies. Lin Xiaojin saw the shelves next to the fire axe in one hand. And pulled the shelves with one hand. Easily holding the door. Xian Li. Yang Zi. Wang Ping all looked dumb. This shelf is taller than a person. 4 layers of iron shelves. Lin Xiaojin pulled one arm over to hold the door. The zombies outside swayed. But the shelves held steady. Lin Xiaojin. You're so strong. Xian Li said incredulously. The fire axe that needed 2 hands to lift up 2 days ago. Now one hand easily lifts up, not to mention. The other hand can also pull the shelves. You've awakened. Wang Ping looked at Lin Xiaojin touching his face like that. Such was only seen on that fat man. Awakened? Sort of. Lin Xiaojin frowned and didn't deny it. Although she knew that she had awakened a long time ago. And perhaps was still the first to awaken. With spatial powers. But this surge in her strength right now had something to do with being caught by a zombie. However, let them misunderstand it. For which other unimportant people. Explaining is a waste of words. It should be. Strength faculty. Lin Xiaojin said indifferently. This could give Wang Ping an explosion of anger. How could she not think that Lin Xiaojin actually had an alien ability? Or a strength enhancement? You still hid in the school building every day before you had psychic abilities. Wang Ping was furious and added. Xian Li. Hurry up and find something useful. Lin Xiaojin said. She was now too lazy to talk more to someone with a brain problem like Wang Ping. Good. Xian Li looked at Wang Ping and sneered. Humph. Xian Li couldn't help but hum as she crossed Wang Ping. Yang Zi saw Lin Xiaojin's behavior just now. It seemed that what he did was just listening to Wang Tao's side of the story. Xiaojin. Yang Zi this time seemed to treat Lin Xiaojin as a goddess again. Heh. Lin Xiaojin sneered towards her and walked away without looking back. Wang Ping immediately came up to hold Yang Zi's arm and said, Brother Yang. She doesn't know what's good for her. What are you doing with her? Yang Zi looked at Wang Ping fawning at him. And mentally also back to the past. Before he also did not have a girlfriend. Not to mention there will be a female initiative to accost her. Since the end of the world came. He got to attack the powerful fire alien ability. And the ones that used to look down on him all took the initiative to show affection to him. This will get over other women. Seems to hold him up better. The heart of the coolness. are a little bit of being held up higher and higher. Previously, Lin Xiaojin is high above. She is unattainable. She refused him. He will only feel that it is his own problem. But now, he does not feel that it is his own problem. Heard Wang Ping's words. And now even more so. He feels that it is Lin Xiaojin who does not know what to do. Now do not know how many women to follow him. The Wang Ping beside him was also good looking. And thinking like this, he didn't seem to have any desire to feel guilty towards Lin Xiaojin. Let's go. Let's hurry and find supplies. Yang Zi said. The food in the small supermarket is all gone. The food is all gone. This. Xian Li looked at the scene in front of her stunned. Yeah. There was a lot of food left in the mini-mart when I came here earlier. But unfortunately, the backpack can only hold so much. Lin Xiaojin frowned and pretended to say with pity. The food in the small supermarket, others didn't know where it had gone. Lin Xiaojin could not know. It was all in his space. It looks like someone came again and emptied the small supermarket. Xian Li sighed. Xian Li thought of the mini expresses Lin Xiaojin had unpacked earlier. Aren't there still a lot of expresses that haven't been unpacked? Let's go unpack it. Maybe there's food inside. What snacks did the university buy the most? Lin Xiaojin responded. Behind her, Wang Ping and Yang Zi exchanged glances, and also walked over towards the express room next to the fast. Inside there were still parcels that Lin Xiaojin had half opened. They were all skincare products. Clothes and whatnot. Open the express, Xian Li said, looking a little excited. Wang Ping was also very excited. Although a few people had just been at swords drawn. But they hadn't reached the point of a dry fight yet. They all started to rush to open the courier first. Finding some fun in a disaster was also happiness. For people began to tacit understanding of the demolition of express delivery. Who are not talking. Are scrambling to demolition of express delivery. In no time the cardboard boxes. Piles and piles of them were very high. Katia's bracelet, Wang Ping said happily as she unwrapped an express. Then immediately brought the bracelet to her wrist. The bracelet wasn't cheap. It was at least a year's worth of her living expenses. But the other students had bought one at random. But she could now get it without spending a cent. Wang Ping was mentally happy. Xian Li looked on from the side and snorted, saying, Heh. You used to be poor, but you couldn't afford to bring it. Right? Xian Li. You? Wang Ping heard Xian Li's mocking words. Her face flushed red. And she went up to fight with Xian Li. Although her supernormal ability was not as good as Xian Li. But she grew up doing farm work. Physical strength. Endurance are too much better than other people. Than Xian Li, this kind of rich second generation. Not to mention. Really at the fight. Wang Ping absolutely crushed. This is also why Wang Ping was able to survive until now. Wang Ping. The zombies are still roaring outside. Finding supplies is a big deal. Yang Zi frowned. Pulling Wang Ping dissatisfied. Did this bastard have no brain? Roar, roar, roar. At this time the zombies outside also roared a few times. Xian Li did not continue to dislike Wang Ping but continued to take the knife and dismantle the courier. If the eyes have attack power, then I'm afraid that Xian Li has been sifted by Wang Ping's barrel. Wang Ping looked at Xian Li fiercely and cursed a few times before she started to open the courier again. Not long after, Wang Ping put on earrings, a golden necklace, and a ring. Yang Zi also inevitably looked for a branded outfit. At clothes he usually couldn't afford. Now also changed a body. And sports brand shoes. Wang Ping found another pair of branded shoes. She has always liked. Originally saved up several months of money to buy this pair of shoes. This pair of shoes is popular panda shoes. But she looked and could not afford to buy. Wang Ping put on her feet and tried them on. And found that they were a bit on the large side. But she still didn't take them off. Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li also took out a lot of famous brands. But Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li did not seem to care. Lin Xiaojin originally on the brand is not cold. Things she likes. Comfortable can be. Expensive she can wear. Cheap and comfortable she can also wear. Maybe her underwear on 1,000 meters. Shoes less than 100 meters are common things. Xian Li is a rich second generation. Buy things, do not ask for anything else. Is to be expensive. But now expensive things are of no use all. She stayed alone in the over-school building. Starving for 2 days and 2 nights. That taste was simply unbearable. If it wasn't for her fate, she was afraid that she would have really died. Xian Li and Lin Xiaojin looked for food. And the food that they were able to buy online were all more durable and long-lasting. Canned fruit. It's a good thing it's just too heavy. Xionli sighed. But we can destroy it now, Xionli said, looking at the 6 bottles of canned fruit inside. She and Lin Xiaojin had 3 cans each. Lin Xiaojin licked her lips. She did feel hungry again now. She now felt that only sweets could make her more comfortable. Or even stronger. Not long after Lin Xiaojin dried 3 cans of canned fruit in a row. Eating 1 can was almost full. Xionli unbelievably looked at Lin Xiaojin. You eat so fast? And it feels like you haven't eaten enough. Xionli looked at Lin Xiaojin with an unfinished look. Xionli looked at her remaining 2 bottles of canned food. A bottle of canned food is also 500 grams all. She herself had eaten half a can and was actually full. But Lin Xiaojin had eaten 3 cans in one sitting. These 2 cans are for you. Xionli handed the 2 cans in front of her to Lin Xiaojin. Anyway, it was better to give it to Lin Xiaojin than to cheapen it for other people. Actually, this awakened power of mine. I don't know why I'm just hungry. Lin Xiaojin still wanted to find 2 sentences for himself to make up. Understand. Xionli smiled slightly awkwardly. After all, they had been in a dormitory before. And they were in the clear about Lin Xiaojin's food intake. Lin Xiaojin was still very hesitant mentally. In fact, she was also worried about herself. She had also seen a power faculty alien. It was a big fat person. She wouldn't become that fat too. Right? Said Lin Xiaojin, eating the canned food in her hand, not too fragrant. But the damn hunger still comes from her stomach. So hungry. This kind of hunger. Lin Xiaojin temporarily have no way to control. The more hungry, the more you want to eat. The more control, the more you want to eat. Anyway, it's the end of the world. You can't treat yourself poorly. Even if you become a big fat man. It doesn't matter? No. Even if you die. You can't raise your own meat and then give it to the zombies for nothing. 2 kinds of thoughts in Lin Xiaojin's head. Violent fight. Finally still cannot overcome the hunger. Eat. Whatever. Belly, you win. Thanks. Lin Xiaojin said towards Xionli. Then she opened the 2 cans of food easily and gurgled. Not a moment, 2 cans of food into the stomach. Which will hunger disappeared without a trace. Really comfortable. Suddenly feel have endless strength. Xionli up hand touched Lin Xiaojin's stomach. Actually still very flat. Your stomach is too loaded. Xionli exclaimed. Lin Xiaojin was slightly embarrassed. Once upon a time, she was full after eating a little. For people grabbed to open the courier. This speed is very fast. Not long after, the small room piled up a pile of paper boxes. Black plastic bags. Lin Xiaojin and Xionli, 2 people's backpacks are also loaded. Most of which are food. And underwear. Lin Xiaojin and Xionli's underwear have been worn for half a month. This will find 2 new sets. But he too will not choose to change here. After all, there is still a disgusting Yangtze. Let's go. It will be dark soon in a while. We have to find a safe place. Xionli said in a deep voice. In fact, they still wanted to be the dubbing room. Only that small room. Lin Xiaojin and Xionli had built it for a few days. And they just couldn't live in it anymore. I want to go to the security room. Lin Xiaojin suddenly said. Security room? Xionli frowned. The security room was at the north gate of the campus. If they rode a shared bike, it would take 15 minutes. They would walk there for half an hour. But they would definitely encounter a lot of zombies along the way. Lin Xiaojin could see Xionli's concern. She said. Let's go over there slowly. First go to the lab over there. There is surveillance in the security room. There is also an external alarm number. Even if the power goes out now, the security room has emergency batteries for emergency shelter. It's enough to last up to 2 months. We can't stay in the school all the time. If we want to survive, we have to go out and find the big team. There's strength in numbers, Lin Xiaojin said. Xionli nodded. Indeed, if they kept hiding in the school. But this survival seemed hopeless. One glance could see the head. Though Lin Xiaojin's brother was heading here, along with his friends. But one can't deposit all their hopes of survival on others. Only oneself is the most reliable. Xionli nodded, completely agreeing with Lin Xiaojin's idea. If you want to survive, you can't stay put, and cannot play the game, can be resurrected in place. Their life is only once, is to fight for their lives to go out, as well as in place here slowly waiting for death. Every choice requires courage. Lin Xiaojin chose to go out and break through. Comparing to her current pregnancy, she must go out. Find a large group. Find a safe place to give birth. The two of them put on their backpacks and prepared to open the door and go out. What are you doing? If you push the door open now, the zombies outside will rush out, Wang Ping said nervously. Of course we're going to push the door open if we want to leave. Xian Li snorted coldly. You can't leave. You can't open it now. It's going to be dark soon. If you guys go out now, and the zombies come in, we won't be able to stay here, Wang Ping said with her hand stopping in front of Lin Xiaojin. The two of them still wanted to stay in this small supermarket. They demolished a lot of food. They were still able to survive for a few days. If they left now, the zombies outside rushed in, and they couldn't bring them much food. Lin Xiaojin frowned. If you guys stay, just stay. We're leaving. We can't stand to stay with you guys for even one more second, Xian Li said with a cold snort. No one can leave. I'm the one who decides if we can leave or not, Yang Zi said with a cold face. In his hand, he also condensed out a fireball that was twice as big as Xian Li's water ball. You? Xian Li's face turned blue. If he was hit by Yang Zi's fireball, that pain, needless to say, the skin scorched black. At this moment the roar of the zombies outside is getting more and more. The sun is going down little by little. The whole house is slowly turning pitch black. Only the fireball that Yang Zi condensed illuminates the whole house. Lin Xiaojin looked at the moment the sky is already dark. She stopped Xian Li and said, It's dark. Lin Xiaojin pulled Xian Li to find a place that was still clean and sat down, closing her eyes and resting her mind. Rest as much as you can now. Wang Ping immediately praised Yang Zi when she saw Lin Xiaojin wimp out. Brother Yang, you are awesome. Wang Ping laughed. Yang Zi pulled Wang Ping's hand and also found a clean place. The place was not big. The small supermarket's place was about the same size as a kiosk. And the courier room space on the other side was originally still considered spacious. But after demolishing the cartons and rubbish on the ground, there was no place to put their feet. So all four people could only hide outside the small supermarket. Roar, roar, roar. The roar of the zombies in the night is getting clearer and clearer. It seems to be the middle of the month. The moonlight shines in through the window. Can vaguely see the silhouettes of people inside the small supermarket. Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li both closed their eyes. But so little space. There came from the thin and broken sound, unpleasant to the eye. Xian Li covered his ears. Mental curses. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, her consciousness was immersed in her own space. The puddle side of the puddle is a little bigger, and it seems to be deeper. Lin Xiaojin reaches in. It has reached the neck of her hand. The greenish-blue water was very clear, next to the yellow particles, like mud. Lin Xiaojin touched and found that although only a few centimeters, but the depth was very deep. This before Lin Xiaojin, but did not find. Can't stand it. Can't stand it. Xian Li finally couldn't stand it anymore. Xian Li let go of his ears and said, It's really a real-life live hot film. Right? Lin Xiaojin, we have to see it together? Free. The humming and giggling next to him was smaller. Lin Xiaojin had actually heard a lot of these things. At that time, a group of people in the classroom. There is no entertainment. Mobile phone, no electricity. No network. A bunch of men and women get together. What can happen? But at that time Lin Xiaojin had a serious early pregnancy reaction and was dizzy all day long. It doesn't matter if you've heard these things too much. Xian Li, are you lonely? That's right. There were quite a few men around you before. Unfortunately, there's not a single man around now, Wang Ping said with a cold tide. Hee. My boyfriend's body, looks, and background can't be missing. Even if it's the end of the world now, I won't be starving. Agu. Then find a zombie boyfriend. Well, the whole body will gnaw your flesh all over. Wang Ping seemed to have caught Xian Li's pain point, thinking that Xian Li was envious and jealous of herself. Thinking of this, Wang Ping couldn't help but say, Unfortunately, Brother Yang can't see you. You? Xian Li's face reddened with anger. What kind of thing is Yang Zi? Before the end of the world, he wouldn't even take a look at it, thinking that he's now putting a fireball in the bull's eye and not okay. Xian Li angry mouth said. Lin Xiaojin frowned. Now is the night. So loud noise. Roar, roar, roar. Night zombie hearing. Strength. Speed will be strengthened. Lin Xiaojin gripped the fire axe next to him. And now at night Lin Xiaojin sleeps with her arms around the weapon, so that she can feel safe. Bumper to bumper. Yang. Brother Yang. Wang Ping had just been on her toes. But she saw that the door was shaking very badly. Yang Zi's face also turned unsightly. Picking up the wooden stick next to him with one hand and starting to condense the fireball with the other. Although Yang Zi now hated to step on Xianli. But what was more serious now was the zombies. Zombies. Zombies are going to rush in. Xianli watched as the door more and more started to shake. The things on the shelves were scattered all over the place. And soon they were going to be pushed out. What are you still staring at? Block the door. If the zombies rush in, we're all doomed. Lin Xiaojin immediately rushed over and blocked the door. Luckily, Lin Xiaojin's strength was strong, and the door immediately shook without moving when she pushed against it. However, the window next to it was still emitting the sound of zip. 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 Window. Window! Wang Ping shouted. Stupid. Find something to block it now. Lin Xiaojin scolded. Wang Ping didn't care that Lin Xiaojin was scolding her. She also reacted immediately. Yang Zi, Xianli, and Wang Ping moved tables and shelves to block the windows. However, the louder the commotion, the more zombies there were outside. Seeing this situation, it is impossible to block it. Lin Xiaojin looked up and saw that there was still a skylight in this place. Lin Xiaojin immediately dragged the table, stepped on it, and broke the glass of the skylight with an axe, shattering the glass slag all over the place. The glass slag scratched the back of Lin Xiaojin's hand and didn't feel any pain. Lin Xiaojin's body made a strong leap to grab the border of the skylight. Z, hand grasping the border as glass slag. So painful. Lin Xiaojin endured the pain and climbed up. Xianli. Quick! Lin Xiaojin said. Xianli reacted and immediately followed, but was pushed away by Yang Zi. Yang Zi stepped on the table, jumped a few times but did not jump up. After a hard time one hand touched the edge. Yang Zi again could not make the effort to climb up. Roar roar roar. The roar of the zombies outside is getting closer and closer. Yang Zi only felt his arms hurting, thinking that he was actually inferior to a woman. His face became even more ugly. Pull me up first, or you won't be able to pull Xianli either. Yang Zi gritted his teeth and threatened. You? Lin Xiaojin frowned. Ho ho ho. The sound of the window shaking grew louder and louder. Time waits for no one. One more second wasted, and the zombies would rush in. Good. Lin Xiaojin responded. Saying this, he directly dragged Yang Zi up. How Yang Zi's weight was 130.140 kilograms, but was easily grabbed by Lin Xiaojin. Xianli fast, Lin Xiaojin said. Xianli hurriedly climbed onto the table. Wang Ping also climbed up at this moment. The two of them scrambling to be the first. Brother Yang, pull me, Wang Ping said nervously. Clang. Clang. The window was completely opened, and one by one the zombies climbed in through the window. Yang Zi's face changed when he saw the scene. The zombies were pouring in, and staying would only wait for death. The speed of the zombies at night was much faster than during the day. Yang Zi's hand is still injured. At this moment, he ran away without looking back. Wang Ping, who was standing below, was dumbfounded. Xiaojin. Xiaojin. Xianli watched the zombies rush in and shouted in a hurry. Lin Xiaojin used a fire axe to support one hand, bent down, pulled Xianli, and gently tugged on mine. You guys have to take me with you, or you won't be able to leave either. Wang Ping shouted viciously, hands wrapped around Xianli's thighs. Roar. The zombie's speed was very fast. Immediately rushed to the table. Lin Xiaojin could not care so much. The two of them yanked up together. Before they had time to rest, the zombies on the ground surged up again, and one after another, they stomped upwards with all their might. It's like stepping on a human ladder. One after another, Lin Xiaojin took the fire axe and pinned it to the skylight. But there were still zombie heads popping up and biting on the fire axe. The first time I saw a zombie, it was a very good zombie. This can give Wang Ping, Xianli two people startled. Lin Xiaojin looked around. It seemed that he could only jump over from this side. Ho ho ho. Lin Xiaojin saw a piece of fire splashing not far away. It was Yang Zi. He also thought of jumping from this side to the opposite side of the first floor, but did not jump up. Instead, he fell and broke his leg, and many zombies were attracted to him. Roar. Ah! Then, there was a scream. Lin Xiaojin They watched Yang Ziyi turn into a zombie in no time after being bitten by a few bites. The zombie transformation was so fast. She thought that the altar could resist for a little while longer. Brother Yang. Wang Ping covered her mouth and couldn't help but say that Brother Yang was dead, thinking that he would actually leave himself behind just now. She mentally hated to see him die. But when he really died, he was a bit sad again. All sorts of complicated emotions for a while. Lin Xiaojin didn't care what Wang Ping really thought. The main thing now was to go and escape. Go! Lin Xiaojin pulled Xian Li and said. How to go? Xian Li looked at the house below the zombies, each with a fishy mouth, protruding eyeballs, dry and thin long rank nails, clawing at the wall, making unpleasant and ear-splitting zip-zip-zip sounds. Let's walk through here. Lin Xiaojin pointed to the pipes next to him, which happened to be connected to the opposite side of the building. This was better than jumping straight down. This pipe is so thin. Can we walk through it? Even if we can walk through it, can it hold up our weight? Wang Ping looked at the pipe and said nervously. Lin Xiaojin ignored Wang Ping and said to Xian Li, give me the backpack. What else could she hesitate at this point? There were zombies on all sides. She was a bit disoriented right now, and she listened to whatever Lin Xiaojin said. Xian Li handed the backpack to Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin took the two backpacks and threw them towards the opposite side. The two sounds of touching. These two sounds seemed to attract the attention of the zombies, and ran over. Lin Xiaojin was just about to be the first to go up, when Xian Li pulled back. I'll go first. It would be a lie for Xian Li to say she wasn't nervous and scared. But she had learnt ballet from primary school. Walking this was a piece of cake for her. She had walked the tightrope before. Are you sure? Lin Xiaojin asked with a frown. Well? Xian Li nodded seriously. And Lin Xiaojin nodded when she saw Xian Li's determined attitude. Xian Li raised a deep breath, then took off her shoes and slowly walked over. Although the underground was filled with the roars of zombies, Xian Li still kept her eyes ahead and walked over in no time. Arriving at their destination, Xian Li and Lin Xiaojin finally both let out a sigh of relief. The first walk was something that required a lot of courage. Who knew if the pipe could hold up the mass of a person? If it breaks in the middle and falls down, then one becomes one of the zombies. Lin Xiaojin threw Xian Li's shoes over, then turned back to Wang Ping and said coldly, Are you coming? No. No. It will fall. Wang Ping was still very nervous. Lin Xiaojin also took off her shoes, threw them to Xian Li, and stepped on them herself. Lin Xiaojin learned Taekwondo, and her sense of balance was quite good. But this will be the zombie roar is getting more and more intense. Lin Xiaojin did not dare to look down. Touch. Lin Xiaojin's fire axe blocking the skylight was broken through by the walkers. Walkers? Wang Ping shouted in horror. And there was no weapon in her hand to take advantage of it. What water-based psychic ability had long forgotten to coalesce? Jumping down was also death. Not jumping was also death. Wang Ping panicked, looking at Lin Xiaojin, who was about to walk over immediately. She also immediately climbed up the pipe. But how could such a thin tube possibly bear the weight of two people? Crunch. The tube let out a crunching sound. Ah! Wang Ping screamed miserably and slid halfway down the pipe. The zombies on the ground roared up, still tearing at Wang Ping's legs. Ah! Help! Help! Another scream occurred from Wang Ping. Pipeline was dragged down by Wang Ping. Lin Xiaojin saw that it was just 2 steps away from going up. So crooked. Lin Xiaojin's entire body looked like it was about to fall. Xiaojin. Xian Li reached out and grabbed Lin Xiaojin's arm. Ah! Xian Li was almost dragged down by Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin quickly reacted and grabbed the wall with her other hand. And with a strong effort from her waist, she jumped up in one go. Hurry! Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li both couldn't care less about putting on their shoes. Lin Xiaojin put on her backpack. Xian Li panicked and didn't even put on her backpack. Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li both tacitly agreed not to look back at Wang Ping, who was already almost zombified. Lin Xiaojin pulled Xian Li running fast. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies at the back were persistent. The door is locked. At the top of the building, the iron door was locked. Lin Xiaojin picked up the fire extinguisher next to him and directly whacked open the door. Enter. Enter. Lin Xiaojin pushed Xian Li inside, then threw the fire extinguisher viciously at the zombies behind him. After the two entered the rooftop, they hurriedly closed the door. Bang bang. The zombies were pounding on the door. The two pressed the door. No one dared to relax, so they pressed it from night to day, fully behind the door top 3 hours. The early morning sunshine shines in. The two people can relax a little. A burst of exhaustion hit them. Grumble. Lin Xiaojin's stomach came out gurgling. It must have consumed too much. Not only Lin Xiaojin was hungry. Xian Li felt hungry. Lin Xiaojin's backpack was still there. Pulled out from it. Biscuits. Bread. And all kinds of chocolates. Candies. Eat. Lin Xiaojin said to Xian Li. Just now Xian Li saved her life. Lin Xiaojin said. Just now, thank you. Xian Li looked at Lin Xiaojin's sincere attitude and deliberately said. It's really not easy to see you say thank you to me. But it cancels each other out. And you pulled me too. Didn't you? At the skylight. Lin Xiaojin didn't escape on her own, but shouted at her. She felt for the first time the feeling of not being abandoned. Said two people each other's wretched appearance looked at each other and smiled. Their relationship and the previous misunderstanding seems to be lifted here. Your hand is injured. Xian Li saw Lin Xiaojin's hand broke the skin. Xian Li did not say her hand. She has not felt the pain. Maybe all the way mentally tense. At the moment really feel a little pain. There's gauze. Iodine in the backpack. Lin Xiaojin said and pulled it out of the backpack. Actually taking it out from the space. I'll rub it for you. Xian Li said and volunteered. Rubbing the wound with iodine for Lin Xiaojin and wrapping it with gauze for Lin Xiaojin. After Xian Li bandaged Lin Xiaojin up, the two of them started eating. Sure enough, chocolates, candies were more resistant to hunger for Lin Xiaojin. It seemed like the more calories, the more resistant to hunger for her. Oops. Xian Li suddenly thought and stood up with a panicked face. Lin Xiaojin had just eaten and drank her fill, leaning against the door and wanting to squint for a while, when she was woken up by this surprised cry from Xian Li. Lin Xiaojin looked at Xian Li with a bewildered face. My backpack. The backpack didn't come to pick it up in a hurry. There's a mobile phone inside. A satellite mobile phone. Xian Li said with a frown of remorse. At that time, she panicked when she saw the zombies coming. She didn't bother to wear her shoes, and she was too nervous to pick up her backpack. In fact, there was a chance to pick it up at that time. So Lin Xiaojin picked up the backpack without panicking. Lin Xiaojin heard that the mobile phone was in the backpack, and at the moment followed the importance. Go pick it up. Lin Xiaojin spat out 2 words after a moment of silence. Xian Li drooped her face, like a child who did wrong. Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but laugh. You used to be high and mighty, but you never had this expression. You weren't? Xian Li said. Both of them were the kind that looked at each other in school. Actually, Fong Tingting she didn't die. She left with the others. Xian Li suddenly said. Didn't die? Lin Xiaojin was very happy to hear this. It was actually her Xian Li who was abandoned. But she would never say that. It's good that she didn't die. Your relationship with Fong Tingting is really good. But her relationship with Meng Meng is also very good. Right? Xian Li said. Thinking of Meng Meng the green tea. Lin Xiaojin was helpless. Fong Tingting was simple-minded. The family is not bad. Meng Meng that one was pure green tea. Lin Xiaojin couldn't look at her. Xian Li was likewise. Lu Meng Meng. Her name is Meng Meng. Does she really think she's cute? Lin Xiaojin thought of Lu Meng Meng left a face of disgust. In fact, that day, Xian Li still wanted to say something. Looked at Lin Xiaojin's face. Now or do not say it. Otherwise the relationship that just eased. I'm afraid that it will have to drop to the freezing point again. Besides, she is also suspicious. For the sake of the mobile phone in the backpack. Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li still decided to go fetch the backpack. The sun reaches midday, and Lin Xiaojin discovers, after a few days of observation, that it is only at midday that the zombies' speed and reactions are the slowest. This moment was also the time when they needed to set out to find the backpack. We'll pick up our backpacks, and then we'll go to this school building in front of us. This building is our drawing room. Lin Xiaojin pointed to the building in front and said, I'll listen to you. Xian Li said with a nod. Lin Xiaojin walked towards the railing, and with both hands, she made a hard effort to break the 2 railings. Xian Li. Why is there a feeling of a violent imperial sister? This contrast, looking at a delicate face, an imperial sister's face, and a violent body, perfectly combined together. Xian Li subconsciously swallowed her mouth. No. She is a proper woman with normal sexual orientation. But women love beautiful things. Lin Xiaojin handed Xian Li an iron bar and said, "Use this first." There weren't any handy weapons nowadays. In fact, Lin Xiaojin was still quite handy with a fire axe, chopping up zombies one axe at a time. Lin Xiaojin held the iron rod in her hand. It was still too light. "I'm opening the door," Xian Li said. The two nodded. Xian Li opened the door. Outside there were a few zombies that had become slow-moving. Hearing the door open, they started hissing and coming towards Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin rushed out with a stick, without a big half to cut the head of the zombie, but only with a stick to barrel the zombie. "Stab the zombie's head," Lin Xiaojin said. Xian Li took the iron stick barrel into the zombie's mouth, and was also bitten by the zombie's teeth. Plop plop plop. Xian Li closed his eyes and stabbed it in with a clench of his teeth. Plop plop plop. Gave the zombie stabbed right through. The zombie's body hardness today is not very hard. Roar. The zombie poofed a few times and then stopped moving. This side Lin Xiaojin finished off the other 3 zombies. Xian Li looked at the zombies he stabbed to death. With the first time, it didn't seem so hard. Lin Xiaojin used the iron rod to stir a few times in the zombie's head, and the 3 zombies found a total of 2 yellow crystal beads. Lin Xiaojin found that the ones she found were either blue or yellow. "What is this?" Xian Li said when she saw Lin Xiaojin holding a bead that was the same as a glass ball. This time Lin Xiaojin didn't plan on hiding it. She said, "I found that almost every zombie has this in their head. Although I don't know what it is. It's more or less useful. Could it be a crystal core? Some kind of energy source. It's written like this in novels," said Xian Li. Lin Xiaojin rarely read novels, and didn't understand Xian Li's brainchild. But Xian Li saying energy made Lin Xiaojin a bit touched. Anyway, these crystal beads could make her space change, so it was still good to keep them. Lin Xiaojin stirred a few times in the head of the zombie that Xian Li killed and found a blue crystal bead. "This zombie you killed. Here." Lin Xiaojin picked it up. It still had the zombie's brain fluid on it. Xian Li looked at the slime hanging from the crystal bead, more or less feeling a little nauseous. But intuitively this thing seems to be useful to her. Roar. Not far away from the hissing sound of the zombies, Xian Li knows that this is not the time to be polite, so took the crystal beads with brain fluid and put it into the pocket, waiting for free time to be used to study research. May really be what energy. Noon zombie speed is slow, equivalent to the pace of the elderly. But wait until nightfall is the speed of children. At night, the running speed is equivalent to the adult. This sudden arrival of zombies can't be dissociated from that huge long eclipse. Roar. The zombies at noon are just enough for them to practice. "Have you noticed that the speed of the zombies at noon today has become even slower?" Lin Xiaojin said, as he poked the zombie's head. "Today's zombie is like an old lady's speed. Is the zombie fast not okay?" Xian Li also detected the abnormal excitement and said, "Zombies will consciously die out? From that solar eclipse to now has been a full 25 days. The zombies do not eat or drink every day to live abnormally excited. During the day it is becoming slower. But yesterday night the zombies accelerated even more," Lin Xiaojin said. "Polarization. This is not a good phenomenon." Xian Li stabbed another zombie, and the zombie's brain matter nourished and pulled Xian Li's face. After the first time, Xian Li didn't feel bad anymore. Instead, she followed Lin Xiaojin and began to collect the crystal beads in the zombie's head. One by one, they were bright and shiny, like glass marbles. "The speed of the zombies has recovered," Lin Xiaojin said. 12 o'clock noon has passed. It's now around 2 o'clock. The backpack is outside there. Xian Li saw his backpack. Immediately ran over. The backpack is intact. Just stained blood on it. As long as the mobile phone is still there. Xian Li backpack. At this moment not far away rushed out a zombie. This zombie's speed is obviously faster than other zombies. "Be careful," Lin Xiaojin shouted. The iron bar in his hand was flung over with a strong effort, directly nailing that zombie to the wall. Roar. Xian Li all looked dumbfounded. Lin Xiaojin's strength was also too big. "Who?" Lin Xiaojin looked at the silly that Xian Li. And behind the great number of zombies, Lin Xiaojin shouted, "Still not run?" Xian Li only then reacted. Grabbed the backpack to follow Lin Xiaojin. The two scurried all the way up to the 3rd floor, a corner, and encountered a few wailing zombies. Lin Xiaojin had no weapon, raised his leg and kicked the zombie's chest. The zombie was bounced off. The chest sunken in, but still cannot stop. The zombie climbed up. Shaa Jin give. Xian Li handed his iron rod to Lin Xiaojin. Plop. Plop. 2 or 3 zombies were instantly taken care of. Roar. Lin Xiaojin frowned and hurriedly pulled Xian Li onto the rooftop. The crystal beads. The crystal beads haven't been dug up yet. Xian Li said sadly. Dig what dig? Can't you see a bunch of zombies behind you? Lin Xiaojin was a bit speechless. Wait until they came out again. When there were fewer zombies, it wasn't too late to dig. The two went back to the rooftop. Lin Xiaojin put the iron bar on the door. This went out for 2 hours, and his body was covered in fishy liquid. I'll put some water for you to wipe your face, Xian Li said, and condensed a water ball in his hand. The water ball directly smashed on Lin Xiaojin's face. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly washed her face and her hands. How about this water ball of mine? Xian Li said. The smashing hurts a bit, Lin Xiaojin said jokingly. Although my current water ball is not much of a threat to zombies, it's still okay to wash my face. Moving the tap. The two of them took a break and ate some more food. Xian Li rescue took out the crystal beads. Left to look and look. Really let Xian Li see something. Shaa Jin. You see? Xian Li put the crystal beads in the sunlight. There is a flow of energy inside? Lin Xiaojin took the crystal bead in her hand and looked through the sunlight. And she could really see. Lin Xiaojin was putting the crystal bead directly into the space. The space should have absorbed it on its own. But how should this be absorbed when it's placed outside? Or is it blue? I'll crush it and try. Xian Li took over the crystal bead, pinched it hard, and found that this thing was like a glass ball. She couldn't crush it. Why don't you try? Xian Li looked to Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin's strength is big. Lin Xiaojin took over the blue crystal bead and pinched it hard. A blue energy floated in the air. This energy. Before Xian Li could finish her sentence, the blue energy drilled along Xian Li's hand. This energy was very appealing to her. It was the same kind of energy as her water-based psychic ability. I got energy. It feels like it's growing, Xian Li said with a slightly nervous excitement. Xian Li condensed the water sphere here again, and although it was still the same size as just now, the water sphere was obviously much more solid. Truly, novels aren't necessarily a lie. This can really grow energy, Xian Li said happily. Saying that, she then let Lin Xiaojin pinch the remaining 2 crystal beads. 1 blue and 1 yellow. The blue crystal bead, Xian Li absorbed. But the energy in the yellow crystal bead, Xian Li could not absorb. Can only let it slowly dissipate. It seems that the blue one should be water system, and the yellow one is earth system? My water system's energy can only absorb the blue crystal bead. Seemingly getting such an answer. Although Lin Xiaojin still had blue crystal beads there, Xian Li didn't open her mouth to ask for them. Lin Xiaojin put all the crystal beads into the space. The blue ones turned into water nests that had become deeper and deeper, now bearing one of Lin Xiaojin's arms. The land is still the size of a palm, but the depth has become larger. There are no seeds now either. If there are seeds, you can collect some to come. Seeds? Didn't their school have an agriculture major? Their lab should have seeds. But? Lin Xiaojin looked at Xian Li. How should she tell her to go to the agriculture department? The agriculture department was the most remote department. Fortunately, it was not far from the security room. When the time came to go to the security room to transfer to the agriculture department a trip, at that time Xian Li should not suspect. Although now Xian Li and Lin Xiaojin's relationship seems to be a lot better. But no one's face, and not no one's heart. Having a space in the end times could be considered a very big golden finger. Time can best stand the test. But hearts are not always. Lin Xiaojin never made friends. Perhaps because of the influence of life since childhood. If anyone in this world could make her trust completely and unconditionally, it was only her brother. Lin Xia ran. Night fell. This night was uneventful because it was too quiet. Complete darkness. Not a hint of moonlight. No zombies roaring. Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li were lying on the rooftop, looking at the zombies on the ground. They couldn't see anything in the dark. But the calmer the night, the more unsettled Lin Xiaojin's heart. Brother Shao. These zombies look like they all pressed on the pause build. They don't move at all. Should I set a fire and light them up? An inch-headed man Zhongwish said excitedly. This is a good phenomenon. Let's rush out now. Get rid of all those zombies. Another man with the same hairstyle, but with a long and thin body, Wang Han said. Xiao Royale shook his head and said, "Be cautious. Don't attack them. Let's drive away quickly. It's important to go to the school." Wang Han immediately started the car when he heard Xiao Royale's words and drove around the zombie group. John Wish. Still can't get in touch? Has the signal been located? Xiao Roy asked. The number given by Xia has been off, although the other party is a satellite mobile phone. But now a lot of equipment is damaged. The positioning is not very stable. But what can be determined so that they are still alive? These 2 days the positioning is in a different location. Zhang Wish held up the black tablet and said. Xiao Royals glanced at it and didn't say anything. Only the clenched fist showed Xiao Royals' inner unrest. Zhang Wan and Wang Han both looked at each other in the same way. The first time, they saw Xiao so nervous. I wonder how Xiao's sister looks like. It could make brother Xiao boast of coming nearly half of B City to make a trip. One must know that they had countless times in the past few days when they were surrounded by zombie hordes and came back from the dead. They knew that Xiao Royale had an iron relationship with brother Xia. But they didn't expect that he would be so iron that he would cross half of B City to save someone's sister. And he didn't dare to delay in the slightest. Although I don't know what's going on with these zombies. But our next road is much better. Qingda is in the suburbs. There are no people living in the surrounding area. There will be a lot less zombies. Zhang Wang looked at the map and said. Xiao Roy nodded. Zhang Wang looked at Xiao Royale with a darkness under his eyes. In the past few days, they were separated from the big troop. They didn't have a complete sleep along the way. If it wasn't for Yao's concern for them, I'm afraid that they would have rushed all night long. Right? But it was also them who insisted on following brother Xiao. Both sides of the suburb were densely wooded, with only the sound of the wind blowing through. Brother Xiao, you take a nap. I'll drive instead. There are still 2 hours to go before we reach Qin University. Wang Han said. It's fine. Hoo. The car whistled past on both sides. Even if there were zombies standing in the middle, they were still bloodied by this modified SUV. Puff puff puff. Got a location. Look at the map, it's in the agriculture department. And there's a signal. Should we broadcast over? Zhang Wish said excitedly. Hearing this news, the corner of Shaa Nua's eyes seemed to flash intensely. I'll try first, Zhang Wan said. Lin Xiaojin took out a torch from space and found that the zombie actually did not move at all. So he took Xian Li down. Really not moving at all. Should we hack him to death and take the crystal beads in the zombie's head? Xian Li said excitedly. Lin Xiaojin immediately stopped Xian Li. It was still unknown why the zombie was like this. It was better not to move hastily. Let's grab and go. Go to the security room, Lin Xiaojin said. It would be better if they could get a car. Xian Li hesitated, mainly because he had just learned about the benefits of the zombie's head crystal bead. And at the moment, he wanted to have some more at this moment. Xiaojin, wait for me. Xian Li looked at Lin Xiaojin walking further and further away. Hesitated. Didn't lay his hands on it. And immediately followed Lin Xiaojin. This isn't the Department of Agriculture? Aren't we going to the security room? Xian Li frowned as she watched Lin Xiaojin lead her to the Department of Agriculture. While these zombies are motionless. Let's go to the Agriculture Department lab and pick some fresh fruits and vegetables, Lin Xiaojin explained. Xian Li's eyes lit up when she heard the word fresh. In the past, she was in love with snacks. Biscuits. But eating snacks and biscuits every day. Eating too much will also be nauseous. This will not mention how much she misses fresh fruits and vegetables. Even now she is willing to eat raw vegetables, as long as they are fresh. The Department of Agriculture has a laboratory that produces all kinds of strange fruits. Lin Xiaojin remembered that last year, she grew a 1-meter-long cucumber. And it even made the headlines. The Agriculture Department's lab had an automatic circulation function. So even though almost a month had passed, there shouldn't be any problems. The most crucial thing is that the Agriculture Department has the most complete seeds, all super seeds for all kinds of experiments. Although Qin University was not a university specializing in agriculture, Qin University's Agriculture Department was quite famous. After all, Qin University was a famous university. This should be the Agriculture Department's lab, Lin Xiaojin said as she looked at the transparent glass door. There was emergency lighting inside the lab. You need to press the password, Lin Xiaojin said as she looked at the password disk. Let me try. Xian Li pressed half a dozen times haphazardly. But it wasn't right. The indicator light had turned red. and the password button kept turning red and flashing. Display alarm. Error. The two were so nervous that their heartbeats were coming out. Lin Xiaojin said. Luckily the power went out, and the alarm didn't ring. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome if it caused zombies. It should be fine. Which zombies are not motionless. However, what do we do now we can't get in? Xianli said. Have you ever played billiards? Have you heard the saying that vigor produces miracles? Lin Xiaojin said stiffly. Lin Xiaojin kicked the door so hard that the lock was deformed. Go! Lin Xiaojin pulled Xianli and approached the Agriculture Department lab. Qingdao University Agricultural Chemistry Laboratory is located on the first floor of Qingdao University's E-building. Has a benchtop oscillator centrifuge, 721 type spectrophotometer, water bath, flame photometer, soil tachymeter, biochemical incubator, thermostatic oven, pesticide crusher, pesticide pelletizer, pesticide sprayer, and other more advanced experimental instruments and equipment. Lin Xiaojin and Xianli looked at this pile of advanced instruments. And now all of them still have spare power. The cultivation room. It should be here. Xianli pointed to the green signage. The two of them walked in. All with emergency lighting. And inside was a glass-heated room. Each one had emergency lighting. And it looked like they were in a green forest. Most of the vegetables and fruits were still alive. Only a few seemed to have lost power from the emergency lights or broken down, and the plants wilted along with them. A few like tomatoes had ripened and rotted. Holy shit. This is a yellow core watermelon. Actually so big. Xianli said excitedly when he saw the watermelon cultivation Minzhong. This cucumber is also big. This is the cucumber that made headlines in China. Right. Let's pick a taste. Xianli jumped to try. Must. We came here just to find this. Lin Xiaojin said painfully. I remember someone else paid a lot of money for this giant cucumber. Lin Xiaojin thought about it as if there was such a thing. But it was rejected by the head of the Agriculture Department of Qing University, saying that he wanted to cultivate the seeds. I'll take a look over there. Lin Xiaojin pointed to the side. Okay. I'll go pick this heel of cucumber. Xianli said, opening the glass door. Looking at this heel of long cucumbers a little excited. Lin Xiaojin on the other hand went to the seed room next to him, which covered almost all kinds of vegetable and fruit seeds. There were even seeds of foreign cold fruits. Lin Xiaojin looked at Xianli, and her whole body was attracted by the various strange vegetables and fruits in the culture room. Lin Xiaojin immediately received these seeds into her space. However, Lin Xiaojin didn't take a closer look. The seeds Lin Xiaojin took were all excellent seeds that had been carefully cultivated by the Agriculture Department. That's why the number was so small. Xiaojin, come over and look at this. Xianli's shout came from outside the seed room. Lin Xiaojin calmly walked out and saw that Xianli had already broken that cucumber into two halves. And it's so delicious and moist. And this pumpkin, this is also too big. Thicker than my waist. It's a pity that I can't take it with me. Xianli said with pity. Lin Xiaojin and Xianli both can eat as much as they can. All the others couldn't be taken away either. But the small ones, like the virgin fruit. Lin Xiaojin and Xianli picked them all and took them away. This aubergine is so big. It's a pity I can't take it away. Let it grow well. Even if they take it away, there is still time to fry and cook there. Hey. As the two people walked outside, they found that there were miserable screams outside. And the two people looked out through the window. Outside the firelight in the sky. Lin Xiaojin looked at them. It's the sports students. Didn't they occupy the supermarket? How come they want to run out too? Xianli frowned. Those who could run out now were all thinking the same thing as Lin Xiaojin and the others. Taking this opportunity to run out of the school. Originally, the zombies were not moving. But these people. One of them threw a fireball towards the zombies. The surrounding zombies were like activated and instantly began to open their teeth and claws. Roaring. Look at the power of these zombies. The speed seems to be faster again. That fireball burning on the body actually didn't die immediately, and was still able to squirm. Lin Xiaojin looked on in horror. Xianli looked at the zombies seemed to be too much fiercer than before. Which three of them are from the sports department. Both of them are fire powers with high attack power. Xianli said. Don't look at it. It looks like the zombies are possibly advancing. The fireballs that those three people are putting out are similar to ping pong balls. The zombies will only get more and more. Lin Xiaojin said so. seemingly having seen their end. The zombies are advancing. After a while, Lin Xiaojin said in silence. This is not a good phenomenon. It's simply a phenomenon of grief adding insult to injury. Luckily, you didn't ask me to cut down the zombies. Xian Li had a feeling of being robbed of her life. Those were all sports students. They were all besieged by zombies. Not to mention her. There's no moonlight tonight. I remember, when the zombies mutated, it was a global solar eclipse. Lin Xiaojin said in shock as she thought of something. In order to verify her own thoughts, Lin Xiaojin immediately looked towards the outside. Darkness. There is no moon. The zombie strength is weakened at noon. Night. The strength is strengthened. When there is no moonlight, the whole zombie will suddenly not move. Advanced. These zombies are advancing. Lin Xiaojin's head seems to have caught a clue. A ball of wool. But unfortunately it is too messy. Roar. The hissing of a zombie also came from downstairs. Lin Xiaojin couldn't care less about being in thought, and could only pull Xian Li up to the 3rd floor. Professor's office. Lin Xiaojin looked at the office, pulled Xian Li and went in. Then locked the door, and moved the desk over to block the door. Let's wait until tomorrow noon to go out. I hope tomorrow noon is a sunny day, Lin Xiaojin said. Xian Li walked to the window. The fire downstairs was almost out. Looking down from above, the surrounding zombies had completely surrounded it. On the way down, Xian Li didn't want to see any more. Xian Li turned back. In this month, she had seen too many people die in the mouths of zombies. Maybe they would have that day too, surrounded by walkers, or become one of them. It was at this time. Buzzing. What's that sound? Lin Xiaojin tensed at the sound. Xian Li was also nervous. It would be dangerous if the sound attracted zombies. The sound of a mobile phone vibrating. Backpack. Lin Xiaojin pointed to Xian Li's backpack. Mobile phone? Xian Li was surprised. Her mobile phone was switched off. When they were unpacking the courier, they had unpacked the rechargeable treasure, and the mobile phone was charged. But usually Xian Li's mobile phone was switched off, just for fear that there would be some kind of movement to draw out the zombies. I'm clearly switched off. Xian Li frowned and immediately fished out her mobile phone from her backpack. A string of unfamiliar numbers displayed. Answer it? Xian Li looked at Lin Xiaojin to inquire under. Could it be your brother calling? Xian Li looked at Lin Xiaojin excitedly. Xian Li handed the mobile phone to Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin took the mobile phone, scratched down the connect button and said, Brother? Is it you? It's through. It's through. That? Hello, I'm that Zhang Wish. Oops. I'll give the phone to Brother Xiao. A flustered voice came from inside. Lin Xiaojin. The voice coming out of the phone had a low, thick, magnetic voice. This voice made Lin Xiaojin inexplicably a bit familiar. Just don't know where I've heard it before. Well, I am. Lin Xiaojin responded. There are still 2 hours to arrive at your school. Stay where you are, and don't run around. The voice on the phone. Lin Xiaojin couldn't hear any emotions. Shaa Nua, Lin Xiaojin said. A faint voice came out from inside. Good, Lin Xiaojin responded. And the other side hung up the phone. Next to her, Xian Li immediately came up and said, Xiao Royale? Is that the friend your brother said? This voice is so high and cold. But the voice counts as half the face value all. How about the looks? Have you seen it? Xian Li asked with a gossipy face. Shaa Nua. Looks well. Xian Li looked at Lin Xiaojin curiously from the side. Can only be seen from afar. After thinking for half a day, Lin Xiaojin said this. Xian Li seems to not understand Lin Xiaojin's words. Is just a sound face? Lin Xiaojin's brother Lin Xiaoran is very warm, though. Handsome side face with impeccably perfect facial contours. There couldn't be any of his brother's friends who were too ugly. Right? But was this one Lin Xiaojin said could only be seen from afar really an exception? Xian Li has seen Lin Xiaojin's brother. The first day of school, Lin Xiaoran personally sent Lin Xiaojin. Sunny. Warm and warm. At first many people thought he was Lin Xiaojin's boyfriend. Later, after knowing that it was Lin Xiaojin's brother, the people who chased Lin Xiaojin were all relieved, including her. Xian Li also once saw a handsome pot. And Lin Xiaoran is a different type. Just that or a bar. Too scary. If Lin Xiaoran is a little son, that guy is probably an iceberg. Looking at anyone feels like he owes him money. Thinking of this, Xian Li a burst of weakness. Lin Xiaojin looked at Xian Li, a look of desire to speak. Said, "What do you want to say? You? Can I go with you guys?" Xian Li hesitantly said these words. This is also the problem that will be faced immediately. To be honest, before the end of the world, Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li's relationship is not good. The four people in the dormitory. Lin Xiaojin and Fang Tingting's relationship, needless to say, together admitted to Qin University. The rest is Lu Mingming, although Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li are the same from the inside, despise Lu Mingming. But Lu Mingming clings to Fang Tingting every day and has a good relationship with Fang Tingting. So much so that it's usually the three of them who show up. Now, after the past few days together, Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li's relationship after life and death is much better than before. Lin Xiaojin saved Xian Li. Xian Li also saved Lin Xiaojin. Sort of even. After Xian Li asked, "The whole room is a little dull." After half a second, he said, "Why did you lie to me in the first place that Fang Tingting was dead?" Xian Li did not expect Lin Xiaojin to suddenly think of asking this. Xian Li said, "Because if I said she was still alive, with the relationship between the two of you, you would have gone to find her. Right? I was already scared to be on my own." She had been hiding in the school building for half a month, and came out just in time to run into Lin Xiaojin. Xian Li had told the truth, and there was no need to be hiding. At that time, that situation, anyone has selfishness. Not to mention that she also knew that Lin Xiaojin's brother would come to find her. She wanted to be with Lin Xiaojin even more. The latter words Xian Li did not say, but said, "Here is enough." Lin Xiaojin was so smart that she could see right through it. And besides, everyone was careful and selfish in this situation. The atmosphere in the room became more tense with Lin Xiaojin's silence. Xian Li was already prepared not to go with Lin Xiaojin. "I'll talk to Shaa Nua, but the choice is up to him," Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. It couldn't be helped. Shaa Nua was entrusted by her brother to come over to look for her. But without Xian Li's satellite phone, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to find her either. Whether or not she could go with her was not up to Lin Xiaojin. "I know. Thanks." Xian Li's face was joyful. This meant that Lin Xiaojin was willing for her to follow them. Now the main thing was whether that Shaa Nua could agree to take her along. Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li, two people, are brought in the room. After a night of tossing and turning, two people are a little sleepy. Leaning on the desk, two people are hooked on the eyes. This sleep, Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li slept for nearly 2 hours before they were woken up by a hissing sound. Xian Li instantly woke up. Lin Xiaojin softened her eyes that were still sleepy, and both of them simultaneously walked towards the window. A body covered with iron armor SUV. At a glance, this car is specially modified. The surrounding zombies can already move. After a night, their speed, strength, all changed faster. Even their body strength has hardened quite a bit. Not like before when they broke in a bucket. "Is that the car that came to pick you up? This is too cool. It seems like an effect inside a film," Xian Li exclaimed. This iron-armored car was heading straight towards the school building they were in. The rest of Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li couldn't see it to save them. The hissing of the zombies outside became more and more obvious. "What do we do?" Xian Li said. Lin Xiaojin's surface appeared very calm. In fact, the psychological is also nervous to death. More is excited. She could finally get out of here. And maybe following them could lead to the safety of the larger group. Lin Xiaojin's psyche is nervous and expectant. "Let's go out." They rushed in like this. They must have attracted a lot of zombies. "The longer we delay, the more zombies there will be," Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li both carried their backpacks. The two of them nodded and opened the door, looking towards the outside. There were no zombies yet. Only zombie corpses. And more clearly the roar of the zombies rising and falling downstairs. "Go," Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li, two people one after the other, walked to the stairs to see the zombie corpses all over the place. Almost every zombie was cut off the head with a knife. And the original white walls on the stairs were splattered with streaks of liquid. The zombies' limbs and broken arms. Some of them are actually still writhing. Lin Xiaojin gave a kick and flew over. "Brother Shao, there's someone there." Suddenly a voice came through from behind. Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li both turned back almost simultaneously. Xian Li's mouth grew in surprise when she saw the person at the front. "Oh my god, how is it him?" Xian Li looked at Shaa Nua, and then looked at Lin Xiaojin, wanting to say something. He is Shaa Nua? The man who came out of Lin Xiaojin's room that night. Xian Li's brain can't work. But looking at Lin Xiaojin's appearance seems to not know him. Not familiar. High nose. Thin lips. Sword-like eyebrows flying diagonally into the few strands of dark hair falling from the temples. Only his eyes were slightly dark. And his chin had a bit of scruff. But at this moment, when he saw Lin Xiaojin, his entire eyes lit up. Lin Xiaojin. Shaa Nua recognized Lin Xiaojin at a glance. I am. Hello. Very much. Thank you. Lin Xiaojin, a bunch of words have not even had time to say. Then was grabbed by the man's wrist. The other hand man carrying a black military thorn. Lin Xiaojin was stared at by the man's gaze was a bit oozing. Behind them, Zhang Zhuang and also Wang Han rushed over, and saw Lin Xiaojin and also Xian Li. The two of them looked at each other. Really is a beautiful chick. Did not see Xiao brother have taken the initiative to grab onto someone's hand? It's really an eyesore. An eyesore? Zhang Wish gave Wang Han a wink. And Wang Han said stiffly, that? Should we hurry and retreat? The zombies are about to surge up. Ho ho ho. Sure enough, the zombies surged in again from another test of the stairs. Go. Stay close behind me. Shaa Nua snapped. Humph. Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li were surrounded by the three of them in the center. Just as they descended the stairs, a group of zombies rushed in. Peef. The three of them moved very ably, almost slashing a zombie at a time. But there were too many zombies outside. And a blue-purple energy coalesced from Xiao Royale's hand. ZZZ. The zombies surrounding the perimeter of the car were instantly electrocuted and fell to the ground in convulsions. Move. These electric shocks could only paralyze the zombies. And the three people escorted Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li quickly into the SUV. Xiao Royale shoved Lin Xiaojin into the passenger side, with Xian Li, Zhang Wanwan, and Wang Han sitting in the back. Roar. The zombies outside that heard the commotion also surrounded. Shaa Nua started the car and lowered the iron frame around it. Plop plop plop. The zombies rushed over and were crushed by the car. The car's speed soared all the way and rushed out of the campus. Lin Xiaojin looked at the campus that was getting farther and farther away, and the zombies chasing behind him became less and less. Lin Xiaojin deep sigh of relief. Looking at both sides of the lime green forest, Lin Xiaojin has a kind of indistinct. Still this highway. Quiet exactly the same as before the end of the world. If a few of them are different degrees of stained blood hanging on the body. And in front of the car, the remains of the zombies still hanging on the iron frame pulled them back to reality. Thanks guys. A safe Lin Xiaojin said. Shaa Nua responded. You really don't know that we boasted half of B City to come and pick you guys up. We were out of the big group. Zhang Wan said immediately. Lin Xiaojin didn't know what to say as she listened. That's right. Especially Brother Xiao. He hasn't slept much in the past few days. It's all about rushing at night. Alright. Lin Xiaojin, you make a call to your brother. Shaa Nua voiced to stop before Zhang Wang stopped talking. Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but look at Shaa Nua. She had wanted to thank him. But why did she feel that Shaa Nua was a bit angry? Lin Xiaojin shook her head. She didn't mess with him. Right? It seemed like she had only met him once or twice before. She hadn't even spoken to him. And she had her brother around her. Well, Lin Xiaojin took the phone and was just about to call her brother to report her safety. The mobile phone ringtone then came up. A string of asterisks. Shaa Nua looked at the phone and just pressed the external extension. Shaa Nua. This is Zhang Xinping, the person in charge of B City in Huaxia Area 1. Shaa Nua frowned slightly. Zhang Wish Wang Han, both of them were very surprised. This was a temporary security base in B City. They also came out from there. But the person in charge of Area 1 would actually contact them? This was equivalent to the mayor suddenly a citizen as surprised. Zhang Xinping, a person they had all heard of, had once been the military governor of the new district, and was now temporarily appointed as the head of the first district of the security zone, saying that it was a safe zone. It was also the people who had been left behind by the large army, forming a temporary safe zone. Shaa Nua, along with Zhang Wan. Wang Han also came out from there. Shaa Nua, I know that although you haven't officially graduated from the National Defense Military Academy, you have already been admitted early by the King's Army. Now that it's the end of the world, it's useless to talk about this, Shaa Nua said in a deep voice. But what Shaa Nua said was also the truth. then I have something to say straight away. It's like this. I know that you went to Qing University to save people. Professor Zhu Ziqing's daughter is also in this school. Professor Zhu Ziqing has mastered a piece of technology and is now asking for his daughter to be rescued so that he can help. Zhang Xinqing said helplessly. This was also human nature. There was no good or bad in the end times. Only selfishness. I refuse. I have already left Qing University. Shaa Nua frowned. He brought two brothers out and had to be responsible for their lives. Now he was being asked to save the others. He didn't have that heart. I implore you to help. Professor Zhu Ziqing masters the technology that can manipulate satellites. Right now only he can do it. Once we can manipulate the satellites, we can see the situation of the zombies in B City and can send out helicopters to rescue the trapped people. What does it have to do with me? Shaa Nua's words sounded a little cold. However, if it was Lin Xiaojin, I'm afraid that he would choose the same. Though, the fact that such an indifferent person like Shaa Nua would come to her rescue. It seemed like he had a really good relationship with his brother. Shaa Nua, you are also a people's sons and daughters. I hope you can think carefully. Zhang Xinping sighed. Now in this situation, no one is willing to give. They just want to hide behind forever. So how long can a human survive? Shaa Nua didn't say anything. He could go and take risks. But he couldn't take Lin Xiaojin with him. Suddenly the phone shook and an unfamiliar voice pierced through. He said, Shaa Nua, for the sake of the safe zone, for the sake of more people, you happen to be at Qing University. Stop by and relieve yourself. Shaa Nua frowned. But Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but say directly, for the sake of more people, then you might as well talk your way through to Professor Zhu to come faster. You? Who are you again? Before Lin Xiaojin could speak, Shaa Nua directly hung up the phone. Brother Xiao, if we just reject them directly, will they not let us return to the safe zone? Wang Han thought of something and said, won't they? Xian Li frowned. She had thought of the safe zone, and it was safer to have more people before. Beep beep beep. The phone rang again, with the same string of asterisks. After ringing for a minute, neither Shaa Nua nor Lin Xiaojin picked up. I'll answer it. Zhang Wang took the phone and pressed the answer button. Shaa Nua. A mid-range voice came out from the phone. Xiao. Uncle Xiao. Hearing the voice, Zhang Wan's sitting posture immediately turned upright and tense. Tell Shaa Nua to pick up the phone. Unless you guys don't want to go back into the safe zone. If you want to go into the safe zone, you have to save Professor Zhu's daughter back. A noisy voice came out from the phone. Zhang Wish looked at Shaa Nua. Holding the phone was a hot potato. Shaa Nua stopped the car and picked up the phone. What if I don't? Shaa Nua said in a cold voice. The air pressure in the car instantly turned low. I'm not Zhang Xinping. Not that nice to talk to. You can choose not to bring the people back. But you guys don't come back either. I forgot to tell you. In a month's time, the measured temperature will plummet to -40 degrees. Without the safe zone device, you guys won't be able to survive out there at all. At this time, the phone seemed to have been snatched again. It was still Zhang Xinping's voice. Shaa Nua. Zhang Wish. Wang Han, you're all good kids and good fighters. If you can help out, just help out a little. We will send a helicopter to pick you up, so that you don't have to drive back after you save the people. Zhang Xinping said. This was the biggest benefit he was fighting for. And right now helicopter dispatch was very limited. Okay. I promise. But you promised to send a helicopter to pick us up. Send the rest of the information to your mobile phone. Shaa Nua hung up after saying this. What a son of a bitch. Just know that they won't let us go back to the safe zone if we don't save them. Zhang Wang couldn't help but curse. Where's the solution? If we don't go back to the safe zone, I'm afraid we won't be able to withstand the sudden drop in temperature in a month's time. Wang Han sighed and said, It's all your kid's fault. Setting off just sets off. And specially tells others that we are going to Qingda. Zhang Wang said, Is that what I told you? Or you said? We are not for these two cars, said Wang Han. They needed a modified car to get out of the safe zone. So they went to the human base to help. That's how the news was revealed. They can send a helicopter. Why can't they send someone to rescue them? Xian Li asked in disbelief. This was also what Lin Xiaojin wanted to ask. But he didn't expect Xian Li to ask it directly. Your question is a good one. Wang Han said to Xian Li, and then said to Shaa Nua. Brother Xiao, I'm afraid that the people from the base are definitely not letting you in to save someone so simple. The helicopters have all been sent out. There seems to be a total of only 2 helicopters in our safe zone, Wang Han said, as he saw the aircraft parked in the safe zone. Shaa Nua just faintly answered and did not say anything. Only his brows were locked, not knowing what he was thinking. How many safe zones have been established in total now? Lin Xiaojin asked. Zhang Wish shook his head and said, I don't know. The means of communication is closed. The safe zone in City B is the field base of the Army's 3rd Army. Then how did you locate my mobile phone? Exionly asked. Her mobile phone was still ringing when it was switched off. And it was still automatically switched off to talk to them. This is my computer also comes with a satellite system. And knowing your mobile phone number, I can control it remotely. But it's already getting more and more unstable. And I'm afraid that in a couple of days, it will be completely disconnected. Zhang Wish to explain said. Zhu Ziqing used to be the chief designer of a secret satellite. He could use a special password to turn on the satellite wireless signal, which could be directly connected. At that time, this was designed to prevent other countries from attacking us. I didn't expect it. Didn't think this would be used for this. But now it's not just a country, but an entire global crisis. But this Zhang Xiping still has a conscience, doesn't he? At least thinking about the people going to B City. Exionly said. The people of B City? Now it's a month after the end of the world. To save not earlier? Who knows how many of the people of B City have not turned into zombies? Zhang Wish let out a cold laugh. What they want, I'm afraid, is the supplies of B City. Shaa Nua, who had been silent, opened his mouth. Supplies? Right. The temperature will plummet in a month's time. If we don't take the supplies, what will the more than 100,000 people in the safe zone eat and drink? Zhang Wan said excitedly, as he thought of something. Now that the sky has brightened up, several people are still in the car. Gollum. The few people who were originally discussing looked at each other. That's sorry. I'm hungry. Lin Xiaojin was slightly embarrassed as she prepared to take some food from her backpack. Oh my god. She's never been so embarrassed as she is today. Suddenly an iron box was placed in front of Lin Xiaojin, and a faint male voice came from the side. Eat this. Lin Xiaojin took a look at the iron box. It was actually tinned meat. No one in the car is talking anymore. Only the sound of Lin Xiaojin dry rice. Eating a box of tinned meat. The aroma of canned food in filling the car. Other people are actually not so hungry. But by this taste filling are hungry. Get off the car to rest. Do not go far. Noon we return to the school. Shaa Nua said. Good. Lin Xiaojin and Exionly both got out of the car. It's been a long time since I've been so relaxed. The upper side is all highway. Woods. Like there are no zombies. Lin Xiaojin ate the canned food before stopping a trace of panic. This time Exionly pulled Lin Xiaojin to the side. She said. Xiaojin. I actually... Lin Xiaojin started to feel hungry again, and looked for something to eat from her backpack again, not paying attention to Exionly's lustful look. When Exionly was trying to say something, a shadow covered above Exionly. Exionly subconsciously stepped back several steps. Shaa Nua signaled with a look. Exionly didn't dare to speak anymore, and could only follow Shaa Nua to the side 50 meters away from Lin Xiaojin. You? Hello. Exionly's mouth was a little knotted with nervousness. What kind of men had Exionly not seen before? But this man in front of her had too powerful an aura. I hope that I will be the one to personally tell Lin Xiaojin about the meeting we had, Shaa Nua said in a cold voice. Exionly frowned. Was this a warning to her? Don't tell Lin Xiaojin about that night when she had seen Shaa Nua leave Lin Xiaojin's room? Exionly was hesitating. She had only just got on better terms with Lin Xiaojin. Otherwise I don't mind throwing you down, Shaa Nua said coldly. I won't say anything. This matter is certainly better told by you personally. Exionly immediately smiled and assured. Shaa Nua answered. Turned around and left, leaving behind a cold sweaty face. Exionly. This man just spoke in no way like he was joking. Hey girl. What's your name? What did our boss say to you? Scared you like this? Zhang wished to solve the physical problems. From the side of the grove out to see their own boss. Threatening the little girl look. Exionly. Your family boss. Has he always been like this? Speaking scares people to death. And there's no expression on his face. Exionly frowned and said. Brother Shao is really nice. It's just that for women it's always been this cold and icy look. We don't know why. Zhang Wish said helplessly. Exionly did not say anything. but rolled his eyes. What ice-cold look. Simply to kill look. He definitely hasn't been in love. Exionly said with a small grunt. Your guess is really right, said Zhang Wang smilingly. This face value, how can you not find a girlfriend? It's this nature that women are afraid to look at. Who would want to fall in love with him? Lin Xiaojin in the backpack to find something to eat. In fact, from the space to turn out chocolate. Or eat chocolate, feel satiated. Chocolate? The man behind him asked with a frown. Lin Xiaojin looked at the chocolate in her hand being taken away by Shaa Nua. Lin Xiaojin licked her lips. Give it to me, Lin Xiaojin said. This kind of high-calorie stuff. It's not good to eat too much. There's no doctor now. Shaa Nua said in a deep voice. It's fine. It's fine. I love eating this. Lin Xiaojin said, and directly snatched the chocolate from Shaa Nua's hand. And as a result, she exerted too much force, and directly yanked Shaa Nua over as well. Lin Xiaojin's forehead touched Shaa Nua's chin. Not far away, Zhang Wang was coming over to talk to Shaa Nua about things, and ended up seeing this scene again. From Zhang Wang's perspective, it was Shaa Nua who took the initiative to go over and kiss Lin Xiaojin's forehead. Zhang Wang's heart was in a panic. What did I see? Shaa Nua actually kissed Lin Xiaojin's forehead. Lin Xiaojin's forehead was knocked painfully and frowned. Your jaw is really hard, still rolling hard. Shaa Nua touched his chin. These days are outside running around. The beard is a long time did not shave. Heard Lin Xiaojin words silently back to the car. With that kill zombies military spike shaving. Shaa Nua, after shaving his beard, showed that people are more spiritual. Tick. Shaa Nua looked at himself in the rearview mirror. And touched his chin. Smooth will not roll. Shaa Nua picked up the satellite mobile phone next to him. And the location information was sent from inside. Zhang Wish. Call up the map of the chemistry lab of Qin University. Shaa Nua said in a deep voice. I can't. The satellite signal is broken now. And I don't know the other party's contact information. There's even no way to locate it. Zhang Wang said hopelessly. A clever woman can't cook without rice. Chemistry lab? It's not in our campus. Xionly heard the sound and also came over and said. We have two campuses. North and South. And this is the North Campus of Qingdao University. The Science and Engineering departments are on the South Campus. Lin Xiaojin also explained. Then do you know where the South Campus is? Zhang Wang asked. No. Don't know? Xionly touched her head and said. My ex-boyfriend's friend is in the South Campus. In the Department of Science and Technology. And even though it said North and South Campus, the distance isn't that far. Xionly thought about it. Pointed to the road and said. I remember driving from the school before. It's only 1 hour to get there. Their South Campus is a bit more remote than ours. The Polytechnic department often experiments with some strange things. Shaa Nua looked at the time 10:15. Leaving now would be just in time to reach the South Campus at noon. Let's go, Shaa Nua said. Several people hurriedly got into the car. This time Wang Han drove instead. Xionly was familiar with the road. So she sat on the passenger side. Lin Xiaojin sat in the window seat. Zhang Zhuang just wanted to sit in it. And felt a sudden rush of cool air on her back. I'm a bit carsick. I'd better sit by the window. Zhang Wang finished and took a few steps back. And sure enough, after saying this, Zhang Wang felt the pressure around him disappear. Xiaorui patted Zhang Wang's shoulder and sat up. In the back row, Xiaorui was sitting in the center, while Lin Xiaojin and Zhang Wang were sitting on the two sides respectively. Brother Xiao, you haven't rested for a few days. Take advantage of the fact that you're fine to get some sleep now, Wang Han said while driving. Mainly Wang Han looked in the rear-view mirror. Shaa Nua's eyes always looked towards Lin Xiaojin from time to time. He saw it clearly in the rear-view mirror. So when Shaa Nua and Wang Han's eyes converged in the rear-view mirror, Wang Han was nervous and the car accelerated. As a result, he did not avoid a large mound. Lin Xiaojin leaned against the window and was sleeping. This almost flew out. Lin Xiaojin subconsciously grabbed something next to her to fix herself. I did not expect that I actually grabbed Shaa Nua's thigh. Or the root of the thigh. Damn it! Lin Xiaojin blushed altogether. And her mouth was a little knotted. I'm sorry, Lin Xiaojin said awkwardly. Well? Shaa Nua faintly did not show anything either. Next to Zhang Wish mental is despising Shaa Nua and Lin Xiaojin. The two of them just kissed their foreheads. Touching the root of their thighs is so embarrassing. Poor him. This single dog. Zhang Wish angrily thought. On the National Defense University are men. Do not mention love to find a girlfriend. Now it is the end of the world. There is no place to find a girlfriend. It's good to be alive. Lin Xiaojin faced some tension. So the head twisted to the side. Excellently, sleep is fragrant. This bump just let her slightly raise her eyes. One can only say that it's fortunate that she's in the habit of wearing a seatbelt. Wang Han glanced at the rear-view mirror to see a faint smile hanging at the corner of Shaa Nua's mouth. Wang Han thought he had misread it. While looking, Shaa Nua had already returned to normal. Leaning back and squinting her eyes. Wang Han thought he had been driving for a long time and was hallucinating. It's not right. How long have I been driving? After driving for about half an hour or so. Lin Xiaojin suddenly felt a burst of discomfort. So she had to roll the window halfway up. And the wind blew for a while before Lin Xiaojin pressed down. She hadn't had pregnancy sickness for a long time. What was going on? Wang Han. Stop the car. It was Shaa Nua's voice. Although Wang Han didn't know what was going on. Shaa Nua asked to stop the car, and Wang Han immediately stopped. Before Lin Xiaojin could say anything, she immediately pushed open the door, ran to the back of the car, and started vomiting. This time, she vomited out everything she had just eaten. Drink some water, Shaa Nua said, as he handed over a bottle of water from the back. Thanks, Lin Xiaojin said. Let's rest for 10 minutes before we set off, Shaa Nua said, as he looked at his watch. Xian Li and Zhang Zhuanyuan both fell asleep in the car. Now is the time to sleep when you can. Wang Han came out of the car and lit half a cigarette. Now that cigarettes are more scarce, half a cigarette also needs to be saved. Lin Xiaojin took out a bottle of vitamin B6 from her backpack. She remembered that this can relieve pregnancy vomiting. After eating 2 capsules, immediately put the bottle into the backpack again. Looked up and saw Shaa Nua staring at her. Lin Xiaojin lowered her head and pretended that nothing had happened. If she let people know that she was pregnant now, I'm afraid that she would be a liability. She'd also want to abort. But how to abort? There is no medicine. There is no surgery. And once aborted, the body quality will become weak. How can she survive in the end of the world like this? Now we can only take one step at a time and see how long we can hide this pregnancy thing. Wait until the safe zone should be fine. Lin Xiaojin comforted herself this way. At least there is no need to be afraid in the safe zone. Setting off again here? Lin Xiaojin opened the window, and the breeze blew through Lin Xiaojin's hair. Shaa Nua's eyes stared at Lin Xiaojin, and then looked at Lin Xiaojin's backpack and thought, hey, look at where these 2 roads look. Wang Han looked at the fork in the road in front of him and patted Xian Li, who was sleeping. I'm not called Hey. My name is Xian Li. Xian Li frowned and said, but still opened her eyes and pointed to the road next to her. This is it. Just drive a few minutes and you'll see the South Campus. The South Campus was relatively remote. And around the campus, there was only one bus. Be careful. Get ready to fight. Shaa Nua had already seen the zombie road. Zhang Wang also immediately came to his senses. And all 3 of them had weapons in their hands. You follow behind us, Shaa Nua said to Lin Xiaojin. Close the windows. I'm putting chains, Wang Han said. Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li both closed the windows, and the chains were immediately released. The iron frames on the front and back of the car were also put down. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies heard the commotion and rushed in. Wang Han directly drove the car from the zombie body pressed. Peef. The body of the car splattered another bruise. But this kind of scene was something they were already used to. The chemistry lab is in the first teaching building. Right where? Xian Li pointed to the nearby school building. The 3 big words on it were very obvious. Laboratory. Sit down, Wang Han said. The car started to suddenly power up and rush straight into the school building, directly smashing the glass security door. He had been this crazy when he had saved them from coming here. But fortunately, the quality of the car was really good. The zombies behind them began to rush in. Get out of the car. Lin Xiaojin was dragged behind Shaa Nua, and Xian Li followed behind Wang Han. There were only a few zombie corpses in the lab building, which seemed to have been taken out earlier. There were 6 floors in the lab building. Go to the 6th floor, Shaa Nua said. Shaa Nua had seen the message said. Several people hurriedly ran to the 6th floor in one breath. Xian Li was tired of coming up for air and panting. But she didn't dare to stop. This rescuing people was really exciting. Luckily the zombies are slow at midday. Otherwise the zombies outside would have to block us to death, Zhang Wan said. This was much closer than saving Lin Xiaojin and the others. They were going to break into the school building overnight. On the 6th floor was a large laboratory that also required a password to be cracked to enter. I'll do it. I'm best at this. Zhang Wan walked over and fished out a flash drive from his backpack. This is really an advanced lab. It takes 3 minutes to crack it, Zhang Wan said. 3 minutes? Xiaojin, you come. Not even a minute, Xianli said. Zhang Wan frowned, not believing that someone would know more about computers than him. He said, "You're a hacker too?" Lin Xiaojin smiled faintly and said, "I'm not a hacker. But vigorous efforts produce miracles." Lin Xiaojin finished with a kick. Buzzing. With a bang. It shattered. The entire anti-theft tempered glass shattered. "Enter," Lin Xiaojin said. Zhang Wish and Wang Han both looked at each other in surprise. This is a tempered door. Right? Bulletproof. It was actually shattered by a kick from the skinny-looking girl in front of them. Don't feel too bad, Xiaojin. Her awakened psychic ability is strength, Xianli said with a smile. But this feeling is still quite cool. When she first saw it, she was also surprised and couldn't open her mouth. Violent Imperial Sister. Shaa Nua nodded. Seems to be thinking of no wonder that time Lin Xiaojin grabbed the chocolate in his hand and actually brought him there as well. How is it possible to survive until now without supernormal abilities? We don't have supernormal abilities. How can we survive until you guys come to save us? Xianli said. These words made Zhang Wan curious, indicating that this woman also had supernormal abilities. Zhang Wan curiously came up to Xianli and said, "Then what kind of supernormal ability do you have?" Xianli's face darkened as she looked at Zhang Wan, who came up. A water balloon was released and thrown towards Zhang Wan's face. Now you know. Right? Water system. Water system is good. Finally, I don't need to save water to wash my face. Zhang Wish was excited. The first major category that is now known is the elemental system. Like him. And Xianli. The second major category is the strengthening department. Like Lin Xiaojin. Strengthening from somewhere in the body. The third major class. The recovery department. Could heal others. And now that one had appeared in their safe zone. It had long been under key protection. The rest is the special category. Instruments were placed in a messy manner in the chemistry lab. Brother Shao. There's no one here. Would someone hide here for a month? Zhang Wish frowned. This place was full of chemical instruments, and there was no food or drink. So if one didn't die from zombie bites while hiding here for a month, they would still starve to death. Right? A pattering sound came from the innermost part of the room. Zhang Wish and Wang Han looked at each other. Both of them took their weapons and slowly leaned upwards. Several people passed through the laboratory to see several people inside. A total of 3 or 4 people wearing white coats were lying on the ground. Wang Han, Zhang Wish, 2 people went over all next to each other to look at the 2 people are shaking their heads. Dead? I said hiding here for a month. Not bitten by zombies will also have to starve to death, Zhang Wish said. The air was filled with the smell of rotting corpses, which made Lin Xiaojin smell very difficult. Lin Xiaojin, who couldn't stand such a smell, walked out first. What now? These corpses that won for Zhu Ziqing's daughter? I'm afraid this won't let us go back to the safe zone. Right? Zhang Wish frowned helplessly. At this time Shaa Nua's phone rang. And another unfamiliar and aged voice came out from it. These are not my daughter. She is in the innermost lounge on the 6th floor. She is still alive. Please go and save her. Shaa Nua frowned and looked at the camera. Hanging up the phone. Holy shit. He can see us. No wonder he knows that we are in Qing University. Zhang Wan also noticed that the camera was twisting. What a national-level professor. Looks like he really has technology on his hands. Zhang Wan said with a sigh. Shaa Nua released lightning to directly destroy the camera. Wang Han and Zhang Wan could see that Shaa Nua was angry and did not expect to be spied on. Are we still saving people? Wang Han asked. It's all here. It's impossible not to save them. Besides, isn't a helicopter being sent? Zhang Wan said. If we can take a helicopter and fly directly back to the safe zone, we don't have to go through half of B City to face most of the zombies. I have to decide whether to save the people or not. The calm Shaa Nua said. A group of people immediately rushed to the room that Zhu Ziqing said. At this time the door of the room opened, and walked out a woman with a pale face and a thin body type. You are Professor Zhu's daughter? Shaa Nua asked with a frown. Before the woman could answer, she fainted straight toward Shaa Nua's direction. Everyone would have thought that Shaa Nua would have picked it up in passing. who knew that Shaa Nua just looked straight at. Touch. The woman directly face flopped on the ground. For a while the atmosphere was a little awkward. Xi Li and Lin Xiaojin went up and touched the woman. It is estimated that it is many days without food. Deficient, Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin directly lifted the woman from her back with one hand, just like lifting a small chicken, and lightly walked in. They wouldn't have thought why would a reinforcing power be awakened in a woman? At least the ones they had seen with enhanced strength were all men, and were covered in muscles that grew with their strength. It could be said that the more muscles, the more power. And most of the people with enhanced strength were fat. The whole house was a lounge, full of rubbish, empty bottles. Lin Xiaojin took out the water from the backpack and fed it to the woman and said, "I guess it will take a while to wake up." This woman was also awesome, squatting here for a month. And it was estimated that she hadn't eaten for several days. There was also a laptop on the table, with a string of black numbers showing up inside. "John Wish, come and take a look," Shaa Nua said as he looked at the laptop. Zhang Wan immediately walked over and looked at the computer, staring carefully. A series of codes inside. "Brother Xiao, it's just a string of distress code. I didn't expect this girl's computer to be so powerful as well," Zhang wished to discuss explained. Sure enough, it was Professor Zhu Ziqing's daughter. After about an hour, the woman slowly opened her eyes. Her face was pale, and her lips were bloodless. Lin Xiaojin found the chocolate from her backpack and broke off a piece, giving it to the girl to eat. "You've been hungry for too long now. You can't eat too much. Eat some chocolate first to ease it," Lin Xiaojin said. The woman nodded. This side Shaa Nua had already dialed the phone over. "I found the person. How long will the helicopter arrive?" Shaa Nua said in a deep voice. "This helicopter is already being dispatched," Zhang Xinping said. "Good," Shaa Nua answered. "Don't hang up yet. Professor Zhu has something to say. I want to have a word with my daughter." Professor Zhu's voice changed inside. Shaa Nua handed the phone to Lin Xiaojin, who put the phone to the woman's ear. "Anna, don't be afraid. Follow them, and you'll be able to see your father soon." The voice inside was full of choking. Although Professor Zhu Ziqing was sort of threatening them, it was also to save his own daughter. Without benefits, who would save someone at this time? Thinking of this, Lin Xiaojin stole a glance at Shaa Nua. It was also unknown what kind of price her brother had paid to get Shaa Nua to come out from the safe zone to save her. "Dad." Zhu Jingjing choked out an aggrieved sob. God knows how she survived being trapped here for a month after the end of the world. Zhu Ziqing still wanted to say something else. The phone was asked back by Shaa Nua. At the moment, the phone has been changed to Zhang Xinping. "Shaa Nua, you've done a very good job in this matter. I thank you on behalf of the safety zone," Zhang Xinping said. "Thank you is not necessary. I've never made sense of things, let alone the fact that it's the end times now." Zhang Xinping frowned when he heard this. "What conditions do you want?" Both men were smart people. A little goes a long way. "Put Professor Zhu on the phone," Shaa Nua said in a deep voice. Zhang Xinping's face changed slightly when he heard this. "If you don't agree, you guys could have sent a helicopter to rescue?" Shaa Nua said with a cold smile. "Shaa Nua," Zhang Xinping frowned. "If you guys really have helicopters, would you use us? I want Professor Zhu's technology. Now immediately transfer it over. Right to her daughter's laptop," Shaa Nua said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin, Xi Li, Zhang Zhu, Wang Han, several people's faces all changed. "I didn't think that they would actually lie to us, and there wasn't any helicopter coming to pick us up. As long as we are tricked into coming here, then this person is neither saved nor not saved. Of course saved. There is still a possibility to return to the safe zone." Zhang Wish. Wang Han's face turned blue. But after hearing that Shaa Nua wanted the technology in Professor Zhu's hands in exchange, Zhang Wang's eyes all lit up. If he had this technology, then he could get hold of almost all the cameras in the entire country of China. It was even possible to use satellites to set up a communication system. Zhang Wan couldn't help but swallow his saliva and listen carefully to Shaa Nua's call. "Impossible. Shaa Nua. This is the country's, not your personal one." At this moment, the unfamiliar voice that had stopped it before came out on the phone again. "And who are you? You are not qualified to give me a dialogue," Shaa Nua coldly said. "I am Zhou Feng, the mayor of B City, and I am now the deputy governor of the new security zone. I am immediately ordering you to bring Professor Zhu's daughter back." Zhou Feng gasped. Shaa Nua directly hung up the phone without speaking. This Zhou Feng has a big mouth, Xianli said. Zhou Feng used to be the mayor of City B. He is in a high position of power, and is used to giving orders. Wang Han said. It's the end of the world now. And you still think you're a big mayor? Zhang Wang grunted. Tick-tock. Shaa Nua's phone rang again. But Shaa Nua did not answer it. Brother Xiao. They thought of it really well. Letting us risk so much to bring an extra person. But Brother Xiao, did you think of exchanging the technology a long time ago? Zhang Wang said. I said how could Brother Xiao agree so easily? Wang Han followed suit. It turned out that Shaa Nua had already thought of using technology to exchange. The phone called 3 times in a row before Shaa Nua answered. Shaa Nua. Apart from the technology, we can agree to everything else, Zhang Xiping said in a deep voice, seemingly making a great effort. Since this technology is Professor Zhu's, let Professor Zhu decide, Shaa Nua said in a deep voice, not compromising in the slightest. Shaa Nua, if you have this technology, you won't necessarily be able to use it. I know that you're a Defense Force Science sound, but you're not a telecommunications technology major. Just because I won't, doesn't mean the people around me won't, Shaa Nua said calmly. Zhang Wang heatedly smiled. He had been salivating for a long time. Zhang Xiping on the other side of the phone still didn't give up, saying, technology is useless to you. Wouldn't it be safer in the safe zone? It's useless to say more. You can let Professor Zhu decide. Whether his daughter lives or dies depends on his decision. I want to see the technology delivered in half an hour. Shaa Nua hung up the phone after saying that. Zhu Jingjing drank some sleep and ate something. She had regained some strength. You guys want my father's satellite technology? Zhu Jingjing's voice was hoarse. It seemed like she hadn't spoken for a long time. Of course. Otherwise who would waste their lives to save you? Zhang Wish said honestly. Otherwise, they were now on their way back to the safe zone. Their car could only have sat down so many people. If they were to add one more person, they would need to remove the back box. And the supplies would have to be put in less. Whether or not they could make it to the safe zone was still a toss-up. What's even more infuriating is your father saying that the helicopter would come to pick us up. But it turned out to be a lie. Zhang Wang was angry again. Zhu Jingjing said, my dad won't leave me behind. Zhu Jingjing cut her teeth and then shut her mouth. On the other side within the safety zone, Zhang Xiping was arguing with Zhou Feng and Professor Zhu. Can't hand it over. By handing it over to him, could it be that he wants City B's supplies? Zhou Feng was firmly against it. Even if we hand it over, what can Shaa Nua and the few others accomplish? It won't threaten our safe zone, Zhang Xiping said. I don't care what you guys think. I just want my daughter to return safely. Professor Zhu was adamant about transmitting his technology. As long as his daughter could return safely, he could care less about everything else. Yes, there are only 3 of them. So they still have to live in the safe zone when they come back? Perhaps with this technology, they will be safer when they come back instead. Don't you think so? 2 district heads? The other head of the safe zone said. The 2 big heads quarreled, and their small heads suffered, seeing that both of them were a bit shaken. The man continued. The cooling will soon come. Let's see if we should hurry to go to B City to look for supplies. Otherwise I'm afraid that these people in our safety zone won't be able to withstand it. Our place is only a bomb shelter built before the founding of B City. Things and equipment are very simple. Shaa Nua's phone rang again. This time the one who answered the phone was Professor Zhu. I agree to transmit the technology to you, but I will only transmit half of it. For the remaining half, I will set a password. You just need to bring my daughter back safely, and I will tell you the password immediately. Shaa Nua pondered for a moment and said, Deal. Shaa Nua, you must rush back to the safe zone within a month. Otherwise the temperature will plummet. The rest of the words Zhang Xiping did not say, but Shaa Nua and the others knew. The temperature plummeted. They didn't have the equipment to keep warm, so they were afraid that they would freeze to death on the road. I know. Shaa Nua hung up the phone after saying this. And Zhu Jingjing's laptop auto-computer transmitted a string of codes. Zhang Wish stared with unblinking eyes, then took out the flash drive from his body and copied the stuff onto it. Is only half. The other half encrypted settings. China military end password. I cannot solve. Zhang Wang frowned. The military end password is too complex and requires at least dozens if not hundreds of algorithms. Bring Zhu Anna back to the safe zone. I believe that Professor Zhu will not go back on his word. After saying this, Shaa Nua looked at Zhu Jingjing's gaze with a hint of cold sinking. Zhu Jingjing only felt chilled by this gaze. She circled around and only felt that Lin Xiaojin was a little more agreeable. How should we go back now? Our car sat 5 people no problem. Now one more. Can only remove the boot. But our supplies, said Wang Han. As soon as Xian Li heard this, she was very nervous. Lin Xiaojin is Shaa Nua specifically to save. This Zhu Jingjing could not be left behind either. The boot was removed and it was assumed that it couldn't hold enough supplies. Let them 3 girls squeeze. In addition to Xiao already can. Anyway, several of them are quite thin. Zhang Wish said. None of the 6 of them are fat. Zhang Wish. You protect the YouTuber. Let's grab and leave now. It will be dark in a while. Shaa Nua said in a deep voice. No problem. I'll be there if the disc is there. Zhang Wan assured. The woman slowly stood up and said, I'm much better now. Shaa Nua looked at Zhu Jingjing and frowned. Wang Han, you are responsible for protecting her. Good. Wang Han nodded and walked over to Zhu Jingjing. Lin Xiaojin, you follow me. Shaa Nua said. Lin Xiaojin was speechless. She was actually quite capable of cutting down zombies. Xian Li slightly lowered her head. She felt a bit redundant. It's fine. You can follow me. Zhang Wish smilingly patted Xian Li's shoulder. Zhang Wan was actually average looking, with dark skin and a mouthful of large white teeth when he smiled. Before the end of the world, Xian Li was afraid that she wouldn't even pay attention to these men. And there were many men surrounding her. Xian Li didn't say anything. But just now Zhang Wan's words were what warmed her heart. But what she knew better was that she still had to rely on herself when it mattered. A few people went out of the room and headed straight downstairs. And when they reached the 3rd floor, they saw that a few scattered zombies had slowly wandered over. The few zombies were cleanly killed by Shaa Nua and the others. Wait. Don't go yet. Lin Xiaojin said. Shaa Nua. I'll use your knife. Lin Xiaojin said. Shaa Nua did not hesitate to directly give Lin Xiaojin. Xian Li thought of something and her eyes lit up as she said. Zhang Quan. I'll use your knife too. Zhang Wish frowned slightly and said. Weapons can't be given to just anyone. Without a weapon, how can you defend yourself by relying on your supernatural ability alone? Xian Li deflated. Looking at Shaa Nua gave Lin Xiaojin without saying a word. Lin Xiaojin took Shaa Nua's military thrust and directly inserted it into the zombie's head. This operation gave the others a dumbfounded look. Vomit. Zhu Jingjing, who had never come out, directly vomited when she saw this scene. Oh my god. She just thought Lin Xiaojin was a bit more agreeable. Who knows that he actually poked the zombie's head directly without changing his face? What kind of hobby is this? There. But it's red. Fire? Xian Li said with slight disappointment when she saw the red crystal beads in the zombie's head. What is this thing? Shaa Nua also felt curious. I don't know. I unintentionally found something that can increase my psychic ability. A crystal like a glass ball? So I called it a crystal bead. Lin Xiaojin said. I'm a water-type psychic ability. I can absorb the blue ones. This one is red. It should be fire-type to absorb it. Right, Xiaojin? Xian Li said. Well, theoretically, Lin Xiaojin said, looking towards Zhang Wan. Here Zhang Wan seemed to be a fire system. Zhang willing to hear this eyes light up. Pick up the crystal beads from the zombie head. Zhu Jingjing just a little bit and look at this picture. Directly 2 eyes fainted. This Zhu Jingjing inevitably also too timid, right? Haven't seen the chainsaw scare? But Lin Xiaojin was also nauseated for half a day the first time she watched it. I'll do it. Shaa Nua took Lin Xiaojin's military spike. Wang Han and Zhang Wang also dug open the heads of the remaining few zombies. There were 3 crystal beads in total. Xiaojin actually has a transparent one. Xian Li said in surprise. This was the first time he had seen a transparent crystal bead. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies downstairs started to riot again, and Shaa Nua said, put it away first and study it when it's safe. Good. When rushing down the ground floor, it was slowly filled with zombies. It was impossible to rush a road. At this time, it was also the first time Lin Xiaojin saw Wang Han's skill. The wind system. Wang Han's hand condensed to wind mass. Shaa Nua's hand a greenish-blue lightning. Both energies were thrown towards the middle of the zombie group at the same time. The 2 energies collided, and the surrounding zombies were either electrocuted and paralyzed, or blown against the wall by the wind. Awesome, Xian Li said. Wang Han's skill seemed like a film they had seen. Stormbringer, taking advantage of a large swath of zombies in the end. Several people rushed to the car. These zombies were not dead, and would get up again after the paralysis passed in a while. Shaa Nua pulled Lin Xiaojin to sit in the passenger side, and Shaa Nua drove the car. Wang Han, Zhang Wang, Xian Li, and a fainted Zhu Jingjing, 4 people squeezed in the back. Fortunately, the 4 of them are not fat, and the middle of the cushion to put a glass of water removed, which can sit down. Zhu Jingjing is almost lying on Wang Han. Fortunately, Zhu Jingjing is now fainted. Otherwise, it will have to die of embarrassment. Wang Han want to cry without tears. Is not good that their 3 women plus Zhang wish to sit in the back row it? How the 4 of them? Sit down. Shaa Nua finished and started driving the car. Boom boom boom. The car made a roaring sound and hit the group of zombies behind it. Plop plop plop. Crushing through the group of zombies. There was even a zombie head hanging on the iron frame of the front glass. Lin Xiaojin thought to himself that this zombie head might have crystal beads in it. Plop plop plop. Another impact. The zombie head directly rolled down. Lin Xiaojin still feel a little pity. It's a pity that the crystal beads can't be picked up. You have to risk being surrounded by the zombie herd. Poof. Directly rushed out of the school district. Behind the zombies are still rushing out. Brother Xiao, have you noticed that this zombie's speed has become faster during the daytime? Zhang Wang said, as he looked at the zombies chasing out behind him. Shaa Nua responded. Maybe it has something to do with that night without moonlight. All the zombies didn't move at all until the next day, when the zombies' speed became faster. Zhang Zhu and Wang Han were squeezed on the windows on both sides. Dripping. Out of oil. Shaa Nua frowned. The car slowly came to a stop. Fortunately, both sides are highways, and rushed out of the south campus to walk a large section of the road. This is immediately to the north campus. There is a night market on the north side of our campus. Next to Gongjiazhuang, there are hotels and small supermarkets. Should we go and look for petrol? Xian Li said. I didn't realize that you can't escape a small hotel near a famous school. Zhang Wish lamented on the side. Lin Xiaojin. Xian Li. Lin Xiaojin's face was a bit abnormal when she heard this. Isn't that normal? There are also relatives who come to see the students. So can't they stay in a small hotel? Xian Li retorted. It's not like I said anything. There are still small hotels near our school. Zhang Wish said heatedly. We all have the discipline never to go. Especially not under the leadership of Brother Xiao. Right. Brother Xiao. Zhang Wang said. Cough. Shaa Nua responded. Coughing lightly under the serious. Let's go. First find a place to land, it's almost dark. Wang Han locked the car. The entire body is black blood. And just freshly dyed zombie blood. New old together long ago, cannot see the original color of the car. Wang Han went to the car inside. Patted Zhu Jingjing's face. Did not wake up. Then pinched the pinch. Only then did Zhu Jingjing wake up. Wang Han said. Let's go! Are we safe? Zhu Jingjing said. Sort of. Wang Han said with a frown. Putting the car stuff into the backpack and carrying it. There were actually no more supplies in the car. 6 people. 5 with backpacks. Lin Xiaojin's eyes lit up when she saw that there were still weapons in the boot. She took a glance at a katana. Spare weapons. There are 2 or 3 in there. Pick one you like. Shaa Nua said. This one. Lin Xiaojin took the short samurai sword. The size was just right. I'll take one too. Xian Li also came over to take a knife. And there were only 2 watermelon knives left. Wang Han also handed the remaining knife to Zhu Jingjing and said. You hold it. Zhu Jingjing held the knife with both hands. A face at a loss. You haven't seen Resident Evil? Now it's the real-life version of Resident Evil. Get used to seeing it, and don't feel scared. Xian Li said in a serious manner. Zhu Jingjing was silent, and didn't say anything. Only her face was pale. Lin Xiaojin shook her head. Xian Li still comforting others? He himself was also terrified when he first started chopping zombies. But everyone has a first time. Lin Xiaojin's first experience of chopping zombies. Until now Lin Xiaojin still remembers how terrified and overwhelmed she was. No one can face the blood straight from the beginning. Especially if they were born in a safe country and never faced a threat to their life. Until one day everywhere is a threat or a threat to their life. There isn't a single person who doesn't panic and get scared, grabbing their weapons and putting on their backpacks. They could now only walk on their legs. After walking for almost 10 minutes or so, they saw a village size. all painted the same gray-blue color. There shouldn't be many in the village people. Most of them are old people. The young people have gone to the city to work and live, Lin Xiaojin said. This means that there should be zombies in the village. But the number should not be too many. A few people walked through the village. And sure enough, there were a few zombies. All of them were zombies with weak legs and feet. Sure enough, most of the village are old people. A few zombies were quickly taken out by them. It's a pity that they don't have crystal beads in their heads. The highest thing here was only the small 3-building hotel. It was now 5 o'clock, and the sun was about to set. Go there. Shaa Nua pointed to the only small 3-story building. The 3-story high one was a small family-style hotel. And as soon as you entered, there were several zombies roaring. The smallest zombie should be just a few years old. A few people quickly took care of the zombies. Zhang Wang went up to the first floor, and Wang Han went up to the 3rd floor, cleaning up each room so that there would not be any zombies that had been left out. Shaa Nua was on the ground floor. Xi and Li and Zhu Jingjing stood at the entrance of the courtyard to see if there were zombies breaking in. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, is holding a knife and following Shaa Nua. Touch! Shaa Nua kicked open the door of the room. Inside is a big pink bed. There is also a table. TV. Surrounded a circle, there is nothing to use. Immediately followed by the second room. The ground floor has a total of 3 or 4 rooms. The middle should be a living room. Just went in. A zombie wobbly rushed in. Lin Xiaojin not yet shot. Shaa Nua, a hand-waved zombie head rolled down. Immediately after, Shaa Nua saw Lin Xiaojin holding a short knife to poke the zombie head. Poke half a day actually found a transparent crystal beads. There were 2 transparent crystal beads in total. One was an elemental crystal bead. And the second was this special transparent crystal bead. In Lin Xiaojin's mind there is an idea. Special class ability. An elemental ability does not need a different crystal bead? Of course, this is yet to be verified. Lin Xiaojin's spatial ability belonged to the special type of ability. Right? Or maybe there were also reinforcement abnormal abilities. A few people thoroughly swept the small building carefully to make sure there were no more zombies. And finally chose a suite room on the 3rd floor. I found some instant noodles. And self-heating hot pot packets. Zhang Wish said, as he held up a few packets of instant noodles. As well as the hot pot packets. It's been a long time since I had a mouthful of hot food. I want to eat self-heating hot pot. And I'm happy with the spicy ones. Xi and Li excitedly went to get the self-heating hot pot. I say go cook some instant noodles. The gas here still works, it's the water that's not quite enough. Zhang Wan said. Then I'll go with you. I can still put the water on. Xi and Li followed Zhang Wan to the kitchenette to cook instant noodles. Lin Xiaojin, Wang Han, Shaa Nua, and Zhu Jingjing were left in the room. Have you awakened any psychic abilities? Wang Han asked. Xi and Li has a water system. Lin Xiaojin strengthens her strength. Zhu Jingjing shook her head in embarrassment and said, Awakening? Why do I feel like I'm watching an X-Men story? It seems that Zhu Jingjing didn't awaken any supernatural abilities. Lin Xiaojin took out a few crystal beads they found. These 2 blue ones are water-based. There's a red one that should be fire-based. And 2 transparent ones, Lin Xiaojin said. At this moment, Xi and Li and Zhang wished to cook the noodles back. A stream of steaming noodles. Why don't we talk about this crystal bead later? Let's eat first. Lin Xiaojin swallowed. She was hungry again. Especially with such hot noodles. Lin Xiaojin's stomach rumbled. Lin Xiaojin was more or less embarrassed. Zhu Jingjing also swallowed her saliva. She was also hungry. Eat the noodles first, Shaa Nua responded. Everyone was very much in agreement to try the meal first. And discuss the matter of the crystal beads in a while. In fact, Lin Xiaojin wasn't full. But the instant noodles were already at the bottom. And a few men had eaten with quite a bit of restraint. Xi and Li and Zhu Jingjing both ate already very full. Lin Xiaojin thought to herself that she could only wait for them to go to bed at night. And then she would open a small stove. Otherwise she would definitely be too hungry to sleep at night if she didn't just eat a bowl of noodles. After everyone finished eating, they started talking about the crystal beads again. Crystal beads need to be crushed and then absorbed. But Xi and Li can only absorb the blue ones. She can't absorb the other crystal beads. Lin Xiaojin finished speaking and even took a blue crystal bead and crushed it in front of everyone. Xi and Li immediately mobilized her own supernatural energy. And then this blue energy that floated out from the crystal bead entered into Xi and Li's body. Similarly, Lin Xiaojin was crushing the red crystal bead. and the fiery red energy inside entered Zhang Wan's body now. I feel like my fire ability has increased. Zhang Wish was shocked. For such a long time. From the time he awakened his supernatural ability. He had never felt this way before. This zombie's head can enhance its supernormal abilities. We fought so many zombies for nothing, Zhang Wish said. There were 2 transparent crystal beads left. Lin Xiaojin couldn't decide. Wang Han had an alien ability. She asked Wang Han to crush it and try. No. I can't absorb these crystal beads, Wang Han said, a little disappointed. Lin Xiaojin approached the energy of the transparent crystal bead. The transparent energy was absorbed by Lin Xiaojin. The power lineage is able to absorb transparent crystal beads? Xianli said. Shaa Nua also crushed the remaining transparent crystal bead, and the transparent energy was also absorbed by Shaa Nua. What is this situation? How come both of you can absorb it and I can't? Wang Han looked at the 4 of them, but he himself couldn't absorb it. I think the transparent crystal bead should be specialized. Alien energy can be absorbed. Lin Xiaojin looked at Shaa Nua. Could the lighting system also be specialized? And his own space could also absorb other crystal beads. However, Lin Xiaojin found that his own space was a bit bigger after absorbing the transparent crystal bead. Next time when we fight zombies, collect some if you can so we can understand, Shaa Nua said. Well, Wang Han wiped his palms. Next time, he had to hit a few more zombie heads. In the past, they would hide when they saw a lot of zombies. But now, they all had the urge to go out and hunt zombies. If they were evolving, the zombies were likewise evolving again. At night, the roar of zombies could be heard from time to time. But they were all far away. Now there is no electricity at night. And there is no entertainment. A room with 2 suites. In order to be safe, everyone is crowded in a suite. 3 women sleep inside. 3 men sleep outside. Zhu Jingjing. Xianli 2 people have not slept well for a long time. Especially Xianli recent period of time every day in the fear. This will finally feel relieved to have a good night's sleep. The 2 girls entered dreamland in less than 10 minutes. In fact, Lin Xiaojin also wanted to sleep. But more than sleeping, she felt hungry. So with 2 big eyes open, she waited for the 3 men outside to fall asleep, so she could go steal some food. The space is Lin Xiaojin has no intention to tell people. Lin Xiaojin is used to keep her hand. Stay until the last moment unless that day. She hides inadvertently expose the secret. Brother Shao. Our previous zombies cut in vain all. If I know that there are things in the zombie crystal head that can enhance the supernormal ability, then I have to dissect out every one of them, Wang Han said excitedly. Although now he is the only one who has not absorbed the crystal beads. From the very beginning, Shaa Nua, Zhang Wan, and Wang Han's initial awakening abilities were higher than the others. For example, Zhang Wan's fireball. Other people can only release a palm-sized small fireball. But Zhang Wan can release a football-sized fireball. Just awaken psychic ability, or call it a talent. But Lin Xiaojin also can't imagine Shaa Nua is a thunder system. Obviously elemental system psychic ability. How can it also absorb special class psychic ability? There was also her own transparent crystal bead. She thought more that she would grow in strength. But it turned out to be a growth in space. Anyone oddly enough want to soften a zombie's head? Disgusting or avoiding? Zhang Wish deflated and said. The disgusting appearance of the zombie. After killing it, you don't want to look at it a second time. You just want to quickly solve the zombie and escape. Who would be fine to chop the zombie's head after the zombie head? After going to stir the zombie head open. Observe and observe. Lin Xiaojin. Not just find out, Wang Han said with a frown. I didn't say anything, Brother Shao. Zhang Wish immediately covered his mouth when he felt Shaa Nua's cold air. Now that it was so quiet, and in the same private room, the 3 of them spoke in a low voice, but were still heard clearly by Lin Xiaojin. Humph. Lin Xiaojin grunted twice in anger. Brother Shao, can we leave these 3 women safely in the safe zone? Zhang Wang sighed softly. Even though the 3 of them were good with their hands, and had awakened their psychic abilities, they had gone through 9 deaths to get through B City, and out of the safe zone to reach Qing University. There were several times when they were surrounded by zombies at night. And every time he felt that he could die, and go home to meet his parents. Even long ago maid would rather commit suicide than turn into a zombie, that kind of disgusting monster. Wang Han also lowered his head and was silent. It seems that he also feels that it is too difficult. No. We didn't die when we came here. And even less when we go back. Not to mention that now we have a way to enhance our powers. We could all return safely, Shaa Nua said in a deep voice. Shao's voice seemed to carry a powerful penetrating force that made people couldn't help but believe in it. That's right. Trust Brother Shao. Do you remember that cross-country extreme challenge? At the beginning, they all said that we wouldn't be able to complete it, and we would definitely lose. But in the end, wasn't it Brother Shao who led us to win? He became the first student ever to succeed in the challenge. Now the three of us still have our names on the wall of honor, Zhang Wang said excitedly. The end of the world came too suddenly. Too strange. We all woke up as zombies. And the zombies at our school are fiercer than the ones outside. But didn't we also escape? We even contacted the army. Wang Han also recalled. Yes. I thought at first that it was a new type of training method for people that the school had come up with. Zhang Wish touched his inchworm head. It wasn't until he saw his classmates being chewed up by the zombie door that he realized that this couldn't be a training game. And he thought the school was following the movie's example. Oi! The shock that this month had brought them was just too great. We'll not only survive, but we'll live better. And for the sake of the people behind us, I'm going to build my own safe zone. Make it bigger and stronger. Shaa Nua finally spoke from his heart at this moment. Zhang Wan and Wang Han looked at each other and said, We'll follow Brother Shao. They had spent time in the safe zone and knew what kind of environment it was to live in. But Shaa Nua, was Zhang Wang Han willing in his heart? Especially how could Shaa Nua stay subservient to people? Lin Xiaojin listening in the room. How somehow feel Shaa Nua words seemed to be talking to her. The person behind the back? Lin Xiaojin shook her head. How could this be possible? It was simply that she was overthinking it. Finally, the few of the men also stopped chatting and were quiet. Lin Xiaojin listened to the faint snoring outside, and then looked at Xian Li and Zhu Jingjing, who had fallen asleep. The two people's sleeping position is back to embrace their own extremely insecure sleeping position. In the end of the world, this is also very normal. No meal is a peaceful sleep. Lin Xiaojin tiptoed up. Originally wanted to go to the bathroom, but for fear of being discovered, Lin Xiaojin had to go out of the room. Gently closed the door. The breath of relief. Just Lin Xiaojin's just closed the door. A pair of deep eyes opened their eyes. This would have been a quiet mountain forest. A small farmhouse hotel. The moonlight reflected in the courtyard. There is a kind of illusion of the quiet years. Of course, there would be hissing noises coming from time to time. But the distance was rather far away, and only an occasional sentence could be heard. Lin Xiaojin sat on the stairs, took out 2 bags of bread from space, and ate a few more marinated chicken eggs, which made her feel less hungry. I also don't know how long I can hide the fact that I'm pregnant. Wouldn't it be better if it could be aborted unknowingly? Before the end of the world, there would be some obsessed men and women who would abort their children. Not to mention after the end of the world, their own survival was a problem. Only the time, place and people are not allowed. If surviving alone, Lin Xiaojin shook her head. It was impossible. Surviving alone is a difficult thing. First of all, can you resist loneliness? People are pack animals like wolves. Moreover, the risk of surviving alone is too great. Lin Xiaojin still vetoed this idea. Not to mention that she still has relatives. She also needs to follow Shaa Nua to find his brother. Only to find his brother. With his brother together, she will be at ease. Thinking of her brother. Tomorrow she must contact her brother and tell him about the crystal beads as well. Lin Xiaojin finished eating the small stove, then carefully returned to the room. Looking at a few people are still sleeping. Lin Xiaojin's heart only put back to the original place. Early the next morning, now since Xian Li's supernatural ability had improved, the amount of water released had also increased. At least there was enough water for the 3 of them girls to wash their faces. To realize the freedom of bathing, we still need to raise our alien energy, Xian Li exclaimed. From now on, you'll be the tap in this team. But can you tap this tap in more water? Zhang Wan said. I would like to, but I can only condense so many water molecules, Xian Li said helplessly. Today, they planned to stay here for a day, as the most important petrol was still to be collected. And there were still some villages around here that sold things. Gather enough supplies today and leave tomorrow, Shaa Nua said. Good. Several people responded. It seemed that now they all subconsciously obeyed Shaa Nua's command. The person who was calm and collected, as if nothing could trap him, naturally became a leader. It didn't matter to Lin Xiaojin who became the leader. She only wanted to follow them to the safe zone and find her brother. Several people were busy, preparing to go out to fight zombies and collect supplies in a while. Zhu Jingjing over there seemed to be a little nervous, and had been asking Xian Li for advice on how to fight the zombies. You're asking her for advice? Might as well ask Wang Han and I, Zhang Wan said. Xian Li smiled awkwardly. He was also second in command when he chopped zombies. Zhu Jingjing thought about it, and went to ask Wang Han for advice. Shaa Nua stood at the stairs, exactly where Lin Xiaojin stole food last night. Fortunately, Lin Xiaojin has always been cautious. The rubbish bag has long been put away. Shaa Nua. Lin Xiaojin called out and felt wrong. This person is his brother's friend. Should also be a few years older than himself. The man, with short hair, the collar of his blouse slightly open, the cuffs of his shirt rolled up to the middle of his arm, revealing wheat-colored skin, his eyes deep and godly. Seeing that it was Lin Xiaojin who came over, Shaa Nua put out the rest of his cigarette. I want to contact my brother. Can I use your mobile phone? That Xian Li, Lin Xiaojin explained. Xian Li's mobile phone broke. Before Lin Xiaojin's next sentence could be spoken, Shaa Nua had already pulled the phone out of his arms. Thanks. Lin Xiaojin took the mobile phone. The two people's fingers collided slightly, sending a hint of electric numbness. It's true that Shaa Nua is a humanoid generator. Lin Xiaojin took over the phone and called his brother's mobile phone. Lin Xiaoren is very excited. Lin Xiaojin is also very excited. Eyes red. Parents are not in the left him too dependent on each other. From childhood together, with the heartache of the fence, two people have never been separated. You follow Shaa Nua well to the safe zone. I will also rush to the safe zone. Must wait for brother, okay? Lin Xiaojin responded with red eyes. Immediately after that, Lin Xiaojin told his brother Lin Xiaoren about the crystal beads. And his brother said that they had already found out about the safe zone in S City. Lin Xiaoren told Lin Xiaojin everything he knew. My brother asked you to pick up the phone. Lin Xiaojin handed Shaa Nua his mobile phone. Shaa Nua turned out the phone, and his stretched brows wrinkled gently. I know. But don't go back on what you promised me. Shaa Nua directly hung up the phone after saying that. Next to her, Lin Xiaojin's face tensed slightly when she heard Shaa Nua's words. Sure enough, her brother must have said that he'd promised Shaa Nua something before he would come to save her. A few people discussed, and Lin Xiao ran right down the message. Basically not much different from what Lin Xiaojin said. The green crystal bead is the wind system. The red one is the fire system. The blue one is the water system. The yellow one is the earth system. And the purple one is the thunder system. The transparent ones were special class abilities, like her brother's nowadays, which was embodiment. So I just need to find the green-colored crystal bead. I can absorb it. Wang Han couldn't help but say. That's right. The theory is like this, Lin Xiaojin said. Strengthening lineage of psychic abilities. Strength are needed to eat a lot of food. Increase muscles so that can only be enough strength. But the recovery system's psychic abilities required a large amount of replenishment of blood, as they could heal people. But it was their own red blood cells that were consumed. Special psychic ability needs special price. This is God gives people special energy. Also needs special pay. So to say only the natural lineage of supernormal abilities. Just absorb the crystal beads to enhance their supernormal abilities. However, Lin Xiaojin's strengthening lineage was also very special, as there was no muscle growth. This made Lin Xiaojin really jump. She had also seen people with strengthening lineage powers. The muscles on the body are like bodybuilders. Men may have a beautiful view, but she is a woman covered in muscle growth. Fortunately, Lin Xiaojin didn't. Her strength growth didn't make her muscles grow as well. What Lin Xiaojin grew was the cells in her body. This strange phenomenon could not be explained. But Lin Xiaojin vaguely felt that it was because of that zombie. Because after the zombie bit her, she didn't mutate, but instead possessed the ability to strengthen her strength. Then let's set off now to gather supplies and cut down the zombies, Wang Han said positively. He also wanted to try the feeling of absorbing the crystal beads all. In the past, when he saw a zombie, he went round the corner. But now, he wants to go directly to cut the zombie. There were 3 men and 3 women in total, and it was decided to split into 2 teams to gather supplies so that they could speed up. Xian Li followed Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin followed Shaa Nua, so it is the 3 of them group. Zhang Wish. Wang Han took Zhu Jingjing. Zhu Jingjing is also in the South Campus. Xian Li is often to go. Two people on this side of the terrain is more familiar. Shaa Nua Wang Han Zhang wished the three people against the time. It is now 10 a.m. Meet back here before 2 p.m. Shaa Nua said. Humph. A total of 2 teams were divided into 2. One side starting from the east, and the other from the west. The crowd set off with backpacks and weapons. Xia Jin. Let's go. I remember there's this pharmacy ahead. Let's go find some medicine. Especially painkillers. It hurts too much every time I get my period. Xianli said. Lin Xia Jin listened to the pharmacy. Her psyche moved. Her hand unconsciously fisted. Good. Lin Xiaojin looked back at Shaa Nua and saw him nod. The two of them followed Xianli all the way. Roar. The road encountered a few more zombies. Poof poof poof. 2 zombies were cut off by Shaa Nua's head. And 1 was cut off by Lin Xiaojin. Pulling out inside? There were 3 crystal beads. 1 red. 2 transparent. Lin Xiaojin rejoiced. You loaded up first. Go back and share it later. Shaa Nua said. Lin Xiaojin's space hadn't been filled with red crystal beads yet. So she didn't know what would happen. But the only bad thing about it now was that she couldn't secretly store the crystal beads. Lin Xiaojin loaded the crystal beads into her backpack. In front of the pharmacy were 2 zombies, walking with a limp. Before the end of the world, it was estimated to be 2 old men. These 2 were double blown up by Lin Xiaojin and Xianli. 1 purple one. A blue one. The purple one, Shaa Nua's lightning ability could absorb. And he could absorb the transparent crystal beads at the same time. Could it be? Shaa Nua had 2 types of psychic abilities. A dual system? It was unlikely. Right? However, Lin Xiaojin thought of himself. Also a dual system. There was nothing impossible. And it was estimated that Shaa Nua also didn't want to be exposed just like she thought. In that case, Lin Xiaojin was curious about what Shaa Nua's special class of alien ability was. Lin Xiaojin kicked open the door of the pharmacy. It had only been a month without any popularity, and it was already covered in cobwebs. I'll go look for painkillers. Xianli immediately rushed into the medicine cabinet. Lin Xiaojin looked at the medicine cabinet. There were a few small boxes on the bottom cabinet. Mifepristone and misoprostol. It was. Lin Xiaojin's heart thumped. Sure enough. Only small clinics would sell this kind of medicine. Lin Xiaojin swallowed her saliva. Lin Xiaojin just wanted to reach for this medicine. Xia Jin found it. Ibuprofen painkiller. Cold medicine. Fever reducer, take some too. Xianli said. Lin Xiaojin was distracted. Her eyes were still on the 2 boxes of small medicines and said, Good. Did you take the medicine? Voice from behind slowly surrounded over. A little low hoarse. Deep. Seems to see through the heart. Lin Xiaojin turned back and encountered Shaa Nua's deep eyes. As if a glance to see through the heart. Lin Xiaojin immediately withdrew his hand. For the first time, there is a kind of bad thing was caught in the bag feeling. Lin Xiaojin hands and feet from the side to take a box of medicine. By hand to take 2 boxes of medicine into the backpack. Shaa Nua man should not understand what this medicine. Before leaving, Lin Xiaojin was preoccupied. Stayed in the drugstore is only a few minutes of time. Next to the drugstore are a group of next to a variety of shops. Clothing shops. Small grocery shops. Lingerie shops. Daily chemical shops. Snack shops. These points Lin Xiaojin and Xianli did not let go. Almost every shop into the once. Sweeping a circle. Lin Xiaojin and Xianli have found a few pieces of underwear. Good looking does not matter. Suitable on the line. Lin Xiaojin in fact would like to receive a few more. Xianli, 1 person is okay. She can also find a way to get out of the way. But Shaa Nua, as if the eyes grow on her. Almost every time she turns around, she can see Shaa Nua. I also don't know what exactly is the thing that his brother promised him. Is it so important to Shaa Nua? But Lin Xiaojin will still take the opportunity to sneak into the space a few pieces. Xinxin Supermarket. This should be the biggest supermarket near the South Campus. Want to go shopping inside? Xianli said, as she looked at the supermarket with 2 floors. Go. Lin Xiaojin responded. Before they could push open the door of the supermarket, a corpse suddenly rushed out from inside. This gave Lin Xiaojin and Xianli a fright. Fortunately, Shaa Nua reacted quickly. Roar. Shaa Nua's military stab pierced the zombie's head. Crystal beads pulled out and placed in Lin Xiaojin that. The shelves of the supermarket fell down a few. More messy. And there are food bags on the ground. It seems that there are also people who have survived for a period of time in this small supermarket. At first, Xian Li was quite nervous. But seeing that there were no more zombies inside, she started to go look for supplies. Her backpack was almost too big to fit, so she looked for a large traveling bag. Lin Xiaojin saw that Shaa Nua seemed to be loading supplies into his backpack as well. And at the moment, everyone was so focused on finding useful supplies that no one noticed her. So Lin Xiaojin went up to the first floor. The first floor are daily chemical products. Shampoo cream, face wash. Look at the brand are some miscellaneous brands. The students of Qin University will not buy skincare products here. These skincare products, toiletries are sold to the people of this village. Right? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Suddenly there was a hee-hee-so-so sound coming from the shelves of the laundry detergent inside. Lin Xiaojin frowned, holding the short samurai sword tightly in his hand. Roar! Suddenly a roar. From behind the shelves rushed out a zombie. The figure was not like the other zombies carrion exposed, but the skin was tightly attached to the body. The zombie's speed at noon was the slowest time of the day, but this zombie was not affected at all. Bump bump bump! After hitting 3 shells in a row, coming straight at Lin Xiaojin's neck, a subtle shivering sensation hit her, and her pupils suddenly shrunk. Then Lin Xiaojin quickly turned back, pressed down on the shelf next to her with one hand, and used her strength to rise up sideways, flipping herself over and avoiding the zombie's attack. Touch! The zombie twisted its body, its limbs bizarrely sticking to the wall, with half of the rotting flesh still hanging from its mouth. The speed was so fast. This was no ordinary zombie. Dab. The zombie rushed over again. Lin Xiaojin kicked the shelf next to him. Lin Xiaojin made 10% force with this kick. The shelf directly pressed the zombie into the ground. Roar! The zombie's mouth showed its teeth, and the lower half of its body was pressed to death by the shelf. Shaa Nua, who heard the commotion downstairs, rushed up at the first time, and saw Lin Xiaojin's handsome flip, as well as a kick to open the shelf. This zombie is not ordinary, Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin had just finished speaking when the zombie actually struggled and climbed out with the lower half of its body bloody. The zombie braced its hands on the ground and popped out with all its might. Lin Xiaojin didn't expect that the zombie would actually give up its lower body to gnaw on her as well, only to see Shaa Nua with lightning speed to pull out the waist of the military spikes ruthlessly stab the zombie head on the ground. Only after watching the zombie nailed to the ground did Lin Xiaojin let out a sigh of relief. This zombie could not be compared to an ordinary zombie, no matter its speed and strength. Xiao Royale took out the crystal bead in the zombie's head. It was a transparent crystal bead, but it happened to be cracked by Xiao Royale's military spike. A transparent energy was absorbed along Xiao Royale's fingertips. Xiao Royale raised his eyes and opened them. So for a moment it seemed to freeze time. Lin Xiaojin was a bit bewildered. It seems that zombies will also advance in the future. We can't let our guard down when we come out at noon, Lin Xiaojin said. Being in the post-apocalyptic world, no matter when, you can't let your guard down, Xiao Rui said with a frown. Lin Xiaojin nodded. In fact, she also knew that. Only that she couldn't do that self-discipline. It was really too tiring to keep her nerves taut at all times. But it's just that you can't relax even one step. You can't make a mistake even one step. Before the end of the world. Perhaps you can be lost in thought. Perhaps you can be late. Occasionally make a mistake does not matter. But now make a mistake is your life. Xian Li also rushed up at this moment, saw the zombie on the ground and said, "This zombie seems to be different from the ones outside." That's right. Its speed and strength are more than twice as fast as the zombies outside, Lin Xiaojin said. The zombie has advanced. So isn't its crystal bead different as well? Xian Li asked curiously. Lin Xiaojin shook her head, glanced at Xiao Rui, and said, Xiao Rui stabbed the crystal bead. Only the first half of the sentence was said. The crystal bead was absorbed by Xiao Rui. Lin Xiaojin didn't mention it. That's such a pity. Aren't novels written like this? Zombies can also advance. Then let's be careful in the future. Xiaojin, don't act alone in the future, Xian Li said. Lin Xiaojin nodded. Just now she did have a heart attack. She almost faced death for the first time. If it wasn't for her quick reflexes, she was afraid that she would have been pounced on by the zombie when she rushed over in that instant. Lin Xiaojin's backpack was grabbed by the zombies and tipped over on the ground. Xian Li had Lin Xiaojin to pick up the things. Lin Xiaojin looked at the 2 boxes of small medicines at Shaa Nua's feet. Lin Xiaojin was so nervous inside that she had to give up picking them up. Xiaojin, there is a better big backpack downstairs that can hold more things. Go, I'll take you to get it. Xianli pulled Lin Xiaojin away. Lin Xiaojin turned around and inadvertently looked at the box under Shaa Nua's feet. Lin Xiaojin was pulled down by Xianli. Shaa Nua looked down at the two small boxes thoughtfully. Xianli took a large black shoulder bag and said, "This? How about this? I see that this fabric is waterproof and loaded with more. In the past, I bought a bag that is not to go to a famous brand shop. Pink bag, small bag, jelly bag. I didn't even look at this ugly black bag before. And the good-looking bag, and the expensive bag, cannot be loaded with instant noodles is useless." Lin Xiaojin said. Xianli took a black bag and Lin Xiaojin took a blue bag. Shaa Nua, you change your bag too? This one packs more. Lin Xiaojin finished and handed Shaa Nua an ugly blue bag. Shaa Nua looked at Lin Xiaojin's seriousness and also changed his small bag. The three of them changed into a large backpack together. Water basically didn't need to be taken because there was Xianli as the tap. When Lin Xiaojin returned to the small hotel, the three of them hadn't returned yet. "Should we go look for them?" Lin Xiaojin said with some uneasiness. Bump! The door of the small inn was slammed open, and Zhu Jingjing's face was pale as she was held in Wang Han's arms. "What happened?" Shaa Nua asked. The three of them were not the only ones who came back at the moment. There were also two people behind them. Two zombies suddenly rushed out and gave Zhu Jingjing a fright and fainted. Now it started a fever, Wang Han said helplessly. Xianli found that she really counted her guts as quite big. "These two we ran into when we were collecting petrol and insisted on following us." Zhang Wish sighed helplessly. "You guys are students of Qing University, right? We are too. So let us follow you," the two girls said nervously. Lin Xiaojin frowned. Xianli kept silent. "It's up to Shaa Nua, their team, to accept or not." "I don't accept useless people," Shaa Nua said coldly. "I condense water beads." The woman immediately condensed out a water bead that was about the size of a ping-pong ball. Xianli couldn't help but say, "This point of water bead. I was able to put a water balloon before. Woman, I also have psychic abilities. I have a lot of strength in this arm." The other woman also raised her own arm. The muscles on this arm were indeed thicker, and it was very strange to look at. One arm is thick and one arm is thin. Lin Xiaojin was now very glad that she hadn't become like this. The woman saw the other people looking at her strangely. "I don't know how I became like this. Anyway, after the solar eclipse, this arm of mine became especially powerful as my muscles increased," the woman said. The woman punched the wall next to her in order to verify what she had said. And sure enough, the wall caved in deeply. "I can't help it if they have to follow me," Zhang Wan said. They had encountered people when they came over to be city from the safe zone, but they never wanted to follow them. These two women, presumably hiding in one place, heard him talking to Wang Han about the safe zone. The situation was like this. When they were pumping petrol, suddenly two zombies rushed out from the side towards Zhu Jingjing. As a result, Zhu Jingjing took the knife and directly gave a frightening fainted. "When the time comes, quickly send Zhu Anna back to the safe zone. With the second half of the code, they can go to the city to search for supplies," Zhang Wan said, thinking that there is no one around. There is nothing to avoid, but did not expect to favor these two people in the vicinity. Zhang Wan told Shaa Nua, Lin Xiaojin, and the others what happened. Now which two girls are standing at the door. "I'll look to fight with them to the end. Our car is cramped enough for 6 people," Zhang Wan said with a frown. "Do they still need to open the boot?" "That won't work, it's full of supplies. They are going to cross B city must be to take the suburbs. They would definitely have to go to the outskirts of the city, a place that was off the beaten track, so that the crisis of encountering the zombie hordes would be smaller. Time to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. According to the previous news, and the temperature plummet before coming. They must hurry back as soon as possible. Zhu Jingjing still has a fever. She really can't leave tonight," Wang Han said with a frown. "This guy fainted and came back with a fever. I have fever-reducing medicine here," Xianli said. They just got back the fever-reducing medicine from the pharmacy. Zhu Jingjing had a fever, and there was no way for them to leave. They could only wait until the next day during the day to set out. Those two women also followed in, and did not enter the house, but stood in the doorway. Shaa Nua frowned. Wang Han Zhang Wish face is not good. He too rarely had contact with women. This time also embarrassed to drive people. Maybe it is the first time to meet so active two people. In the past when they met people, are each have their own. And even watch out for each other. And how can they go with them? Zhang Wish Wang Han. Two people looked at Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin frowned. And looked at Xinli. Then the three have been nodding. Xinli said, "Do I look bad to get along with?" "Yes. You have the air of a bully. Go ahead. You can do it." Zhang Wish encouraged from the side. Xinli frowned. She really didn't look good to get along with. Everyone thought she was a rich second-generation delinquent girl before the end of the world. All kinds of fights and brawls she was involved in. But Qin University, she also got in on her own. The most similarity between her and Lin Xiaojin is her outstanding reputation. A high cold school flower. A philandering bad girl. Before the end of the two of her dormitory, each other do not see each other. Xinli walked over. Bluntly said, "We are not going to take you too. So you still die this hard it? Why? You all have already brought 2 women. It's fine to bring 2 more of us. We'll bring our own food. As long as we can be taken to the safe zone." One of the women said. Xinli frowned. Seemingly not expecting these 2 women to be quite difficult to deal with. Suddenly her brain flashed. She came to the front of the 2 people and said, "Did you see that man? He's our boss. He has to be seen by our boss. And that woman with the best looks of yours. She's our boss's woman. Why exactly 3 men with 3 women? It's not good for you guys to think about it. We're all women. And I'm doing it for your own good. Or don't follow. These 3 men of theirs are all perverts." Said Xinli also looked up at Zhang Zhu and Wang Han. Leaking out a pitiful look. The 2 women's faces were a little hard to see. As if their eyes were starting to hesitate. "You guys better hurry up and leave. The safe zone thing is pure bullshit. The end of the world suddenly came. There are zombies everywhere. Where is the safe zone?" Xinli sighed and lied. Don't blame her. She is also poisoned by this post-apocalyptic tea. She was once also deceived by people. The selfishness of people in the end times is infinitely magnified. Shaa Nua was able to take her because of Lin Xiaojin. And these 2 strange women had nothing to do with them. Xinli looked at the 2 people's ugly faces and felt that it should be a success. So she went back and gave an okay gesture to Zhang Wang, Lin Xiaojin and the others. Xinli really has the air of a vicious female match. Shaa Nua looked at the time. He couldn't drag it on. And said, "Wang Han is carrying Zhu Jingjing. Let's withdraw?" "Didn't you say to wait until the next day?" Lin Xiaojin said. In fact, she was still not quite willing to give up those 2 boxes of medicine. And still wanted to take advantage of the night to sneak a look. Not waiting. The temperature plunge has advanced again. Shaa Nua frowned and said. Hearing this news, everyone had no intention of procrastinating any longer, and all put on their backpacks. Wang Han carried Zhu Jingjing on his back. And Lin Xiaojin carried 2 large parcels. This weight was not enough for Lin Xiaojin to mention. 6 people walked on foot to the car there. Xinli, didn't you take care of those 2 women? Why are you still following us? Zhang Wan said. It's probably because they want to watch us go. Xinli frowned. Could it be that she was out of her element? A few people found the car. And Zhang Wan unloaded the oil drums and refueled the car. Wang Han handed Zhu Jingjing over to Lin Xiaojin and put the backpack of supplies in the boot. Shaa Nua is checking the car engine in the car. At this moment those 2 women suddenly walked up. Still toward Shaa Nua's direction. Xinli immediately had an ominous premonition when she saw it. Xinli shrank behind Lin Xiaojin. Those 2 girls didn't know what they said, causing Shaa Nua's face to turn blue. And then a roll was heard. The 2 girls immediately turned pale with fear. And one of them even ran to Lin Xiaojin and Xinli's face and cried, "Can I leave with you guys? I can give you guys, like, the ones that can sleep with them, so that you guys can take it easy too." Lin Xiaojin's forehead flashed 3 crows after hearing this. Xinli tried to hang on to an awkward smile and pulled Lin Xiaojin's arm in a plea for help. Lin Xiaojin looked at Sister Xin's small eyes. She came to Xinli's ear and said, "A crystal bead, I can help you, oh." Xinli did not think that Lin Xiaojin actually also wanted crystal beads. But after seeing Shaa Nua's condensed face, crystal beads will come later. There is only one life. Deal. Xinli immediately took out a crystal bead and stuffed it to Lin Xiaojin. Fortunately, this one she hadn't had time to absorb yet. Lin Xiaojin received the crystal bead and immediately turned her head to the woman and said, "Sorry. I don't need you to share. Who are you to try to touch my boyfriend?" Saying this, Lin Xiaojin smashed the big tree next to her with a punch. With a loud bang, the big tree split right down the middle. You're also a power ability. But why aren't you like me? The woman frowned. Surprised. Incredulous. Why did the woman have the same strength as her, but not her unsightly muscles? You must have some special method, don't you? Can you tell me? Said the woman and went up to pull Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin pushed the woman away with a flip. Special physique, Lin Xiaojin said with a special explanation. Seeing the woman's face of jealousy and anger, Lin Xiaojin suddenly felt a little refreshed. The unhappiness of just being pulled by the woman also disappeared. The car has finished filling up with petrol. We can set off, Zhang Wang shouted. Lin Xiaojin held the still unconscious Zhu Jingjing and sat in the car. This time it was Zhang Wang who drove and Shaa Nua who sat in the co-pilot. Wang Han, Lin Xiaojin, Xianli, and Zhu Jingjing sat in the back. The cushions in the back were removed by Wang Han, so that the sitting is slightly more spacious. The two women were stalled in the car, not letting them drive. Please, take us to the safe zone. It's fine if you don't let us follow you. The two women stopped in front of the car. Zhang Wang rolled down the car window and said, As you can see, we only have so many people in the car, so we really can't take you guys. You guys better find your own way. We can sit in your trunk, and when we find the car, we will follow you. The woman said with slight pity. The boot is full of our supplies. We can't leave our supplies and take you with us. You guys better go, Zhang Wang said. The other girl suddenly became angry and stood in front of the car in a fit of anger, stopping with her hands spread wide. If you don't take us with you, you can't leave either. The few people in the car frowned slightly at this. You can't morally kidnap us, right? You also don't think about the fact that there are zombies everywhere now. Who cares who you are? Zhang Wang was also a tempered one, and was already a bit angry. Anyway, you just have to take us, said the other woman who also followed up, both of them standing in front of the car. When Zhang Wang wanted to say something else, Shaa Nua's voice interrupted him. Drive over, Shaa Nua said in a cold voice. Zhang Wang was a bit confused at first, but seeing Shaa Nua's appearance did not look like he was joking at all. Zhang Wang immediately started the car. He had always listened to Shaa Nua's words. Believe in Shao to get eternal life. Buzzing. The car started. The two women are still in which stopped the slightest movement. Won't really have to press through. Right? Xianli actually some intolerance. After all, living for so long the rule of law society, although suddenly turned into a post-apocalyptic world. But before the law deeply rooted in people's hearts. What do you guys want to do? Killing is against the law. The women did not expect Zhang Wang to actually start the car, and one of them was obviously a bit flustered. Zhang Wang laughed and opened the window for a crooked head kill. You can call the police and see if any of them come. Drive away directly. Cut the crap. Shaa Nua frowned. Shaa Nua, since he got the news that the temperature began to gradually decline, a month later will fall to the peak, must hurry back to the safe zone of B City as soon as possible. Even if the environment there in the bad must freeze to death on the road strong. John wished to put away the jokes. One hand to hang the rear gear. Step on the accelerator. Backward a few meters after the right turn. Dabbing away from the two people. They're really gone. The woman was obviously a little desperate. What to do? We still have to stay here? Stay here. The supermarket's food is still enough for us to eat for a few months. If we leave alone, faced with the fear of the unknown, they were even more afraid to stay in their comfort zone. At least for the moment, they were still alive. The food in the supermarket was still able to them survive. Xianli looked back. Some mental thankfulness. Fortunately, they were not abandoned. The car traveled quickly on the road. We don't go to the suburbs. We directly go to the outer ring, Shaa Nua said in a deep voice. Outer ring? Both Wang Han and Zhang Zhuan were surprised. Although it was the outer ring, but it was also the outer ring of B City. It also had a population of more than 1 million people. That would be equivalent to 1 million zombies. Even if we walk a little bit around the path of the outer ring, encountering zombie horrors less than dozens of hundreds of all. With such a large number, they'd have to wear themselves out. Going to the outermost ring, hunting zombies, although dangerous to enhance strength, is also the main thing, Shaa Nua said in a deep voice. Now that he already knew the way to enhance his strength, which was the crystal beads in the zombies, how could he let it go? After the zombie that attacked Lin Xiaojin in the supermarket, The zombie is also evolving. We also have to improve. Otherwise we will be devoured by the zombie one day. Survival of the strong. Elimination of the weak. Not only applies to the animal world. They humans are even more so nowadays. Now that one by one had realized the importance of strength. The two of them, Zhang Wish and Wang Han, naturally agreed. I have no opinion, Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin instead wanted to take the opportunity to hunt more zombies and enhance the space. Although Xian Li was a little scared. The thought of facing hordes of zombies. It was false not to be scared. I'll follow Xiaojin, said Zhang Wish. Wang Han, two people do not need to say more. Is a word to follow Shaa Nua. But right now this guy is a trouble. Can't be discarded yet. Wang Han looked at Zhu Jingjing and said with a frown. That's true. The second half of the code is still with Professor Zhu. Zhang Wan said. He coveted that technology. No harm done. Every time you arrive at a place, find a safe place first. Team up and take turns to go out and hunt zombies to collect supplies. And only stay in one place for a day at most. Shaa Nua said in a deep voice. The crowd nodded. Now is also the best way. Lin Xiaojin found that Shaa Nua body, but has a leader's temperament. The car rushed through the school district and immediately entered the outer ring of the city, hesitating that the sky was already dark. So it would be better to enter the outer ring at dawn tomorrow. Tonight we'll have to spend the night in the car. At this moment, after sleeping for a day, Zhu Jingjing finally woke up and looked at her face even whiter. I'm so thirsty. Zhu Jingjing's first words when she woke up was to drink water. Lin Xiaojin immediately brought water for Zhu Jingjing to drink. And as a result, Zhu Jingjing even dried 2 bottles of water. A breath of 500 milliliters of water. Only after drinking the water did Zhu Jingjing feel better. I feel so strange in my body. Zhu Jingjing nagged. Strange? Lin Xiaojin said. Could it be the after effects left by the fever? You have a fever. Is there somewhere else that is uncomfortable? You actually look at zombies can also be scared faint as no one. Xian Li said. Xian Li completely forgot how scared she was the first time she saw a zombie. But the only good thing about her was that she was more courageous and didn't get scared out of her wits. Otherwise she would have become one of the zombies by now. I'm not uncomfortable anywhere. I just feel a strange energy in my body, Zhu Jingjing said with embarrassment. Lin Xiaojin was able to see that Zhu Jingjing was a shy type of girl. Zhu Jingjing science bully girl. Often stay in the laboratory. Almost no friends. Character timid. Nerdy. Such a girl must have been particularly well protected by her family before the end of the world. Which is why she was so unworldly. After the end of the world his father also went out of his way to save her. Even with the lives of the entire base. Just can't say it. It feels like there is a strand of energy in my body, Zhu Jingjing said with a frown. Alien energy? Did you stimulate an alien energy? See if you can release it, Lin Xiaojin said. Alien energy? Would I have supernormal abilities? Zhu Jingjing was also a bit in disbelief. She has always been the successor of the doctrine that believes in science. It's very possible through the description you got. You can try to release it, Lin Xiaojin said. Abnormal ability? Zhu Jingjing. What kind of psychic ability have you awakened? Xian Li also asked curiously. Zhang Wish and Wang Han also stared at Zhu Jingjing. Even Shaa Nua also looked at Zhu Jingjing. After all, they were going to the outer ring. And Zhu Anna could be said to have the lowest combat strength of them. The person with the weakest physique, and who had to be brought back to the safe zone. If Zhu Jingjing had some ability to defend herself, then it would be quite useful for their squad. Zhu Jingjing seemed to be surrounded by so many people for the first time. Her face flushed, and she touched her black eye frames with her hand. Several people all looked at Zhu Jingjing expectantly. As a result, Zhu Jingjing reached out and coalesced for half a day. I can't use it, Zhu Jingjing said with an embarrassed face. Zhang Wish and Wang Han had a speechless face. Xian Li even had something to say. Why'd let me excited half a day? Lin Xiaojin patted Xian Li's shoulder and said. This is okay. You feel more feelings. After all, everyone is awakened for the first time when Superman will be a little uncomfortable. This post-apocalyptic world came to make me feel that I watched the S-War Police and biochemical crisis hard to come to my world. Xian Li said with a long sigh. Stormman, Fire Phoenix, Violent Imperial Sister, Thor, Taps, gathering a series of heroes from the X-Men, Superman, and the League. We in Resident Evil are much happier. At least we can still awaken a special ability. And there are no mutated animals in Resident Evil, Lin Xiaojin said. Maybe a Star Wars. Plants vs. Zombies in the future. Nothing is impossible, Xian Li exclaimed. She had already looked away now. Everything was possible in the end times. This night is quiet. A few people cannot all squeeze in the car to sleep. Only a man and a woman to take turns to watch the night. As the saying goes, men and women work together. A total of 3 groups. Each group guard 2 hours. Zhang Wish and Xian Li guard the first half of the night. The second half of the night Lin Xiaojin and Shaa Nua guard. Wang Han the next day driving. Zhu Jingjing just awakened the supernormal ability. Always feel especially sleepy. Even if you let her come to the night watch. She is also sleepy. She cannot watch, simply let her sleep. Shaa Nua leaned against the car seat, closed eyes. Right hand still holding the military thrust. Wang Han lying on the steering wheel, huffing and puffing. Zhu Jingjing still looks sickly and weak. Sleeping without much sound. Lin Xiaojin is leaning against the car window. Closed eyes. Outside the car. Zhang Wang and Xian Li, 2 people light a pile of fire, 2 people sitting around the fire. Zhang Wang manipulated the supernormal ability in his hands. After absorbing a few fire crystal beads, he could now release 2 fireballs at the same time. Zhang Wang looked at Xian Li and yawned, saying, "Do you want to sleep first? The 2 of us aren't on watch together. How bad would it be if I sleep like this?" Xian Li half struggled with her eyes and said. In fact, she was already too sleepy to open her eyes. Zhang Wish just wanted to say it's fine. Suddenly a head leaned on his shoulder. Zhang Wish's body stiffened. He lived so long as not been a woman with him lean so close. He saw Xian Li's head, listening to her well-proportioned breathing. Suddenly he laughed. 1 second he said he was not sleepy. And the next second he fell asleep directly. Suddenly there was a salsa sound from the side. And Zhang Wang did not care. Perhaps it was the sound of the fire. Until the bubbling green eyes appeared on the opposite side of him, reflecting the fire. 4 feet crawling out of a bizarre monster. Obviously humanoid, but 4 feet crawling on the ground. The front half of the body tightly affixed to support the ground. The whole body looks bizarre. Zhang Wang's left hand along the waist slowly touched the military spikes. Bizarre zombie a dive over. Zhang Wang immediately got up and pushed away Xian Li. Xian Li rolled over and hit a rock. Agu! Xian Li cried out in pain. The zombies were attracted by Xian Li past. Xian Li, dazed and confused to open her eyes, feel sticky things paste her eyes. With a hand to touch down. Sticky liquid? Is her blood? She did not just sleep. How is still injured? Suddenly a fireball blocked in front of Xian Li. Although the accuracy is not enough. The fireball did not hit the body of the zombie, but also blocked the zombie forward. Otherwise, just now Xian Li confused moment. The zombie has already bitten her. Think of this, Xian Li, a burst of fear. When the zombie saw that Xian Li did not hit, it turned its head and went to pounce on Zhang Wang. Touch. The zombie's arm was cut off by Zhang Wang, but it could still move. The speed was so fast. Shaa Nua in the car heard the movement at the first time, instantly opened his eyes, rolled over and got out of the car. A lightning strike accurately hit the zombie. The zombie was struck by lightning, paralyzed, and fell to the ground. ZZ. Zhang Wish directly stepped forward and chopped the zombie's head. The 2 of them worked very well together. Zhang Zhu took the knife and cut down the zombie. Wang Han also immediately came out. Actually, Wang Han's reaction speed was already very fast. But Shaa Nua was even faster. Lin Xiaojin heard the noise and the brain reacted. But the body has not yet reacted. Zhu Jingjing was completely unresponsive and was finally woken up by Lin Xiaojin. Brother Xiao. Lin Xiaojin, this is the kind of zombie you guys have seen, right? The speed is almost as fast as an adult indeed. Zhang Wang said. He almost didn't even react. Shaa Nua directly split the head of the zombie. Inside a cyan-colored crystal bead. Cyan. Wang Han was very excited to see that it was cyan in color. Now he was the only one who hadn't absorbed the crystal bead yet. Zhang Wish's fireball had increased in size, and his wind scroll was still so small. Now everyone knows that fire attribute ability can only absorb red crystal beads, and water attribute ability can only absorb blue crystal beads. So the crystal beads that are not your own attribute can't be absorbed, and it's useless. Lin Xiaojin actually wanted to try out what the effect would be if the green-colored crystal beads were absorbed by her space. Wang Han immediately took the crystal bead and crushed it. A wave of energy was guided by Wang Han into his body. Phew. This feels good. Wang Han's body of foreign energy finally felt a hint of surging. Is always immobile. Half a cup of water, to add a spoonful of water to it. Gather less into more. As long as the absorption of enough energy, there will be a qualitative change. When the container will change, the more energy stored in the body, the more times the release of the alien energy will be more. This suddenly appeared a zombie. Caused everyone's vigilance. The second half of the night is Lin Xiaojin and Shaa Nua. Wang Han absorbed the crystal beads at the moment, also have no sleepiness. So in the second half of the night, the three people are next to the car guard. Lin Xiaojin sat on the road. Wang Han and Shaa Nua leaned against the tree and smoked cigarettes. Lin Xiaojin found that Wang Han and Shaa Nua both liked to smoke. Especially Shaa Nua. What Lin Xiaojin didn't know is that Shaa Nua never used to smoke before, but only started to smoke since the end of the world. Wang Han is almost the same, but not as fierce as Shaa Nua smoking, mainly because of the daily rush. Bad food, bad sleep. Every day need to get up the spirit. Smoking can raise one's spirits. Lin Xiaojin laid her hands on her arms, and her consciousness entered the space. Originally, Lin Xiaojin's space was already piled up to the brim, and now there was some empty space next to it. This is after absorbing the transparent crystal beads. The space has expanded. Although the expansion is not very obvious, but things are not so crowded. The small piece of water nest in the middle. There are 2 or 3 centimeters of small land. Lin Xiaojin surrounded with something. Lin Xiaojin put a tomato seed on the 2 centimeters of land, and used a spoon to dig a spoonful of water to water it. Lin Xiaojin stared for half a day, and did not find any changes. Then the consciousness exited the space. Looked up and saw Shaa Nua sitting next to him, holding the 2 small boxes of medicine. It was the 2 boxes of medicine that Lin Xiaojin had dropped from his backpack earlier, and Lin Xiaojin remembered that it had fallen at Shaa Nua's feet. At that time, she was also weak-minded. Perhaps she was afraid of being discovered, so she didn't pick up. Yours? I remember which day you dropped it, Shaa Nua said in a deep voice, those dark-colored eyes staring at her tightly, seemingly waiting for her answer. Lin Xiaojin subconsciously shook her head. Not mine, Lin Xiaojin said calmly, but mentally she was already panicking. This guy wouldn't have found out anything, right? Lin Xiaojin thought a lot. If Shaa Nua found out that she was pregnant, would he make another offer with her brother? Shaa Nua, how did you and my brother meet? Lin Xiaojin asked. The first step to solving the awkward atmosphere was to immediately shift to a different topic. Now as long as she didn't admit it, no one would find out she was pregnant. And there was no instrument or doctor to check. She must hide it until she meets her brother before she can say anything. Other than her brother, no one else she will believe. Since you didn't get it, I'll throw it away. Shaa Nua finished speaking, and threw the box in his hand out in a perfect parabola to the opposite side of the road on a rock. Lin Xiaojin saw it, and hesitated. Can I ask you a question? Lin Xiaojin asked. Shaa Nua raised his eyebrows and looked at her. Even if both of them were sitting on the road, Shaa Nua was taller than her by a large margin. What conditions did my brother promise you before you would save me? Lin Xiaojin finally asked. She knew that nowadays this world could come to her rescue, so it was assumed that her brother had paid a small price. No one would pay for nothing. Before the end of the world as well, and even more so after the end of the world. You want to know? Shaa Nua asked rhetorically. He, with a pair of peach blossom eyes, and the corners of his mouth playfully turned upwards. Moonlight shone on the side of his face. Survival in the post-apocalyptic world was difficult. His chin scruff was more or less tired. But his eyes like stars, deep and godly. Even the destruction of the end of the continuous running still cannot cover his face value. But to increase a lazy decadent atmosphere, perhaps the distance between the two is close. Lin Xiaojin can still ask Shaa Nua body faint cigarette breath. Well? Lin Xiaojin nodded. She wanted to know. Your brother loves you very much, Shaa Nua said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Lin Xiaojin's eyes reddened slightly. Her mom and dad had left too long ago for her to remember. Apart from her brother, there was only this one relative in this world. What did my brother promise you? If I have it, I can pay you too, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Are you sure? Shaa Nua's deep eyes looked at her, seeming to look through her with one glance. Lin Xiaojin suddenly hesitated. Shaa Nua suddenly looked at her seriously. The bottom of his eyes a piece of expectation. Lin Xiaojin nodded. Her brother had already paid too much for her. She didn't want her brother to pay any price in order to save her. The corner of Shaa Nua's mouth suddenly raised a faint smile as he heard Lin Xiaojin reply. Shaa Nua said, "I will tell you when we get to the safe zone." I don't know why Lin Xiaojin heard Shaa Nua's words and saw a sudden touch of light under his eyes. Lin Xiaojin had a feeling that she had sold herself. Did she promise too casually and quickly? She should have asked beforehand what price her brother had paid and then made a decision. This time she seemed too impulsive? But the words had already been said. Lin Xiaojin could only swallow them herself, thinking that when she waited until the safe zone, if Shaa Nua's conditions were excessive, she could also choose not to fulfill them. Right? Anyway, this is what she said. She is not a gentleman. Only when she thought of this did Lin Xiaojin feel better, having just had the feeling of automatically falling into Shaa Nua's pit. In Lin Xiaojin's impression, she and Shaa Nua had met once, and that was at his brother's house. He was able to freely enter and exit his brother's house, and he and his brother should be excellent friends. The latter half of the night was safer. There was no hissing of zombies or sudden zombie attacks. Lin Xiaojin was still sleepy and fell asleep until the day dawned. Lin Xiaojin got up and moved her body. Her body still had a black jacket slipped off. There was still the smell of cigarette smoke on it. This one was Shaa Nua's jacket. Now that the temperature was dropping every day, and the sky was starting to get cooler in the latter half of the night, Lin Xiaojin wanted to return the jacket to Shaa Nua. After looking around and not finding anyone, Wang Han leaned against the big tree and also squinted his eyes. It was true that almost no one could withstand the second half of the night, because it was the time when the human body was most sleepy. Lin Xiaojin saw the box of medicine that Shaa Nua threw on the rock yesterday and hesitated but walked over. Lin Xiaojin looked around and saw that no one was there, but still picked up the box of medicine. If you take this medicine, you can get rid of the child. This child came at the wrong time at all. If in 2 months, the medicine cannot be aborted, there is no doctor, there is no surgery. At that time, you can only choose to give birth. Lin Xiaojin was very entangled for a time. Now take the medicine. I'm afraid it will be very painful. Come nearly half a month of ant. Now is the time to return to the safe zone. The road and encountered zombies. This half-month weakness period then will be very dangerous. But if you go back to the safe zone, then you won't be able to take the medicine for the month. Whether to stay or go depends on Lin Xiaojin's decision. Lin Xiaojin thinking half a day. If not now, fight back to the safe zone can only be born. If you choose to take the medicine now, then they will be weak and face greater danger. Do not say what to do a small moon. It is good to be able to protect yourself. Lin Xiaojin deep breath to listen to God. So Lin Xiaojin opened the medicine box found to be empty. Lin Xiaojin's surprise turned out in the hand. Really nothing. Empty. Lin Xiaojin shocked turned back. Did not see Shaa Nua. Immediately threw the box to the ground. She suddenly had a bad feeling. Shaa Nua he will not know. Right? Should not. Lin Xiaojin comforted herself, maybe the medicine box isn't empty. Maybe outside the cabinet placed are fake. Xian Li and Zhu Jingjing got down from the car. The two of them slept in the car all night. Their backs ached. At this moment, they are outside to move their bodies. Wang Han also woke up. Lin Xiaojin said, "Brother Xiao, with Zong Wish?" The two of them went to the front to explore the road. Looking at the time, they will be back soon, Wang Han said. Wang Han sighed just finished. A buzzing motorbike sound. Wang Han Lin Xiaojin several people instantly tensed up, as the motorbike got closer and closer to see the two people sitting on it. It was Shaa Nua and Zhang Zhuang. At the moment Shaa Nua was only wearing a black t-shirt. Luck with brother Xiao found a motorbike still able to drive. There's a food market in front of us. And after turning around there are sweet potatoes left that aren't bad yet. We took a bag of. Zhang Wang said, as he got off the motorbike. The boot of the things have been stuffed almost. The useless cardboard boxes are dismantled and thrown away. This bag of sweet potatoes into the trunk. After resting for half an hour, started to set off, because there was an extra motorbike. Wang Han drove the motorbike in the front to open the road. Driving the car became Shaa Nua, and Zhang Wish sat on the co-pilot. The three of them girls sat in the back, which was much looser. If not for the rather vicissitudes of everyone's faces, they might have thought that they were out for a picnic. Unfortunately, the truth was that they were fleeing from a disaster. Luckily, the car still has navigation. Although it doesn't have a far net location, it can still find out the approximate location. If only I could crack Professor Zhu's technology. I would be able to view the screen, and would be able to avoid those zombie-heavy places. Zhang Wang said with some sighs. He was pining for Professor Sumi's technology. My father promised to give it to you guys. And when I arrive safely, he will definitely give it, Zhu Jingjing said. Her dad was not a man of his word. Your dad is a famous professor. This point of credibility is still there, Zhang Wang said with a smile. Lin Xiaojin looked out of the car window. And sure enough, he passed by a vegetable market. And there were a few corpses of zombies outside. Their heads had been cut open. After driving for half an hour, the car went to become slower and slower. At the moment, it was also around 10 o'clock in the middle of the day. It turns out that the car has already driven to the outer ring of B City. The outer ring is also the 6th ring of B City. From this fork up there are a few horizontal and vertical cars scattered on the road. Roar. Wang Han rode his motorbike past the cars. And there were also some zombies trapped in the cars. All of which were solved one by Wang Han. Crystal beads no matter what color are collected. Wait until the night time in the division. On the fork of this car pile of cars is more. Once on the 6th ring car is much less. These are residential buildings. We go there first? Zhang wished to turn his head and ask Shaa Nua. Go to this building. Shaa Nua pointed to the neighborhood with the tallest building in front of him. Since they were starting to sweep, each place would stay for a day at most. And the building Shaa Nua chose was the highest, which meant there were more residents and more zombies. The car slowly a small area. Fortunately it is the outer ring. The residents are less. But the small area also wandered dozens of zombies. This number was twice as many as in a school. Sit down, Shaa Nua said in a deep voice. The iron frames were all lowered, and the speed of the car was rising rapidly. Shaa Nua pressed the car's speed to the highest, and stepped on the accelerator, to low to charge directly towards the zombie group. Peef. At that moment, the glass stuck another layer of after the bruises. The wipers madly brush. And even all stuck. Rear view mirror. Iron frame hung a lot of broken meat. The car stopped in front of a building. Get out of the car, Shaa Nua calmly said. Behind them, there are still a lot of zombies. Zhang wished to throw first rushed out. Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li also took a knife to get out of the car. The two of them said that they do not panic is false. The face of so want to gnaw your meat zombies. The fishy stench of blood that comes to the face. Xian Li held the knife and said, Xiaojin, my legs are a bit weak. Actually, so am I, Lin Xiaojin said honestly. Zhu Jingjing's face was pale in the car, holding the knife tightly in her hand as the door opened. Wang Han, who was riding a motorbike, stopped in front of her, stretched out his hand and said, What are you flinching for? Come up. Wang Han looked at Zhu Jingjing still froze. Directly reached out, and pulled Zhu Jingjing's arm a force directly dragged Zhu Jingjing out. Ah! Zhu Jingjing was shocked for a moment. And when she reacted, she was already sitting on Wang Han's motorbike. Wrap your arms around me, Wang Han said. Zhu Jingjing had already panicked, and couldn't care about anything but to tightly grasp Wang Han's waist. Roar roar roar. The speed of the motorbike that Wang Han rode soared. Riding with one hand. Chopping zombies with one hand. And riding the motorbike with one hand with Zhu Jingjing. So cool. Xian Li couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Xiaojin's eyes lit up. Dozens of zombies hissed. And in the end there were fewer and fewer. 10 or so. A few. Puff puff puff. Almost everyone was covered in tainted blood. Not a single clean one. Too late to collect the crystal beads. The sound of fighting attracted more and more zombies gathering around. Shaa Nua said, Go upstairs first. First find a safe place to recuperate. This zombie corpse can't run away. A few people continuously kill dozens of zombies. Shaa Nua and Zhang Wish's supernatural energy consumption is quite large. Shaa Nua was the first to go upstairs, clearing the zombies. Wang Han stopped the motorbike, pulling Zhu Jingjing who had already softened her legs, followed by Lin Xiaojin, Xian Li, and finally followed by Zhang Wang. This building has a total of 26 floors. Several people directly choose to climb the stairs. The lift had long been unusable. The zombies didn't follow. Zhang Wang exhaled and said, Several people's knives were all stuck with the tainted blood of the zombies. Except for Zhu Jingjing's. Playing escape rooms isn't even as exciting as this. A real-life version of zombie escape. Xian Li sat on the stairs, gasping for air. She had just chopped 5 zombies in a row. This is the first time she has hacked so many zombies. Hacking until her hands are already paralyzed. Wang Han is mainly responsible for protecting Zhu Jingjing this time, pulling Zhu Jingjing's arm throughout. Zhu Jingjing, this girl, held a knife in one hand and closed her eyes the whole time. Wang Han now only felt his waist pain. Just on the motorbike. Zhu Jingjing building him really tight. Unexpectedly, Zhu Jingjing looked weak. At this moment also burst out amazing strength. Lin Xiaojin. You have good hands. Zhang Wan said. That's not good. Don't you know Lin Xiaoran? A champion taekwondo player. Can his sister be bad? Xian Li said. When talking about Lin Xiaoran, Xian Li had an excited face. I'm only a 3-legged kung fu. Lin Xiaojin said modestly. Taekwondo was all about moves. But obviously it wasn't very practical in the post-apocalyptic world. Compared to these defense military schools of theirs, where they practiced killing moves that came quickly and accurately. However, it was also Taekwondo that made Lin Xiaojin's reflexes fast. In addition to Lin Xiaojin's strength nowadays, it was still no problem to deal with a few zombies at the same time. The few of them were not going to go up when they reached the 10th floor. This floor was just right. It was now almost 2 o'clock. And after a big battle, they also needed to replenish their strength. This is a staircase of 2 homes. Shaa Nua and Zhang Zhuanyuan are holding their knives on both sides. Wang Han is holding a wire to open the door. You guys make way. I'll do it. Said this. Lin Xiaojin kicked the door open. We have to keep the door. Zhang willing to cry. This sister looks when quiet. Move hands to violent and comparable. After rushing in, Zhang Wan. Wang Han quickly checked every room. Safe. Everything in the refrigerators had already stank. Only the rice and what could be put in it was edible. This door was already broken and could only go to another room. This time Wang Han opened the door of the room in 2 minutes with a wire. Wang Han. You didn't do locksmithing before this end of the world. Did you? Xian Li was surprised. To actually be able to open locks like this. This is the kind of technology that thieves have on TV. However, Wang Han was a national defense student. So he probably wouldn't be that to not. Before the family rely on this to more or less learn a little. Wang Han did not hide directly said. Xian Li was surprised. Lin Xiaojin also quite surprised. Looking at Wang Han honestly. Did not think that the previous will actually be a thief? Lin Xiaojin is a little curious about Wang Han's story. Don't misunderstand that look in your eyes. Wang Han relies on this to eat. And he's not a thief. His family's ancestor is a gold digger. But he stopped doing it in his grandfather's generation. Zhang Wan said, explaining for Wang Han. The Goldfinger? Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li became even more curious. I didn't think that Wang Han's family background was actually a family of grave robbers. Opening the door and circling around. Zhang Wan, Wang Han, and Shaa Nua checked every corner of the room. Safe. It was daytime when the solar eclipse occurred. People basically went out to work. It's strange that there can be people at home. Xian Li said. Zhang Wan locked the door to his room, and Shaa Nua and Wang Han walked to the window. Their car and motorbike were parked downstairs, surrounded by zombie corpses, and a few zombies that had heard the commotion and wandered over. Recuperate first. In a moment 2 people will sweep the building, and 2 people will go down to collect the crystal beads. Shaa Nua said. Shaa Nua looked at the time. It was now 2 o'clock and said, go down at 3 o'clock to collect the crystal beads. Good. Zhang Wish Wang Han responded. A few people searched the room for snacks that were still preserved and could be eaten. I want to eat hot rice so badly, just can't cook it. Xian Li looked at the white rice inside. It feels like rice is still top full. Lin Xiaojin touched her stomach, which had already started to rumble. Today was a break in this building. For safety reasons, the 2 people were responsible for sweeping the building. The task of sweeping the floor was given to Lin Xiaojin and Shaa Nua, who assigned her the task. Zhang Wang and Wang Han went downstairs to cut off the heads of the zombies, to get the crystal beads that they hadn't had time to collect yet. This time there will be no movement. The zombies surrounding the outside have already wandered around. As long as they move a little less, do not cause a large-scale zombie swarm, will be fine. Xian Li and Zhu Jingjing is responsible for cooking. The home is natural gas. Zhu Jingjing tried to find that natural gas can still be used. It seems that today is able to eat rice. There is no dish. To find some hot sauce to mix the rice can also be. Zhu Jingjing cooking. Xian Li is responsible for water. Although the natural gas can be used, But the electricity stopped. The water also stopped. So they left 2 people in charge of cooking. In fact, Lin Xiaojin is already hungry. Nowadays time is tight. Can only eat 2 meals a day. Breakfast and dinner. Lin Xiaojin also had to add meals in the middle of the night. Getting up in the middle of the night every night to add more meals seems to have become Lin Xiaojin's daily routine. This floor is a total of 26 floors. Lin Xiaojin and Shaa Nua from 10 floors up to start sweeping the floor. After sweeping a few floors in a row, they encountered a few elderly zombies. Shaa Nua and Lin Xiaojin each carried a backpack. If there were supplies that could be used, they would all pack a little. The 2 came to the 15th floor. And at every house, Lin Xiaojin broke into the house. If she was considered a world robbery before the end of the world, she would have to be sentenced to more than 10 years if she was caught by the police. Right? Ho ho ho. This household just entered the door and rushed in a zombie. Poof! Shaa Nua and arrow step up to the zombie head cut off. Lin Xiaojin found with Shaa Nua together. She almost do not have to do it. Shaa Nua stirred around in the zombie's head and picked out a purple crystal bead. Thunder system. Just right for him. Lin Xiaojin looked at this small home. It should have just been married not long ago. And the house was still stocked with all sorts of happy words. The bedroom was actually prepared with a baby crib. Lin Xiaojin opened a cupboard, which was filled with baby items that hadn't been unpacked yet. Nappies, milk powder, breast pump, baby wipes, paper towels, and so on. There are also some small toys. Lin Xiaojin picked up a small rattle. Small toys are very delicate and cute. Gently shake the sound of thud. There are also small babies wear rabbit onesie. Mini socks. Lin Xiaojin looked at Shaa Nua not being in this bedroom and looked at the cupboard full of baby items. Lin Xiaojin touched her stomach. The mistress of this house should be pregnant. So she prepared so many baby items. Lin Xiaojin looked at the bedroom, no one. Shaa Nua should have gone to the kitchen. Lin Xiaojin directly put away the covered things into the space. Fortunately, the space is bigger. Although the space is crowded. But it can still be put down. Bumper. A banging sound came from the living room. And Lin Xiaojin rushed out with a military thrust in her hand. Seeing Shaa Nua looking at the zombie lying on the ground with a grave expression. His body suddenly bulged. What's going on? Lin Xiaojin was shocked. She had just clearly seen Shaa Nua, but he had bucketed her brain. Shaa Nua frowned and condensed out a thunderbolt in his hand, but did not release it, instead staring at the zombie in front of him. ZZ. Suddenly the zombie's stomach became bigger and bigger. Lin Xiaojin emerged with a very bad feeling. Row. The whole zombie's stomach from the inside ripped open. A scarlet without eyes small zombie slowly climbed out. A large mouth almost accounted for 2/3 of the face. The impact of this scene was too great. Lin Xiaojin could not help but take 2 steps back. A stream of acid came out of her stomach. Fortunately, she didn't eat now. Otherwise, she would have to vomit. Suddenly, Lin Xiaojin's arm was grabbed by someone, and her whole body was yanked over, directly pouncing on Shaa Nua's body. Shaa Nua didn't have time to speak. A bolt of lightning struck over, very accurately hitting the small zombie that had just pounced over like Lin Xiaojin. Roar. The little zombie seemed to wail and fall to the ground. Nuisance. There were still traces of electric charring on his body, and a faint scent of tobacco came from between his nostrils. Lin Xiaojin left from Shaa Nua's body before she could say thank you to Shaa Nua. The little zombie that had just been electrocuted by Shaa Nua creaked and climbed up again. This little zombie actually climbed up again, Lin Xiaojin said in shock. Lin Xiaojin had seen the power of Shaa Nua's lightning, the amount of electric volts that could paralyze a dozen zombies at the same time. But this little zombie, Shaa Nua's full electric power could only paralyze it for a few seconds. Be careful. This thing is weird, said Shaa Nua, pulling Lin Xiaojin behind him. It's weird. Very weird now. It's actually a zombie doll. The mistress of this house became a zombie after getting pregnant, and the baby in her stomach actually didn't die. Waiting for the mother zombie was Shaa Nua cut the brain. Actually crawled out from the mother zombie's stomach. This scene was enough to impress Lin Xiaojin. Roar! The little zombie seemed to be angry. With a hiss, he grabbed toward Shaa Nua again. The speed of this little zombie was very fast. So fast that Lin Xiaojin couldn't react in time. Before the knife in her hand was raised, the little zombie had already arrived in front of her. Scratch! Shaa Nua directly stabbed through the small zombie's stomach and raised it. Lin Xiaojin secretly sighed. Shaa Nua's reaction speed was too fast. So fast that it was not like a human at all. Roar! Stabbing through the small zombie's stomach. It still hissed. Shaa Nua force. Directly to the small zombie split in half. Even with this, the little zombie that was split in 2 sections was actually still able to move. This vitality is also too tenacious. Lin Xiaojin had seen it for the first time. Not only Lin Xiaojin shocked. Shaa Nua is also very surprised. He came all the way over to kill a lot of zombies. But split into 2 halves can still be active zombie is only in front of this one. Shaa Nua struck a bolt of lightning on the body of the little zombie. Lin Xiaojin thought that the small zombie should not move this time. Slowly walked forward, a big hand pulled her arm. Wait, Shaa Nua said in a deep voice. It should be dead through. Right? I want to see what this little zombie's crystal bead is. Such a powerful little zombie. Or a mother zombie. Must have crystal beads as well. The mother was all purple crystal beads. Lin Xiaojin just finished speaking. The 2 halves of the little zombie suddenly opened its mouth, which gave Lin Xiaojin a shock and directly subconsciously hid behind Shaa Nua. Kaka. Shaa Nua directly cut the 2 halves of the little zombie's head again with a knife. This is still not dead. Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but say. Shaa Nua squatted down and prepared to pick up the little zombie's crystal beads. But Lin Xiaojin pulled his arm. Wait. Lin Xiaojin finished saying, and took the military thrust to slash at the little zombie's head a few more times. And it was completely torn apart. Phew. Lin Xiaojin looked at the little zombie that had almost been chopped into mud. The wooden floor was covered in oozing brain fluid. Lin Xiaojin was only relieved. There are 2 crystal beads, Lin Xiaojin exclaimed. The 2 halves of the little zombie's head. 1 on each side. 1 crystal bead was picked up by Lin Xiaojin. And the other crystal bead was picked up by Shaa Nua. This crystal bead was very strangely colored. Half translucent and half blood red. Could it be that because it was a mother-born zombie? The crystal bead that came out was too? Just this color. Half blood red. Half transparent color. With a clear boundary. This was the first time Lin Xiaojin had seen such a crystal bead. Lin Xiaojin and Shaa Nua both looked at each other. I'll try first, Shaa Nua said. Shaa Nua crushed the crystal bead in his hand when he finished speaking. And strangely enough, the crystal bead in Lin Xiaojin's hand shattered at the same time. 2 streams of energy drilled out from it. 1 stream drilled in along Shaa Nua's right arm, and the other stream drilled in along Lin Xiaojin's right arm. A red birthmark instantly appeared on the right arm. What is this? Lin Xiaojin looked at the extra thing on her arm, and immediately tried to wipe it off. But she couldn't wipe it off no matter how hard she tried. Shaa Nua also tried, and actually didn't wipe it off either. This formed a red birthmark to the point where it was petal-like. Next, Lin Xiaojin was surprised to find that his space was another whole circle larger. Shaa Nua's side of the silence suddenly closed his eyes. And then at the time of opening, Shaa Nua's eyes vaguely flashed a flash of spiritual light. The 2 people are on just did not speak. Feeling the changes in the body. Absorb this crystal bead is equal to absorb transparent crystal bead tenet. This small zombie fortunately was forced to be born. Has not had time to evolve. Otherwise wait for full maturity in the body from the mother's fetus out. It is estimated that Shaa Nua and Lin Xiaojin will not be able to deal with it so easily. Lin Xiaojin and Shaa Nua both felt the changes in their bodies, and were very surprised. Gulp! The growl coming from Lin Xiaojin's stomach broke the silence of the 2 people. Lin Xiaojin looked embarrassed. After absorbing this crystal bead, she suddenly felt especially hungry. I see that there are quite a few canned goods in the cupboard. Shaa Nua just finished speaking. Lin Xiaojin went towards the kitchen like the wind. Opening the cupboard. There were rows and rows of various canned fish and black bean sauce. As well as yellow peaches. And canned hawthorn. This mistress is a hoarder. Lin Xiaojin was inside drying her rice. She was so hungry herself right now. The body lacked energy. Shaa Nua stared at the red petal mark on his arm. Always feeling that something was wrong. It was like something had been planted in both his and Lin Xiaojin's bodies at the same time. And he didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. Shaa Nua frowned, as the sound of Lin Xiaojin opening the can caught Shaa Nua's attention. Shaa Nua walked over and leaned against the kitchen door. Watching Lin Xiaojin's hand gently open the can. Suddenly, he thought of the old days. Lin Xiaojin's brother Lin Xiaoran lived in the same neighborhood as him. In the same unit. On the same floor. Across the street. I don't know if it was an accident or not. Shaa Nua and Lin Xiaoran's home door password would actually be the same. Shaa Nua was shocked when he came home and saw that Lin Xiaoran's sister had bought a bunch of food. including canned strawberries. That will Lin Xiaojin how can not open. Anxious sweating. See him come is like to see the savior. Treat his home as if it was a look of his own home. There are several times Shaa Nua wanted to tell her. Your brother's home is across the street. I don't know what the reason is. The ghosts and God Shaa Nua never said anything. Shaa Nua looked at Lin Xiaojin. This would be Lin Xiaojin had already eaten 3 large cans of canned food, which made her feel better. In the past, when Lin Xiaojin was so hungry, she had to eat 4 or 5 large cans of food. Lin Xiaojin finished eating, looked up, and saw Shaa Nua was leaning against the door looking at her. The corners of her mouth rose. Lin Xiaojin immediately felt a little embarrassed. She said, I wasn't this able to eat before. Shaa Nua said. Well, I know. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly as she listened to Shaa Nua's words. How could he know? It was probably because he heard it from his own brother. After all, this guy often went to his brother's house and dabbled in food and drink. Lin Xiaojin ate almost, then followed Shaa Nua to continue the 3rd floor. Next had to continue to sweep the building, and found out a few bottles of Lao Ganma's hot sauce. This building did not encounter that strange little zombie just now. Downstairs, Zhang Wanghan also dug a bag of crystal beads back. They actually want to continue to dig. There is a kind of digging more and more addictive feeling. However, the sky is dark. The zombie activity outside is more and more frequent. While killing zombies, while digging crystal beads is very dangerous. However, there are more than 50 crystal beads in this bag. Zhang Wang and Wang Han went to the toilet to clean up. Xian Li and Zhu Jingjing had already steamed the rice. A big pot of rice. The table is just Lin Xiaojin and Shaa Nua to find canned food. Canned fish. Salted vegetables. Canned corn. Looking at this table of food, everyone started to gurgle. This is the most sumptuous meal right now. I hope it's like this every day from now on. Zhang Wish said. Before, I wouldn't even dare to think that this pile of tin food was the best. I want to eat chocolate cake, mousse, drink coffee and milk tea, beer and crayfish. Xian Li shouted. These things were long gone, and I'm afraid I'll only be able to think about them in the future. Eat, Lin Xiaojin said. Eating a hot rice is the happiest thing right now. Zhu Jingjing and Xian Li both had red eyes. This meal was more sumptuous than what they had eaten in the past month. But no one spoke. They all ate in silence. In the past, if you couldn't finish your meal, you would have leftovers. And large handfuls of leftovers could be found everywhere. I threw away the rice that I couldn't finish. And I didn't even eat the overnight ones, or the expired ones. But so many days. Expired bread. Milk that they did not drink. Now all practiced into the iron stomach. Perhaps there is also a layer of reason is that they awakened the supernormal ability. Physical fitness also enhanced it. This meal was eaten cleanly. 7 or 8 canned food. A big pot of rice. Not a single grain was wasted. I see that there are still eggs. So I boiled them all. We can take them away to eat when we leave tomorrow. Zhu Jingjing said. That's great. Let me eat one first. Zhang Wang looked at the boiled eggs and couldn't resist eating one again. I want one too, Wang Han said. In the end, several people divided a few eggs and ate them. And in the end, there were 7 or 8 eggs left in the pot. It seems that the pot of rice just now was not enough for their men to eat. The men's meals were already large. If not to make their girls full, they can still do another pot of rice. After eating and drinking, Wang Han took out the crystal beads collected downstairs. There were 56 in total. 12 blue ones, 18 red ones, 10 transparent ones, 6 cyan ones, 5 purple ones, 5 yellow ones. The cyan and purple crystal beads were relatively rare in number. Give the transparent crystal beads to Shaa Nua. I want this earth attribute crystal bead, Lin Xiaojin said. Earth attribute? You're a strength enhancement. It's useless to have an earth attribute one. It can't be absorbed. Xian Li hurriedly said. Lin Xiaojin was just about to explain when Shaa Nua directly interrupted. These are for you. Shaa Nua gave Lin Xiaojin all 5 transparent crystal beads, as well as the yellow ones. In the end, the crystal beads were distributed like this, because it was not known whether Zhu Jingjing had awakened her powers or not. So it was not given to Zhu Jingjing for the time being. Zhu Jingjing also has no opinion. However, also looking forward to what in the end their own supernormal ability. Can only feel that there is a share of energy in the body. But it cannot be released. Perhaps it is not to find the right method. She decided to find someone to ask for advice. Lin Xiaojin was a strength-based psychic ability, and it seemed that she couldn't teach her. Li, can I ask you? How do you release the powers you got? Zhu Jingjing asked carefully. That's it all. Think about condensing water molecules. Li said, hand and condense a small water ball. As if Li's method didn't help her. So he looked at the three men in the living room. Shaa Nua coldness, standing in front of the window smoking a cigarette, looking at that frozen aura. Zhu Jingjing did not dare to go up to ask him. Turning her head and looked at Zhang Wish. Sitting on the dining table is fiddling with the computer. Frowning. Do not know what to do. She is not good at this time to bother. So she saw Wang Han again. Saw him take the clothes into the small bedroom. Zhu Jingjing immediately followed up. Wang Han was just about to undress and change into clean clothes when he saw Zhu Jingjing follow him into the room. He now has a headache when he sees Zhu Jingjing. Fighting zombies is not so tiring. Bringing a girl is really tiring. What are you doing? Wang Han frowned. I just want to ask you how the supernormal ability was released. I don't quite understand what Li said. Xia Jin is in the strength department. And Zhang Wish is busy. Brother Xiao I don't dare to. Zhu Jingjing said in one breath. Wang Han looked at Zhu Jingjing and clenched his two hands hard. Zhu Jingjing Long is not a beautiful woman. At least than Lin Xiaojin, that is too much difference. But a melon face. With a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Look at the height of up to 160 it. Weight like poor. Looks like malnutrition. Hold up is not as heavy as a bag of noodles. Zhu Jingjing looks like a school intellectual. The fact is also. Wang Han looked at Zhu Jingjing's nervous appearance. Listening to her words. Combined with the fact that he looks better to talk to? Can you feel the flow of alien energy in your body? Wang Han asked. Zhu Jingjing thought about it and nodded her head. Saying, yes. But it's very small. Think hard with your spirit and try to coalesce to release the alien energy from your body. If you don't know what kind of alien energy you have, you can't absorb the crystal bead. Wang Han thought about it and said, this way if each try it out, maybe it can also be seen. But this way in order to try out the supernormal ability to waste I don't know how many crystal beads. Oh. Zhu Jingjing weakly nodded. After a half a bell, Wang Han looked at Zhu Jingjing still has no intention to go. He frowned and said, you don't still go? Want to stay and watch me change clothes? Hearing this, Zhu Jingjing blushed and said, I'm sorry. She just heard Wang Han's words, and was trying so she didn't think of leaving. Which would be more or less embarrassing. Zhu Jingjing immediately out of the bedroom door. The result of twisting too anxious. Left foot accompanied by the right foot a stagger. Almost fell. At 7 o'clock in the evening. The roar of the zombies is getting more and more. There is no entertainment at night. A few people get the crystal beads began to absorb the crystal beads. A few of them found out that they could absorb up to 5 crystal beads at a time. And they could only continue to absorb them after the fusion of the alien energy in their bodies. This fusion also do not know how long it will take. The roar of the zombies at night is getting more and more. The higher the building, the clearer the sound. Today, Lin Xiaojin and Shaa Nua are on duty for the first half of the night. Wang Han and Zhu Jingjing are on duty for the middle of the night. And in the second half of the night, Zhang Zhu and Li are on duty for the second half of the night. Washroom water heater still left water. Zhu Jingjing and Li too first head back to the bedroom to rest. In the past, everyone did not sleep before 12 o'clock. And now every day is middling intense. Every day is running around, fighting zombies. After eating at 6 o'clock, at 8 o'clock or so, they were already sleepy. And several people began to sleep. Shaa Nua and Lin Xiaojin were on duty from midnight to 12 o'clock. In fact, they swept a building that was still safe. But they also had to be careful. Lin Xiaojin was the last one to go to the bathroom to wash her hair. Lin Xiaojin looked at a long hair in the mirror, which before the end of the world was very beautiful. Very beautiful. And also she stayed for a long time. But now it would only bring trouble. Washing her hair takes a long time, uses a lot of water, and is also troublesome. Lin Xiaojin decided to cut her hair. Found a pair of clippers in the drawer. Wanted to cut her own hair, and couldn't get down. So Lin Xiaojin wanted to go to Li to help. But the result was that when she went to the bedroom, Li and Zhu Jingjing had already fallen asleep. Lin Xiaojin exited the bedroom, holding a large clipper. It is better to cut it yourself. Lin Xiaojin had to turn back to the washroom. holding the clippers to their own head of long hair, is hesitating. A figure appeared in the mirror, and the clippers in Lin Xiaojin's hand were taken by the person behind her. What are you doing? Lin Xiaojin looked at it with Shaa Nua standing behind her, with the clippers in shock. Shaa Nua pressed one hand on her head, and said in a deep voice, "Don't move." Lin Xiaojin seems to be Shaa Nua's aura subdued. The mirror's eyes deep. Then Shaa Nua lightly cupped Lin Xiaojin's hair with one hand. "I'll cut it for you," Shaa Nua said in a cold voice. His face was cold and emotionless. It was not at all apparent that he was trying to help her cut her hair. He was trying to kill her almost. "No need. It's better for me to come by myself." Lin Xiaojin thoughtlessly and decisively refused. Shaa Nua, that would give Lin Xiaojin the chance to refuse. "Don't move." The voice behind him had a strong tone. And from the mirror, he saw Shaa Nua frowning slightly. For a moment Lin Xiaojin actually did not resist. Rub rub rub. The scissors in Shaa Nua's hand danced quickly. Lin Xiaojin's long hair drifted down to the ground little by little. About 10 minutes or so later, Lin Xiaojin's head of long hair had turned into a competent short hair. "All right. Open your eyes," Shaa Nua said in a soft tone. God knows it was like a day had passed for her in these 10 minutes. She didn't dare to utter a single breath. And even the occasional touch of Shaa Nua's fingers on her ears made her nervous. Lin Xiaojin slowly opened her eyes. Originally in a nervous mood, saw herself in the mirror. Lin Xiaojin's long hair has become short hair. That black shiny black hair like willow silk is gentle, delicate short hair, like waves around her narrow and cheerful forehead. Lin Xiaojin thought Shaa Nua would give him a chicken nest haircut. And she consoled herself in her heart for half a day that it didn't matter what hairstyle she had in the end times. She didn't expect Shaa Nua to give her a surprise. "You still know this craft. It's a pity not to be a barber," Lin Xiaojin said sincerely. "I used to bring in a military dog base, often repairing the hair of police dogs," Shaa Nua said indifferently. Can she take back the words she just complimented? Actually comparing her to a dog? Excessive. "You can go out then. I'm going to start washing my hair," Lin Xiaojin said with a frown and a grunt. The short hair was indeed very easy to wash, and it was resolved in a minute or two. After wiping her hair with a towel, she went out from the bathroom. Shaa Nua also changed into clean clothes, and was currently sitting on the sofa shaving his beard. "You've got a beard that really should be shaved," Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but say. It wasn't just him. Zhang Zhuang Wang Han, and the two of them were both. Whom Shaa Nua faintly answered. Lin Xiaojin saw a dash of electricity surround Shaa Nua's fingertips, and came up and said, "You can still charge? A humanoid charger? Found out that the razor was out of battery, so I charged it myself," Shaa Nua said indifferently. In fact, he had just tried it with a flash of light, and didn't expect it to succeed. Lin Xiaojin's eyes lit up. This is one more humanoid charger in the future. Lin Xiaojin sat on the sofa opposite Shaa Nua after wiping her hair. Buzz. Not long after Shaa Nua finished shaving his beard. Shaving clean, Shaa Nua did not have a sense of decadence. Turned into a spiritual young man. Lin Xiaojin could not help but look at it a few more times. Long I'm good looking who will look at it 2 more times. Lin Xiaojin so comforted himself. After all, people like beautiful things. Shaa Nua put down the razor. Touched the chin that had become polished. "It seems to still feel a little uncomfortable. This? What do you think?" Shaa Nua suddenly lifted his right arm out and said. Lin Xiaojin looked at the red petals on Shaa Nua's arm, and lifted out his right arm himself. Lin Xiaojin shook her head and said, "For the time being, I don't feel anything. It doesn't seem to affect us?" Not affecting that was impossible. Only that perhaps it hadn't been aroused yet. Shaa Nua looked up at her and suddenly said in a deep voice, "It's just the 2 of us here. You don't have to hide it from me. What's your special ability?" Lin Xiaojin's face changed slightly when she heard Shaa Nua's words, and her eyes looked at Shaa Nua with vigilance. Shaa Nua found out. How could that be possible? He had never used his supernormal ability in front of him before. "My supernormal ability isn't strength-based?" Lin Xiaojin said with a bit of heartburn. Shaa Nua picked up the razor in his hand and threw it towards Lin Xiaojin, who was shocked and subconsciously went to block it. After waiting for half a day, the razor blade did not hit her. Instead, the razor blade stopped in the middle. This. Shaa Nua slowly walked over and picked up the razor from in front of Lin Xiaojin. Is this another special ability you got?" She stayed to know that Shaa Nua could absorb the transparent crystal bead. So he would definitely have another type of abnormality. He was a dual-system psychic ability. Shaa Nua's display. How could Lin Xiaojin not see that it was to make Lin Xiaojin believe in him? That's right. Time pause. I can control 10 meters around me, Shaa Nua said. Lin Xiaojin didn't expect Shaa Nua to tell her so unobtrusively and display it in front of her. So you also suspect that I have it? But I don't have a strengthening lineage that also needs to absorb special crystal beads, Lin Xiaojin still said with a stiff upper lip. She wouldn't admit it until it hit her face. Shaa Nua let out a light sigh. He understood Lin Xiaojin's concerns. That's why he asked her alone when there were only two of them. You close your eyes, Shaa Nua said. Close her eyes? What was the point of asking her to close her eyes? But Lin Xiaojin still listened to Shaa Nua's words and closed her eyes, once again appearing to appear in her own space. You? Lin Xiaojin realized that she saw Shaa Nua actually appear in her own space as well. Lin Xiaojin, an anxious, immediately fleeing body, let Shaa Nua disappeared. In open eyes, Lin Xiaojin surprised. Shocked look at Shaa Nua. How could you possibly enter my space? Lin Xiaojin said in shock. Shaa Nua immediately comforted and covered Lin Xiaojin's mouth, signaling Lin Xiaojin to be quiet. When Lin Xiaojin stabilized her emotions, Shaa Nua pulled Lin Xiaojin to sit on the sofa. Shaa Nua actually had doubts at first, until every time he saw Lin Xiaojin go out in the middle of the night to steal food, he suspected that Lin Xiaojin had special psychic abilities. Until today, he and Lin Xiaojin absorbed that weird dual-life crystal bead. You have to mean that you can borrow my psychic ability to a certain extent? Lin Xiaojin asked incredulously. How could such a bizarre thing happen? You can also borrow mine, Shaa Nua said with a faint smile. And it seems that I can only borrow your power, Shaa Nua said. Lin Xiaojin's brain couldn't take it in right now. Looking at the petal shape of her arm, she was now very regretful. Why did she absorb these two crystal beads at that time? Why? Can time be turned back? Borrowing also had a time limit. What was used was also the other party's energy. This time limit was only a few seconds nowadays. But Shaa Nua had a premonition that this kind would grow longer and longer with time. So are we bound now? When did you find out? Lin Xiaojin said in a lifeless manner. Well, I found out after I finished absorbing it. I thought it was an illusion at the time. But then I tried again, Shaa Nua said. Your space I can only enter with my consciousness, but can't do anything. The initiative is yours. I think this you can feel. Lin Xiaojin nodded. She could let Shaa Nua out at any time. And Shaa Nua couldn't take or put things in the space. To put it bluntly, Shaa Nua only got a ticket to watch. Just like Lin Xiaojin could use Shaa Nua's lightning ability, his control of time. She couldn't use it. But Shaa Nua paused time. She could also ignore it. One gained a free ticket to watch in space, and one gained immunity to time. What they didn't know was that time ability and space ability were two even more special existences. Since you know, then I have nothing to hide. Lin Xiaojin smiled bitterly. She too wanted to hide. Cannot hide all. Suddenly Lin Xiaojin's eyes lit up and said, You just said that I can also borrow your special ability, right? Shaa Nua looked at Lin Xiaojin, who seemed to trust her, and smiled softly. Yes. Perhaps there can only be a thunder system. So Lin Xiaojin wanted to try. But she couldn't. Are you lying to me? Lin Xiaojin frowned. You'll know when you inject the energy in your body into this seal, Shaa Nua said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin listened to Shaa Nua's words, and mobilized the energy in her body, and entered into the imprint. In Lin Xiaojin's feelings, there was a purple energy and a transparent energy. And the transparent energy was twice as vigorous as the purple energy. Lin Xiaojin tried to communicate with the transparent energy, but she couldn't shake it at all. So she went to mobilize the purple energy. But unfortunately, she could only mobilize a trace of it. Lin Xiaojin's finger drilled out a trace of electric flower, then disappeared. Lin Xiaojin continued to try. Once or twice. All just a trace of electric flowers. And finally a trace is gone. Lin Xiaojin, helpless plus speechless, gritted his teeth and looked at Shaa Nua, said, This is what you said. I can borrow the powers you got? She had originally gone from horrified to surprised, and was quite expectant and excited to finally hear that she could use Shaa Nua's supernatural ability. But as a result, I'm giving a massage. Right? Lin Xiaojin gasped. Lin Xiaojin looked at Shaa Nua. Together the two of them were now inexplicably bound together. And there's also a distance limit. I can't see you space out beyond your roughly 200 meters. Shaa Nua said. Lin Xiaojin looked at Shaa Nua and thought that it was no wonder that this afternoon Shaa Nua had been there in thought. Lin Xiaojin swung for the fences. The pendulum has swung. The space she had worked so hard to hide. The hidden secret. Ah. My secret also told you. So it's even. Shaa Nua said. Lin Xiaojin depressed. Ah. Very depressed. Lin Xiaojin consoled herself. So she can also use Shaa Nua's supernatural ability. Equal to her force system's supernatural ability. Thinking about it like this is not a loss. But her space Shaa Nua can see what she charged is very upset. Even if Shaa Nua could not take. Shaa Nua seemed to see Lin Xiaojin's thoughts and said, how about we make a deal? I can let you use my thunder system. But I want to use 1/3 of your space. Lin Xiaojin frowned. Hesitantly considering weighing the pros and cons. Perhaps considering the value of these. My space is so small. Every month, I will give you half of my crystal beads as a usage fee. Shaa Nua continued. Deal. Lin Xiaojin responded. Anyway, it was only 1/3 of the location. And the right to take it was in her hands. Whether to take it or not, Shaa Nua still had to look at her face. And Lin Xiaojin could still get half of the crystal beads for nothing. This deal, Lin Xiaojin felt no loss. The two people seemed to have exchanged secrets. Lin Xiaojin is much less wary of Shaa Nua. This last night passed very quickly. The next morning, 6 o'clock, Xianli and Zhu Jingjing, who got up, saw that Lin Xiaojin actually cut a dry short hair. Xianli thought that it was inconvenient to wash her hair in the end of the world, even though she was a water system. Thinking of this, Xianli also let Lin Xiaojin help cut it. But Lin Xiaojin's skills are really just average. Xiaojin, did you cut your hair yourself? Xianli looked at Lin Xiaojin's neat short hair, and then looked at her own uneven hair in the mirror. It was very doubtful that Lin Xiaojin only wanted to cut it for herself to look good. Lin Xiaojin sheepishly sneaked a glance at Shaa Nua, who also looked at her at the same time. I will only cut it for myself. Law. This is also very good. Lin Xiaojin smiled awkwardly. Zhu Jingjing hesitated and looked at her hair. But she still didn't have the heart to cut it. The three women cleaned up and started to eat. This time the breakfast was not rice anymore, but rice porridge with salted vegetables. Eat and drink enough. Listen to Shaa Nua in the morning. There are probably a few thousand people in this neighborhood. So there are a few thousand zombies. In the morning, they will hunt zombies in this block. And at noon, when the zombies become slow, they will leave and set off to the next place. In the end, Shaa Nua, Zhang Wanhan, 3 people hunting zombies. Xianli and Lin Xiaojin and Zhu Jingjing are responsible for picking up zombies at the back. I'm a bit nervous, Zhu Jingjing said with a slightly blanched face. The world has changed. We are small and cannot change the world. We can only change ourselves, Lin Xiaojin said. Zhu Jingjing nodded. The reasoning she understood. But the calm society that had lived for 18 years suddenly changed. Zhu Jingjing tightly gripped the knife. Xianli walked over and patted Zhu Jingjing's shoulder. Sooner or later, these have to be faced. Xianli sighed. Women have to then the end of the world to want to live. The price to pay is greater. Men are more likely than women to accept reality and adapt more quickly. This is nature. Nature makes men more sensible. Women bias emotional sensibility. Just down the entrance of the building encountered zombies. Shaa Nua and Zhang Wish. Wang Han, several people in front of hacking zombies. Lin Xiaojin was at the back, stirring up the zombie's head with a military spike and picking up the crystal beads from inside. Xianli is also holding a knife flipping. Zhu Jingjing still can't help but hold the wall with one hand or vomit up. The rice she ate in the morning made her vomit clean. She turned back to listen to the hissing of the zombies. Watching Wang Han, Shaa Nua and the 3 of them, not daring to stop for a moment to cut down the zombies. Lin Xiaojin and Xianli were both using their hands to pick up the heads of the zombies. And the fishy stench filled the entire hallway. Hurry up. Let's pick up as many as we can, Lin Xiaojin said. Although Shaa Nua and the 3 of them had amazing fighting strength. But there were only 3 of them. And they were afraid that there were several thousand zombies in this neighborhood. After alerting the zombies outside the neighborhood to surge over, a wheel war could consume them to death. At this moment, Zhu Jingjing is entangled, but also thought of Lin Xiaojin said, gritted her teeth and endured nausea. Also followed Lin Xiaojin pulled up. At first, Zhu Jingjing's face was pale. Her lips were bitten to death. And the knife stirred in the zombie's head was stiff, constantly suggesting herself. But she saw the bright shining crystal beads. Zhu Jingjing's face was happy. Her right hand tremblingly reached up. She has become accustomed to the fishy odor drilled into her nose. Smelling too much, so that her sense of smell seems to have been paralyzed. The liquid wheeling and sliding on the crystal beads only made feel nauseous, and immediately put it into a plastic bag. Lin Xiaojin and Xi, 2 people moved very good fast, almost digging 3. Zhu Jingjing only dug 1, but digging more. Also smooth. In looking at those zombie brains, and so on also do not feel horrible. In these 2 hours, Shaa Nua and Zhang wished they killed hundreds of zombies. Shaa Nua looked at Zhang Wish. Wang Han, 2 people physical strength has begun to slightly gasp. Head sweat dripping. Go. Go retreat. Shaa Nua said decisively. Lin Xiaojin received Shaa Nua's signal. Also not digging the crystal beads in the zombie's head. Pulling Xi and Zhu Jingjing towards the direction of the car. Shaa Nua's last thunderbolt repelled a piece of zombies that were catching up and quickly bent down to drill into the car. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly said, "Get in the car." Lin Xiaojin, Xi, and the 2 of them also quickly got into the car from the left and right rear doors. Zhang Wish also ran into the passenger side. Wang Han went to get on the motorbike. Buzzing. Shaa Nua stepped straight on the accelerator speed sword, rushing towards the zombie group and pressed forward. It was all zombie corpses. Lin Xiaojin and Xi were holding on to their seats. Not good. Zhu Jingjing didn't follow. Lin Xiaojin secretly said, "Don't bother," Shaa Nua said in a deep voice, his speed still not decreasing. Suddenly a motorbike drilled out from above their car and landed steadily on the side, traveling side by side with them. The back row of the motorbike sat precisely Zhu Jingjing. The crowd let out a breath. Lin Xiaojin did not expect the 3 of them, but also quite tacit understanding. Roar. Zhang Wish opened the window and shouted towards Wang Han. "Take the outer ring road?" Wang Han nodded. And just like that, they quickly left one after the other. And there were zombies on the road that were startled and occasionally rushed up. But now it was midday. The slowest moment for them. Lin Xiaojin watched the zombies outside the car window become fewer and fewer. And only now did she relax slightly. Just now is really too exciting. But the harvest is also full. Zhang Jing picked up a large bag of crystal beads. Eyeballing a bag. There were dozens of them. My hands hurt from digging. It's also disgusting. Xi looked at the hand hanging all thick brain matter. Lin Xiaojin looked at Xi's hand, and then looked at her own. 2 people half catty. But in disgusting is also worth it. At least this full of crystal beads is to enhance their supernormal ability. The car drove to the outer ring road. The zombies have almost been invisible. Can only see the depressed highway has a few long damaged vehicles parked on the side of the road. Until the car stopped in the dense wooded area. The car slowly stopped. "I'll go down first." As the car came to a stop, Zhang Wish was the first to rush out and run towards the small forest next to him. God knows he's already held it all the way. Lin Xiaojin and Xi both also got out of the car, not caring about the crystal beads. Xi first released 2 large blisters. Lin Xiaojin, Xi 2 people rushed to wash their hands, although the brain washed away. But there is still a faint fishy smell left on the top. Lin Xiaojin resisted the urge to take out soap from the space. Can only endure first. Wang Han and Zhu Jingjing drove a motorbike back and said, "There's a toll station kiosk in front. We can spend the night there tonight," Wang Han said. A few people recuperated and got back on the car. Drove to the small pavilion. There were a few zombie heads that had already moved. "Looks like someone has been here," Zhan Wan said. "The heads are still open. I'll see if there are any crystal beads left," Lin Xiaojin said, taking a military spike and opening the zombie head. Sure enough, there are crystal beads. Quite good. Did not work for nothing to pick up a few crystal beads. Wang Han, Zhang Zhu, Shaa Nua, 3 people again around the pavilion around the check a turn. Completely no zombies before resting at ease. In the evening, they picked up a bunch of tree branches and raised a fire. And they still have some sweet potatoes in the boot that they can bake and eat at night. Everyone is holding a stick in their hands, with a sweet potato inserted into the stick. While the sweet potatoes were baking, several people poured the crystal beads they dug up. A total of 203 crystal beads. Lin Xiaojin was overjoyed. There are also green crystal beads here. They should be used by with type psychic abilities. Xi took a green crystal bead and looked at it. This time it was also distributed to Zhu Jingjing. Each color crystal bead was given to Zhu Jingjing 1. The purpose was to find out her alien ability. The rest was divided. Because Shaa Nua and Lin Xiaojin both need to be transparent crystal beads. So the two people to translucent crystal beads. Zhu Jingjing tried. Red, blue, purple, cyan, green are not useful to her. Only the transparent crystal beads. I'm a special ability too? Zhu Jingjing said excitedly. Looks like it, Lin Xiaojin said. However, this time, Lin Xiaojin and Shaa Nua did not share the transparent crystal beads with Zhu Jingjing. The remaining green and yellow crystal beads were not used. And because Lin Xiaojin and Zhu Jingjing got the least amount of crystal beads, the green crystal beads were divided among Zhu Jingjing, and the yellow was given to Lin Xiaojin. I have no use for the green ones either. Lin Xiaojin, give them all to you, Zhu Jingjing said with a coy smile. Zhu Jingjing was very excited. She could now absorb the crystal beads. And now she couldn't release them perhaps because there was too little foreign energy in her body. Then I'll give you 5 transparent crystal beads for this green crystal bead of yours. Lin Xiaojin also did not want to take advantage of Zhu Jingjing. Zhu Jingjing held 5 transparent crystal beads in both hands and looked at Lin Xiaojin with great gratitude. Even if they didn't give her one, she couldn't say anything. Looked at Lin Xiaojin with her useless green crystal beads away. Zhu Jingjing looked at Lin Xiaojin's back, silently said thank you. Zhu Jingjing didn't have any friends, mainly because of her shy and introverted character. She only liked to study and read. A few other people got the crystal beads and began to silently crush the crystal beads, absorbing the energy in the crystal beads. Lin Xiaojin didn't know that she was just an unintentional action, but made Zhu Jingjing identify her as a friend. She was actually just craving her green crystal beads. Lin Xiaojin took advantage of the other people were absorbing crystal beads. Put a bunch of Earth system crystal beads about 6.7 also put into the space. Suddenly the space, that piece of land out of a small piece. A land that was only a few centimeters before was now as big as the palm of her foot. Lin Xiaojin saw the mood is very good, and looked at the green crystal beads. Also do not know what green crystal beads will bring her surprise. Lin Xiaojin decided to wait until they slept, and then put the green crystal beads into the space. By the time the baked sweet potatoes were almost ready to eat, it was already 7 p.m., and the sky was already dark at the moment. A cool wind blew. A few girls obviously felt a cold. Fortunately, in the car, Lin Xiaojin also had a lab coat, which was previously draped over her by Shaa Nua. Why do I feel like the sky has suddenly turned cold? It's obviously still summer. Xianli sighed. Zhang Xiping's words about the temperature plummeting seemed to be true. It's already starting to slowly get colder now, Lin Xiaojin said. The sweet smell of baked sweet potatoes made everyone unable to stop drooling. I didn't expect the smell of baked sweet potatoes to be so sweet. But isn't the way we baked it not quite right? Zhang Wang looked at his baked sweet potato. The outer skin had been baked black. Who cares how it is? If it can be eaten, it's fine, Xianli said. Said also reasonable. All this condition. Everyone recognizes the reality. Wang Han found some more dry noodles from the boot. Just eating baked sweet potatoes cannot eat enough. After a few people dry meal, Lin Xiaojin began to sleepy. Xianli and Zhu Jingjing are still relatively spiritual. Xianli absorbed a few crystal beads, found that the absorption is slow, did not continue to absorb, and leaned on the pavilion. Zhu Jingjing also found out she can only absorb a maximum of 3 per day, and more will not be able to absorb. Wang Han and Zhang Wan had more. Both of them could absorb more than 5. Shaa Nua is more fierce. She just saw Shaa Nua crush 5 crystal beads at once and directly absorb them. It seems that there is a limit to how much each person can absorb each day, and only after consuming the crystal beads will the limit slowly grow. Shaa Nua could absorb 10 crystal beads at a time. In the first 2 days, he could only absorb 5. Zhu Jingjing back against them. From the pocket out of a transparent crystal bead. One hand she actually cannot pinch the crystal bead, so she had to 2 hands together to pinch. Finally broken the energy in the crystal beads into her body. But there is not the slightest change. She could feel that the energy in her body did not have any increase. Zhu Jingjing frowned and continued to crush the second one. But the energy of the second crystal bead dissipated with the air, and she couldn't absorb it at all. This is... what's going on? Zhu Jingjing frowned and finally couldn't help but ask Xianli. You can only absorb 1 at a time. I have up to 3 at a time. Xianli also said with a half understanding. Zhu Jingjing was a little lost, holding up her black-rimmed glasses. It seems that this transparent crystal bead, she can absorb, but it seems to have no effect. What kind of supernormal ability is she in the end? Zhu Jingjing fretted. Every one of them had psychic abilities, and she wished she could have them too. She now had psychic abilities, but couldn't use them. Even more miserable. The night is slowly getting deeper. Everyone has fought the zombies for a day. At this moment, they have long been exhausted. After absorbing the crystal beads, they have all yawned one by one. Zhu Jingjing and Xian Li felt cold, so they went to the car to sleep. Lin Xiaojin also sat on the fire. The four of them were left sitting around the fire. At first, Lin Xiaojin felt a little sleepy, yawning from time to time. Lin Xiaojin leaned against the small pavilion at the back and fell asleep. This sleep is estimated to be 3 or 4 hours. When I woke up, I found that the fire has been small, and the fire filled with some sticks. Zhang Wang and Wang Han were sleeping next to each other at first, but later the two of them directly lay on the ground and slept. Shaa Nua beside him, hands wrapped around his chest, and closed his eyes tightly. The weak firelight reflected Shaa Nua's side face. "Did I wake you up?" Lin Xiaojin asked when he saw Shaa Nua's eyes suddenly break open. Shaa Nua pulled out half a bag of crystal beads from his pocket and said, "Yours." Lin Xiaojin's eyes lit up. She perhaps did not expect Shaa Nua to actually be so painstaking. "I have a third of the right to use the space." "Right," Shaa Nua said. Lin Xiaojin took the crystal bead and immediately put on a smiling face, saying, "That must follow me when you collect supplies in the future." Shaa Nua said, "Eating people's mouths is short. Taking people's hands is soft." Lin Xiaojin immediately nodded, then received the crystal beads into his space. After absorbing roughly more than 30 transparent crystal beads, Lin Xiaojin's space was completely larger. The originally crowded space was now half empty. Seeing this, Lin Xiaojin's face was delighted. Next, Lin Xiaojin took a green crystal bead and put it into the space. A green energy directly drilled into the soil. Before, Lin Xiaojin once planted a tomato, which put a crystal bead was absorbed by the space after the seed germination visible to the naked eye. Lin Xiaojin surprised. Next, planted a cucumber seed. Cucumber also immediately visible sprouting. The tomatoes that she had planted for half a day without sprouting instantly sprouted. And Lin Xiaojin thought that she couldn't grow anything in her space. But the land was only so big. Planting two was just right. Planting more than one would seem crowded. Lin Xiaojin put a few more green crystal beads and threw them into the space. The green energy is slowly absorbed by the space. Lin Xiaojin found that the land became more lustrous, but the sprouted plants did not continue to grow. However, this already made Lin Xiaojin very surprised. This kind of discovery Lin Xiaojin even more excited. But if you keep asking for yellow and green crystal beads, in addition to Shaa Nua, other people will inevitably suspect all. Lin Xiaojin looked toward Shaa Nua and said, "Crystal beads of other attributes also count." Shaa Nua could see Lin Xiaojin's space, so he could naturally see the changes in Lin Xiaojin's space. Shaa Nua faintly answered. Lin Xiaojin had also discovered that the transparent crystal beads could make the space bigger, and the other crystal beads could make the space discover mutations. "I don't know what the crystal beads of the lightning attribute and the crystal beads of the fire attribute look like when they are put in the space. I've finished absorbing the purple ones," Shaa Nua said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin, who was seeing through Shaa Nua's thoughts, smiled awkwardly. Lin Xiaojin also discovered that the purple crystal beads accounted for a much smaller number than the others, followed by the cyan crystal beads and the green crystal beads. Blue. Red is the largest number of transparent is also quite okay. This night is still considered safe and sound. Just feel a little cold. Early in the morning, we simply ate some of yesterday's leftover sweet potatoes and started to leave. The motorbike also ran out of petrol, so Wang Han could only abandon the motorbike. Everyone squeezed into one car. "I remember that there are a few Ford shops in front of this 6 Ring Road?" John Wang said. "Yes, it is. I even came here to turn around during last semester's holiday," Wang Han said with a happy voice. Although this car of theirs was sturdy and modified, but after all, it had been in the wind and rain for so long. The body of the car was all pitted. Especially the glass of the car was already cracked. Not only was it overcrowded, the most crucial thing was that it couldn't hold enough supplies. Even if they went back to the safe zone, they still needed enough supplies to survive. So they happily decided to go to a Ford shop to look for a car. The 6 of them could drive 3 cars, so that the rest of the space could hold enough supplies. Now they are 6 people. Every day's food and drink is a consumption. Their boot also have to put petrol, in addition to food. but also can only be stored up to 3 days of the amount. This is still only 2 meals a day. The amount of frugality. They cannot just store food it. The weather turned cooler obviously also need to replace the clothes. Every time after killing zombies are all covered in fishy smell. All kinds of toilet paper. Consumable supplies need to be stored. Drove about 20 minutes to see the 4 shop sign. Several car 4 shop are together. This is only a month. The whole door sign has been on a thick layer of gray. The car slowly stopped. Did not continue to drive inside. As long as a few people to go inside to find a car. I'll take care of this matter of finding a car, John once said. Lin Xiaojin definitely wanted to follow. So in the end, it could only be Wang Han who stayed behind to take care of the 2 girls. Zhu Jingjing didn't look too good leaning against the window. Xi only sat next to her and looked at Zhu Jingjing's pale face and said, "What's wrong with you?" Sitting in front of Wang Han heard Xian Li's words, also turned back to see Zhu Anna seems a little difficult. My stomach hurts. Zhu Jingjing bites her lips in pain. Tummy ache? Xian Li frowned and said, "You're not having your period. Are you?" Wang Han's face flushed when he heard this. Then, he twisted his head over. Zhu Jingjing gave a small and Xian Li looked along the root of Zhu Jingjing's thigh. And sure enough, it was already red. I still have half a packet of sanitary napkins left in my bag. But how do you have these trousers? Xian Li frowned and said, "They could just have 1 set of clothes." The bag was full of food. Mainly because the clothes were too stained. So she didn't pack anything else except her underwear. "Did you bring clothes?" Xian Li asked. Zhu Jingjing shook her head. Xian Li sighed. This Zhu Jingjing is simply more pretentious than her. I don't have any clothes either. Xia Jin, I haven't seen her loaded with clothes either. Xian Li recalled. Suddenly from the front row threw a black trousers. Wang Han said, "Change this." After Wang Han finished speaking, he went out from the passenger seat and walked across the road with his back to them. Xian Li took over the clothes. "Look still clean," said. "This is a men's model. 180 you make do. It's better than wearing trousers with blood. The smell of blood will attract zombies." Zhu Jingjing nodded. But Xian Li looked at her. She was embarrassed to change. Xian Li looked out and said, "All are women. What is there to be shy about?" Xian Li whined, but turned her head away. Zhu Jingjing changed her clothes. Rolled up the bloody underwear and trousers. Looked at the car seat cushion also stained with blood. Took her dirty trousers and wiped them clean. Zhu Jingjing changed clothes out of the car. Ready to throw out the dirty clothes. Just this trousers is too big. She was only 160 tall. Wearing a whole 20 centimeters trousers. Don't mention how difficult it is. Zhu Jingjing pulled the trousers up a big half. All pulled to the calf. Zhu Jingjing looked at the side of a bin. So thought to throw dirty clothes into the bin. After throwing in, found around the bin climbed on the weeds and a layer of deep gray. This is the end of the world. Who will still come to clean the rubbish bin? Could it be those shambling zombies? Zhu Jingjing shook her head. Feeling a little funny. One had to adapt and get used to today's life as soon as possible. There would no longer be the peaceful days that were once there. After Zhu Jingjing threw away her clothes, she went back to the car. On the other side, Lin Xiaojin, Shaa Nua, and Zhang Wang, the 3 of them slowly touched in. This was a large park with a total of 4.5 car 4 shops. The empty outside only had placed vehicles, all of which had blocked a layer of gray. How about this brand of car? High-end atmosphere, Zhang Zhuang said as he walked over. Lin Xiaojin rolled her eyes when she saw it. This is a sports car. It can only sit 2 people. Handing over a boot is not even there. Hey, I'm just kidding. I couldn't afford it before the end of the world. It's okay to sit in it. Right? Zhang Wish laughed. Go to this DZ's 4S shop. Mainly do SUV models. Spacious and also high ground. The body is also strong. Is every kilometer consumption of petrol a little more? Lin Xiaojin said. The other 4s mainly focus on small cars, such as the R-series cars. Although fuel consumption is small, but the body is thin. If they rushed into the zombie horde, I'm afraid that one time to be scrapped. In the end, they still chose DZ's SUV. And the door of the showroom was still alive and locked. There are zombies inside. Be careful. Shaa Nua frowned. Roar. The car 4S shop was all big glass. And as they approached, there was a row of hissing zombies plastered on the glass. They couldn't get out because the doors were locked. But the cars were still inside. So if they wanted the cars, they needed to take care of them first. Fortunately, there weren't many of them, and they were estimated to be just 10 or so. These zombies were locked inside, probably because one of them mutated after the end of the world and hid inside, and as a result, infected all the people hiding inside. Zhang Wish and Lin Xiaojin front to attract zombies. Lin Xiaojin from the side of a kick on the glass door shattered. Voila! The entire side of the large glass shattered all over the ground. Lin Xiaojin fortunately dodged quickly. Otherwise, he would have been scratched by the splashing glass. The zombies heard the commotion and hissed over towards Lin Xiaojin's side again. Peef. The next 3 people cut zombies moment. What taekwondo? What moves at this moment does not matter. As long as they can quickly cut the zombies, that is a good move. Especially like Shaa Nua and Wang Han. Almost 1 zombie per cut. The speed of the knife is fast and steady. Unlike Lin Xiaojin, sometimes it took 2 or 3 knives to slash a zombie's neck. But Lin Xiaojin's strength was too great. Especially the body of the zombie can be cut in half. The 2 people over there. The body head is divided. But to Lin Xiaojin here is almost all the wreckage. 10 minutes zombies were resolved. Lin Xiaojin crystal beads pack up. Shaa Nua and Wang Han 2 people to drive. The car has not been used for a long time and has long lost power and fire. But this is not difficult to defeat them. There is a humanoid generator Shaa Nua in. As long as Shaa Nua has supernatural powers, then there is no shortage of electricity. Wang Han in the car ignition. Shaa Nua took Lin Xiaojin to the after sales. Half of the after sales are reserve petrol. Shaa Nua patted a barrel and looked at Lin Xiaojin, pointing to the remaining 2 barrels of petrol. Lin Xiaojin quickly collected the 2 barrels of petrol, and also took out the pen and book from the space, which she had inadvertently collected in the school mini-mart before. Lin Xiaojin wrote down what she collected from Shaa Nua on a piece of paper. She also carved out a piece of space and said, "You can put whatever you want in this piece." Shaa Nua looked at Lin Xiaojin with a smile on her face, and could only nod helplessly. As Lin Xiaojin's space became bigger, Lin Xiaojin gave Shaa Nua this piece of space that was also twice as big. And it was also more than 10 square meters. And Lin Xiaojin's space with the absorption of crystal beads. The space will continue to become larger. In fact, Lin Xiaojin still wants to collect a car in the space. But the reality does not allow all. She can't put anything in her space if she collects a car. When the 3 of them came out of the 4S shop, they drove 2 cars. Shaa Nua drove the car and took her. When they just left the car park, they saw Wang Han standing next to the car, and just saw 2 wandering zombies. It should be the clothes with blood thrown by Zhu Jingjing that attracted the zombies. With 3 cars, it happened that the 3 boys drove 1 car each. Very naturally Shaa Nua was in a car with Lin Xiaojin. Zhang wished to change the car with Wang Han. This car SUV is too big. He is still not used to driving, or to drive their old broken car. Wang Han got 3 walkie-talkies from the car, all fully charged, and put 1 walkie-talkie in 1 car. "This is a spare number 5 battery," Wang Han said. "Okay." Zhang Wan took the battery and answered. Shaa Nua nodded. 6 people and 3 cars. Shaa Nua and Lin Xiaojin this car in the front car. The middle is Wang Han and Zhu Jingjing. They are mainly to protect Zhu Jingjing to the safe zone. Xi and Li and Zhang Wang's car is at the end. The car's speed is not fast now. Ready to continue on the ring road to the outskirts of B City. To get to the safe zone, they need to cross the entire B City. Of course the direct route is the fastest. But at the same time it is also the most dangerous. Because they have to face thousands of zombies. Directly engulf you in the city. They only have to go halfway around the outer ring. Halfway they can go on the road to the suburbs to collect supplies to fight the zombies. They are very fast this way. In fact, if you follow the normal speed of a car before the end of the world, it would only take an hour or 2 to take a light railway. But they can only drive there, while fighting zombies and collecting supplies. So don't think about how fast it is. Besides adding 3 more girls. 2 people driving a car obviously had more space, and was more comfortable. Lin Xiaojin sat on the passenger side, and adjusted the seat, so she could recline on the seat. This car is also a new car. There is no zombie blood. So suddenly do not smell still a little uncomfortable? But I'm afraid this won't last long. Bump! Shaa Nua slammed into a zombie. The car glass splashed a layer of zombie blood. The new car stays less than 10 minutes. Shaa Nua also knows that she has space things. So Lin Xiaojin did not so scrupulous. Directly from the space out of the dry noodles. Sitting in the passenger side of the crunching eat. Suddenly there is someone who knows your secret seems not bad? Otherwise you'd have to hide all sorts of things every day. Are you not getting enough to eat every day? Shaa Nua looked at Lin Xiaojin next to him, who had already eaten quite a few snacks. Actually it's not. Just feel hungry. Sweating. Lin Xiaojin put away all the rubbish bags. Then she also gave Shaa Nua a few packets of snacks and said, "Eat together." Lin Xiaojin thought Shaa Nua would refuse. He looked like he didn't like snacks. So she was just polite about it. Shaa Nua faintly said, "How can I eat when I'm driving?" A minute later the car stopped. The two switched seats. Why did the front stop? Did you encounter a zombie? Xianli looked at the front of the two cars. Are slowly stopped nervously said. At this moment, the intercom came Lin Xiaojin's voice. Shaa Nua is a little tired. I'll take over the meeting for him. It will be ready soon. Zhu Jingjing heard Lin Xiaojin's words. She carefully looked at Wang Han, and found that he also seems to be quite tired. Do you want me to drive? Zhu Jingjing said. Would you? Wang Han frowned and said. He too wasn't very tired. But he was able to rest. He was also able to rest and sleep. After all, it's not good to sleep every day. I know the principle. There should be no problem. Zhu Jingjing said very seriously. Although she has not actually operated. But the operating steps she understands. Wang Han looked at the thin girl next to him, who was thinner than him. Endured to spit out a mouthful of turbid gas and said, It's okay. I'm not tired. Is he too short-lived? He shouldn't have asked more just now. Zhu Jingjing still wanted to say something, but saw Wang Han's frowning eyebrows and said nothing. In the other car, Xianli's head fell aside. This is too much spacious. These days everyone is crammed in the back row. Sitting is backache. Look at others. Lin Xiaojin. Hey. Every time I have to group with you. Zhang Wan sighed. Zhang Wan's force was the weakest among the three of them. And Zhu Jingjing needed someone to protect her. So it was given to Wang Han. Lin Xiaojin. Right. Shaa Nua came all the way over to look for someone else. So he was self-aware, and didn't want to be in a group with Lin Xiaojin. So there was only the two of him in a group. If you don't worry, I can drive. It's just my driving skills. Crash number 10 times. There are also 7 or 8 times. Was called by the police uncle to drink tea also have a few times. Xianli said. Zhang wished to get the face slowly changed. Well, it's better for me to drive. Zhang Wang immediately interrupted Xianli's words. Xianli was contentedly lying on the seat, squinting her eyes. What she said was also true. There were 2 times when she drank too much in the middle of the night, or came back with a DUI. Could she not be called to the police station by the traffic police uncle to drink tea? Her annual car insurance has doubled several times. Hoo. Lin Xiaojin drove the car. In order to save fuel can only open the windows. Lin Xiaojin looked at Shaa Nua. He closed his eyes tightly, leaning on the seat. Very quiet. Snapping. Suddenly like a silk drizzle from the air landing. The rain is so small. The rain curtain is so dense. Lin Xiaojin rushed to close the windows. And the car slowed down. Suddenly Lin Xiaojin's hand was pressed. And a sharp voice came out from the side. Step on the brakes. Hearing Shaa Nua's words, Lin Xiaojin immediately prepared to step on the brakes without fail. Wang Han was too close to the car for a moment, and lightly bumped into Lin Xiaojin's car. The entire body shook. And Shaa Nua was also shaken up by the force. The fleeting touch of the two people made Lin Xiaojin hard to a beat. The whole brain is blank. She grew up so big has not talked about boyfriends. The crowd thought she had many boyfriends. Zhang good-looking people will have such a misunderstanding. Only everyone will take his brother as her boyfriend. Lin Xiaojin has explained a few times. But every time this is so. So also lazy to explain. As if her brother is also this kind of idea. Even she remembered when her brother won the championship, she also followed on the hot search. Lin Xiaojin calmed down. Only to find that the road ahead had collapsed into a large chunk. And if she hadn't braked in time, I'm afraid she would have had to fall. The intercom also sent a message. The road ahead has collapsed. Turn around and go around. Shaa Nua said into the intercom. Both Zhang Wan and Wang Han heard it. And the two of them began to slowly back up the car. In this way, Zhang Wan became the first car to drive in front of him. I'll drive. Shaa Nua said. Lin Xiaojin knew she was in the wrong. She did just drive a little erratically. Lin Xiaojin just wanted to get out of the car, but was pressed by Shaa Nua. He said, "You come straight over, I'll go down and change." Shaa Nua opened the door and walked over in a circle. At this moment Lin Xiaojin had already changed to the passenger side. Lin Xiaojin saw that Shaa Nua's hair was already wet from the rain. She picked up a paper towel and subconsciously wanted to go and wipe it for Shaa Nua. She landed in midair and stopped. "Your hair is drenched," Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice, suppressing the somewhat restless heart in her heart. Unspeakably, this kind of slightly dampened hair actually had a different kind of forbidden desire on his body. Shaa Nua answered. Both people seemed to have forgotten that brief collision just now. Faint and cold. Lin Xiaojin shook her head. What was she thinking? She is now a pregnant person. The key, she still does not know who the baby daddy is. I'm afraid there's no answer to this permanently. Lin Xiaojin turned her head to look out the window to divert her attention. Lin Xiaojin does not know is that Shaa Nua with her cannot see the rest of the light is watching her tangled. The corner of the mouth slowly up. It rained and the road collapsed. So they had to go further round the road. So they had to go through the villages of B City. It can't be helped things. Seeing as this rain won't stop for a while. Zhang wished to look at the rain outside getting tighter and tighter, said. Hey. Xianli also sighed along with her. And she felt a little cold as well. This rain is not normal. Zhu Jingjing kept staring out of the window and said with a frown. How is it not normal? Isn't it normal that it's the rainy season now? Wang Han didn't think to understand. Yes. But do you think it has rained since the end of the world? And the smell of this rain is not right. Zhu Jingjing opened the window and reached out to catch 2 raindrops and sniffed again. Smell it. Isn't it a bit sour? That means it has elevated hydrogen ion levels, low pH. It could be harmful to plants. Aquatic animals. What about acid rain? She is caused by emissions of sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxides, which react with water molecules in the atmosphere to produce acid. Acid rain, it not only adversely affects forests, fresh water, and soil, but also kills insects and aquatic life. It can also lead to peeling paint, corrosion of steel structures such as bridges, and weathering of stone buildings and statues. Wang Han's head was spinning as he listened. Finally he summarized by saying, It's this acid rain that's harmful? Right. If it comes down for a short time, the impact is small. But if it rains acid rain for a long time, then the harm will be greater. Acid rain can also pollute water resources, causing harm to the human body. And even it can affect the human respiratory system. Sulfur dioxide and nitrogen dioxide inside the acid rain can cause asthma, dry cough, headache, and eyes, nose, throat, and other aspects of the disease. Zhu Jingjing usually talk less. Timid, almost no sense of existence. This will be talking so much. Wang Han to Zhu Jingjing has a brand new perception. It's true that the one with glasses is a school bully. It's best to bring a mask when we go out. If not, it's better to put a piece of cloth around it, Zhu Jingjing said. Wang Han responded and immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and briefly told Shaa Nua and Wang Han what Zhu Jingjing said. Lin Xiaojin sat in the car. Hearing Wang Han's words, his whole face was bad. Looking at the light rain falling outside, also not in the mood. I am afraid that all the plants that have been rained on are not growing well. I'm pregnant. I don't know if the baby can be born healthy. It won't mutate or anything. Right? Thinking of this, Lin Xiaojin began to worry again. She did not want a baby. But now that she already have, she wants him to be healthy again. It won't lack hands and feet. Right? Lin Xiaojin hurriedly shook her head. Don't think about anything. Let nature take its course. The car traveled more slowly. But the sky darkened? Or because of the rain? It got dark earlier. The village has people living, that is certainly there are zombies. This will be they have no choice to enter the village. Can only wait for the dawn to enter. Otherwise now the weather is dark. And rain. Cannot see the road. The night zombie aggressiveness and strong. This is no moonlight. Cannot see the road. Rashly go in with the death is no difference. The car is parked on the side of the road. The distance into the village is only about 2,000 meters. Looks like today can only sleep in the car. Xianli sighed. She still wanted the bed. Especially missed the bed. She wanted to lie flat on her back. Under a warm quilt and a soft pillow. Isn't that normal? Almost all of us fall asleep in the car. Hey. Zhang Wang sighed. Zhu Jingjing in the car don't twist and turn. Wang Han was Zhu Jingjing made out of the movement is really can't stand. What's wrong with you? Wang Han frowned. I want to go to the toilet. Zhu Jingjing said in a small voice to endure the embarrassment. Wang Han blushed and said, But I'm afraid, Zhu Jingjing said awkwardly. Wang Han looked at the dark sky outside. It was still drizzling. Wang Han looked up to the sky and sighed. Both of them were drenched in the rain, and did not dare to go too far away. Just saw a billboard next to it. Zhu Jingjing hid behind it, and Wang Han stood in front. Can you walk a little farther, said Zhu Jingjing embarrassed. South close more or less a little embarrassing. Wang Han had to walk next to him again. He turned his back. Not long after Zhu Jingjing solved the physiological problem. Fortunately, the sound of the rain is not much obvious. Otherwise she has to die of embarrassment. Now this situation is already very embarrassing. Zhu Jingjing quickly finished solving. Immediately trotted back to the car. She is still wearing Wang Han's wide trousers. Looks very incongruous. Back to the car, Zhu Jingjing has already blanched. The rain outside is not very big, but it is acid rain. The clothes have the breath of acid rain. This clothes can't be worn. Otherwise it is easy to cause respiratory infections, Zhu Jingjing said. Wang Han took out the vest from the backpack. You take it and change it first. Wang Han threw the clothes to Zhu Jingjing's side. Zhu Jingjing looked at the obviously huge t-shirt, and she looked at Wang Han's clothes that were still wet. Actually, Wang Han could have waited for her in the car, but still accompanied her outside. What about you? Zhu Jingjing asked. Clothes just loaded too. Wait until tomorrow into the village to find clothes to change, Wang Han said. Then this one is still for you. The rain outside is acid rain. It will make you sick, said Zhu Jingjing again, wanted to give the clothes to Wang Han. Wang Han didn't take it, but took off the outerwear. Luckily, she was still wearing a black straddle vest inside. This night everyone didn't sleep too well. Maybe because of this acid rain. Early in the morning, the sky dawned, and at the moment, the acid rain was no longer falling. Lin Xiaojing got out of the car to move around, and just as he opened the car door, a cold wind drilled in. Summer is not over yet. This temperature is directly to late autumn. Although Lin Xiaojing wore a jacket to get off the car, the cold wind blew. Lin Xiaojing still could not help but cold shiver a little. Lin Xiaojing originally wanted to go down to the activities of the mind, but the cold wind blew back. It seems that the sudden drop in temperature will fall below 0 dozens of degrees is true. Lin Xiaojing's space also confiscated clothes. When most of the collection is some food, space is not big. Lin Xiaojing is also afraid of occupying space. Moreover, it is also summer. Lin Xiaojing did not expect to suddenly become so cold. The crowd stayed in the car until about 9 o'clock, ready to start to the village. This time, Zhang Zhu's car at the forefront. Although its car is broken, the car is also a variety of blood stains. But after modification, the car tied to the iron frame can impact the zombie herd. As soon as you enter the village main road, on both sides are neatly cornfields. At the moment, more than 2 meters high cornfields are hair drooped down. Lin Xiaojing through the window to see the cornfield leaves have turned slightly yellow. A few days ago when it did not rain, the plants are bright green. I don't know if the corn is still edible, Lin Xiaojing muttered to herself. Corn absorbs acid rain. More or less, it will have an effect on the body, Shaa Nua said. Then it's better to forget about it, Lin Xiaojing said. In fact, when the time comes, you won't think about whether it has any effect on the body when you're starving. However, Lin Xiaojing would not eat this kind of food for the sake of the baby in her stomach. It seems that in the future, where there has been acid rain, this kind of food cannot be eaten. As soon as they entered the village, a few zombies rushed in, and Zhang Wang drove all the way and crashed into them. Plop plop plop. Each car crushed over the bodies of the zombies, and was instantly crushed into mud. Hoo hoo. The villages on both sides are all small 2-story buildings with uniform gray walls. And there are also those that seem to be in good condition, built with small 3-story buildings. B City is really a metropolis. Even the rural areas of B City are much better built than the small cities of the 3rd and 4th tier. The car stopped in the middle of the village road, and several people started to get out of the car. Outside is really quite cold. Zhu Jingjing get off the car cannot help but shiver. Xianli also sneezed 2 sneezes one after another. Shaa Nua and Wang Han. Zhang Wang 3 people very tacit understanding. This village is not big. It is estimated that there are only dozens of families. First clear this place aside and then say. Shaa Nua Lin Xiaojing on the east side. Zhang Wang. Xianli on the west side. Wang Han and Zhu Jingjing are in charge of the middle few families. Lin Xiaojing slowly followed behind Shaa Nua. Suddenly Shaa Nua took off his jacket and gave it to Lin Xiaojing. But then Shaa Nua was left with a black short sleeve. "You're not cold?" Lin Xiaojin asked, only to feel that it was redundant words. Shaa Nua looked at Lin Xiaojin's frozen purple lips slightly better. He said, "Let's go. Here are all farmers' home have stored food." Lin Xiaojin's eyes lit up when she heard Shaa Nua's words. "That's right, stored grain. Or cellar. Vegetable cellar and so on." Lin Xiaojin heard this word's dry energy. Suddenly feel also not too cold. Trotting followed Shaa Nua. The first family's door have got 2 stone lions. The door is locked. Lin Xiaojin just wanted to go up and kick open the door, but was pulled back by Shaa Nua. "Wait." Shaa Nua finished going up and twisted the handle. And the door opened. This kind of door is all over the countryside. Some of them don't even lock when they go out temporarily. Shaa Nua said. Lin Xiaojin didn't think Shaa Nua would actually know this. "You kinda know about it," Lin Xiaojin said. "I used to live in the village and raised it for a while," Shaa Nua said. Although Lin Xiaojin was curious, Shaa Nua did not have the intention to continue. So Lin Xiaojin did not have the good sense to continue asking. The courtyard in the manor house was really big. There were recliners, small tables, and a neat row of loofahs planted along the wall. Each loofah grows very large. But Lin Xiaojin approached to see. Perhaps because of the acid rain, the loofah have black dots on them. "Is there no one in this household?" Lin Xiaojin looked around, and there was no movement. If there were zombies, I'm afraid they would have rushed up long ago when they heard the commotion. This time she and Shaa Nua stood in the courtyard for a few minutes without hearing the hissing of the zombies. 2 people into the inner room. There is no one. Only the table placed a grandmother's black and white photo. Several rooms were looked at, there is no one. The furniture is also very simple. It looks like the people who live like the elderly living. Clothes and slippers, pots and pans are very simple. Suddenly there was a pattering sound from upstairs. Zombie? Lin Xiaojin and Shaa Nua thought at the same time. The 2 looked at each other and went up to the first floor. The first floor was empty. Nothing. There were bowls scattered on the floor. And it was unknown how long it had been there, leaving blackened marks. The 2 of them walked towards the inner room. And a stench hit them. This is not the fishy smell of a zombie, but the smell of a corpse that has been dead for a long time. Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but directly back up a few meters, waiting until Lin Xiaojin slowed down before entering the inner room. It's an old age man. No necrophilia. It looks like he died in a sudden accident long ago. Shaa Nua looked at the body again and said, "The time of death should be more than 3 months. Widows and orphans in the home suddenly died." Saw the old man hand holding the phone. Presumably want to call for help. "Hey." Lin Xiaojin sighed softly. Don't know why seeing this picture. More or less a little sentimental. She remembered reading from there that pregnant people are easily emotional and sentimental. But that sound just now wasn't from a zombie. So where did it come from? Lin Xiaojin and Shaa Nua exchanged a glance. The 2 surrounded the surrounding area. Suddenly Shaa Nua's hand of military thrust a pick. The cabinet was opened. There is a black bitch. However, the bitch has long been dry fried, surrounded by a few puppies that have long been dead. Only one puppy jumped down from the cabinet, but it was too skinny. Skin and bones. It is estimated to be as big as the palm of Lin Xiaojin's hand. The puppy struggled to stand up, and although it was a bit shaky, it actually survived. This puppy's life is really big. Lin Xiaojin sighed. A litter of dogs have long been dead. The dog mother's body has been dry and fried like a piece of paper. There is actually a dog is alive. Lin Xiaojin squatted down to look at the puppy and found that the pupils of its eyes were red. Frightened, Lin Xiaojin immediately stood up and said, "It can't be a mutation. Right? Look at its eyes. It's actually red." Shaa Nua also squatted down and took a look. And sure enough, the puppy's eyes were red. But the dog didn't look like it had any signs of necrophilia either. This aroused Shaa Nua's interest and he said, "Can you space hold living things?" Lin Xiaojin frowned, looking at Shaa Nua's interested eyes. This bastard wouldn't want to take this thing away. Would he? I haven't tried, Lin Xiaojin said honestly. Then it depends on its life. Put it in your space and take it away. Count it as my place, Shaa Nua said in a deep voice. Anyway, I'll say it first. If it goes into the space and dies, then throw it away, Shaa Nua said directly when Lin Xiaojin didn't finish. Shaa Nua said so. Lin Xiaojin also cannot refuse. Looking at this puppy dirty. Then Baba is left with a skeleton, but also a look of red eyes. Lin Xiaojin truly a bit disgusted. Lin Xiaojin first poured some water and 2 ham sausages. The puppy walking wobbly. Ham sausages did not eat. Just drink some water. In the end, Lin Xiaojin still put the puppy into the space, but also deliberately find a big box to put the puppy in. Lin Xiaojin observed for a while. Shaa Nua also appeared in Lin Xiaojin's space. The puppy was lying on the ground and didn't move. Both eyes were closed. Lin Xiaojin thought it had hung up. Wait. It's not dead. Look, it's breathing. Shaa Nua said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin listened to Shaa Nua's words and looked at the puppy's stomach. Very faintly undulating. You really couldn't tell if you didn't look closely. My space can actually hold living things. Should I try to fit you in it? Lin Xiaojin suddenly had a brainstorm. Lin Xiaojin immediately tried it and found that she couldn't. Can only contain animals? Lin Xiaojin frowned. Your space oxygen is not enough for me, Shaa Nua said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin suddenly understood. Her space could grow plants and produce oxygen since she absorbed the crystal beads of the Earth return with system. Only the production of oxygen was too small. And the puppy needed less oxygen in order to put it into the space. You can't keep putting it in the space all the time either. You still need to put it out for air from time to time, Shaa Nua said. Understood, Lin Xiaojin responded. It seemed that more plants needed to be grown, so that the space produced enough oxygen to raise living things. Lin Xiaojin looked at the 2 seedlings. A tomato and a small cucumbers. You guys need to grow up fast. You're the only fresh vegetables I can eat. This family didn't have much in the way of supplies. Only an extra skinny, sickly little puppy. There are 8 households in this row. Lin Xiaojin and Shaa Nua encountered zombies when they reached the 2nd household. These 3 zombies are obviously evolved. Speed, strength are twice as fast as the previous zombies. Shaa Nua dealt with the 2 upstairs, and Lin Xiaojin dealt with the zombie downstairs. The 2 upstairs were 2 obvious male zombies, strong and powerful. And after the zombie transformation, they were also more powerful than ordinary zombies. The zombie Lin Xiaojin dealt with had average strength, but was very fast. And speed was a weak point for Lin Xiaojin. So Lin Xiaojin can only stand in place and wait for the zombie to rush over. A knife cannot cut the head. Then 2 knives. 3 knives. Roar. Goodbye. Zombie. Lin Xiaojin's words fell. And he stabbed the head of the zombie that only had half of its body left. After Lin Xiaojin finished resolving the zombie, Shaa Nua upstairs also resolved the 2 zombies. Lin Xiaojin spun out a green crystal bead from her head. Green! Lin Xiaojin was overjoyed. She now knew that green crystal beads could make the plants in the space let faster and better. There were no green crystal beads either, and this happened to have one, which Lin Xiaojin received directly into her space. These 2 are also for you. Shaa Nua gave the 2 yellow crystal beads to Lin Xiaojin. Roger that. Lin Xiaojin grinned. This feeling of getting something for nothing was so good. Now the crystal beads they fought were all theirs. This was the split they discussed later. This was also fairer. Everyone didn't have any opinions. But of course you can also use the crystal beads that you can't use yourself to exchange with others. This family built a vegetable cellar, but it seems to be newly built. There is only empty big altar inside. Nothing. However, the clothes in the cupboard of this home are quite a lot. And there are several pieces are new without removing the label. But they are all summer skirts. Now so cold. The skirt is not wearable later. Can only find 2 clothes. There is a down jacket. Lin Xiaojin all received in the space. Jacket Lin Xiaojin just directly wear on the body. Is a flower color jacket. This kind of clothes Lin Xiaojin never touched before. But now keep warm on the line. Has no requirements. Lin Xiaojin returned Shaa Nua's jacket to him. Already looked round and found that there is nothing in. Went directly to the next few households. Only 1 or 2 homes. The seller has put in a sweet potato and harvested on the corn. Pumpkin. Lin Xiaojin's space has been put almost. The middle of that piece of land Lin Xiaojin also dare not put something. After all, planted 2 saplings afraid of pressure bad. At the moment, Lin Xiaojin's whole body has changed a dress. Not only Lin Xiaojin so. Xianli and Zhu Jingjing all changed one. Everyone wore such earthy clothes. But instead, it appeared to be very normal. After solving a wave of zombies, they returned to the parking place. Moved some corn they found. And sweet potatoes. Pumpkins. All put into the car. Space to put part of the car, also need to put part of the car. If you can get more, you can get more. The key is to cover up the ears. Wang Han and Zhu Jingjing have been waiting in front of the car. They were the first to finish clearing the zombies. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Zhang Wang and Xian Li came back, holding a lot of things in their hands. The two people moved the car all the way to the car. Zhang Wang couldn't help but laugh as he looked at what the three female voices were wearing. Especially Zhu Jingjing was wearing a pair of flowery trousers. Zhu Anna was more or less embarrassed. Her size was a hard injury. All the other clothes didn't fit. They were either too big or too fat. After looking for half a day, this dress is still suitable. Besides, she is looking for clothes for half a day, and she is afraid that Wang Han is waiting anxiously. So she wore this flowery trousers. It's good to find clothes to wear. And I'm afraid we still need to find some winter clothes, Lin Xiaojin said. After hearing these words, everyone's face was a bit gloomy. This weather will only get colder and colder. In the evening, a piece of yard was packed out and a fire was raised. With the fire, it suddenly felt a little warmer. Shaa Nua and Wang Han built a pot, cooked some rice porridge, and inside cooked some pumpkin rice porridge. Fortunately, this every household more or less has rice. And noodles. Noodles they all have nothing to use. And there is no time to make pasta. Can only that lightweight to eat that. Now the cold day to eat some hot better. It's been a long time since I ate meat. Zhang Wish's mouth was a bit greedy. The meat frozen in the freezer had long since become inedible. And these days, apart from baking sweet potatoes, they were roasting corn. The village should all be raising chickens ducks. We don't seem to have seen many of them along the way. Right? Lin Xiaojin suddenly asked. Several people shook their heads when they heard Lin Xiaojin's words. Shaa Nua frowned and looked at the firelight and said in a deep voice, I'm afraid this is not a good phenomenon. Can it be that those animals have mutated as well? Xian Li said with a big brain. Have they been eaten by those zombies? Those zombies don't all eat living things. Zhu Jingjing whispered. Zhu Jingjing's words were right when everyone thought about it. Zombies are very interested in blood and living things. There must have been gnawed by the zombies. Shaa Nua did not say anything, just frowned slightly. Lin Xiaojin always felt that this matter is not so simple. If it is really a zombie gnawed, there will always be an animal body, or leave something behind. She has not seen it until now. There seems to be the dry-fried doggy that she saw in the cupboard that day. That litter of puppies looked like they had starved to death. And how did the bitch die? At that time, the dry-fried dog body? Lin Xiaojin also did not look twice. Now also cannot recall. Anyway, the puppy is a little bit wrong. The eyeballs are red. Or what is the red eye disease? Thinking of the puppy, Lin Xiaojin's consciousness entered the space to look at the puppy. The cup of water it has finished drinking. Ham sausage also only nibbled 2 mouths. But the puppy is still lying in the paper box and not moving, breathing weakly and pathetically. Such a strong puppy. Otherwise it would be better to call it Xiao Chong. Pumpkin porridge has already begun to gurgle. Each person scooped a large bowl of pumpkin porridge on the side of roasted corn. After a big bowl of porridge went down, Lin Xiaojin's entire body was warm, really comfortable. Lin Xiaojin drank 3 big bowls in one breath. Now this rice porridge is manageable. After eating and drinking, everyone started exchanging crystal beads again. There weren't many people in the village, and the crystal beads were small, so there weren't many of them. Aren't you absorbing transparent crystal beads? Xiaojin? What use do you have for these wood and earth ones? Xian Li asked. After she asked, more or less feeling a bit not so good, said, It's fine if you don't answer. I'm just a bit curious. Lin Xiaojin smiled and said, You'll know later. I just want to try it now. Lin Xiaojin also did not say what exactly. Just sold a lawsuit. She felt that if she did not say it, the rest of them in addition to Shaa Nua one will be curious. Might as well draw a pie. Other people feel a little curious. But Lin Xiaojin has said so. There is no need to ask. Zhu Jingjing was in a particularly good mood today because she had 2 transparent crystal beads, which were given to her by Wang Han. Zhu Jingjing thought back to today after fighting the zombies. You got to be unable to release your powers. Maybe the energy is too little. Try absorbing more. Wang Han threw the crystal bead to Zhu Jingjing. No. No need. You can leave it for them to change the crystal beads of the wind system. Zhu Jingjing said in refusal. I'm fine with this. Wind system crystal bead is too hard to find. John wish. With Shaa, 2 people will give it to me when they find it. This relationship of theirs. No need to say more. Wang Han saw that Zhu Jingjing was still hesitating there. He said, I still have it here. You take it and use it. Long-winded. Zhu Jingjing saw Wang Han frowning and seemed to be a little impatient. Then she put away the transparent crystal beads and held up her black eyes, revealing 2 small teeth. Thank you, Zhu Jingjing said. Wang Han was the second one to give her the crystal bead after Lin Xiaojin. Or he gave it to her unconditionally. Zhu Jingjing tried crushing the crystal beads. She absorbed one and felt the energy in her body fill up another point. The remaining crystal bead? Zhu Jingjing was not absorbing it. She could only absorb one a day now. So she would save this one for tomorrow. Lin Xiaojin put the Earth system crystal beads he got and the Wood system crystal beads into the space. After the space was absorbed, the land was 2 centimeters more, and the sapling grew a tiny bit taller. Green crystal beads have the effect of ripening plants. Next time we have to find more green crystal beads. Lin Xiaojin sprinkled another tomato seed. And not long after it was planted, the little tomato broke the ground and sprouted teeth. It seems that the energy in this green crystal bead is enough for these small plants to germinate and grow. The remaining few green crystal beads Lin Xiaojin did not intend to put all of them in now. She decided to plant some more. And all the green put in. She wanted to see how many plants a green crystal bead could spawn at once. Now the main thing is to save more earth crystal beads and expand the area. Otherwise these 3 small plants are not enough for her to eat all. 2 tomatoes. A small cucumber. Transparent crystal beads Lin Xiaojin found that as many as she had. She would put as many as she could into the space. And absorbing them would make the space larger. Thinking about it this way, she wasn't like other people who had an upper limit on the amount of energy they could absorb in a day. If she absorbed hundreds of transparent crystal beads at once, would it double Lin Xiaojin's space? Lin Xiaojin was excited just thinking about it. At night, Lin Xiaojin was leaning against the sofa and suddenly felt someone patting herself. Lin Xiaojin opened her eyes in a daze and found that it was Shaa Nua. Today the second half of the night is his duty. Did not expect Lin Xiaojin leaning against the sofa actually fell asleep. Mainly there is no mobile phone. Also cannot play games. And no light. This situation does not fall asleep only strange. Lin Xiaojin looked at Shaa Nua in a daze. The sky outside is still dark and not bright. The puppy drank water from your space, Shaa Nua said. As soon as Lin Xiaojin heard Shaa Nua's words, she immediately realized that she had entered the space. And Shaa Nua followed her in. The skinny little dog ran out of the box at some point. And the paper box was already crooked. The ham sausage in the box and the water has long been gone. The little dog searched for water and found the little water nest that she had absorbed the dog with the water crystal bead before. Now there are 2 hands so small water nest. The depth is also half a meter high like. At this moment, the puppy gathered around the small water nests and drank a few mouthfuls of water. I don't know if I can drink the water from this water nest. I've never tried it before. This little guy won't be alright if he drinks it. Right? Lin Xiaojin frowned. Shaa Nua also walked over to look at the water in the puddle. He only had consciousness and could only watch. He couldn't move anything. It shouldn't be. The earth crystal bead turned into earth in your space. It can also grow plants, Shaa Nua said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin and Shaa Nua both stared carefully at the puppy. If the puppy drank the space water and something went wrong, Lin Xiaojin could only throw it out. But after waiting for half a day, the skinny little dog didn't seem to be doing anything. Lin Xiaojin put the dog into a paper box, which was padded with some toilet paper. Lin Xiaojin was afraid that the puppy would urinate. Puppy lying in the paper box fell asleep again. But this time the breathing seems to be a little stronger than before. Shaa Nua's purpose of waking up Lin Xiaojin was to find out what her space water did. But Lin Xiaojin had a confused look on her face. So she was probably not sure. Now it looked like Lin Xiaojin hadn't tried it either. But next Lin Xiaojin and Shaa Nua were both very concerned about the dog. An idea popped into Lin Xiaojin's head, and she filled the puppy with some more water. Only it was water from her space. She also thought about whether the water in her space could be drunk or not. But looking at the puppy, it should be drinkable. Lin Xiaojin thought of Xionli, who was also a water-type ability. She could condense water molecules in the air. But they use Xionli cohesion out of the supernormal ability water. Our hand washing, face washing, also tasted. Although it was hardly very good, it was also condensed water molecules. But this small nest of water in her space was condensed with the crystal beads of the zombie's head on. Lin Xiaojin had always worried that she would turn into a zombie if she drank it. And there was water anyway, so Lin Xiaojin had never tried it. Now there's a puppy who can try it for her. Early the next morning, they packed up and got ready to go. The acid rain had made the whole weather colder, and realized that they had to get back to the safe zone as soon as possible. I'm afraid the temperature plunge is ahead of schedule. Lin Xiaojin's eyes looked out the window. The sky was overcast. Before, there was sunshine when they left early in the morning. Because of a phone call from Zhang Xinping, they bypassed the village's road and went straight onto the outer ring road. This time they did not choose to enter the neighborhood here, but went straight to the safe zone. Temperatures would drop by up to 5 degrees a day for the next 10 days, with the lowest temperature likely to drop to minus 40 degrees below zero. Although Beicheng was a northern city, they had never had a direct drop in temperature to minus 40 degrees. 40 degrees cold wind, dripping water into ice, belonged to the coldest temperature. In an environment below normal body temperature, minus 40 degrees fierce wind or wet clothes can quickly take away the body heat. By the time the roads freeze, it will be even more difficult for supplies to freeze. The body's thermoregulatory mechanisms can suffer damage when people are at 40 degrees. It's just that I don't know if the temperature plummeting to minus 40 degrees will be a restriction for the zombies. Lin Xiaojin thought of something and said, even if there is a restriction on zombies, there is a greater restriction on us. Lin Xiaojin sighed. She remembered that she once read a book on it minus 60 degrees if a person is naked. Without any insulation measures will only live for 3 minutes. But there are scientists who have tested that without clothes all healthy people can survive for a long time in an environment of 10-30 degrees Celsius. Fully naked people can survive for at least an hour or more, up to a few hours, in cold temperatures of 25 degrees Celsius, not to mention 40 degrees Celsius. The cold air you breathe would certainly damage your respiratory tract and lungs. It's hard enough for zombies to survive. So why do the temperatures have to plummet? I also wonder what other cities would be like. Would it be normal to go to another city? Lin Xiaojin didn't know any of these things. There was no internet today. No mobile phones. It was now an era of closed information. They walked on the road for 2 days, and nights one after another. The men were fine. It seems that they were already used to the daily wind and sleep. But Lin Xiaojin, Xi and Li, Zhu Jingjing, 3 people are not good. But everyone is holding on. Especially Zhu Jingjing's dark circles under her eyes became heavier, and Xi and Li's skin had begun to dry out. At this moment, they stopped at a petrol station, ready to replenish petrol. Rushed out, a few zombies were easily dueled. Vaguely visible on the zombies were tattered and mutilated clothes. They should be the staff of the petrol station. The petrol station is in the service area, so there are small supermarkets and restaurants. A few people also carried a lot of barrels of noodles to the car. Ham, sausage. This land is the most of these 2 things. Almost every car's boot and the back seat are stuffed. The weather now is no longer suitable for sleeping in the wind. We'll rest here for the night tonight. Shaa Nua is in charge of building a fire, Shaa Nua said. Zhang Wish's fire ability. Making a fire was as simple as putting out an ability. Great. I want to lie down and sleep. Zhang Wish said that his neck and waist were getting sore after being in the car for the past 2 days and nights. Once the several people heard that they were able to rest at night without being in the car, they were all mentally relieved. These 2 days the road is really too bad. The road is either collapsed, or cars piled up together to block the road. Has been around a lot of the road. And once the sky is dark at night can't rush the road. Walking and stopping. Naturally the ink is very bad. The rest of this is a straight line distance. We go through this tunnel. We can reach the safe zone, Zhang Wish said as he opened his notebook and pointed at the map. There were 2 gates to the safe zone. In fact, the safe zone was the huge underground air raid shelter that had once been built outside of City B. This was built during the previous war, and it was later transformed into a temporary base. After the end of the world, the army without mutations quickly occupied the place and organized personnel again before establishing this underground cave safe zone. The entire safe zone can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. After all, it was built at that time to avoid the warring groups. The entire city of B had a population of nearly 10 million people. But now the only ones left alive in the safe zone were these hundreds of thousands of people. This night everyone slept very comfortably. The fire was nuisance in the night. Lin Xiaojin looked at them all had fallen asleep. So he put the little dog out of the space to get some air. But as soon as the little dog opened its eyes, its red pupils were especially obvious in the dark night. Within a few minutes of getting some air, Lin Xiaojin threw it into space again. Lin Xiaojin yawned and added some wooden stool legs to the fire. Zzz. The fire surged upwards a bit. And this night Lin Xiaojin had a dream. She dreamt that she gave birth to a baby. The doll looked very cute. Lin Xiaojin was very happy. But the little doll opened its eyes. But it was red pupils. This gave Lin Xiaojin a direct fright, and woke up in a cold sweat. Xiaojin, are you alright? Having a nightmare? Xianli looked at Lin Xiaojin's pale face and asked. Lin Xiaojin shook her head and said, It's fine. Xianli nodded and didn't ask anything. But looking at Lin Xiaojin seemed a little off. In the morning, everyone boiled some hot water and made instant noodles to eat. They continue to set off. If there are no accidents, they in have 2 or 3 days should be able to return to the safe zone. Lin Xiaojin sat in the co-pilot without saying a word. His mind still thinking about the dream he had last night. Shouldn't be. Must be looking at that puppy's eyes. As the saying goes, daydreaming and night dreaming. Right? Lin Xiaojin consoled himself. This is better. This way is not bad. They smoothly came to the tunnel, looking at the nearly 2 kilometers of the tunnel in front of them. Dark, a bit oozing. But as long as they pass through the tunnel, they can smoothly arrive at the safe zone. But just at this moment Shaa Nua's mobile phone rang. It was a call from Zhang Xinping. Shaa Nua frowned, but picked it up without hesitation. Shaa Nua. This is Professor Zhu. You guys don't go through the tunnel. Hearing this, Lin Xiaojin mentally tensed. They could be at the entrance of the tunnel right now. There are a large number of bats in the tunnel. They have mutated. The people we sent out have all lost their lives in there. Now we will blow the tunnel down. Professor Zhu said nervously. They had battle-ready missiles here that could be activated. Although it was a long time ago, the power was still there. They could only blast down the tunnel. Otherwise the large number of mutated blood bats inside, attacking them at night would damage them badly. As soon as possible, you guys choose to diversions from the western mountain, Professor Zhu immediately said. When she heard that there were blood bats here, Lin Xiaojin was shocked and said, Oh no! Shaa Nua and Lin Xiaojin's car was the last. The car that came to the beginning was Zhang Wang and Xianli. In the middle was Zhu Jingjing and Wang Han. Shaa Nua immediately hung up the phone, picked up the intercom, and said in an urgent tone, Retreat quickly. Go around. Go around immediately. Hearing the urgent voice from Shaa Nua on the intercom, Zhang Zhu and Wang Han immediately turned the car around. The car quickly reversed, the exhaust pipe revealing a thick black smoke from the tailpipe due to the instant acceleration. The car immediately reversed around. Although it can be bypassed, but the journey needs to be extended for 2 more days. The diversion's road is even more mountainous, even more difficult to walk. But now there is no other way. How can bats in the tunnel or mutated? Zhang Wan said with a frown. Shouldn't bats appear in caves? I also don't know what a mutated bat looks like. Zhang Wish said. It's better not to know. Xianli said. Nowadays the car can only take the mountain road. The road is a disc mountain, although the chance of seeing zombies is very small. But it is afraid of the rain mountain road collapsed. They just left less than 10 minutes. Behind them came a huge explosion. Lin Xiaojin turned around to see a cloud of black smoke rising up. They blew up the tunnel. I didn't realize that there were missiles in the safe zone. If they put missiles in B City, they might be able to wipe out the zombies, Lin Xiaojin said. It's a pity that there aren't enough weapons. Even if there are enough weapons, I'm afraid that the people who released the missiles have all turned into zombies. And if there really were large weapons that could be released within the city, not to mention if they could all wipe out the zombies, the huge supplies in the city alone would be gone. They will send people to clean it up afterwards. After all, it's only through the tunnel that we can go straight to the safe zone, Shaa Nua said. Lin Xiaojin nodded in agreement. The mountain road was rugged. It was too dangerous for them to take the mountain road if they wanted to go to B City for supplies. But they also had to take the mountain road now. There are signs in front of them, about to head to the mountain road. The mountain road has many large vehicles. All of them are super high vehicles. Cannot pass through the tunnel, can only choose this road. Mountain road end of the world to go is not considered dangerous. After all, there will be people to regularly maintain. After the rain will be even more maintenance. But now are the end of the world. The mountain stone that will still have people to maintain? The day before yesterday. It had just rained acid rain. And they had just crossed the mountain road when they saw a lot of debris on the road. It's impossible to go ahead. Two large vehicles collided and overturned on their sides. Zhang Wan's voice came over the intercom. Several people got out of the car and looked at the situation. And the detour will need to be in the back. Take the next intersection. But I'm afraid it will be delayed for a few days again. But even if we detour, who can't guarantee that we'll run into something else again? I'll see if this car is still drivable. Hopefully the engine can still move. Wang Han said, getting on this one big lorry. Two lorries. One overturned, one with a serious front end. Hopefully the engine wasn't hurt. But I'm afraid that's unlikely. The vehicle that overturned in the end was an express delivery truck. A car full of expresses scattered on the road. Zhang Wish. Wang Han. Both of them were drumming on the badly damaged looking car, hoping that it would drive to make way for them on the highway. It's an express. Xian Li picked up a broken paper box by her feet, unwrapping it to take a look. Inside was an electric pressure cooker. There's no use, said Xian Li and threw it away. Unpacking express is a woman's joy. Lin Xiaojin. Zhu Jingjing. Xian Li. Three people cannot help but start picking up express. Unpacking express. Wang Han dragged out the body of the main driver. This body also did not have necrosis. It is estimated that the end of the world when the eclipse occurred, resulting in a car accident, directly died in the car. Wang Han got on the main driver and started the car. The car actually lit up. But unfortunately it lit up for less than 2 seconds before the car went out. It's the fuel tank leaking, Shaa Nua said as he circled the body. Then what should we do now? We can only tow this car aside, Zhang Wang said with a frown. This is a hard labor job. I'll find a rope, tie it up, and then drag the car to the side? Wang Han thought of a solution. The weight of these two big lorries was not ordinary. A huge tanker carrying cement and a courier truck carrying goods. And it was not sure if a car could be towed away. As long as it is dragged out an opening, it will be fine. We're fretting here. Look at them girls. They're actually so happy to open the courier. Zhang Wang looked at the opposite lorry of the three girls had drilled into the lorry to pick up the express. Zhu Jingjing unwrapped a parcel, which happened to be a set of men's sportswear. Or a brand. The size is also exactly the size of Wang Han. Zhu Jingjing took the clothes some hesitation, but still loaded up. There is a packet of express delivery written above the mother and baby products. C is a newborn set. Lin Xiaojin eyes bright. But unfortunately that packet was pressed by the car underneath. Lin Xiaojin, in order to get this newborn baby suit, directly hands lifted up the big lorry. Move to the side. This move. The express on the overturned lorry clattered, all rolled down. Lin Xiaojin saw the newborn baby set. His face was happy. Just wanted to pick it up. Then was rolled down. The express hit his head. Xiaojin. Xian Li exclaimed. This big lorry is still a bit heavy, Lin Xiaojin said in her heart. I'm afraid this is the heaviest thing she's felt recently. I'm fine. Lin Xiaojin drilled out of the pile of couriers, having just received the newborn baby bundle courier into her space in passing. Phew. Xiaojin. You were too awesome just now. You lifted the lorry, Xian Li said in shock. This lorry is still a bit heavy, Lin Xiaojin said awkwardly. Was it a bit heavy? I'm afraid it would take the strength of more than 10 older boys for them to lift it. Zhang Wish and Wang Han looked at each other and said together, Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin was a strength-based psychic ability, although it was not yet known what Lin Xiaojin's upper limit of strength was. But to be able to break and bend an iron bar with his bare hands, his strength must be greater than theirs. Sure enough, they had just heard Xian Li's yelling. When Zhang Wish ran over to her, Lin Xiaojin more or less didn't believe herself. I don't know if I can lift it alone, because I just felt it was a bit heavy, Lin Xiaojin said. No problem. You think it's no problem, Zhang Wish said excitedly. Such a big lorry, she only said that it was a bit heavy. Shaa Nua actually wanted to go up and give Lin Xiaojin a hand, but was rejected by Lin Xiaojin. She didn't want people to suspect the two of them of their little secret yet. Lin Xiaojin gave Shaa Nua a reassuring look that she should be able to do it. Just to be sure, they had a backup plan and tied ropes to the car. Shaa Nua tore 2 pieces of cloth and let Lin Xiaojin pat her hands. I'll come with you, Shaa Nua said uneasily. Better not. I'll try first, Lin Xiaojin said. She also wanted to know what the limit of her strength was nowadays. With everything ready, Lin Xiaojin let out a deep breath and put her hands on the lorry. Lin Xiaojin used her hands with vigor, only to feel the energy in her body, surging, a strand of energy converging into her hands. The big lorry is not as heavy as imagined. Lin Xiaojin, cheeks slightly red, put the big lorry too much to the calf, and then make efforts to drag the big lorry to the side. Xian Li and Zhu Jingjing looked at the atmosphere, did not dare to come out. Touch. With a bang, the big lorry was dragged aside by Lin Xiaojin. It's really a bit heavy. I can drag it away, but it's difficult for me to lift it. Lin Xiaojin recognized her approximate strength. Drink water. Shaa Nua handed Lin Xiaojin a bottle of mineral water. Lin Xiaojin licked her somewhat dry lips, and she gurgled half a bottle of water and drank it all. Gulp. Lin Xiaojin was actually hungry. It's true that doing physical work consumes the energy in the body. So hungry. Lin Xiaojin sat on the railing of the highway to dry rice. Anyway, they will decide not to go this time. I'm afraid that this car full of expresses will still have to be unpacked for a while. Lin Xiaojin leaned on the railing and watched the four of them all excitedly dismantle the express on the big lorry. Lin Xiaojin all have a feeling. Stayed just when she used her whole body's strength to lift the big lorry. There is a feeling to break through the limit. The strength system's supernatural ability was in need of replenishing enough energy. And this energy came from food. From a large amount of food. Lin Xiaojin was late quite a lot, but her body did not show any signs of gaining weight. This express was demolished for a full 2 hours. And their car was so full that it just couldn't be stacked down. Only then did the crowd begin to sit on the car to set off. This way on the highway there are rolling boulders. All have to get off the car, need to move away. This section of the highway was hard to walk from day to night. But today night, and cannot stop. Can only open the headlights, slowly drive. If you stop at night to rest. Afraid of rolling boulders hit the car. Driving to 2 o'clock in the morning at night. It is really impossible to top. Finally stopped. 3 cars around. So that even if there is a stone rolled down can also play a blocking role. They also rose a pile of fire in the middle. The night temperature is really a little cold. They can drive to open the heater. But it is too wasteful of petrol. Now the petrol in the car was the amount estimated to reach the safe zone. And now they had to go around for 2 days. I'm afraid there's not enough petrol in the car. So they'll have to find a petrol station. Or hope that there is still petrol in the scrap cars on the highway. But the tanks of the ones they have seen one after another have long since run out of fuel. Luckily they still had some sweet potatoes left in the boot. They this time, in addition to baked corn, is baked sweet potatoes. Or else it is instant noodles, ham, sausage, eggs. I want to eat sizzling barbecue. The big bone kind. Xian Li couldn't help but say. I want to eat braised pork. Big chicken thighs. I miss the big chicken thighs in our school now. Zhang Wang frowned as she looked at the sweet potatoes that had already been roasted black. Zhu Jingjing's face did not look too good either. Although she preferred vegetarian food. It wasn't like she didn't eat meat. Zhu Jingjing even somewhat missed the fragrant meat. There really is. Lin Xiaojin heard them say this, and thought of what flavor she seemed to have seen in the express van. And then she moved to the car. Flavored steak chicken. Also meat. Right? Shelf life of 2 years. Lin Xiaojin took 6 bags, and divided them among each person. There were only 12 bags in a big box. And each bag had 500 g of flavored steak chicken written on it. Zhang Wang was the first to open it. Although the steak chicken is instant food. But it is also meat. Previously they did not touch this kind of fast food. Now eat more than anyone else with energy. Eating steak chicken. Nibbling sweet potatoes. Drinking water. The wind at night is still very cool. Although the fire is still cold. The 3 women leaned closely together. Today demolition of express delivery to the demolition of a quilt. Lin Xiaojin also all with. I unwrapped a few boxes of warm babies. To you? Zhu Jingjing went to the car to get warm babies. Handed to Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li. Thank you. Lin Xiaojin said. Zhu Jingjing was menstrual cramps. So the warm baby she put away. There was no moon in the sky. Only thick cumulus clouds. The night passed quickly. And when the sky dawned, everyone had already woken up. Only just woke up more or less a little cold. And pasted the warm baby to the body to get better. Tonight is colder than yesterday again. Lin Xiaojin said. It seems like the temperature drops every day. Xian Li also rubbed her hands. The mountain road was already bad. And this morning, there was fog again. Originally, they wanted to drag it out until midday. when the fog cleared. But the air was very humid, and the dark clouds in the sky were coalescing again. If it rained and caused a landslide, they would be in even greater danger. Weighing the pros and cons, they had no choice but to go through the fog, but also traveling at turtle speed. This time it was Lin Xiaojin and Shaa Nua's car that took the lead, mainly because Lin Xiaojin's strength was greater. If they encountered some small obstacles, Lin Xiaojin solved them all. Xianli lying on the window to see Lin Xiaojin single-handedly picked up a large stone to the side of a gently thrown. Lin Xiaojin, this action, do you ever feel a little like M.Country's Superwoman? Unfortunately, Lin Xiaojin does not have laser eyes and cannot fly yet, Xianli said, thinking of Superwoman. Xianli envied. If there is awakened flight ability, that would be even more cool. Then it would be better to awaken an invisibility skill like in X-Men. So the zombies won't take me for air? Zhang Wan said. Both of them were imagining what psychic ability they could get to live comfortably. Don't zombies rely on sound to lock in with the blood and gore? If you accidentally get hurt. Xianli struck out. It's better to have flying skills. Xianli finally added. The higher you fly, the colder the temperature, and you'll directly freeze into an ice sculpture by then. Zhang Wish said unconvincingly. The two of them were bickering, to the point where it was a bit of a happy couple. And the road hadn't been so boring. The last is Wang Han and Zhu Jingjing. Zhu Jingjing has already put on thick clothes. She took the men's clothes she found today and said, when I opened the courier, I saw 2 men's clothes. Also you have to size. The more Zhu Jingjing said, the smaller her voice became. Wang Han took these 2 sets of clothes, which actually had underwear. Wang Han's face suddenly burst red. Zhu Jingjing frowned, thinking that it was Wang Han who didn't like it. But she looked down and found that there were also men's underwear inside the clothes. When Zhu Jingjing saw this, her face reddened, and she started to stutter when she spoke. This might have been accidentally clipped in. Zhu Jingjing's face reddened, and she was a bit at a loss for words. Thank you. Wang Han said thank you. And both of them stopped talking. The whole car is quiet, and seems to be able to hear each other's breathing. More or less. The atmosphere was thick with embarrassment. The car, Lin Xiaojin and Shaa Nua, was relatively relaxed. Lin Xiaojin found that when she overused her strength, she would get hungry. So the most Lin Xiaojin did was to eat non-stop. Lin Xiaojin also released the small dog from the space, got a piece of cloth to put on top of it, and placed the dog on the car organizer in the middle of them. It seems to have recovered quite a bit, Lin Xiaojin said as she looked at the puppy with a bit more vigor than before. Shaa Nua's attention would be on the road this time, and he naturally didn't dare to be distracted by driving in the fog. But he still skinned the puppy with his afterglow. The puppy's fur is dry and yellow. Malnutrition. The end of the world is so miserable. Their own food and warmth is a problem. And now they have to take a small thin dog. But Lin Xiaojin looked at this puppy. Maybe it is not as tough as imagined. Eat less, drink less, but also put space. The puppy slept for about half an hour before slowly opening its eyes. And as soon as Lin Xiaojin saw the red pupils, she thought of the dream she had that day, dreaming that the child born to her also had red pupils, only to see the little dog shivering and getting up, then walking over in Lin Xiaojin's direction. Lin Xiaojin was afraid that she would fall down, so she used her hand to block it. But in the end, the puppy stuck out its tongue and licked her hand. Frightened, Lin Xiaojin immediately drew her hand away, and the puppy seemed startled, and sat down on its bum again. This little action Lin Xiaojin suddenly felt a little cute. Lin Xiaojin stretched out 2 fingers and touched the puppy's head, saying, "You suddenly licked me. I scared you a little. We're kind of even." The puppy crawled on the mat and didn't move a muscle. Lin Xiaojin watched its eyes close again. The car was traveling in the fog. Lin Xiaojin looked at the time, 8:40. The fog seemed to have slightly dissipated, but the glass windows had already started dripping light rain. "It's raining." Lin Xiaojin frowned. They hadn't even walked out of the mountain road yet, and it was raining. Lin Xiaojin just wanted to reach out the window. But Shaa Nua pulled back with one hand and said, "What are you doing?" "I'll see if it's still acid rain," Lin Xiaojin said. "If it's acid rain, then the mountain rocks are more likely to slip." Shaa Nua opened a crack in his window, and the rain was blown in by the wind. It was acid rain. Shaa Nua immediately focused on the window, now caught in a dilemma. The fog has not yet lifted. There is no way to speed up. But I hope the mountains and rocks can hold up. Lin Xiaojin prayed. Unfortunately, praying didn't work. Instead, what was thought came. Clatter. Touch. Touch. Luckily, it was some small rocks that did not do any harm when they hit the car. But the small rocks hit the window on the far right side of the car. And all of a sudden the window had cracked. It wasn't just this car that Lin Xiaojin was sitting in, but Wang Han's car as well. Zhang Wang immediately put down the iron frame. And the stone hit the iron frame, which didn't have much effect on the glass. Lin Xiaojin and Shaa Nua this car right after the glass has crumbled. Outside the small rain are into the inside. The paper boxes in the back row are all wet. Wang Han's car was in even worse condition. A rock bigger than a fist smashed directly into the driver's side. The glass splashed. Wang Han, in order to block the stone, cannot be smashed inside or else smashed into Zhu Jingjing. So he turned sideways to block. The stone also smashed into Wang Han's back. And Wang Han grunted in pain. Wang Han. You're bleeding. Should we stop? Zhu Jingjing said nervously. No. We can't delay. Otherwise the longer we stay the more dangerous it will be. Wang Han endured the pain on his back, and continued to follow Shaa Nua's car. Zhang Wish saw through the rear-view mirror that the glass of Wang Han's car behind him was broken, and immediately picked up the intercom to ask. Wang Han. How are you? Zhang Wish said. I'm fine. Keep going, don't stop. Wang Han's stoic voice came out from inside. With that the walkie-talkie hung up. The walkie-talkies were all connected. Shaa Nua and Lin Xiaojin could hear it as well. Wang Han is injured. Lin Xiaojin frowned and said. Just now Wang Han's tone was obviously a bit weak. Shaa Nua faintly answered. Could not hear any emotions. But Lin Xiaojin still felt Shaa Nua's tension. But there was no way to stop now. Only to continue to walk forward. Lin Xiaojin saw Shaa Nua's grip on the steering wheel tighten. By the time it was 11 o'clock, the fog had pretty much cleared. But the rain was getting tighter and tighter. There was another wave of debris. And fortunately Shaa Nua braked fast enough. And the little dog almost flew out. Lin Xiaojin hadn't heard the puppy bark until now. Even if it fell under the seat now. Lin Xiaojin picked up the puppy and sent it to the space. This time, the debris outside was all big rocks. So there was no way to go around it. So they had to move it away. I'll go, Lin Xiaojin said. Shaa Nua pressed Lin Xiaojin's shoulder and said. I'll go. You stay in the car. Shaa Nua's tone was not to be refused. But Lin Xiaojin still looked at Shaa Nua skeptically and said. You can't. You're not as strong as me. Shaa Nua frowned and said. Never say a man can't. Such words. Lin Xiaojin heard how this was a bit familiar. I can borrow you to get supernatural energy. So you can eat more now to replenish your energy. Shaa Nua said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin deflated her mouth. Shaa Nua was able to borrow her supernatural ability. But he had to consume her energy all. Sure enough, Shaa Nua's arms marked there was burning hot when he used Lin Xiaojin's alien energy. Shaa Nua moved a few large stones. Lin Xiaojin suddenly lost her body energy towards the imprint. After a while Shaa Nua moved the stones and got into the car. His jacket was already drenched. Shaa Nua directly took off his jacket and threw it to the back row. The car continued to drive forward. Suddenly the whole body began to shake. Lin Xiaojin tightly grasped the seat. Lin Xiaojin had the first instant thought is an earthquake. Oops. Sure enough, there was a rumbling sound. The mountain got boulders began to roll down. Bumper to bumper. The boulders hit the highway railing, instantly breaking the railing and then rolling down the mountain. Lin Xiaojin looked up. A huge stone smashed towards them. Cold. This time really cold. Lin Xiaojin's eyes flashed with despair. By this big stone hit absolutely no hope of survival. Seeing the big rock getting closer and closer, but suddenly stopping. Lin Xiaojin's head a huge black shadow. Hurry up, Shaa Nua said. Time was suspended. And Shaa Nua's eyes flashed brightly. Shaa Nua saw that Lin Xiaojin was still not moving and wanted to push Lin Xiaojin out. But suddenly that big rock went down a little more. Nowadays time pause has a limit. Reacting from despair, Lin Xiaojin immediately opened the car door and ran out. Shaa Nua followed. And in less than a second, the entire front end of the car was flattened by the boulder. Bump. Zhang wished to get the car is really resistant to beating. Bumper to bumper. The iron frame was all smashed and bent. Careful, Lin Xiaojin exclaimed as a small stone rolled down toward Shaa Nua. Suddenly the stone actually disappeared in midair. Lin Xiaojin let out a breath. She just thought in that instant that she could receive space. She's space as long as within a certain range can be received by her space. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A huge rock smashed towards Wang Han's car. Not good. Lin Xiaojin pointed at the mountain stone too. I'm afraid that if this mountain stone smashed into Wang Han's car, it would turn into mush. Fortunately, in the nick of time, Shaa Nua used time pause to control the boulder. But it still smashed into the front of the car. Lin Xiaojin immediately ran over, opened the car door, and saw Wang Han protecting Zhu Jingjing under his body. Hurry up! Lin Xiaojin shouted, then reached out and pulled out both Zhu Jingjing and Wang Han. At this moment, Shaa Nua's time suspension statute of limitations. The entire front end of the car was flattened by a large stone. In so many 2 to 3 minutes, 2 of the 3 cars were destroyed. Mountain rocks also rolled down from time to time. So it was all small stones. More than 20 minutes before finally stopping. But at this moment, the crowd has long been wet. Zhang Wang and Xian Li, 2 people, also came down from the car. Their car is the toughest here, but still could not withstand the incessant attack of debris. The whole car is overturned. The 2 of them also climbed out of the car window. The fog had already dissipated. Lin Xiaojin saw a lorry in front of him, parked on the side of the road. Let's go inside and hide, Lin Xiaojin said as she pointed to the large lorry in front. The rain was still falling, and it wouldn't stop for a while. 2 cars were damaged and 1 was on its side, so they could only go inside that big lorry. The main driver of the big lorry was still a zombie, directly cut by Shaa Nua's zombie head. The crystal beads were directly picked out by Shaa Nua. The back of the big lorry crashed a whole car of goods. Lin Xiaojin and Shaa Nua, Zhang Wang trio threw out most of the goods on the car. This is the empty place. A few people have climbed into the car. Good thing this big lorry is only the front damaged. At least there is a sheltered place. Just climbed up. Wang Han, face pale, directly fainted on the ground. Shaa Nua, John Wish, nervous, immediately went forward. Shaa Nua tore open Wang Han's clothes, reflected in the smashed large wounds. Shaa Nua went up and touched. The back is fractured. Shaa Nua frowned and said, "Can only treat the wound first." Shaa Nua said, "I remember I left some alcohol, iodophor, and anti-inflammatory medicine," Lin Xiaojin said, immediately running back to the car, actually taking out the medicine from the space. When he ran back, Wang Han's top had already been stripped by Shaa Nua, and his entire body was leaning on Zhang Wan's body. "Bear with it," Shaa Nua said. Well, Wang Han was awake at the moment, just very weak. Shaa Nua poured the entire iodophor onto Wang Han's body. Shaa Nua was just about to get on and pick up Wang Han's bones, but the wound started to bleed heavily out again. "Will I die if I bleed this much?" Xian Li said with a pale face. This bloody look was the first time she had seen it. The entire lorry was covered in Wang Han's blood. Xian Li felt a chill in the air after saying this. "Yeah. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I was just worried." Xian Li immediately apologized to this mouth of hers. She just said whatever her brain was thinking straight away. "My brother won't die." "Won't?" John Wish's eyes were red. "If I can bring you out, I can definitely bring you back," Shaa Nua said in a deep voice. His tone was so firm. Shaa Nua's hands did not stop, pressing Wang Han's wound to stop his bleeding. "Brother Shao, Zhang Wish, I never regretted knowing you too. And even more so, I don't regret following Brother Shao out." Wang Han's face was pale and bloodless, trying to say the sentence, the corner of his mouth still trying to squeeze out a smile. After hearing this word, Zhang Wish couldn't control his tears from flowing down. What nonsense to say! We have survived so many deaths. How can we possibly die here? Zhang Wan said with tears in his voice. Shaa Nua's eyes were red at the moment, and his hands were vaguely shaking. "Our gold-touching family. We just have a short life. This is life," Wang Han said breathlessly. He is feeling a little bit of energy loss in his body. He is about to die, leaving this world forever. But Wang Han didn't feel scared. Instead, it was a relief. Wang Han's family, his grandfather, his father, all died early. "There's a cigarette. I want to light up with it," Wang Han said with a weak breath. There. Zhang wished to touch change his whole body. Began to cry again. "I'll go get it." Zhang Wan just wanted to go out. Shaa Nua had already slowly pulled out one from his arms, but the blood on Shaa Nua's hand was now sticking to the cigarette. Shaa Nua put the cigarette on Wang Han's mouth. But unfortunately, there was no lighter. Fire. Shaa Nua's eyes were red, and his voice was dark. There. Zhang Wish immediately squatted down. There is no lighter. But the fire must be there, Wang Han said with a cigarette in his mouth. You can't light me. I won't, said Zhang Wang, tears flowing downward. This was also the easiest man Lin Xiaojin had ever seen to shed tears. Zhang Wish condensed a small flame on his fingertips and lit a cigarette. A faint smell of smoke filled the entire van. A wave of contentment appeared on Wang Han's face. And it seemed that the pain, all of it, had disappeared. Zhu Jingjing, who has not spoken. Face, clothes are blood. But that is not her blood. And Wang Han's blood. Zhu Jingjing has been in the middle of nervousness and fear. But she saw Wang Han was covered with blood, leaning there with a pale face. And the usual Wang Han is like two people. Zhu Jingjing was scared and sad. She thought of the little moments she had spent with Wang Han recently. He seemed so bad to get along with. Even seemed to hate her. Would say she was troublesome, timid, and pretentious, but he would always help her in critical times. No. Zhu Jingjing's eyes were red. Zhu Jingjing slowly walked towards Wang Han, her tears dripping down in big drops. Troubleshooter, I can finally leave you alone from now on, Wang Han said breathlessly. Under Zhu Jingjing's black eyes. Her eyes are full of tears. Her face is red. Her shell teeth are biting her lower lip tightly. But her tears don't seem to stop. Wang Han looked at Zhu Jingjing's appearance and lowered his head and closed his eyes. Hey. It's really troublesome. I won't let you die. I won't. Zhu Jingjing stubbornly opened her mouth. Her tone was so firm. Before everyone could be surprised. Zhu Jingjing's body energy surged. Zhu Jingjing was also surprised herself. It seemed like she was able to release her energy. She had a feeling in her psyche that she could let Wang Han live. You won't die, Zhu Jingjing said in a deep voice, saying that the energy in Zhu Jingjing's body began to converging into a warm-colored glow that converged towards Zhu Jingjing's hand. Zhu Jingjing released the energy and transmitted it on Wang Han's body. Wang Han's wounds recovered with the naked eye. And in no time Wang Han's wounds actually recovered as before. Recovery department. Zhang Wan explained in astonishment. How could they not have thought that Zhu Jingjing, who had been unable to release her energy, would be a recovery lineage? After releasing the energy, Zhu Jingjing's face was pale. Her lips were bloodless. And she felt as if her body had been emptied out. So she directly fainted in Wang Han's arms. How is you, Anna? Although Wang Han's wound had healed, the bones were misplaced. Shaa Nua had just pressed him back. So he was anxious to ask Zhu Jingjing's condition. It looks like she lost too much blood and is severely anemic, Lin Xiaojin said honestly. The recovery system's supernatural ability to release energy needed to supply itself with blood from its own body. The heavier the rescue, the more blood loss. Previously, Zhu Jingjing's body was malnourished and anemic. Even if there was enough energy in her body, she couldn't release it. This time when Wang Han was injured, although Zhu Jingjing was still anemic, but she absorbed several transparent crystal beads. Her body had enough energy, or she was stimulated to release it. Wang Han didn't say anything, just nodded his head and got out of the lorry. 2 of our 3 vehicles have broken down. The car we had before is still drivable, but the things we put in it simply can't sit on so many of us, Zhang Wan said. This Zhu Jingjing directly comatose all night without signs of sobriety. Shaa Nua to Lin Xiaojin's brother Lin Xiaoran called over. That side was well informed and might know exactly what was going on with this repair ability. A minute later Shaa Nua hung up the phone. Brother Xiao. I'll go, said Wang Han immediately. What are you going to go? Don't you want to die? Your ribs have just been connected. Do not recuperate want to be eaten by zombies? If you want to go, I'll go. Zhang Wan cursed. No. It's better for me to go. Wang Han insisted. You Wang Han, you just heard it. Although your wound was healed. But now you have lost too much blood. It's easy for you to lose strength and faint, Shaa Nua said. Zhu Jingjing was originally anemic in addition to the lack of energy. Suddenly released the body energy empty. Now directly shock. To save Zhu Jingjing need to supplement a large number of blood tonic. And listen to Lin Xiaoran's meaning. This restoration system of alien energy, if you want to treat people, also need to be ready at any time to prepare blood replenishing medicine. There was a repairing department abnormal ability in S City who died of malnutrition and lack of blood because of overusing his abnormal ability to save people. but instead died of malnutrition and lack of blood himself. Sure enough, the more heaven-defying the supernatural ability, the more amazing the limitations. Did Lin Xiaojin's space have limitations? However, her alien ability was not that heaven-defying. At least, she wouldn't be able to save people like Zhu Jingjing. This alien ability is sacrificing oneself to save others, Zhang Wish exclaimed with a sigh. When Wang Han heard this, his face became even more guilty. Brother Xiao, let me go, Wang Han strongly requested. I'll drive with Lin Xiaojin. You guys stay at the exit of the mountain road, and the two of us will go to the nearest suburb, Shaa Nua said. It would take about 2 or 3 days to travel from the mountain road around the safe zone. If he and Lin Xiaojin went to the nearest suburb, they would be there in a few hours if they were fast. And now that pharmacies were opening up everywhere, there were definitely some in the suburbs as well. Then I'll go too, Zhang Wan said. No. Wang Han is weak. Zhu Jingjing is unconscious. And there's another one who barely has any combat power. Li. You're not staying? Shaa Nua said in a deep voice. Xian Li deflated his mouth. Seems a little less happy. But Shaa Nua said is also the truth. Lin Xiaojin's hands are quite good and strong. Let's go and return quickly, Shaa Nua said. The crowd heard Shaa Nua's analysis and understood that it was the best arrangement. Xiaojin, be sure to come back safely, Xian Li said. Lin Xiaojin responded. Lin Xiaojin lifted up the overturned car. The supplies in the back of the car were moved out. The lorry was still drivable, so they moved the supplies to the lorry. The lorry was carrying boxes and boxes, and they hadn't bothered to unpack them before. Zhang Wish unwrapped a box and found that surprisingly, it was filled with cans of beer. No wonder the whole lorry had a strange smell. I wonder if this beer is still drinkable. Zhang Wish had a bit of a craving for alcohol. Some of the beer cans were squashed and the beer was flowing out. They just flowed a few cases of beer, and all the rest were moved out. What to drink? Now I don't know if they can find the pharmacy and come back, Xian Li said with a frown. Suburbs, even the suburbs have a lot of zombies. They still have to go to the pharmacy or the clinic. I believe that Brother Xiao will be able to bring the stuff back, Wang Han said in a deep voice. Shaa Nua is good with his hands. But what about Lin Xiaojin? Xian Li was a bit worried. She was only on good terms with Lin Xiaojin now. Won't happen. Lin Xiaojin that strong. 1 tops 10. Besides there is Xiao. He too must be fine. We wait here at ease, Zhang Wish said with conviction. Zhu Jingjing is unconscious at the moment. Her face is pale. If there is still a faint undulation, I'm afraid they all think she is a dead person. How could I not have thought that Zhu Jingjing would be a recovery department's ability? Otherwise, how can we let her eat more and replenish her blood? Xian Li said with a frown. This was the team's big nurse. Sorika, in the future, we have to let Zhu Jingjing eat more blood-replenishing food. Zhang Wang also said with great approval. What if you get injured yourself one day? Lin Xiaojin and Shaa Nua had long returned to the road to the suburbs. The frame on the car had been bit by the stones. But luckily the car was still drivable. The glass on the side window had broken, and a small breeze was drilling in from outside. Lin Xiaojin had to tighten the zip. The road still had slippery stones from time to time. Luckily they were all small and unaffected. The suburbs closest to us should all have pharmacies, outpatient clinics, Lin Xiaojin said. Nowadays, the streets were filled with the most pharmacies. There would be 1 or 2 on almost every street. Shaa Nua answered, but his eyes concentrated on driving. They tried their best to rush back within a day. Zhu Jingjing was severely anemic at the moment. If she was anemic and kept falling into a coma, I'm afraid she would never wake up again. Now there is no medical equipment. It is very difficult to do. Finally they crossed the mountain road to the outermost village. But this village was so small that there was no such thing as an outpatient pharmacy. After driving for 3 whole hours, Shaa Nua didn't even take a break. Luckily Lin Xiaojin still had the petrol stored in space before. Otherwise they would have stopped on the road. Out of the road to the outer ring suburbs. This is the western suburbs. But now there is no map. Now looking for a pharmacy is completely by chance. No matter which road they choose, they will encounter zombies. There's usually a pharmacy near the neighborhood, Lin Xiaojin said. Over there. Huifeng Jiayuan. Lin Xiaojin pointed at the words of a building. The neighborhood was surrounded by basement shops. And there would usually be merchants. And even though this was the outer ring of B City, there were very many merchants here. Just on the main road, There are overturned cars everywhere. No. Can't drive through, Shaa Nua said. There were high platforms and steps in between. And there were car parks all around. So it was impossible to drive a car straight through. It was also separated by a giant wide road. A flyover. If one parked under the high platform and came out, they would instantly be surrounded by zombies. You stay here, Shaa Nua said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin had actually hesitated. They could only park over here and walk over if they wanted to go over, crossing a huge wide road. And the zombies on that flyover. Just such a glance could be described as dense. Lin Xiaojin was hesitating when he saw that next to the pharmacy was a baby mama shop. This can be a mother and baby brand change shop. Lin Xiaojin's eyes lit up and immediately decided to follow Shaa Nua. Shaa Nua's hands were good and it was safer to follow him. He knew her secret, so he wouldn't suspect anything even if she collected things into space. After this village, there is no more this shop. There is only one chance. If it's just herself, she's afraid she wouldn't dare. No. I'll go with you, Lin Xiaojin responded. Shaa Nua frowned. Still didn't want Lin Xiaojin to go. Mainly so many zombies. Too dangerous if caught by zombies easily mutated. No way. If I don't go with you, will you just take 2 boxes of blood tonic? Lin Xiaojin frowned. Shaa Nua seemed to be right when he heard Lin Xiaojin's words. Follow me in a while. Shaa Nua finally compromised. Good, Lin Xiaojin responded. She wasn't someone who would try to be brave. If she could fight, she would fight. If she couldn't, she would run. Shaa Nua took out the clothes from the boot, then asked Lin Xiaojin to stretch out her arm. What is this for? Lin Xiaojin frowned. You'll know in a moment, Shaa Nua said. In no time Shaa Nua wrapped cloth around Lin Xiaojin's 2 arms and got black leather gloves for Lin Xiaojin. This was to prevent the zombies from accidentally hurting themselves. This is Wang Han's gloves will be a bit big. I'll tighten them for you. Shaa Nua finished and wrapped 2 more rounds on Lin Xiaojin's hands. Shaa Nua did not wrap so much cloth on his body. Just a pair of black leather gloves. He held a military spike in his hand and took out 2 short knives from the boot and put them on his waist. Lin Xiaojin checked the laces of her shoes, each tied tightly. She did not want to fly off her shoes when she ran in a while. So much preparation down. Lin Xiaojin said, not nervous is false. But see, Shaa Nua seems to be very calm. You're not afraid? Lin Xiaojin asked with a sudden twitch of her mouth. Is it useful to be afraid? Shaa Nua laughed. It seemed to make sense that fear was useless. Then go and defeat it. It's a pity that they don't have guns. It would be fine if they had bar Gatling. It was a pity that Lin Xiaojin couldn't shoot. China was also a country that banned guns. It was hard to find a gun. And the weapons depot was even more unknown where it was. Even if you go to the police station to find a gun, you don't know where to look. Lin Xiaojin followed behind Shaa Nua, with his hands holding up his military spikes. They crossed the road directly without taking the flyover, which was densely packed with zombies. Shaa Nua's hands were very flexible, climbing onto the car and getting out, resolving the zombies in one go. Lin Xiaojin would appear to be more bulky, but vigorously out of the miracle. Compared to Shaa Nua, cut a knife, dodge a group of zombies. Lin Xiaojin usually rushes up with one slash and pushes to appease the zombies. Roar, roar, roar. The surrounding zombies heard the movement and surged here. Shaa Nua jumped onto the high platform with an assisted run, then turned around to solve 2 zombies before squatting down and extending his hand. Lin Xiaojin. Hearing the voice, Lin Xiaojin started to run and grabbed Shaa Nua's hand, and was directly pulled up. Look on more and more zombies surging over. Lin Xiaojin handed Shaa Nua the military thrust and said, You drag for a while, said Lin Xiaojin, went to the parking space next to him. Hard to lift a small car, and then threw it towards the zombie group. Bumper. Lin Xiaojin threw 2 sedans one after another into the zombie group. Sedan collision. Bang bang. The whole car started to burst into flames. Lin Xiaojin threw another one next, which stopped the zombie group. Lin Xiaojin takes the military spikes and starts rushing into the shop. Lin Xiaojin's family kicked open the door, and the pharmacy was empty. The whole pharmacy has 2 floors. The ground floor, Lin Xiaojin and Shaa Nua, 2 people to look for respectively. The first floor was filled with medicines for fever, cold and flu, as well as medicines for children's illnesses. Lin Xiaojin received the space. The space had shrunk a little. Lin Xiaojin had to throw out all the shelves that the space had at least put in, so as to free up part of the place again. The two ran to the first floor again, and Lin Xiaojin saw the sign that said, Health Care. Sure enough, inside a variety of women's blood health care products. Lin Xiaojin also did not look at the category. They are collected in the space. After collecting things, and hurried downstairs. The flames were still burning outside the door shop, bubbling outwards with a cooing black cough. The strong smoke made Lin Xiaojin cough twice. Go! Shaa Nua pulled Lin Xiaojin and was ready to jump down to the high platform next to him. Wait! We can't come here for nothing. Go to the next few shops to take a look, Lin Xiaojin said. Shaa Nua frowned, but looked at the zombies on the ground floor still blocked by the flames for a moment and could not rush up. Quick! Shaa Nua said. Well, the two people also do not ink. Lin Xiaojin straight to mummy, baby mother, and baby shop rushed over. When Lin Xiaojin kicked open the door, inside also rushed out a zombie. Directly Lin Xiaojin cut off the head. Shaa Nua went to pull out the crystal beads. Lin Xiaojin is into the shop to see on the can be used on the majority of all loaded up. But Lin Xiaojin's position is already full. The small land and the small puddle can't put things. Shaa Nua's 1/3 of the place was also temporarily taken up by Lin Xiaojin. Puppy sees suddenly more things, more or less some panic. Hiding in the box, shivering. Collected almost. Lin Xiaojin followed Shaa Nua directly left the shop. This time the zombies on the stage also followed and rushed up. Some zombies still have flames on their bodies, also hissing up towards Lin Xiaojin's side. The two people in the roadside cut zombies and run. But the zombies more and more. The two rush to climb on a bus. The ground zombies are still hissing. Lin Xiaojin breathed heavily. The two people's bodies, faces have long been stained with dirty blood. Especially Lin Xiaojin's sweat also followed down. The two people stood in the bus with knives, surrounded by hissing zombies. If you really want to be bitten to death by a zombie, Shaa Nua, you kill me first, Lin Xiaojin said. She was bitten by a zombie. She did not turn into a zombie. But will zombie bite to death all? Being awake and being bitten to death by a zombie one bite at a time. This is even more terrifying. Right? Won't. Rested enough? Shaa Nua's calm and collected voice filled Lin Xiaojin's ears. Listening to Shaa Nua's words. They have not reached the dead end. But she will not give up until the last moment more. How many barrels of petrol are left in the space? Shaa Nua said. 1 barrel. Lin Xiaojin said. When Lin Xiaojin heard Shaa Nua's words, she immediately understood the meaning. The two looked at each other. Lin Xiaojin directly took out the petrol barrel from the space, opened the lid and directly threw it towards the bottom. A bunch of zombies were attracted over. But still a small part of the zombies were very persistent to them. Lin Xiaojin and Shaa Nua jumped off the bus without the slightest hesitation. But the zombies around them were motionless. This was Shaa Nua's special ability to control time. Lin Xiaojin knows to push away a piece of zombies. Rushed out. Time suspension failure. The surrounding zombies towards them again crowd over the moment. From Shaa Nua hand release a purple electric wave. The purple electric wave instantly spread around. Electric to the surrounding a zombie. Crackling. The sparks of electricity instantly ignited the petrol drum. The fire spreads instantly. And the surrounding buses, as well as the two cars, all began to explode one after the other. Bang bang. Huge explosions occurred. Lin Xiaojin looked at Shaa Nua's thunderbolt. His supernatural ability enhanced. Lin Xiaojin didn't have time to sigh. The surrounding zombies roared. Go! Shaa Nua said. The two quickly ran towards the opposite side of the road. Lin Xiaojin was the first to get into the passenger side. Shaa Nua was in the back killing a few zombies that had already rushed to their heels. Hurry up! Lin Xiaojin exclaimed. Shaa Nua immediately entered the driver's side and started the car. Poof poof poof. Roar. Lin Xiaojin twisted her head to see that a zombie had drilled its entire upper body in through the damaged glass. Lin Xiaojin picked up his army spikes and slashed the zombie's neck. The head grunted and rolled onto the back seat. Tainted blood sprayed on the back seat. Bang bang. The car rushed through the herd of zombies. The entire iron frame in front of the body bent. Shaa Nua could not see clearly for a while. Roar. Finally rushed through the group of zombies. The car towards the highway wobbly driving. There was not much petrol left, and it could have stopped at any time. And the glass on both sides of the back of the car was shattered. The car made a creaking sound and rounded the corner when it came to a complete stop. A puff of black smoke rose from the rear of the car. Coughing. Lin Xiaojin was really hard to choke on this black smoke. The two people got out of the car. Shaa Nua got out of the car to check. while Lin Xiaojin stood by the side and took out a bottle of water from the space and drank it. Shaa Nua stood in front of the smoldering engine. His brows furrowed as he said, "The engine is broken. It can't be driven." Lin Xiaojin looked at the entire body of the iron frame was already shaking. The body was full of the dirty blood of the zombies, with all kinds of broken meat hanging on it. There was also a zombie head in the back seat. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaojin still stabbed that zombie head. "It is a transparent crystal bead." Lin Xiaojin directly put away. "Mosquito is meat even if it's small. The space will increase a little bit again by absorbing the transparent crystal bead. Let's go. Go find another car," Lin Xiaojin said. "This car can't be driven. It can only be given up decisively." The two people slowly walked on the mountain road. Saw a few cars. Some are parked for too long, scrapped. Some are petrol leakage, cannot drive. Roar. Lin Xiaojin opened a small car. A zombie hissed at her. Subconsciously, Lin Xiaojin's fist was pounded up. Too much force. Directly to the zombie head, pounded it right through. Lin Xiaojin grabbed a purple crystal bead in her hand and said, "Shaa Nua. For you." 1 for 1 was very fair. Luckily, Lin Xiaojin still had her gloves on, and didn't take them off or she would have died of nausea. Shaa Nua dragged out the corpse of the zombie. The engine wasn't broken. The petrol was still mostly there. But it couldn't be started if it was parked for too long. Shaa Nua released the thunder and lightning supernatural energy. ZZ. Instantly started the fire. Buzzing. The car started. Lin Xiaojin a happy finally do not have to walk on legs. Lin Xiaojin simply cleaned up the car. Threw the cushions out. The windows are open. Two people wrapped in the body clothes off. Above are layers of dirty blood. Gloves. Lin Xiaojin directly threw to the boot. She found the gloves are a good thing. Shaa Nua's inside clothes were 2 layers. Took off the jacket. Stayed inside the short-sleeved. But Lin Xiaojin before demolition of the courier, when demolished to 2 sets. The 2 changed into clean clothes before setting off. Shaa Nua drove. Lin Xiaojin was eating. Suddenly felt so hungry. So Lin Xiaojin's mouth didn't stop along the way. "Is this what you really eat?" Shaa Nua suddenly asked. Lin Xiaojin was suddenly a little embarrassed by Shaa Nua's sudden question. Maybe the strength system ability isn't just replenishing the energy in your body. You usually have to store energy. Lin Xiaojin calmly said. The more you eat, the more power you store. The more strength you have. Zhu Jingjing's recovery healing faculty alien energy. That's really sacrificing herself for others. In the future, you need to replenish your blood and eat more iron. Lin Xiaojin was full. Finally full. Every time she was with them, she was too embarrassed to eat too much. Now that the food was in the space, she could eat as much as she wanted. Lin Xiaojin, who was full, felt full of energy. She felt that her strength now was able to lift that big lorry with one hand. The next thing was Lin Xiaojin driving, and Shaa Nua sitting on the co-pilot. There wasn't much to eat right now, and Shaa Nua was eating instant noodles with just water. Lin Xiaojin received a lot of baby products. The mood is quite good, so generously gave Shaa Nua more. Take out some food. Shaa Nua ate quite quietly. Unlike Lin Xiaojin's mouth that never stopped. Let's follow this mountain road. Cross a village we've been to before, and then get on the road and we'll be there. Right? Lin Xiaojin asked, realizing that Shaa Nua hadn't replied, and turning her head only to see that Shaa Nua had already closed her eyes. Looking at Shaa Nua's even breathing. Actually fell asleep? This guy should be quite tired. When he came out, he was the one who drove all by himself. He didn't even sleep. All the way to cut down the zombies. Especially the part where he crossed the road. Simply thrilling. Lin Xiaojin does not want to go to the city again. Even if it is the suburbs, must be careful. The impact of being surrounded by zombies is too scary. I really want an atomic bomb to blow them all up. She's not sure if there are still atomic bombs out there. But if they're not classified, who knows? The key is that the confidential personnel may also become a member of the zombies. Hey. Shaa Nua fell asleep. Lin Xiaojin also do not want to disturb him. Looking at the usual quite firm people, Lin Xiaojin thought he robot will not be tired. Sure enough are hard. Look at his skin, wind and sun so long is not bad. Chin, small whiskers and are emerging. A circle of eye sockets can also be seen when closing a circle of black. This is often the cause of bad rest. Right. Lin Xiaojin's car speed did not drive too fast. Just continued to drive along the village path. When passing through the village's small road and turning directly to the winding road, Lin Xiaojin suddenly felt some internal urgency. Lin Xiaojin had to slowly stop the car, and then gently open the door, ready to find a high bush, and saw a billboard next to her, although it was half broken. But blocking her was no problem. Lin Xiaojin directly ran to solve the next physiological problems. Just put on the clothes and stood out when is to see Shaa Nua leaning on the car door. One hand also lit a cigarette. Lin Xiaojin's head, there are 3 crows gaga flew through. A hole in the ground was needed at the moment. But soon Lin Xiaojin didn't care. Now in the end times, the law was gone. What cared about morality? The law is the bottom line of morality. Shaa Nua saw Lin Xiaojin come out and stepped on the remaining cigarettes on the ground. You still have cigarettes? Lin Xiaojin said. Somehow, Shaa Nua didn't even have a bag. But she could always see the cigarettes he found out of nowhere. Found them in the car. Shaa Nua said honestly. Usually men would keep a cigarette in the car. Especially this black one they found was still a business car. Lin Xiaojin looked at the car, and indeed there was an unwrapped cigarette in the car. Smoke less. It's not good for your body, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Shaa Nua said. After a long period of bad rest, sometimes they would rely on cigarettes to refresh themselves. Shaa Nua had never smoked before. The two got into the car and prepared to continue back. But the gravel on the mountain road became significantly less when they went back. Especially, the surrounding cars seemed to be not quite right. Shaa Nua. Will someone pass by? Lin Xiaojin frowned. Look. That lorry. I clearly remember I moved her to the ground. Now it is to the right side. Lin Xiaojin's memory has always been very good. Shaa Nua, who heard this, also swept a glance towards the side. The next 2 people did not speak. But the speed of the car was obviously accelerated. This way the smooth road ahead looked like it had already been cleared by someone. On the other side, Xu Jingjing is still unconscious in the lorry. Wang Han and Zhang Wang are repairing the car. Although the car was still drivable, there were still some minor problems. And the petrol is not enough. So they pumped out petrol from other cars and poured it into their van. Wang Han put the lid on the engine and said, Zhang Quan, try turning on the ignition. Zhang Quan heard Wang Han's words and then started to light the fire. Buzz. The car started, and this time, there was no more smoke. The 2 people made the okay sign. Now they just had to wait until Shaa Nua and Lin Xiaojin came back. Not long after, the roar of the car came from outside. John Wish. Excitedly. Wang Han heard the sound and immediately came out from the car. They thought Lin Xiaojin and Shaa Nua had come back. No. It's not Xiao. Wang Han said with a frown. How could 2 people, Shaa Nua and Lin Xiaojin, drive these 5 cars? When the people in the car saw Zhang Wan and Wang Han's people, the car stopped. Driving closer, Wang Han saw clearly that there were 2 people sitting in the car, and the back row was piled high with materials. Several people came out from the driver's side. 4 men and 2 women. One of them is a man who looks to be a strength-type psychic ability. The muscles on his body bulge up, and the clothes look like they are going to burst. Wang Han saw the 2 cars behind the 3 cars, which seemed to be filled with people. But none of them came down. Only these 2 women got out of the car. One of the women had black skin and was from F country. The other girl looked at her age, seemed to be high school age. Round fleshy face. In addition to the 2 women, the other 4 men were holding guns in their hands. Especially the 2 men in front of them were holding actually automatic rifles. Wang Han and Zhang Wan looked at each other and frowned slightly. They all had guns in their hands. Before the end of the world, if you can see a gun, there is no other place in China except for the army, special forces, and the police department. The key to these 2 rifles. Ordinary police officers with guns are pistols. One of the men with a gun walked towards Wang Han them. This time the 2 talents to see the gun in the hand. It was a special police gun. And there was a mark on it. Hello, brother. Are you guys going to the safe zone as well? The large male who walked over asked. Given that the other party had a gun, they didn't want to come up and barge in. It was best to be safe and sound. That's right. Wang Han replied in an unassuming manner. Great. We didn't find the wrong way. Our communication device is broken. We only know the approximate way to the safe zone. The man said excitedly. Zhang Wish looked at the man's figure and couldn't help but ask. You guys are cops? The man looked at Zhang Wan and then at Wang Han, thinking that these 2 people also looked like practitioners. Yes. We are special police, the man said. After the end of the world happened, They were very lucky that they didn't turn into zombies and were on a mission. With their hands, both had weapons. Later on, one after another, they awakened their supernormal abilities, which allowed them to escape from the zombie horde. Since we know the way, we won't bother you anymore, the man politely said and went back towards the car. The two men got into the car without knowing what was said. Finally, seeing both men nodding, they walked over towards the last two cars. The man tapped the glass and said, "The boss said to rest for an hour. There shouldn't be any danger here." "Good," the people in the car responded, and the people in the back couldn't hold their breath, eagerly wanting to go out to solve their physical problems. There were 7.8 people who came out of the two cars behind them all of a sudden, all running to the mountain to solve their physiological problems. "Why are there so many of them?" John One said. "Probably saved on the road?" Xian Li said uncertainly. However, most of the people coming out of the two cars behind us were middle-aged, with tattered clothes and yellowish faces, presumably chronically malnourished. The few people in the front three cars are much cleaner than them. Those 6 people, 4 of them are special police officers, and those 2 women are presumed to be psychics. Xian Li guessed. If those 2 women weren't shifters, they would have been squeezed into the 2 cars behind them. Those 6 people were obviously a team, holding guns, several surrounded together. "Luo Bayer, did you measure it?" He Jin asked. He was the one who just went forward to ask Wang Han. "Well, one person is unconscious. Can't measure it," Luo Bayer said. This Luo Bayer is the girl with the round face. She is a high school student. After the end of the world awakened a special supernormal ability. And it is with this supernormal ability that she met He Jin and there. All the way here. "Where are those 3 people?" Yang Dongwei, the other one holding a rifle, asked. "The one who just spoke to you first is the one who is wind. Then the other man fire. The 2 of them are almost neck and neck in terms of energy. But the weakest one is that woman water system," Luo Bayer slowly said. 3 people, 3 of them are allomancers," He Jin said. "Unlike so many of them, there were only 6 of them who were Alterans. We could have not brought this group of people behind us. Now they are all a burden." Song Gang grunted. Song Gang was a normal countryside naive boy before he was awakened. And after he was awakened, he completely turned into a muscular man. "Hey, now immediately to the safe zone." "To the safe zone we do not care. We are special police, so many years of service to the people which can be forgotten all of a sudden?" Zhao Xian said helplessly. When the mutation first started, they thought it was a virus that caused all sorts of disturbances. So they evacuated while protecting the ones that didn't mutate, only to find out that the entire city had mutated. Power cuts. Internet cuts. Nothing was left. Zhao Xian is right. We won't care when we get to the safe zone. "We can't care then," He Jin said. "Well, which wind energy do you think is strong? How is it better than Brother Meng?" Zhao Xian asked curiously. Meng Jia, who had been silent all this time, was the one with the strongest energy amongst the 6 of them with different abilities. "It's almost on par with Brother Meng's wind-based alien energy." Luo Bayer's words shocked everyone in the room. "In that case, they must have absorbed energy beads as well," He Jin said. "The energy beads of the zombies would have been discovered sooner or later. We discovered it early, or because of Luo Bayer's special supernormal ability," He Jin said. "Then should we invite them to join us?" Zhao Xian hesitated. Yang Dongwei slapped Zhao Xian on the head and said, "What are you thinking? We don't know them. So how can we just ask them to join us? Besides, we'll be arriving at the safe zone soon. We can stop being so nervous when we get to the safe zone." "Yeah. I haven't had a bath for I don't know how long. I hope I can have a hot bath," Song Gang said hopefully. Everyone went to the safe zone in anticipation. Meng Jia, who hadn't been speaking much, said in a deep voice, "It's not necessarily really safe to go to the safe zone." The crowd looked at Meng Jia's frowning face. Everyone looked at me, and I looked at you. Eventually the black girl from Country F said, "I hope that when the time comes, a helicopter can be dispatched to send me back to Country F. I believe that my country doesn't have such a crisis." The crowd didn't say anything. When Lomiai said that, she also had a bottom line. She was the Egyptian princess of Country F and the object of his mission. Of course Lomiai also awakened the supernatural ability. Strengthened the class. Speed. So Lomiai's calf muscles were much thicker than what other people saw. She quickly ran up very fast. and also saved them a few times in the end times. Especially Luo Bayer was the one she saved. Don't worry. Once I contact my country, I will take you all with me, Lomi said. They helped each other on this journey to get here, and soon they would be in the safe zone. They finally didn't have to live a life of being nervous all the time. Thank you, Sister Lomi, Luo Bayer said as she took Lomi's shoulder. The mood over here was all a bit relaxed. And I don't know which one of them saw the box that Wang Han had carried out from the lorry earlier. This is beer. There's actually wine, a middle-aged man shouted excitedly. This yelling attracted the attention of Eugene and a few of them. Should we drink some too? Song Gang couldn't help but say. Don't forget how Shi Jin died before, Meng Jie coldly reminded. As expected, Song Gang's face changed drastically when he heard Shi Jin's name. And the others' faces were no better. Especially Lok Mei. Her lips turned white. Don't drink. Don't drink. Resolutely don't drink. Song Gang hurriedly waved his hands. Drinking was a mistake. That time they escaped and didn't sleep well for 3 days. Just in time to find a case of beer. And the stress of consecutive days made Shi Jin collapse. So they all followed suit and drank. But it was Shi Jin who drank the most. And in the end, somehow in the middle of the night, the zombies actually ran in. That sound of crunching and gnawing meat in their ears was clearly visible. Fortunately, Lok Mei did not drink. A few rushed to wake up. But Shi Jin drank too much. How cannot wake up? As a result, when they woke up to see Shi Jin has been a few zombies gnawed most of the. Since then, they never touched the wine. Song Gang loved to drink before the end of the world. And he just remembered. Then I'll tell them to stop drinking too. It's almost time for us to hurry to the safe zone, Song Gang said. You'd better leave them alone. What's left of them is starting to yell again. It's time to leave in another 20 minutes, Zhao Dongwei said. Song Gang thought of some previous unpleasantness and nodded along. These people were the ones who followed them later. At first, they were quite warm to them. And they were also very grateful to them. The SWAT team. Slowly later it changed. Now sending them to the safe zone is also considered benevolent. 20 minutes later, they started to leave. There are 2 people drank a lot of beer. Jin also didn't care if these 2 drunk ones got on the car or not. And drove off directly. Brother, there are still 2 people who didn't get on the car. Didn't you see that they'd gone far away? And isn't there still a shifter there? Let those 2 drunks follow them, the man said, immediately stepping on the accelerator to follow the car in front. Yeah, but it's not good for us to abandon them. Right? Another woman said. If we don't abandon them, what if we can't keep up with the group? The man frowned. The moment they heard that they couldn't keep up with the group, the people in the car were silent. People had good hearts and bad hearts. But more people were selfish. It's not a matter of concern. People are selfish in their bones like this. Without involving themselves or harming their own interests. They might say a few words for people. But once the harm to their own interests, no will speak again. The caravan drove away, leaving 2 people who had been drinking and collapsed on the side of the road. The 2 of them still didn't know that because of this one indulgence, they had been abandoned. When Lin Xiaojin and Shaa Nua came back, they saw 2 people collapsed on the side of the road. Lin Xiaojin and Shaa Nua both chose to turn a blind eye. As long as it wasn't a zombie rushing over. The 2 people got out of the car. Lin Xiaojin put the iron supplement that had been prepared long ago into the backpack. As soon as they got out of the car, they saw Wang Han and Zhang Wang. I'm sure Xiao has no problem, Zhang Wan said happily. Wang Han nodded deeply. Lin Xiaojin said, it's all in there. Hurry up and give it to Zhu Jingjing to drink. The longer you delay, the greater the possibility of becoming a vegetable. Wang Han heard Lin Xiaojin's words and immediately took the backpack and ran towards the big lorry. Behind him, Lin Xiaojin, Shaa Nua, and Zhang Wang also followed up. Xiaojin, you're finally back, Xianli said with a happy face when she saw Lin Xiaojin. I'm fine, Lin Xiaojin said. This journey was nothing. But seeing hordes and hordes of zombies all at once, and almost being surrounded in, that was really exciting. How is Zhu Jingjing? Lin Xiaojin looked at Zhu Jingjing's face seemed paler than when they left. There's no blood at all, Xianli said with a frown. It's almost as if she's saying that she's breathing out more and breathing in less. Wang Han took out the qualification iron supplement and unwrapped a bottle ready to feed it into Zhu Anna's mouth. Wang Han pinched open Zhu Jingjing's chin and poured all the iron supplement in her mouth. Then lifted her head. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Zhu Jingjing continuously drank 3 bottles of iron supplement, which was the amount of 1 or 2 months for others. But after drinking not iron supplement, Zhu Jingjing's face recovered a trace of blood color. The temperature of her hand was no longer so cold. It was slowly recovering. After about 5 minutes, Zhu Jingjing came to her senses and found that the crowd was surrounding her. You guys. Zhu Jingjing looked at so many people looking at her. She was nervous for a moment. But her face was white, and she couldn't tell if her face was red or not. Lin Xiaojin told Zhu Jingjing what happened. So my special ability is the recovery system? Zhu Jingjing said excitedly. She could finally unleash her supernatural ability. Lin Xiaojin advised her not to be too happy. Although recovery lineage abilities were rare, they also had side effects. Just like Lin Xiaojin needed to replenish her body's energy in large quantities for strength. Zhu Jingjing was afraid that she wouldn't be able to get away from iron supplements in the future. Zhu Jingjing received a backpack of iron tonic and blood tonic granules. In the future, every meal will need to supplement this stuff. Thank you, Lin Xiaojin. Zhu Jingjing said thankfully. She learned that it was Shaa Nua and Lin Xiaojin who specifically ran to the pharmacy to find these blood tonic for her. Lin Xiaojin responded. Such a thrilling incident of picking up the medicine was something that Lin Xiaojin had kept in mind. But how could Lin Xiaojin not have thought that this kind of incident would happen from time to time in the future? And even bigger scenes were there. But the first experience was always remembered in Lin Xiaojin's heart. After a brief rest, they decided to set off in this large lorry, which both Wang Han and Zhang Wan had already repaired. The supplies from the previous car had all been moved to this vehicle. Zhang Wan drove the car, and they all sat in the back of the lorry, leaning against the supplies. Don't just say anything about this psychic ability of yours when you get to the safe zone, Lin Xiaojin instructed. Zhu Jingjing looked at Lin Xiaojin in disbelief. You're stupid. You'll only be able to heal. When the time comes, there are so many people begging you to treat them. Don't forget that you don't just need energy. You're also consuming your own red blood cells. Xianli looked at Zhu Jingjing, this dull woman. Zhu Jingjing immediately understood. She immediately nodded and said, I know. Zhu Jingjing's father had a certain status in the base, so he could shelter Zhu Jingjing. But what about them? But at least it's much better than being out in the elements. Shaa Nua didn't say anything on the side, but he knew that he wouldn't stay in the safe zone for too long. This long temperature plunge would last for 1 to 2 months. After 1 or 2 months, he would leave the safe zone. But Shaa Nua looked at Lin Xiaojin. It wasn't him leaving on his own though, but immediately to the safe zone. It feels like a big stone in my heart has finally landed, Xianli said with a sigh. Now it would be nice to just have a bed to sleep in peace and quiet. The crowd didn't say anything, seemed to be thinking this way. But Lin Xiaojin was inexplicably a little flustered. Hopefully there won't be any accidents when we get to the safe zone. Crossing the mountain road, they saw a row of cars parked on the side of the road. And in front of them were the same 5 cars they had seen before. From outside came a loudspeaker's voice. Everyone, all get out of the car and reach the safe zone on foot. Listening to the words of the loudspeaker, Lin Xiaojin had a bad feeling. What about the things in our car? Zhang Wan said. These were the supplies they had worked so hard to pull back. Shaa Nua called Zhang Xiping at this time. And Professor Zhu was very excited to hear it, and immediately sent someone over to pick them up. But only if the other half of the password was told to Shaa Nua. Professor Zhu heard his daughter's voice, and no longer doubt, immediately sent the password to Shaa Nua. Sure enough, it's good to have an acquaintance. Not long after 2 or 3 people in camouflage uniforms walked over, all holding machine guns in their hands. Not long after they came to their car, the leading man said, Which one of you is Professor Zhu's daughter? Zhu Jingjing was happy to hear that. She knew it was his father who came to pick her up. She said, I am. You come down and go with us. Your father is waiting for you, the man said. When Zhu Jingjing heard that she was only taking her by herself, she was a bit flustered and said, That they are with us. Can't we go in together? Lin Xiaojin was quite surprised to hear this. Not expecting this, Zhu Jingjing didn't want to abandon them. The man frowned slightly. The above called to say only pick up Zhu Jingjing. Shaa Nua threw the received text message to Zhang Wish. Your father sent me the other half of the password already. The deal between us is over, Shaa Nua said. That That's fine. Zhu Jingjing nodded. But she still turned back with some reluctance. Hurry up. Don't ink. The man began to urge. Zhu Jingjing got out of the car with an embarrassed face. She turned her head and said seriously, I'll go in first. I'll look for you guys. Good. It's all in the safe zone anyway, Lin Xiaojin said. A few soldiers took Zhu Jingjing and left directly. It's really good to have acquaintances. No need to wait to go in directly. Xianli sighed. Wang Han looked at the background of Zhu Jingjing's disappearance for a moment, but thought that they were all in the safe zone. Just like she said would come to them. What about these supplies of ours? It's not really going to be thrown here, John Wish said unwillingly. Let's see the situation in a while, Wang Han said. The 5 of them got out of the car together. The supplies weren't taken, but the weapons were in their hands. The people in the 5 cars at the front also followed out. Wang Han. Zhang Wan had a meeting with that Jin. So both of them nodded in a friendly manner, especially knowing that Wang Han's wind ability was on par with their boss. Meng Jie. What's wrong? Belle? Luo Mei could see the surprise on Luo Baier's face. That man and that woman are so strange. Luo Baier frowned. The two of them had a strange connection before. Only she couldn't see what kind of connection now with her low energy. How is it strange? Luo said, as she followed Robel's gaze. At a glance, she saw Shaa Nua walking in front of her. His posture was upright. His limbs were slender. His fine forehead hair moved with the wind, hiding a pair of meaningful eyes, appearing to be inscrutable. His eyes were deep and dark like the deep sea. Looking at a glance seemed to be all doomed, with a coldness that rejected people outside of the thousands of miles of water. Even if there is still a chin scruff, but added a different decadent temperament. Luo Mei was instantly captivated. Luo couldn't help rolling her throat. But that man's ability color is purple. It should be a thunder system. A very strong thunder system, Luo Xiaobei said. Walking next to Shaa Nua was Lin Xiaojin. Suddenly Lin Xiaojin felt a wave of sight. Following the sight was a black woman looking at her. No. Looking at Shaa Nua next to her. Lin Xiaojin used her elbow to move Shaa Nua closer and whispered. That black man is from F country. Right? Keeps looking at you. Oh. Boring. Shaa Nua faintly said, simply ignoring Luo Mei's eyes. Not far away, Luo Mei saw Lin Xiaojin come up to Shaa Nua's front. The two were so close, and saw Lin Xiaojin's looks again. From a distance, like a cherry blossom lips, hooked out half-moon arc. Her white skin looks like an egg membrane is breakable. Lips red, teeth white. Just dark circles under the eyes. The end of the world often stay up all night. Dark circles are normal. She as a black person does not have the trouble of dark circles. But the skin is dry for a long time, did not use skin care products. That woman is a special system of psychic ability. I can't measure it, Luo Baier said. Nowadays she could only measure elemental system abilities. Special abilities. And reinforcement abilities she couldn't measure. Specialized alien ability? Luo Mei frowned. Her eyes shifted from Shaa Nua to Lin Xiaojin. But the gaze on Lin Xiaojin was not so friendly, but a probing one. Women were naturally sensitive. And that black man from country F, looking at her with such an obvious provocative gaze, was really a bit irritating. Immediately Lin Xiaojin gave her this contemptuous look. Angry Luo Mei wanted to go up and fight with Lin Xiaojin. But at the moment, the radio urged them to enter the safe zone as soon as possible. The entire large safe zone's gate was welded with steel doors. And it looked like it was still recently built. On both sides stood rows of men in camouflage, all holding weapons. Most of these men were soldiers, as could be seen by the military stance they stood in, each one standing very straight. These are all properly enlisted soldiers, Zhang Wan said. They came out of the military school, and these people had all enlisted in the army. In any case, the safe zone was also established by the B city government, and it was quite impressive to be able to establish a safe zone in a short period of time. However, in fact, every city had once established a security air raid shelter, and the main purpose was to prevent war. Now that the post-apocalyptic zombies were attacking the city, this huge safety air raid shelter naturally became the first choice. However, the air raid shelter was built underground, and now they were all in the midst of expansion, building bases non-stop every day. When Zhang Wish and the others first came out from here, there wasn't such a huge steel door, and the population wasn't as large as it is now. Everyone line up one by one to enter. The loudspeaker at the front started blaring again. It wasn't just them who were new to the safe zone, but also those who had returned from outside looking for supplies. All of them had to enter the safe zone one by one. There were probably close to 20 more people in the queue in front of Lin Xiaojin. The steel door still gave off the rusty smell of welding. It seemed to have just been welded not long ago. There was also a temporary house built in front of the huge steel door, which was a huge cargo wagon. To enter the security zone, everyone had to go in for a full body inspection, which sounded like no problem. But noises came out from inside. "What are you guys doing? You can't take off your clothes if you want to be inspected," Lami said in horror. "To check if you have wounds and are carrying a virus into the security zone." The words of the formulaic man came out from inside and said, "If you don't want to enter the safe zone, you can return immediately." The exact argument inside. Lin Xiaojin didn't hear too clearly, but in the end it seemed to be a compromise. "To undress all." Xian Li heard the first few words. Lin Xiaojin frowned. She heard it too. She still had a scar on her arm. The wound had healed but left a scar. Hopefully it couldn't be seen as a trace of being bitten by a zombie. And at this moment Lin Xiaojin's heart was bursting. In the end the only ones left were the 5 of them, inside wearing camouflage uniforms, with a gun in his hand pointed at the 5 of them, and said, "A few of you go in together." Lin Xiaojin was nervous in her heart. Xian Li was trying to hurry into the safe zone. This would be checked so strictly, which means it's even safer. But Lin Xiaojin didn't think so. 5 people entered the room together, with only a curtain in between. Going in there were just 4 soldiers, all holding their guns at the 5 of them. The atmosphere was a bit coerced. Lin Xiaojin only felt bad in his heart. Maybe the safe zone wasn't as good as he thought. "You guys throw the weapons on you into this basket." Wang Han, Zhang Wish all looked at Shaa Nua. These 4 people were all hot weapons. Now although everyone had psychic abilities, but they still couldn't fight hot weapons. Shaa Nua nodded. Wang Han, Zhang Zhuan, all 3 of them put their knives into the basket. Lin Xiaojin also put his knife into the basket. After they all put their weapons in the basket, let them continue to walk forward. There were 2 doctors in white coats already waiting for them. "You guys take off all your outer clothes now," the man said. Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li frowned. This was to take off all their clothes in front of their men? "Just letting you guys take off your outer clothes. I want to check if your limbs have been scratched and bitten by zombies." Scratches and bites. So it was like this. Just taking off the outer clothes alone. To the point where it wasn't so stressful. The man took off very quickly. Gaga 2 clothes are off. Xian Li also took off his jacket. Lin Xiaojin seemed to be a little hesitant. But the arrow had to be sent. But also had to take off his outerwear. The man also just looked at them, no trauma. Also nodded. Then began to go from person to person, taking pictures and then registering, asking about the alien ability. Lin Xiaojin could only see that they had a long form. And what kind of alien ability it was would be filled in at the bottom. Thunder system. Shaa Nua. Shaa Nua said in a deep voice. The man looked up at Shaa Nua. The thunder department was rare. Wind system. Wang Han. Fire department. Zhang Wish. I'm water department. Xian Li. Strengthening department. Strength. When it was Lin Xiaojin's turn to speak, the man looked up at Lin Xiaojin. "You just awakened?" A trace of pity flashed under the man's eyes. It was a pity that such a good-looking woman would have to turn into a muscle woman in the future. The thought of it instantly lost interest. "Sort of," Lin Xiaojin faintly said. The man heard even more pity. And after giving Lin Xiaojin a note, he continued down the road. Lin Xiaojin didn't know exactly what the meaning of this note was, but still stole a glance at. Strengthening system power is drawn under the column of building bases. Lin Xiaojin frowned. This fucking gave her a bad feeling. "Now each of you sit here." The man finished and pointed to the instrument next to him. This instrument Lin Xiaojin seemed to have seen before in the hospital. The one that checked physical characteristics. Wang Han was the first to sit on it. And not long after the instrument came out with various prompts on top. The second is Zhang Zhu. Xian Li. When it was Lin Xiaojin's turn, Lin Xiaojin directly sat up. And then brought some of the instrument. Check when the body has a numb feeling. And then the instrument automatically rolled Lin Xiaojin fingertip blood. Next is Shaa Nua. A few people one after another to check the end. But also in waiting for 2 minutes. The results of the fingertip blood will come out. The safety zone should ensure absolute safety. This is now their last survival base. There is no harm in being strict. Who is Lin Xiaojin? the man said as he looked at the data fed back from the computer instrument. I am. Lin Xiaojin walked up. She wouldn't feel like she had any problems. Her body was healthy, and she ate well. You're 3 months pregnant. According to the base welfare, you can receive one more supply in a while. Lin Xiaojin didn't think that the safe zone would still have such a benefit. Zhang Wish. Wang Han. Xian Li. Shaa Nua. 4 people looked at Lin Xiaojin in unison. Pregnant? 3 months pregnant? This? Their brains were a bit on the spot right now. Shaa Nua stared at Lin Xiaojin thoughtfully, seemingly thinking about something. Xian Li was also looking back and forth between Lin Xiaojin and Shaa Nua, his mouth not knowing what to mutter. Only Zhang Wish and Wang Han, 2 people, are a face of unbelievable. This Lin Xiaojin with them all the way, look. How is not like a pregnant woman all? How could Lin Xiaojin not expect that this sudden actually be punctured in public? Lin Xiaojin can only pretend to be calm and nodded. Xian Li pulled Lin Xiaojin's arm on the side and whispered. I just feel that you are not right. We are together in these 2 months. I have come to 3 times and you have not come once. Me. Lin Xiaojin. In fact, Xian Li has long suspected. One is the very beginning of Yang Zi said in the beginning. The second is indeed Lin Xiaojin has not come to the ant for a long time. But looking at Lin Xiaojin, everything was normal. Even if Xian Li really found out that Lin Xiaojin was pregnant, she wouldn't say anything. Xian Li also from time to time to look at Shaa Nua. Lin Xiaojin is what kind of person she is too clear, but Shaa Nua, who was looked at by Xian Li's eyes, fell on Xian Li's face. Slightly frowned. Scared, Xian Li turned her head over. Xian Li exhaled deeply before calming her mood. But she should not need to be afraid of Shaa Nua now that she is in the safe zone. Right? Xian Li seems to be hesitating to tell Lin Xiaojin about that day. But even if she tells Lin Xiaojin, she might not believe her. After all, Fang Tingting and her. Lin Xiaojin should choose to believe Fang Tingting. Xian Li weighed the pros and cons of temporarily concealing this matter, because she wasn't sure if Lin Xiaojin believed her. You're pregnant? Zhang Wish pointed at Lin Xiaojin with a shocked face. This will not even slow down. Wang Han's eyes were also shocked, but not as excited as Zhang Wang's. I also just learned. Lin Xiaojin said calmly. Your child won't be? Zhang Wish said, as his eyes looked toward Shaa Nua. No. I don't know whose it is either. Lin Xiaojin immediately dispelled Zhang Wang's suspicions. However, now that they had arrived at the safe zone, it didn't matter even if they knew Lin Xiaojin was pregnant. Did you tell your brother? Shaa Nua said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin thought that Shaa Nua would ask her who the father of the child was. And so on and so forth, various questions. But did not think that he actually asked this. My brother? He doesn't know yet. I'm going to tell her only when I get to the safe zone, Lin Xiaojin said. Thinking of the next, I'm afraid I'll have to meet Lin Xiaoran's anger. Your brother already knows, so you don't have to worry too much, Shaa Nua said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin was a little confused. Why did Shaa Nua tell his brother? Could it be because of the good relationship with her brother? No. How did you know? Lin Xiaojin said in horror. She thought she was hiding it exceptionally well. Lin Xiaojin suddenly thought of that empty mifepristone and misoprostol box. Sure enough, Shaa Nua was testing her in the first place. Lin Xiaojin frowned, not understanding what Shaa Nua meant by such intentions. Did you threaten my brother with my pregnancy? Or did you exchange some more conditions with my brother? Lin Xiaojin frowned. That's not true. He asked me to take good care of you. He can only come over to pick you up when the temperature plummets, Shaa Nua said honestly. However, Lin Xiaojin didn't really believe him. Lin Xiaojin always felt that Shaa Nua had threatened her brother. It seems that she also contacted her own brother and thoroughly asked to understand before. This matter is over for the time being. The rest of the things Shaa Nua intends to go into the safe zone to stabilize before telling Lin Xiaojin, so that Lin Xiaojin want to get angry and leave. I'm afraid I cannot go. After such a period of time between them, at least eliminated each other's wariness. Shaa Nua did not tell Lin Xiaojin about that night, or else Lin Xiaojin would have been hit with a bad label at the beginning. But after he found out that Lin Xiaojin was pregnant, his heart flashed through countless ideas, and he finally decided to tell Lin Xiaoran first. Although Lin Xiaoran was angry in his heart, but thinking that this person was Shaa Nua, he instead became more at ease. Lin Xiaoran knew his own sister's character too well, so he contacted Shaa Nua to be sure to tell Lin Xiaojin the truth in person after he stabilized in the safe zone. At this moment, the staff brought small wooden plates and walked over. Your number plates are made. Just enter the safe zone directly, and you will be assigned a place to live inside. The staff of the base said. Going in! Xian Li was full of anticipation. I don't know if it's an illusion. That staff member saw Xian Li's excited expression like this, but instead sighed. Wait, what about our supplies? Can we go back and get them? Zhangwan said. They still had a large amount of supplies on the lorry, which were all desperately taken. I forgot to tell you. All the supplies that entered the safe zone are confiscated and then distributed in a unified manner. Why? That's what we worked so hard to find. Xian Li frowned and said with dissatisfaction. There's no why. This is the rule for entering the safe zone. If you don't enter, you can choose to leave. The staff frowned and pointed to the passage next to them and said. When Xian Li heard the staff's words, he grunted twice in his heart and said nothing. After all the hard work to come to the safe zone, how could he be driven away? But this was simply overbearing. If they didn't know that the temperature was about to plummet, I'm afraid there would be people who really couldn't part with such a pile of supplies. Lin Xiaojin and Shaa Nua several people are dissatisfied. Now there is no way. But Lin Xiaojin is the body has food and the heart does not panic. As long as the base safely through the sudden drop in temperature period can be. There is also a piece of gate opened under the huge iron gate. All unfolded can pass through the car. A few people lined up and walked slowly. And every time they entered a person, they distributed a copy of the supplies. The staff too has not lied to him. Lin Xiaojin indeed received 2 supplies. 2 packets of compressed biscuits, 2 bottles of water, and a set of camouflage clothing that I don't know if it fits. Why do I feel like I'm not entering a safe zone, but a prison? Xian Li said with a frown. Shaa Nua, didn't you guys come out of the safe zone before? How was it inside? Lin Xiaojin suddenly thought to ask this at this time. Only Shaa Nua shook his head and said. At that time, the so-called safe zone was only for a day or 2. And it was all free to come and go here. It seems that the government took over. But instead, it's even stricter. Lin Xiaojin said. I also don't know if this kind of discipline is good or bad. But these supplies are really stingy. We're not even allowed to take the supplies in our car. Xian Li complained in a small voice. It wasn't clear if this packet of compressed biscuits and bottle of water was a day's worth or a meal. If it was a meal, then it was fine. The noise in front of them diverted their attention. And Lin Xiaojin saw that the muscular man he had seen earlier was roaring angrily. No. I have to bring in my supplies. Why should they all be turned over to you? Song Gang's big man shouted angrily. Song Gang was a strength-type alien and lifted the staff up with one hand. Although He Jin and Ming Jia beside them were dissatisfied. They saw that so many guns around them had already been aimed at them. Their weapons had long been taken away. Song Gang, don't be impulsive. Look at the weapons around here. On top of the iron door. Ming Jia said with a frown. Above the huge iron gates were all left with openings. And above them were all machine guns. Or sniper rifles. And cannons. Brother Song. These people all have psychic abilities. And their energy is almost as much as his. Luo Baier's words made a few people's hearts tighten. Sure enough, the people in the safe zone were afraid that they would have known about the energy beads for a long time. Suddenly a row of muscular men came out from the iron gate. All of them reinforcement system psychics. The man at the front was like a small mountain. Song Gang's figure was already terrifying compared to ordinary people. But in front of this man, it was like a junior high school student. The man sent Song Gang flying with a single punch. And when he landed on the ground, 2 of his teeth were directly knocked out by the man. You must follow order in the safe zone, the man said in a domineering manner. The man finished. Song Gang's body had a few red dots. Lin Xiaojin, although he had never seen the real thing, but the film, the TV series, did not see less. This should be a sniper rifle. Song Gang spat out blood from his mouth. This man's strength was too great. A punch could actually send him flying. I'm sorry. It's just the supplies we worked so hard to find. Can we keep some of them? As the saying goes, the police and military are one family. You guys are from the army, right? We are also the city special police, He Jin said in a good voice. He knew that these people cannot be hard to resist. Can only be soft. Hope to see in the sake of their special police. Can let go of water. The good man refused to do so. Especially if these people should be troopers. The men heard He Jin say that he was a SWAT team. And really looked better. The supplies are uniformly distributed. in order to avoid scrambling. This is also for your safety considerations. The big man's tone was better, but didn't agree that they should take the supplies. The safe zone had the rules of the safe zone. No one could break them. He-Jin knew that it was unlikely that he would want them to compromise. So he said, "Look at us, this is Song Gang, who is also a strength system alien. This supplies are too little. He really can't get enough." The big guy twisted his head and looked at Song Gang and said, "There will be a reasonable distribution when we enter the safe zone. We must comply now." The big guy's aura was there. No one dared to say anything. So they all obediently led the supplies one by one into the safe zone. "It seems that the order in the safe zone is quite strict," Exionly said. "We just came out, that would not be so strict," John Wish whispered. Entering the safe zone. "The 2 rows will have emergency lighting every 2 meters. It seems that the safe zone has a large generator. Those of you who are new to the area, all of you stay first." A man wearing black framed glasses and holding a form in his hand said. Behind him stood 2 rows of soldiers with submachine guns in their hands. This was also to prevent alien riots. Lin Xiaojin looked around. Entering the security zone was like entering the middle of a deep underground. The whole thing was empty. Not a single window. There were exhaust fans all around the walls. And the sound they made was quite loud. This environment isn't quite what I expected. Isn't this a large underground station? Exionly frowned and whispered into Lin Xiaojin's ear. The environment is dark. But haven't you noticed that the temperature here is kept at a certain temperature? Lin Xiaojin said. There are large generators here. And it's underground and airtight. So the insulation is good. But the air doesn't circulate. That's why it's necessary to check your body when you enter the safe zone. Otherwise, once anyone gets an infectious disease, it'll quickly spread in the airtight environment. Now that the resources of the post-apocalyptic world were strained, once an epidemic occurred, supplies and medical care simply couldn't be rescued. All of you who have activated their psychic abilities go to my left-hand side. And those who haven't go over there and wait, the man said. Lin Xiaojin 5 people plus He-Jin and Meng Jie 6 people stood on the man's left, standing in a whole row. The rest of the 10 or so people were ordinary people who hadn't activated their psychic abilities, were pointed to the side and waited. The man began to call out names one by one into the table. Lin Xiaojin didn't feel like going to prison at first, especially when they were holding clothes in their hands and supplies. Calling names one by one. Militarized management? This kind of side note shows that at least the safe zone is still in order. He-Jin, the man said. Present. The man looked at He-Jin and nodded, and began to continue naming names again. Luo Bayer. The man paused when he called out to Luo Bayer. I am. Luo Bayer replied with some nervousness. You're a special psychic ability? Detection ability? The man said. Rabel nodded, and the man seemed to be interested and said, Can you detect what kind of psychic ability I have? Rabel closed her eyes and detected it and said, You're a water-based psychic ability. The energy in the man's body was blue, so it should be a water-type ability. The man laughed as he pointed at Rabel and said, Very well. You step forward and you are assigned individually. Luo Bayer frowned, but still nodded and stood out alone. The man continued to point down. Lo Mei? Strengthening system speed ability? You're from F country? Can you speak Mandarin? The man said. As soon as Lo Mei heard herself being called, she said, Yes. My full name is Kiritis, Lo Mei. I'm from country F, is the princess of country F. I demand to see my country's embassy, Lo Mei said proudly. The man was holding the form in his hand, and from the initial shock, he couldn't help but poof out a laugh at the end. Ha! The man's face twitched as he laughed. Lo Mei frowned when she saw the man suddenly laughing and said, What are you laughing at? I demand to see my country's embassy. They've all turned into zombies. Don't you know? The man laughed at the woman's naivety. Not only their city, but even Kyoto. Then we want to see your person in charge. I want to go back to country F. Luo Mei said excitedly. Back to F country? The man snorted and didn't want to care about her. Right. I want to go back to F country. Lo Mei just wanted to go forward when she saw all the guns around her pointing at her. Her head went numb for a moment. Now the globe does not know what kind of it. You still go back to F country. Our safe zone is supposed to only accept nationals. Foreigners are only special reception if they are alien. If you do not want to enter the safe zone, you can choose to leave immediately, the man said without mercy. You? Lo Mei gasped. She looked around. There was no one to help her. She was angry and anxious. I'm not leaving the safe zone, finally Lockme said. Then follow the rules here, the man said in a cold voice. Lockme looked around at the guns, and no one was daring to speak. The man watched as Lomi subsided before continuing to read the names down. Lin Xiaojin is 3 months pregnant? Specialized psychic abilities? The man's eyes lit up as he looked at Lin Xiaojin. God knows how long it had been since he had seen a beautiful woman. But the other icy sight made him extremely uncomfortable. So he had to try to withdraw his gaze. It seemed that seeing a beautiful woman, the man's tone was all better saying, "You're a pregnant woman. You can enjoy some special treatment at the base. But basic labor can't be avoided." Lin Xiaojin nodded. It is good to have special treatment. It seems that to the safe zone still need to labor. You are a pregnant woman can live in the collective room with pregnant women. You stand out alone, the man said in a soft tone. Now the whole base more than 100,000 people pregnant women, but less than 300 people. The entire base has a total of 4 gates. Separated. A total of 4 large areas. Can live in a total of 2 pieces of area enough to carry more than 100,000 people. Now is still less. Or a riot broke out a while ago. A large number of people left the base. The other 2 areas are warehouses in the safety zone. And planting bases. Large generators and other equipment. Lin Xiaojin was assigned to the pregnant woman base. The other exalted Lin Xiaojin didn't know where they would be assigned to. I don't want to be separated from you all. Xiaojin, you take good care of yourself. Xianli uneasily urged. Lin Xiaojin replied. After they had all arrived, Lin Xiaojin and Robert were left, and everyone else was taken away. Xiao Royal pointed at Lin Xiaojin's arm before he left. Immediately Lin Xiaojin understood what it meant. After all, his own space still had a small half of Xiao Royal's things. Brother Xiao, this safe zone seems to be managed more strictly. Xiao Roy interrupted Zhang Wang's whispering. Let's talk about it later. Zhang Wang nodded. He was the one who was a little flustered. Now that resources are scarce. You aliens also need to put in labor to survive in the safe zone. You few men live here, the man said toward Xiao Royal, Zhang Wan, Wang Han, as well as He Jin and a few of their men. Zhang Wan looked inside. There wasn't even a bed in there. It was all floor beds. And the whole room didn't even have a window. They had stayed here before. A room was for up to 6 people. Now there were a total of 7 of them. Remember your room and take your place. I'm kindly reminding you, the male staff member said. Also, don't unleash your powers in the safe zone. Fighting is forbidden or you will be executed on the spot, the man said with sudden seriousness. The safe zones are all inspected every so often. Wait for the broadcast message in a while, and subsequent tasks will be assigned to you. Labor for food. After the man finished speaking, he led Xianli and Lok Mei away. Zhang Wish was the first to enter the room. And sure enough, the floor was covered with military bunks. Brother Xiao, Wang Han, let's 3 sleep here, Zhang Wan said as he went in first and found 3 fairly clean bunks. Mengjia, He Jin and the others also entered the room. I didn't realize that the safe zone actually sleeps on this shitty ground. Zhao Xian couldn't help but spit. Holy shit. This quilt of mine still has blood stains. Yang Dongwei took the quilt and cursed. This floor bed of mine is still moldy. He Jin sighed. Several other people brushed their eyes towards Zhang Wang. This guy was the first to rush in and pick the clean floor bunk and quilt. That's not decent of you. All 3 of you took clean ones. Song Gang grunted. There's nothing wrong with first come first served, Zhang Wang said with some gloating. Song Gang, being a violent person, couldn't help but say, do you owe me a beating? You fucking owe me a beating. Suddenly an odor of gunpowder filled the room. Zhang Wish, Song Gang, Xiao Royal and Mengjia spoke almost simultaneously. Song Gang forgot what they just said. That brawling is forbidden? Mengjia said, prohibiting the use of psychic abilities to brawl or else they would be executed on the spot. Zhang Wish and Song Gang both seemed to have remembered. So neither of them said anything as the fire gradually subsided. Mengjia nodded toward Xiao Royal. He still remembered what Luo Bayer had said. This man's psychic ability was very powerful. And he always felt that Xiao Royal was very powerful. Don't make any enemies for the time being. If you can have one more friend, no one wants an enemy. He always felt a strong sense of depression in the safe zone. This side is sort of settled down. Brother Xiao, my laptop has been taken away. Now that we know the password, we can't check it out? It's really chicken thief enough. Shaa Nua exasperated. Do you still remember the password? Shaa Nua said. Yes. Shaa Nua said. Temperature plunge period of 1 to 2 months. We'll leave once the weather warms up. Shaa Nua said. I knew Brother Shaa wouldn't be willing to be managed. Shaa Nua said. Now that I have seen the safe zone. Although safety is guaranteed, it is not free. Very unfree. Figure out the situation in a couple of days, and retrieve the mobile phone as well as the laptop. Shaa Nua said. Don't worry. I've already marked them all. Wang Han said, with little stars in his eyes. This was his old job. Temperature plummeting outside will soon be frozen to death. But in a safe zone, huge air raid shelter are able to resist shells. Here are all disaster-resistant, anti-danger major equipment. Brother Shaa, I want to ask you something. Lin Xiaojin's child is mine. Shaa Nua didn't wait for Zhang Wang to finish his question and directly admitted it. Crap. Both Wang Han and Zhang Wang couldn't help but say, Brother Shaa, how did you get Lin Xiaojin pregnant with your seed without her knowing? Zhang Wang couldn't help but ask. Shaa Nua frowned slightly and sighed lightly. It was an accident. Shaa Nua did not intend to tell Zhang Wang and Wang Han the specifics. But this greatly satisfied the curiosity of the two. Then do we have to look for sister-in-law when we leave as well? Wang Han said. When Zhang Zhu heard Wang Han's words, his eyes gave Wang Han a look of contempt. This change of words was really fast. Isn't that nonsense? If Brother Shaa goes there, our sister-in-law has to go there too. Zhang willing to say. Shaa Nua nodded very seriously. It seemed that the next step was not only to find his laptop, mobile phone, but also to find Lin Xiaojin. The pregnant woman's base should be better to investigate. Xianli and Luo Mei were only 2 people in total, so they could only live with others. The 2 of you will live here. No brawling and use of psychic abilities, or you will be executed on the spot, the man said. Xianli and Luo Mei both nodded. Xianli's alien energy would be able to let off steam. Brawling, that was impossible. But the words made Xianli feel that at least her life was safe. The 2 people entered the room and found this one big bunk, which had a full 10 people all crammed into this room. There was only a huge ventilation fan in the corner. Not even a window. This small room actually sleeps so many people? Luo Mei frowned. The others looked over. They didn't say anything. They were all standing on their floor beds. Some laying down, some sitting. Xianli saw that there was still an empty seat, so she slowly walked over. Suddenly a woman stopped her and said, This position is occupied. You go over there. Xianli followed the position to see the past is precisely under the exhaust fan. Xianli hold back want to explode fist. Walked over. The reason why everyone is not under the exhaust fan is that this is a windy place, and it is more or less difficult to be blown by the wind all the time. I'm not here. I'm going out. Lami gasped. Then get out. We don't welcome foreigners yet. One more person is still taking up our air. That's right. If you don't want to stay, hurry up and leave. The other women followed suit. Suddenly a woman stood up. Her body size was huge, and she looked like a power-type alien. Luo Mei was furious and wanted to leave the room. But immediately the surveillance captured the road. This time came 2 soldiers. I want to change the room. I don't want to be with him. Luo Mei gasped. Several women in the room sneered. Luo Mei was directly taken away and taken there. Everyone knew it by heart. Another bed left. The female blockhead said without a care in the world. In order to maintain enough order, it needed to be built on blood. Even the alien tolerance was limited. You just came in. Don't be afraid. As long as you don't make trouble, it's still very safe in the safe zone. A girl next to her said. How did Xianli feel not safe at all? My name is Chiu Ning. I've been in here since the end times first broke out. Are there still those horrible zombies everywhere out there? The girl asked. The others also looked at Xianli in unison when they heard this. They were also curious to know what was going on in the outside world. Most of them had come in at the beginning of the zombie outbreak. In fact, you can't meet that many zombies without going towards the city. But it's also true that you wind up sleeping and sleeping every day. Xianli sighed. Really? One of the women said with glowing eyes. Xianli nodded. She was also telling the truth. You're also a shifter, right? Only shifters can live here. Which people who aren't shifters live more than 20 people in a room? Chiu Ning said. More than 20 people? Xianli looked at this small impermeable room. More than 10 of them crowded in this room, just left a middle aisle. Xi couldn't imagine what it would be like for more than 20 people to crowd in this room. Yeah. We're still shifters. We're more or less better than them, Xiaoning said. Well, Xi was now glad she was a shifter. What kind of shifter are you? Xiaoning asked. Water, Xi replied. That's not bad. You and Little Flower are both water types, and will most likely be assigned to a place. Xiaoning pointed at Little Flower next to her and said. Little Flower nodded at her as well. The women had all been here for a long time. Looking at Xi as a newcomer, they all wanted to ask about the situation outside. This night Xi and a few women also talked. Basically understand the style here. Alien also need to labor, expanding the base. But compared to taking ordinary people, the workload of the alien is a little more. Through their understanding, Xi knows that consuming energy every day can actually slowly enhance the alien energy. But it must be consumed to the point of overdraft. This overdraft alien energy is very painful and exhausting. But it can slowly grow energy. So they work back early in the morning to sleep. It is still faster and more comfortable to absorb the crystal beads to increase energy. They people were aware of the existence of the crystal beads. But the crystal beads could only be obtained by which staff members. 2 hours later Luomei came back. But when he came back did not say a word. Just silently squatting in the corner. There is no more floor. Only a bed of moldy and damp quilts. Luomei just gently frowned. Also did not dare to call out. Xi wanted to ask Luomei what had happened, but was pulled by Xiaoning's arm. Xiaoning whispered to Xi's ear and said, Every disobedient woman will be taken out for corporal punishment. Said to be corporal punishment is actually. When she heard this corporal punishment, Xi was stunned. This is a safe zone? Xi has been scared face white. She felt in the safe zone more terrible. Isn't the safe zone under the jurisdiction of China? Why isn't anyone suing? Xi gasped. This is strong XA. What a dog's day. What's the point of suing? This is all a hidden thing now. There are more men than women in the safe zone. I told you only because I'm more in tune with you. So pay attention in the future, and don't offend any of them. Theirs are all shifters that have just started training to come in and patrol. And they all have weapons in their hands. What's even more scary is that they harbor each other. There were more dirty things than that. Is there really no one in charge? Xi asked unwillingly. There are people who control it. But if you go and sue and they get punished, then you can only be screwed by them later. And that's even worse. If it's light, you'll get 1 or 2 less supplies. If it's heavy, they'll send you to do hard labor. It wasn't even like that in the beginning. Only later it slowly came. There were even women who went and initiated it. Xiaoning saw Xi's face turn pale. She comforted. Don't be afraid. We also have a regular army here. They're never like this. You'll be able to tell at a glance. But don't mess with those who just sent you in. Alright. Stop it. The big guy was the first sister of this room. Sister Vigorous. Xiaoning saw that Sister Vigorous had spoken. So she also stopped talking. She had already said enough for today. And immediately burrowed into the quilt, leaving behind a dumbfounded Xi. How did she feel that being here wasn't as free as being outside? She has observed Luomei. It seems quite normal, Just silent some. And there is no trace of being forced to Xa. But the first night Xi slept at ease. At least she would not hear the hissing of the zombies, the sour rotting smell on the quilt, and the cold wind blowing from the exhaust fan. Directly let her ignore. Lin Xiaojin walked in the base for more than half an hour. This safe zone is inside the 4-way. Each place is marked 1 district, 2 district. Every one of these intersections would have soldiers standing, with clothing that was different from this camouflage uniform they had. These soldiers were all reinforcement alien. The amount of muscle on each of them was terrifyingly amazing. You can be at ease in the safe zone. The safety here is absolutely guaranteed. And you are a pregnant woman. China has always given priority to pregnant women, the man said in a friendly manner. Lin Xiaojin was good-looking, with an imperial lady's temperament. Just how could she not have thought that she would be a strengthening lineage power ability? You're a reinforcement system strength ability? Your muscles aren't very obvious to look at, the man asked. Well, maybe I awakened late, and my muscles haven't grown yet, Lin Xiaojin said. The man thought about it, so he looked at Lin Xiaojin a few more times. This current appearance had to be looked at a few more times. In the future, it would turn into a rigid block woman with full body abs. Hey! Lin Xiaojin always felt that this guy was looking at her with an attitude of regret, although he didn't know what he was lamenting. In front is the pregnant women's base. Pregnant women are all 6 people living together. Is the base in addition to the head of the best living. Next to it is the health center that was set up. The man said. The pregnant women's base is specifically in the warehouse area, open a piece of land. A total of pregnant women are not many people. So it is placed here. Well, the front is. The man said. 2 soldiers standing guard appeared at the door. Looked at the form in the man's hand and said, "Go in." Lin Xiaojin nodded and walked into the so-called pregnant women's base, which was full of uniform marching beds. "You'll sleep in this bed number 6. The man pointed at this messy empty bed and said. The man filled out the information on the form and left. The room was furnished with 6 marching beds and a small cabinet. No windows. Only an exhaust fan. In addition to Lin Xiaojin, there were 5 other people. All pregnant. One looked at the largest should of 7.8 months. However, these pregnant women's lips were a bit white. Presumably because they hadn't seen sunlight for a long time. One of the women's hair are almost fall out. Face is even more orange. Lips wax dry. Compared to them, Lin Xiaojin was simply better. How many months pregnant are you? Did you come in from outside? Or did you come in from the safe zone? A woman came over and asked. If a woman was pregnant in the safe zone, she would also be placed here. Looking at Lin Xiaojin's appearance. Her skin was smooth. And although her eyes were dark, it didn't affect her temperament at all. Outside the safe zone. Lin Xiaojin faintly said. And didn't speak much. She felt that the women here looked at her with a sense of hostility. The eyes were filled with jealousy. And she didn't know what she was jealous of. How many zombies are there outside? How did you get in here? Can you survive out there? Did the walkers really take over the whole city? I heard it's raining acid out there. And the temperature is plummeting? Will people freeze to death if they go out? Lin Xiaojin hadn't even sat down on the bed when she heard a bunch of questions. Lin Xiaojin had just arrived in this unfamiliar place and didn't want to offend anyone. So she could only answer one by one. I don't know what's going on. Since I've been pregnant, my entire body has been emptied. It wasn't like this when I was pregnant with my first child. A middle-aged woman said. Seems to say this and think of his first son. Died on the way to the safe zone. Eyes began to redden. Before the end of the world, we were all eating all kinds of nutrients. Vegetables and fruits. Now we can only stay in the safe zone. We are not bad. 2 days can still have a meal of vegetables and leaves. Pregnant women are still treated better in the safe zone. However, I heard that the temperature will plummet in the next 2 days. And the supplies will definitely be sent out even less. Another pregnant woman sighed. Several pregnant women stayed together and had nothing else to do. Much less any other entertainment. They could only chat. Especially since Lin Xiaojin was new to the area. She couldn't help but chat more and listen to the news outside. Isn't it safer to be in the safe zone? At least there are no zombies. No need to be afraid. Lin Xiaojin said. One of them, a 7 or 8-month-old pregnant woman, looked outside the room and closed the door to the room before coming over and saying, It's no need to be scared. But there's no freedom all. You can't walk around outside at will. You can only go out when you're working. And usually there are often patrols outside. Yes, we are really like a prison. I now want to go out of the base. Leave the base? You forget that riot. Ran out of the base a lot of people. And then, there are a lot of people ran back again. Outside not only zombies. In a few days the temperature plummeted. Can only stay in the safe zone. Lin Xiaojin frowned as she listened. She said, You can't go out after entering the base? Can also go out. Which go out to search for supplies can go out. We pregnant women is not to think about it. There are no doctors out there. There are doctors here to deliver our babies. Another pregnant woman said. I miss the pre-apocalyptic days. I miss my parents. And I miss my husband. The woman said. When this came out, several other women immediately began to shed tears. Pregnant women are emotionally sensitive. It is even easier to infect. This said Lin Xiaojin all somewhat missed her brother. What do we normally do for labor? Lin Xiaojin asked. This I know. We pregnant women do not have to do anything. Just usually give the patrol soldiers wash clothes. Heavy work do not need us to do. Yu Xiaolan said. Washing clothes? And help others wash? There are too many people in the base now. And it's still being built to the outside mine. So most of the aliens have been sent outside to build the base. That guy just now. He's not a soldier. the pregnant woman who was just 7 or 8 said with a smile. The rest of the soldiers will be sent to look for supplies. That not her husband is a soldier went to look for supplies the other day, and has not come back yet. Yu Xiaolin pointed to the pregnant woman lying with her back to the side and said, that person's aura was clearly better than all of these. Soldiers are allowed to come back with some supplies of their own. It's permitted, often bringing her things from outside. Zhang Xiaoxiao said enviously. Her husband has turned into a zombie. But it doesn't have to be the ones who do the laundry. Just like Wang Yu. She studied nursing as well as being a nurse at the B City Hospital. And now she's helping out here at the doctor's. Zhang Xiaoxiao continued. There are also those who go to the kitchen. But those are only acquaintances with connections, who can go in and help. Zhang Xiao whispered. Lin Xiaojin nodded. Where there are people is society. And the only big feature of society is relationships. Lin Xiaojin continued to chat with a few people. Only Zhang Xiaoxiao and Yu Xiaolin, as well as Wang Yu. More love to chat. The other 2 pregnant women in addition to the beginning to listen to Lin Xiaojin's news from the outside. The rest is to lie on the bed to empty themselves. The last pregnant woman left. From the beginning to the end of the eyes are closed. The color is also the best here. Listening to them say. Her husband is also a patrol soldier here. Often go outside to search for supplies to bring her. This bedsheet looks quite clean. Only the quilt has some sour smell. Lin Xiaojin looked at the dimly lit room and couldn't say how depressed she was. Lin Xiaojin heard Shaa Nua said. The temperature plummeted a month or 2 will gradually rise. Then still have to continue to stay in the safe zone? In short, this first day, this safe zone is not as good as imagined. But can have a peaceful sleep is very perfect. Just sleep, not a moment. Lin Xiaojin opened his eyes. Lin Xiaojin looked around. Either snoring or teeth grinding sound. This gave Lin Xiaojin a whole breakdown. When she slept outside, she heard zombie roars. But here there were a bunch of teeth grinding and snoring sounds. Lin Xiaojin forced herself to sleep. But in the end, her consciousness entered the space. Lin Xiaojin just entered the space. Space piled up a bunch of supplies. Now cannot take out. Before planting it tomatoes and cucumbers. And grew up a lot. The puppy's color is much better again. Now can stand up. In Lin Xiaojin's space back and forth groping. There's no way to get enough crystal beads if you stay in the safe zone all the time. This space also has no way to upgrade. At this time Lin Xiaojin suddenly blanked out. Been on the safe zone also do not know when good or bad. Moreover, now the mobile phone has also been confiscated to go. Also do not know how to be able to contact brother. Since it has arrived here. Lin Xiaojin think first settle down here. The next thing will go with the flow. In the end thinking about it, Lin Xiaojin was really too sleepy. And finally fell into a deep sleep. Zhu Jingjing finally met her father. His face was haggard. His hair and beard had grown too much. Zhu Jingjing's eyes reddened as she jumped into Professor Zhu's arms. Dad. Zhu Jingjing choked. Anna. Professor Zhu also choked. Alright. It's alright. You'll be safe here. Follow Dad from now on. Professor Zhu said. Zhu Jingjing nodded her head vigorously. Professor Zhu. Since your daughter is safely rescued, is it possible to turn on the satellite detection system? A middle-aged man said. This man was none other than the voice that had threatened Shaa Nua back then. The former mayor of City B. And now the deputy governor of the security zone. Zhou Feng. Of course. Professor Zhu said. The stone in his psyche fell to the ground as his daughter was saved. Then let's do it as soon as possible. After all of our people are now waiting in City B to gather supplies. Zhou Feng said with a frown. The temperature outside was getting colder and colder. Not to mention the threat of zombies. Staying 1 more minute would be 1 more minute of danger. They went out this time and used all the military equipment in the base. Luckily this used to have the Third Army. The basic tanks. Military vehicles are still. Now these hot weapons use some to consume some. Can save is to save. In the future, they will not be able to produce. Although the solar eclipse caused mutations and zombie attacks. A small number of people possess psychic abilities. Although at the beginning of the alien energy compared with thermal weapons. That is still thermal weapons strong. However, thermal weapons are non-renewable items. Unlike psychic abilities, which are renewable energy. And even humans now have the means to enhance their energy. One day, the person who possesses psychic ability will be the ruler of this world. But now, Zhou Feng frowned. He hadn't awakened. Zhou Feng clenched his fists. no matter if he had to have psychic abilities as well. Otherwise he would soon be kicked down. Right now, he was the deputy governor of the safe zone. That was because at the beginning of the end of the world, people still trusted China and believed in him as the mayor of B City. But in a while, who wouldn't dare to guarantee? Not to mention that he didn't share the same philosophy as Jiang Xinping. However, Jiang Xinping was from the Third Army. He was familiar with everything here, and there was even a large portion of soldiers who only recognized him. This was also the reason why Zhou Feng kept on sucking in adepts into the patrol army. Professor Zhu naturally knew the reason for Zhou Feng's urgency. With so many lives in the base. Anna, stay here and wait for Dad. I'll be back after I'm done. Professor Zhu comforted his daughter and said. Anna opened her mouth and decided that it would be better to wait for Daddy to finish his work and talk about her few friends. Good. Zhu Jingjing nodded her head. Professor Zhu followed Zhou Feng and left. Zhu Jingjing stayed behind. It was a separate room with a bunk bed and a table, stool cabinet, the entire center area of the security zone, the field base of the Third Army of the Army at one time. So there was communication equipment here. At the moment, this was also the central area of the entire security zone. Only the senior leaders of the security zone, the center personnel, could appear here. Professor Zhu, you're here. In the communications room was none other than Jiang Xinping, who used to be from the Army's Third Army. Well, District Chief Zhang. Professor Zhu nodded. For Jiang Xinping, he still had a very good feeling. This was a righteous sergeant. Professor Zhu started the console operation. Not long after, the large screen appeared several hundred small screens. These cameras are all capable of probing, Professor Zhu said. All the screens, especially the city center, were densely packed with zombies. Looking at the crowd, scalp numb. Can we contact other cities? Especially Kyoto? Zhou Feng asked with concern. Professor Zhu said. It should be possible. If there was no problem with the equipment, it was possible to contact Kyoto. After all, Kyoto's equipment was more advanced. The main thing now is not to contact Kyoto. Distant water can't quench the thirst of the near. Now that all our soldiers are in B City, the main thing now is to get the supplies back, Jiang Xinping said. Zhou Feng listened to Jiang Xinping's words, although he was uncomfortable. But he knew that collecting the supplies is the main thing now. Under Professor Zhu's operation, the large granary in City B was soon found, and several thousand people avoided many dangers based on Professor Zhu's satellite detection. The whole screen is B City, the topmost display of the air, humidity, and also the temperature. Not good. A wave of cold air is about to arrive, accompanied by snowfall, Professor Zhu said with a frown. Snowfall? Jiang Xinping frowned. Yes. The temperature is now rapidly getting colder, Professor Zhu said seriously. Sure enough, you could see on the screen. There were already snowflakes drifting. The temperature will drop to minus 20 degrees in 10 hours, and 40 degrees in 20 hours, Professor Zhu said. 20 degrees would already be the limit of the human body. Tell them to withdraw immediately. Don't want the rest of the supplies, Jiang Xinping said, about to dial the satellite phone. No way. How many of these supplies have only been taken? And how many people are at our base? Zhou Feng pressed Jiang Xinping and said. Then save some food. The base's warehouse also has a large amount of military supplies enough, Jiang Xinping said. No way. I must ensure the safe return of these soldiers of mine, Jiang Xinping said. The two main leaders of the base argued, and no one in the command room dared to pit their voices. These are my soldiers, and this is also the Third Army base. It's up to me to make the call. Jiang Xinping pushed Zhou Feng away as he finished speaking. Zhou Feng was directly thrown out. Although Jiang Xinping wasn't a psychic either, but after years of military service, his physical fitness was stronger than ordinary people. You? Zhou Feng was angry, but had no choice but to twist his head and fling himself out of the command room. Professor Zhu sighed. Zhou Feng and Jiang Xinping, two very different temperaments. While Jiang Xinping valued every life, Zhou Feng would choose most of the ones that could wrongly survive, as long as the soldiers brought back enough supplies. It did not matter even if half of them were dead or injured. No one could convince anyone. Jiang Xinping does not care. These soldiers are all brought out by him, have resisted floods, fought fires, fought battles, and resisted earthquakes. Every time they rushed to the forefront of the people. But he would not let them young soldiers make these fearless sacrifices. Zhou Feng's face held a telling color as he exited the command room. and a slightly bald man immediately followed. With a pleasing face, he said, "District Commander Zhou. You quarreled with District Commander Zhang again. Ah, that District Governor Zhang just doesn't know what's good for him. Don't you dare to be so ignorant with him." Humph. Zhou Feng was mentally relieved to hear that. "Bring out that Ohara Shiro," Zhou Feng said with a gloomy face. The greasy man's eyes lit up when he heard this. It seemed that Zhou Feng had made up his mind as he said, "Yes. Ohara Shiro was a doctor from a research institute in R. After the outbreak of the end times, he was left in the safe zone as a special talent. Otherwise, foreigners were not accepted in the safe zone. And who would keep foreigners when the Chinese didn't have enough supplies?" The greasy man came all the way to Tara Shiro's room. There were a total of 3 people living here, all of whom were our nationals. "Taihei Shiro. District Chief Zhou wants to see you," Lu Chun said. Ohara Shiro's eyes lit up as he said, "District Governor Zhou is agreeing to my experiment? I don't know about that. But it's not too far off," Lu Chun said. Ohara Shiro rubbed his hands together in excitement and followed Lu Chun to District Governor Zhou's office. District Governor Zhou's office was a single room with a bedroom, wardrobe, and a separate bathroom. "District Governor Zhou," Ohara Shiro politely said. Zhou Feng signaled a look towards Lu Chun, who immediately understood to go out and look out. Ohara Shiro looked at the surroundings. This was many times better than what a few of them were living in. A few people living together, eating, drinking and pooping together. And the room was only at 20 to 30 square feet. They're rooms, but there is no individual bathrooms. They are all collective public toilets. Your last study is feasible? How many % sure is it? Zhou Feng did not talk nonsense and asked straight to the point. What he was most concerned about was by what means the supernormal ability was stimulated. Ohara Shiro smiled and said, "You have backed up all the data from our base to me. We have calculated that the probability of obtaining psychic abilities for those under 35 years old is 15%. For those under 30 years old it is 10%. However, the probability of obtaining psychic abilities for those under 25 years old and over 16 years old is 50%. That's almost half between the ages of 25 and 16. The chance of obtaining psychic abilities between the ages of 35 and 40 is 1%, and over 40 is 0%. Listening to the data, it was clear that this 25 years old was a huge watershed, which was also why college students had the highest number of obtaining alien abilities. Zhou Feng's age was 38, and the chances of obtaining an alien ability by itself was 1%. And after big data screening, the chance of a child under the age of 8 mutating into a zombie after a solar eclipse is 80%, which is why there are no children in our base. It was likely that the rest of them would wait until they reached the age of 18 to stimulate their powers accordingly. And that was just a guess by Ohara Shiro. That's right, there were actually no children in the entire base. Except for the remaining 200 pregnant women, of course. Among the 3 pregnant women who just recently gave birth, energy was detected in all of them. Perhaps they will stimulate their psychic abilities when they become adults. The chances of that are 100%. When he said this, Ohara Shiro's voice was all excited. Unfortunately, after Zhang Xinping knew about their practice, he stopped letting them have contact. They could only sit as doctors during the day. Of course, they had secretly tested children over the age of 8. The energy in their bodies was very low. And perhaps when they absorbed enough crystal beads they were able to stimulate it. This may have something to do with each person's talent, which requires more in-depth research. There is no way to complete just by relying on data. That's why he went to the head of the security zone in China. But when he brought it up, Zhang Xinping was the first to object, even saying that they were violating humanitarianism. This was something that if it was in their country, the country would have strongly supported them, although some people would be sacrificed. As long as the results of the research came out, most of the people would be benefited, and even the first ones to benefit would be them, the top brass. You have information that can enhance people over 35 years old can also stimulate psychic abilities? Zhou Feng asked. This was what he was most concerned about. Of course, if it is possible to extract their energy, perhaps by extracting the energy in the crystal beads, they can be stimulated, and then everyone will be an alien. Wouldn't it be more favorable to deal with the zombies? Ohara Shiro said assiduously. I can provide you with a laboratory, as well as crystal beads for you to study. Zhou Feng said. No, that's not enough. I wish to provide me with some exalts, Ohara Shiro said. Zhou Feng frowned. The Xenos were all registered. It's just a matter of keeping some of their blood and doing a body test. Ohirashiro knew that this kind of thing was just seeking gradual progress. It was impossible to eat a big fat man in one breath. Sure enough, Zhou Feng nodded his head when he heard this and said, "Don't say anything about this matter on the side of District Chief Zhang. That's of course. I'll be the first to tell you if there are any results." Both of them had a tacit understanding and smiled slightly. Today they were considered to have secretly reached a deal. The bell rang early the next morning, and several other people in the room had already started to wake up one after another. "Let's go. We're going to get breakfast now. And we're going to work after breakfast," Zhang Xiao kindly told Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin changed into the uniform camouflage uniform, which was really too big. Lin Xiaojin had to pull her sleeves all the way inside. Lin Xiaojin followed the large forces to receive supplies. In the morning there is only a can of 8 treasures porridge. A few people also did not have to be picky began to open and drink up. I and UCLN. One you they go to wash clothes. This clothes are a week they only a change, but cannot hold too much. Are those soldiers? And those alien soldiers? Zhang Xiaoxiao said. You just came to reckon that you will also assign us to one place. Lin Xiaojin nodded. In fact, she didn't care now. Being able to stay and give birth without fear was fine. Which one of you is Lin Xiaojin? Right? A soldier walked over and asked. I am. Lin Xiaojin stood up and signaled. You're a shifter? Strengthening lineage? The man asked. Yes. Lin Xiaojin nodded. The other two didn't think that Lin Xiaojin was actually still a Xeno, because none of their pregnant women were Xenos. And they thought it was because they were pregnant that they didn't have the means to stimulate their Xeno abilities. They didn't expect Lin Xiaojin to be an alien, or some kind of strengthening system. They couldn't help but look at Lin Xiaojin with envy. If she was an alien, then she should receive some preferential treatment. You come with me, the man said, and Lin Xiaojin followed behind the man without hesitation. The man was very upright from the way he walked. His face was dark, but his eyes were resolute. This look was that of a regular soldier. In fact, now there are two major waves of soldiers in the safe zone. One wave is the soldiers who are proper soldiers in the army. This team became soldiers. The other part is the alien absorbed into the safe zone to become an alien soldier. So there were two sets of them. One wave of troop fighters, and one wave of patrol soldiers made up of Alterans. Although the Alterans patrol soldiers wore the same dark blue camouflage uniforms as the soldiers, they walked in a more slouchy posture, and even their weapons were learned later. Little brother, can I ask what kind of work will be assigned to me? Lin Xiaojin asked. You don't have to worry. Even though you're pregnant, but you're also a shifter. A shifter's physical fitness is going to be stronger, so you'll be allowed to carry the supplies in the warehouse. Little brother explained. Lin Xiaojin nodded. She thought knowing that she was a strength-type shifter would definitely let her do the hard work. This was the huge air raid shelter. With only electric lights, there was no way to know if it was day or night. It could only be shown through the radio in the safe zone. It is now 7:03 a.m. in the safe zone. The temperature inside the safe zone is 25 degrees. The temperature outside is -15 degrees. The safe zone suddenly remembered the voice of the radio. Lin Xiaojin frowned, not thinking that the temperature outside had actually dropped so quickly. Lin Xiaojin followed the little brother and walked to the warehouse. These huge warehouses were all stacked outside one box at a time. A row of muscular men in front of them, 30 to 40 in sight, were moving the warehouses. These were all strength-type alienists. Squad leaderly, the people have brought me you, little brother said. The man nodded, and little brother gave him a military salute and left. This man is the big man who kicked Song Gang in the beginning. Lin Xiaojin seems to be a primary school student with her. The big man nodded his head towards Lin Xiaojin in a friendly manner and said, Just call me Brother Dolly. I am in charge of all the strength-type aliens in the base. Lin Xiaojin nodded and said, Brother Vigorous. His native life, Wang Dolly, had more strength than ordinary people before he had awakened his powers. And then he awakened his powers, and was also of the strength system. There were more than 200 strength-based psychic abilities in the base, and less than 20 of them were women. And now Lin Xiaojin was counted as one. Wang Dolly looked at Lin Xiaojin's dry body and frowned. You are just awakening the strength system now, right? Seeing that you don't have much muscle mass on your body. Lin Xiaojin doesn't want to become like this. Let's do it this way. You'll first follow Wei Chun Chun to do some work carrying small pieces of supplies. Wang Dolly said after thinking about it. Good. Lin Xiaojin didn't have a choice. Wei Chun-chun. Go call Wei Chun-chun over. Wang De shouted loudly at the crowd. Okay, Lu. Whoever in the crowd answered. After a while, a woman ran over. Brother Dolly. Wei Chun-chun said. Lin Xiaojin looked at Wei Chun-chun, who was the same height as herself. But both of her arms were muscle tissue. This new power alien. A pregnant woman. Let her go to your group. Wang Dolly said. Wei Chun-chun looked at Lin Xiaojin and smiled. Okay. No problem. Brother Dolly. Pregnant woman. I'll take good care of her. Lin Xiaojin grew up seeing a lot of people who were masculine. Because her eldest uncle's family was like this. And the Wei Chun-chun in front of her gave her the same feeling. Lin Xiaojin's sixth sense for reading people has always been very accurate. When she thought about it, she wondered how her brother Lin Xiaoran was doing. And her great-uncle's family was in S City. Alright. Then you'll follow Wei Chun-chun. Wang Dolly said, as he rushed at Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin nodded her head. After Wang Dolly left, Wei Chun-chun's just smiling face also immediately disappeared as she said. You're in the strength department? There's not a single muscle on your body. Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin was arranged to carry boxes in the warehouse. Said to carry relatively small things. But also more than half a person high. The other male power aliens were all assigned to carry iron stones and huge blocks outside to build the base. The number of people in the base was large. And they couldn't live underground all the time. So they started to open up the survival base outside. When the temperature rises, they will be able to go above ground to survive as well. Don't open any of these boxes. And don't even try to take possession of them. The contents of each box are registered. Or else they will be put in a small black room. Or even driven out of the base. Wei Chun-chun said. I know. Lin Xiaojin nodded. Your daily task is to move these things onto a cart. And then someone will push the cart away. Wei Chun-chun said. Lin Xiaojin responded. So Lin Xiaojin started to move the things. These things were not that heavy. Inside should be canned goods or something like that. Not far away was the lazy Wei Chun-chun leaning on the corner. Wei Chun-chun. Who's that? New here. Is she also from the strengthening department? Another woman sneaking over said. Well, new here. Still pregnant. Wei Chun-chun looked up and saw that it was Zhao Xuehui, who said unconcernedly. Pregnant woman? Pregnant woman, you let her do such heavy work. That box can be heavy. This upper limb muscles of mine are strengthened. Carrying that box, also continuously carrying on 10 trips, is also tired enough. If you overexert your muscles, it will make them sore. Besides, looking at how relaxed that woman is, it shouldn't be. She doesn't look any different from an ordinary person. No muscles at all. Zhao Xuehui said curiously. If she hadn't seen Lin Xiaojin actually move the half-man tall big box, Zhao Xuehui wouldn't have believed that she was a strength lineage alien. Because the strength department alien is not like the other alters. Although the strength has been strengthened. But the muscles of the body will also change. Which men have nothing. Even more muscles, but more good-looking and secure. But women are not okay. She only awakened the upper limbs. So the arms, shoulders, back are muscles. But the lower body is very normal. It looks very incongruous. To want strength to grow, you also have to keep replenishing energy. They women have a few do not love beauty. Looked at the body a little bit into the muscle type. What petite, lovely, smooth skin are a little bit become rough. I go to work first. You pay attention to a moment, don't be vigorous brother C and lazy. Otherwise today's food can be gone. Zhao Xuehui said. Where work there will be touching fish. Zhao Xuehui left. Wei Chun-chun stared at Lin Xiaojin for half a day, watching her without the slightest sign of fatigue. In one breath, she moved several boxes in a row, which is not at all like the newly awakened look. When she was newly awakened, she was only stronger than ordinary men. As the muscles in her body slowly grew, her strength only became a little bit bigger. Why did she strengthen her strength? Why didn't she grow muscles? Wei Chun-chun muttered. Lin Xiaojin moved boxes for a morning, to the point where she didn't feel much tired. But instead her body was particularly comfortable, as if every cell was active. That is, the stomach is a little hungry. Not long after the safe zone radio sounded, said that it is the beginning of receiving food. The noon food and steamed buns. Lin Xiaojin is pregnant, so the food will be more than others. 2 steamed buns and a small butterfly of pickles. Lin Xiaojin a few mouths to eat, but still not full. Lin Xiaojin also do not dare to go to eat at night while they sleep. Pregnant women sleep lightly. In case someone sees cannot say. But when you go to the toilet, you will secretly put a candy in your mouth. Lin Xiaojin, how would not have thought that she would one day steal food will be in the toilet. Just like this. She worked during the day and slept at night. And a week passed like this. Lin Xiaojin found that her strength seemed to have become greater. And now that she ate less every day, her strength increased instead. This gave Lin Xiaojin a whole lot of confusion. Could it be that she ate too much before? But not eating would feel hungry But now this period of time there is no such. Recently, Lin Xiaojin listened to the sound of teeth grinding every day. And snoring didn't affect her sleep at all anymore. This day Lin Xiaojin moved things as usual. After lunch, there will be a period of rest. Lin Xiaojin so hid in the toilet to eat. Just came out and ran into Wei Chun-chun. Lin Xiaojin went forward and was blocked by Wei Chun-chun again. Lin Xiaojin frowned and said, "Something wrong? You're a reinforcement ability? Why doesn't your body grow muscles?" Wei Chun-chun had already observed Lin Xiaojin for a few days, and she found that Lin Xiaojin hadn't grown any muscles at all. On the contrary, Lin Xiaojin's body had become even more forward and backward. "I don't know," Lin Xiaojin said honestly. "What's that look in your eyes?" "A look of looking at me in disgust," Wei Chun-chun said. Lin Xiaojin had her arms embraced in front of her chest. She looked at Wei Chun-chun with a look of looking at me like she had nothing to worry about. She coldly said, "Trying to find something? I just want to know why you strengthen your strength and still don't have muscles. Do you have any secrets? We are all women. Can you not tell me?" Wei Chun-chun began to pester. To be honest, she very much hated the way she looked now. She used to have a body that was petite and cute even though she couldn't say it was front and center. But what about her now? Her head was small and her body was big. Especially her hands had become thick and big. Although she possessed psychic powers, she would rather not have such psychic powers. Every time she heard their men say that they were especially disgusting to them, she couldn't stand it. Especially when her favorite man said the same thing about her. Of course, in the base, she is not the only woman with strength powers. Everyone else is also slowly turning into muscle block women. Although these women with strengthening system psychic abilities don't know how much ordinary women envy them. Although it looks harder to look at, but living in the safe zone is better than him. And the food is one more share. What was good looking or not. Nowadays all they cared about was whether or not they could get enough to eat. I don't have any secrets. As for why I don't grow muscles, everyone's physique is different, Lin Xiaojin said. A secret? That's a secret. Is it still a secret to tell someone? This Wei Chun-chun is not sick in the head. Then why is your physique is not growing muscles? Wei Chun-chun is still not dead set on saying. Physique problem. Then why don't you awaken? Wind? Water system ability? Lin Xiaojin snorted. Get out of the way. Don't get in the way. Lin Xiaojin gently pushed. Wei Chun-chun was directly pushed away. You dare to push me? You little bitch. Wei Chun-chun was furious. She didn't expect Lin Xiaojin to actually dare to push her. So the two fought. Wei Chun-chun there will be Lin Xiaojin's opponent. A kick. Lin Xiaojin directly kicked Wei Chun-chun away. This kick next to the base wall directly shot cracked. Not good. Someone made a move. Someone saw it and immediately shouted. Not long after, Wang Dali rushed over. Wei Chun-chun, after all, had been here for a long time, and was also the most powerful among the female reinforcement system power alien. But at the moment, she couldn't take a kick in Lin Xiaojin's hands. Lin Xiaojin. Wei Chun-chun. You two food cancellation today. Wang Dali took the lead and said. Just after Wang Dali finished speaking, the patrolling alien soldiers rushed over. A team of 6 people in total. The man at the head of the team said. Squad leader Wang. Did you have a fight here? No. That there was a fight. It's just that everyone is working too loudly. Wang Dali said. The others didn't say anything. If they were only punished with a day's food fine. If this matter was known by the patrol soldiers, then I'm afraid it wouldn't be a matter of food penalty. No. It's just that she hit me. Look at this wall cracked. It is she who tweaked. Wei Chun-chun said, pointing to Lin Xiaojin. Wang Dali heard and stomped Wei Chun-chun fiercely. Wang squad leader. The safety zone is not allowed to alien ability. Everyone fight. Especially you strengthen department. If you fight, safety can be demolished by you. The man frowned. Both of these people have to be taken away for interrogation. Locked up in a small black room. The man said coldly. This? Wang Dali still wanted to help Lin Xiaojin. He knew that locking up the small black house was small. These few patrol soldiers could be some xenomorphic soldiers. She's a strength system alien. Obviously her strength is stronger than me. But she doesn't have any muscle growth on her body. Wei Chun-Chun pointed at Lin Xiaojin and said. Sure enough, once this comment came out, the few female strengthening lineage alien soldiers present began to stare at Lin Xiaojin. It's normal for everyone's physique to be different. Right? Besides, awakened psychic abilities are all under development right now. Lin Xiaojin said indifferently. It's not necessarily true that there won't be a special existence for the types of alien abilities nowadays. There are still special panda blood for blood types. That's why you went looking for Lin Xiaojin's trouble? Wang Dali frowned. Wang Dali's prestige was still there. He was from a proper regular army. I just wanted to ask. Who knows, she came up and pushed me. Wei Chun-Chun was a little nervous about speaking in the face of Wang Dali. Squad leader Wang. Since they admitted to the fight, I'll have to take them away. This is the rules of the safe zone. The man said. Do not maintain the rules. The safe zone every day will have to drink herbal medicine, will be all kinds of trouble. But also how to maintain order. Then take them all away. Wang Dali had no choice. This rule of the safe zone was still set by theirs. Soldiers obey orders as a vocation. Go. The man said to Lin Xiaojin and Wei Chun-Chun. Lin Xiaojin frowned and could only follow the man. This is the first time for you guys. Read that you are the first meal. And will only be locked up for 2 days in a small dark room. During which time there will only be water and no supplies. The man said. Said his eyes also stared at Lin Xiaojin for several. Said and came to a small black room that can only accommodate one person. In fact, it is a big tin box. Shut in a person just right. Go in. Lin Xiaojin watched as Wei Tsongfeng was pushed straight in. Next to it was another small dark room. A few men suddenly walked up and surrounded Lin Xiaojin. One of them said, Little sister, the small dark room can be dark. There are rats, cockroaches, and even more stinky. The man looked at Lin Xiaojin frowning and continued. How about if you just sleep outside with your brothers for the night? So you don't have to go into the little dark house? Honestly, it's been a long time since I've seen a chick as good looking as you. A few people's eyes swept around her body without any care in the world. Heh. Scum like you wearing a military uniform would only insult it. Lin Xiaojin snorted coldly. We won't force you. Whether you choose to go into the small black room or obediently accompany your brother. Your choice. The man said. First put her in for 2 hours, and then she'll be honest. Another man said. In a while you don't cry and beg your brothers to let you out. Ha. A few men scoffed. As if they would soon see the scene of Lin Xiaojin begging for mercy towards them. Lin Xiaojin was pushed into the small dark room by the men and was directly locked up. How long will it take to get out? This woman is an excellent one. Which one of us will come first in a while? Several men seemed to want to sleep with Lin Xiaojin. A few men began to discuss a moment Lin Xiaojin crying out. But after waiting for half a day, they have not seen Lin Xiaojin come out. I'll go take a look. The man went up and walked through the upper dark room. Only a small hole can see inside. Only to see Lin Xiaojin's face sitting on the ground. Little sister, are you scared inside? Do you want to come out? You cool. I cool. Everyone cool. The man said lewdly. Scram. Lin Xiaojin said coldly. Tough talker. Let's see if you're still tough in a while. The man snorted coldly. That chick is tough as nails. The man coldly grunted. I heard that she came in from outside and has seen zombies. Be bold. Another man said. Why don't we take over the king? The man said with 2 glowing eyes. Crazy? That woman is also an alien. Things have become a big deal. The soldiers were already looking at our eyes. The safe zone is not a woman enough for us to decompress? Wu Feng said. But none of them are as pretty as her. Zhang frowned. Yes, brother Zhang. When it comes to trouble, we have to suffer. After all, this is the territory of the other troops. And besides, do not look at the faces, not okay? Constructed all the same, another small man said indifferently. You kid. Zhang brother gasped. What are you afraid of? We are still behind the High District Governor. Only which soldiers control the hot weapons. Brother Zhang said with a cold snort. But didn't District Governor Gao say that he wouldn't let us cause any trouble lately? And not to clash with the regulars of those troops? Wu Feng said. Zhang frowned. Originally, the entire base was under the jurisdiction of the troops. But as the number of people grew, The thousands of people in the troops couldn't manage such a large security area. So Zhou Feng absorbed the alien energy to set up patrol soldiers. Which means that they, the alien energy soldiers, are in charge of the security area. And those of the regular troops were responsible for the base's delivery and collection of supplies. The gates. The main thing is that they are not in charge of the security area. This time when they went out to search for supplies, they had already sent out most of the soldiers. These supernaturals are mixed. And before the end of the world, they may be all kinds of people. And even some of them are run out from the prison. So there is no need to say more about their character. The small black room stinks. Even with an exhaust fan you can smell all kinds of foul odors. Outside the words of Lin Xiaojin are heard in the ear. Before the end of the world we'll have bedbugs like people. Let alone this is the end of the world. Bedbugs will only become more and more. Just came in Lin Xiaojin, but is disgusting cannot stand. So the consciousness has long entered the space. But also from the space to take out the mask to wear. Lin Xiaojin planted 2 tomatoes, and a small cucumber have blossomed. In a few days will start to results. Puppy also looks more and more meat. Seems to feel Lin Xiaojin came in. Nibbling ham sausage body stopped. The ham sausages in the space were basically all eaten by the puppies. And the water in the small water nest showed no signs of decreasing. Recently, the puppy has been drinking the water in the small water nest. That is, nowadays cannot absorb the crystal beads will be very difficult. If you stay here all the time, safety is guaranteed but the same will not get progress. This is not what Lin Xiaojin wants. The base also knows the role of the crystal beads. But to get the crystal beads only those soldiers who go outside to look for supplies will have. Lin Xiaojin was wondering what to do when the door of the small dark room was opened. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly received the mask into the space. Little sister, how is it? Want to come out? Zhang Di laughed. No need, Lin Xiaojin said coldly. Hee. What a toast. Then you'll stay well inside? Zhang Di instantly changed his face and said coldly. Zhang Di came out in a rage and saw Wei Chun next to him, who had come out at the moment and followed another man towards the corner. Fatty Wang. You can even eat that kind of muscular woman? Zhang Di said with disgust. Fatty Wang is not picky. He wants everything. Anyway, there is no fun in the safe zone. Looking for some fun, Chen Guanglai said. What? That woman inside is still not out, Chen Guang said, pointing to the small black room where Lin Xiaojin was locked up. Inside I'm all with nausea. That little bitch is also really tolerant. Don't give her food and drink. Starve her for 2 days. When she comes out she still has to beg me? Zhang Di said with a sneer. We can at most close 2 days. Inside and pregnant women don't get too big, Chen Guang said. Pregnant woman? The one inside is a pregnant woman? Zhang Di asked. Yes. Wang Dali just came over to give us a word. The person inside is a pregnant woman. Let's see the office. Chen Guang was also aware of this news, rushed over to get Chen Guang a word. Pregnant women in the safe zone is a total of so many people. Zhang Xinping deliberately said. Preferential treatment for pregnant women. The elderly? And children. No wonder. It's a pregnant woman, I said. How can it be so resistant? Chen Guang said. It is estimated that it is afraid of hurting the child? Then just give her water. Starve her for 2 days. What's wrong with pregnant women? Not dead on the line. Offended us? Cannot let her Zhang Long memory? Chen Guang said with a cold snort. Okay, Chen said. Zhang Di said. Zhang Di before the end of the world is a company's human resources department. Has seen a lot of women. To be honest, she has seen all kinds of women who want to get to the top. This kind of quid pro quo exchange is all about what you want. The vast majority of men are lower body thinking animals. Especially in this kind of environment. A little bit of ability. Power will be unlimitedly enlarged. Lin Xiaojin's space received a lot of food and drink. Save food and drink to eat on 2 or 3 months is no problem. The rest of the pile in the space are baby products. Milk powder, diapers and so on. Locked in the small dark room, instead Lin Xiaojin is the most full of food. The stench of the zombies outside. Lin Xiaojin smelled too much. Although still disgusting. But seems to have long been immune. The smell of the small dark room is nothing compared to the stench of the zombies outside. Lin Xiaojin stayed in the space for 2 whole days. During this period only gave Lin Xiaojin a bowl of water. The rest of nothing for Lin Xiaojin. A ray of light entered the small dark room. Come out, Chen Guang said. Chen Di saw that Lin Xiaojin hadn't come out yet. It couldn't be that he died in this small dark room. Right? There was no movement at all in the past 2 days. After they knew that Lin Xiaojin was a pregnant woman, they were not so sad about Lin Xiaojin. And they sent a bowl of water in 2 days. Lin Xiaojin slowly walked out from the small dark room. Her face was as usual, even more chipper than when she first went in. Lin Xiaojin, you're quite tough. Next time, don't commit in my hands, Qin Guang said in a cold voice. Lin Xiaojin frowned. Really dogfighting. A little bit of power here, and you really take yourself as a father? Lin Xiaojin returned to the dormitory when the whole body is stinky. The others are disgusted to look at Lin Xiaojin. These 2 days shut in the small dark room boring. Lin Xiaojin also do not care so much. Directly lying on the bed to sleep a good night. The next day Lin Xiaojin went to carry the supplies as usual. And Wei Chun came out of the small black house a long time ago. Enemies meet. Wei Chun stomped Lin Xiaojin fiercely. Thinking of Wang Dali's words, she did not go overboard. But this day the other female alter egos were not talking to Lin Xiaojin anymore. Seemed to be isolating her. This didn't matter. She didn't come here to make friends anyway. Lin Xiaojin was carrying supplies alone. That was even quieter and more at ease. Lin Xiaojin. Suddenly a familiar call. Lin Xiaojin turned around and found that it was actually Shaa Nua. Lin Xiaojin just wanted to shout out when the man covered his mouth and hid in the corner next to him. Keep your voice down, the man whispered in his ear. Lin Xiaojin nodded. The man was none other than Shaa Nua. Shaa Nua slowly let go of Lin Xiaojin. Follow me. Lin Xiaojin brought Shaa Nua to a hidden place. Normally no one came over to this place. How did you come over here? The management here is quite strict. It's really similar to a prison, as Xianli said. Lin Xiaojin frowned. Shaa Nua nodded. His hands in his pockets. He looked at Lin Xiaojin seriously and said, after the temperature plummets, the temperature will remain for almost a month, and then it will warm up. At that time, leave the base with me. Leave the base? Lin Xiaojin looked at Shaa Nua. She actually more or less had this idea. But she was now pregnant. And as the months got bigger and bigger, staying in the safe zone was the best choice instead. I can't go with you. I have to stay and give birth. Lin Xiaojin sighed. Shaa Nua gave a silent cry without speaking as he said, you don't want to find your brother? I'll take you to find your brother. Lin Xiaojin's eyes lit up when she heard that she was going to find Lin Xiaoran. She said, you have news about my brother? Well, your brother is now in the safe zone of the S base. We'll meet up in Zico City after the sudden drop in temperature. That's what we agreed later. Shaa Nua said. Originally Lin Xiaoran was going to come directly to B City. Just suddenly the temperature plummeted, can't travel long distances for a long time. That's why she returned to the safe zone again. And how could her brother let Lin Xiaojin stay alone in the safe zone? This time Lin Xiaojin did not hesitate to nod her head and said, good. Shaa Nua then breathed a sigh of relief. It was true that her brother was still good. How did you find your way here? Lin Xiaojin asked. This safe zone wasn't big. But it wasn't small either. And it wasn't simple to find someone. I followed Wang Han and the others over here to get something from the warehouse, and happened to sense your location. Shaa Nua said. My location? Lin Xiaojin looked at Shaa Nua incredulously. Is this your new skill? Lin Xiaojin thought that Shaa Nua had awakened some special ability again. It's this seal. At a certain distance, if I can use your supernatural ability, it means you're around again. Shaa Nua said. Then you are really lucky. Lin Xiaojin said. What Lin Xiaojin didn't know was that Shaa Nua would try every place he went just to see if he could find Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin. Suddenly Wang Dali's voice called over. You go first. If there's something, I'll naturally come over here to find you. Shaa Nua said. Lin Xiaojin nodded and ran towards the outside. Lin Xiaojin, who saw Shaa Nua, felt much more relaxed, thinking that she could follow Shaa Nua out of the safe zone in a month, and that the situation wasn't that bad. When he didn't enter the safe zone, he thought about entering every day, but now that he had entered, he instead wanted to leave even more. Brother Dali. Lin Xiaojin ran over and said. For this Wang Dali, Lin Xiaojin's impression was still very good. Lin Xiaojin, you carry these supplies to the infirmary. Wang Dali said. Good. Lin Xiaojin responded. 70 to 80 kilograms of supplies. Lin Xiaojin directly picked them up and put them on the trolley. Lin Xiaojin had been to the infirmary a few times, so she also knew how to get there. And the infirmary had a green label, The so-called green mark is written on white paper and pasted on the wall. When Lin Xiaojin moved the supplies in, she saw a young girl sitting inside, her face pale and her lips bloodless. The girl was wearing a white coat and was about to get up and leave. At this time, there are 2 more people to carry over an injured to the girl in front of. Crying, "You quickly save your son." When carrying the stone happened to roll down and hit him. The girl's face was hesitant and said, "You guys go inside and find a doctor to check him out. Aren't you a psychic? Just move your psychic ability and my son will be fine." The man cried out, "I'm really not up to it today. I've run out of psychic powers." The girl frowned. She had already saved 2 seriously injured people today. And at the moment, not to mention the fact that her powers were depleted, she felt a wave of weakness in her body again. "Let me take a look." The doctor in white hangings came over and examined the injuries. "I'm afraid this won't work. The strength is too heavy. It's already pressed to the sternum. We don't have the equipment to do this kind of surgery in our safe zone. So we can only listen to God's fate." The doctor sighed. The man was even more panicked when he heard this. So he looked at the girl and said, "Please, save my son. I only have this one son left." The woman's face was pale, and she weakly said, "It's not that I don't want to save it. It's really that I can't save it anymore. The healing faculty's ability to save others also consumes one's own blood. And I'm not going to be able to live now that I've saved your son. Please, you save my son." The man grabbed the woman's arm with both hands and knelt down. "Okay, I'll try." The woman was pestered and her heart softened. So she had to agree. "Thank you." The man kept saying thank you. But the woman was not happy at all. Said from her hand slowly condensed light, slowly into the man's body. Just went in. The woman's face was pale. Immediately withdrew her hand. Staggered a few steps. Almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, the doctor in the back came forward to help a hand. "No. Can't be treating you guys anymore. There's only one person with recovery system powers. If something happens to her, you all wait to be kicked out of the base," the doctor said decisively. The leaders above had long ago explained that the recovery system exalted abilities must keep themselves in order to save people. This kind of thing is not unheard of. The doctor immediately rang the bell. Instantly rushed in a few patrol soldiers. Directly dragged the person away. "Wu Mei, are you alright?" the doctor asked. "I have to go back to replenish my iron supplement," Wu Mei said weakly. "Good. I'll send someone to take you back." The doctor greeted towards a patrolling soldier, and Wu Mei was taken away. Lin Xiaojin finished unloading the supplies and looked at the direction the patrolling soldier took Wu Mei to leave. Always feeling that something was wrong, Lin Xiaojin did not leave immediately after unloading the supplies. Lin Xiaojin thought that Wu Mei was going to be taken to insult. The truth was that she was overthinking it. That patrol soldier just now was an alien soldier. Lin Xiaojin then directly followed, dodging several patrol soldiers along the way, walking in a more and more remote location. Looking ahead, there were 2 reds with a sign that said no entry. Lin Xiaojin hesitated, but still followed up. This is a container larger than a dormitory. Lin Xiaojin just went in and found all rows and rows of beds. And lying on top of them are corpses? Lin Xiaojin frowned. The whole heart fluttering jump. She felt here is not so simple. Lin Xiaojin heard footsteps immediately hid. This is the only healing ability in the safe zone. If she suddenly disappeared, the Zhang district chief would definitely ask about it. A man's voice said, "Don't worry. District Governor Zhou has already made arrangements for us. Just say that the overhealing led to the death of the supernatural ability depletion. Hurry up with the next stage of research. With a healing alien, there's more certainty," Ohira Shiro said excitedly. Lin Xiaojin hid in the corner holding his breath the entire time before slowly escaping. Phew? Research? What were the people in the safe zone secretly researching? Were they doing something unseemly? Thinking about it, Lin Xiaojin felt that waiting for the outside world temperature to warm up after leaving with Shaa Nua is the right choice. When Lin Xiaojin went back, there was another person missing from the dormitory. It was 7.8 months old Zhang Xiaoxiao. She was sent to the infirmary for a sudden paroxysm of pain today, and she hasn't come back yet. Lin Xiaojin thought of the words she overheard today, and immediately had a feeling of no seconds. Professor Zhu had been busy for a long time, and Zhu Jingjing had never had the chance to talk to his dad until he finally heard his dad say that the supplies had finally been retrieved. "Dad, I have a few friends. Can I go find them?" Zhu Jingjing said. "Friends? You mean the ones that came back with you? Professor Zhu said. Zhu Jingjing nodded her head. She hadn't properly told her father about all the things along the way. And now, he took advantage of his father's free time to tell Professor Zhu. Anna, remember? Don't ever say anything about your healing faculty powers. Do you know that? Must be conservative. Professor Zhu frowned and said very seriously. Zhu Jingjing nodded. Dad, isn't this a supernatural ability of mine that can save people? Zhu Jingjing asked. Yes, it saves people. But it also harms people. There was a recovery system ability in our safe zone who died from overtreatment. Professor Zhu said seriously. Zhu Jingjing frowned. Thinking of the first time she saved someone, she also felt drained. Don't ever expose your psychic ability. Understand? Professor Zhu said seriously. Zhu Jingjing nodded. Xionly was a water-based psychic ability, so she was assigned to the water room. And her daily job was to condense water molecules and store water. Xionly found that the daily consumption of an empty energy will slowly increase. Although there is no crystal beads can be absorbed, but the energy is also a little bit of growth. Until this day, she met an acquaintance, precisely Lu Mingming, the same water system alien, who had just been assigned to this water room. Xionly, it's really you. You're not dead. Lu Mingming immediately hugged Xionly and said with an excited face. Xionly pushed Lu Mingming away with a calm face and said, Don't pretend. It's not like anyone knows us here. Xionly, how do you talk? I've been treating you as a good friend and worrying about you. Lu Mingming bushy-tailed her two big eyes and said. Xionly looked disgusted and said, I'm not Fong Tingting. So you don't have to play at me either. Lu Mingming saw Xionly looking disgusted at her. And she didn't mind saying, You're still so repulsive. Xionly thought of Fong Tingting's relationship with Lin Xiaojin. She couldn't help but ask, What about Fong Tingting? You guys are really ridiculous. One by two you have to ask Fong Tingting. Xionly, do you really think that I was the one who wanted to abandon you that day? Lu Mingming snorted. Xionly frowned. She remembered that several of them ran away together. But she was left behind. No matter how much she shouted. Their car just didn't stop. What a bad memory. What do you mean? Xionly frowned. Fong Tingting and I can both hate you the same. Condescending and arrogant. What's the big deal? Aren't you still in the water room with me in the same way now? Lu Mingming snorted coldly. Turned around and left after saying that. Lu Mingming's family conditions are not good. Can be said to be very poor. That's why with Fong Tingting two people walk very close. Not the same circle of people. How can they not blend in? However, listening to Lu Mingming's words, Fong Tingting is also in the safe zone. Xionly and Lu Mingming's relationship is not good. And the two were assigned to a water room at the same time. A total of so many people. At the beginning of the relationship with Xionly, good people are slowly began to alienate Xionly. But with Lu Mingming close to Xionly angry. But there is no way. This kind of exclusionary tactics is the most disgusting. The previous Xionly simply do not care. Because she has a good family. A strong background. But in a safe zone. Here people are 2 or 3 people to set up a small group. Report to each other. Once isolated it is easy to be bullied. Lin Xiaojin's heavy heart. Xinli suffered ostracism. Zhu Jingjing is considered to have the best. Every day is in the house. That cannot go. Zhu Jingjing reported that there is no psychic ability. But the study is the Department of Chemistry. So it was assigned to the institute. Specifically what to do she is not clear. Every day can only stay in the outermost. Adjusting reagents. Or record some data. Compared to the helplessness with them women. Shaa Nua and the 3 of them were just secretly messing things up. Brother Shao. I've already hidden the computer. Zhang said. Shaa Nua nodded. There are a total of 38 cameras in this safe zone. I've roughly mapped them all out. And I've found a ground. Wang Han looked like he was whetting people's appetites. What place? Zhang couldn't help but ask. Wang Han came close to the 2 men's ears and said. A cemetery. It's still a big tomb. What? Zhang couldn't help but say. With this sound? Several other people in the room couldn't help but look over. Sorry for the interruption. You guys go on. Go on. Zhang heatedly laughed. These few men of theirs were all special police officers. More or less concerned. So they got a deck of playing cards. And played a session of cards in the house at night, when there was nothing else to do. Mainly. There was no other entertainment either. Zhang lowered his voice and asked. Really? Such a big safety zone. Which is supposed to be under the ground. There are tombs underneath this ground? Wang Han gave Zhang Wan a confident look and said, "It's not like you don't know what my ancestors did. I'm pretty sure 70% of them have tombs underground." There are tombs. What's the use? Before the end of the world you could still get a commendation for bursting out and even give you a bonus. What's the use now? You can't eat or drink. Zhang Wish frowned. Wang Han grinned and said, "Idle anyway. Go and have a look at night? I think you have itchy hands." Right? Zhang Wan despised. And the safe zone is really too boring. Every day, in addition to working, is lying. He didn't dare to dig graves before the end of the world. It was an offense. But it didn't really matter now. "Brother Shaa, do you want to go take a look?" Wang Han said. Shaa Nua suddenly thought of something and said, "Go." The three said goodbye and waited until the early hours of the morning when they were asleep. The three got up almost at the same time and then dodged the patrol soldiers. These patrol soldiers at night that will seriously patrol? All go against the wall with lazy sleep. Also only guard the safe zone door. Real soldiers will be reserved to watch. Right here, Wang Han said as he pointed at this underground passage. Wang Han peeled back the railing of the underground tunnel and was the first to drill down. The soil below was a little loose. They had climbed this underground tunnel a few times before. All to find the computer and also the phone. Look! The soil here is grave soil. And there's this corpse turtle worm. Only found in cemeteries. Wang Han somehow took an iron bar from there and started digging a little bit of soil. And the two of them, Zhang Wang and Shaa Nua, followed to help. The soil underneath is relatively loose. Not long after digging out a hole, revealing a piece of deep-grained gray brick, Wang Han knocked the turn and touched out an extremely thin piece of iron from his body. Wang Han. "Okay. How did you hide this thing?" Zhang Wang couldn't help but say. They had all been searched when they came in. "This can let you know?" Wang Han laughed and looked at Shaa Nua in passing. These two people were playing match to hide the stuff. "If you want to have this ability, why can't you hide your mobile phone laptop in as well?" Zhang Wish sighed. "How big is that one?" "How big is the iron piece?" Wang Han said breathlessly. "About 10 minutes. Wang Han relied on the iron piece in his hand to remove the bricks are complete. Shaa Nua pulled out the lighter from his arms and tried towards the inside. It didn't go out. "And how is this lighter hidden?" Zhang Wish was shocked. Combined with the fact that he was the only one who couldn't hide anything. 3 people went down the tomb one after another. The tomb is a little damp. The temperature is also a little colder than above. This tomb has a wind vent. Or cold wind. Most likely connected to the outside. Wang Han said. "Leading to the outside of the safe zone?" Zhang Wish's eyes widened. Wang Han responded. Shaa Nua, on the other hand, was observing this tomb from the side, which was 4 square, with only badly dusted and rusted candlesticks. "How do you know there's a tomb here? It can't just be based on a bug, right?" Zhang Wish asked curiously. "Family mastery. Want to learn charges," Wang Han said. "Don't learn. No smoke," Zhang Wish said. How nervous was smoke in the safe zone now? It was simply impossible to get it. This candlestick should be worth a lot of money. "Right?" Zhang Wan pointed at the bronze candlestick and said. "Before the end of the world, it was estimated that it could be put on exhibition in a museum. But now it's even worse. It's not worth as much as a steamed bun here," Wang Han said. Wang Han turned around, and Zhang Wan looked at the land and said, "This is the big tomb you said? The entire tomb is just the size of a room of more than 20 square feet. How is that possible? Under here? This is at most in your room. But there are no tools. Rely on iron pieces to dig through?" Wang Han said. "Then come in vain chant. Go back to sleep," Zhang Wish said. "No, Zhang Wan. You hide your laptop and your mobile phone here," Shaa Nua said in a deep voice. Zhang Wan's eyes lit up. This place would be their secret base in the future. "I'll go now." "But what if there's no electricity?" Zhang Wan frowned and said. "With our brother Shaa here, can there be no electricity?" Wang Han said. Yes. Our brother Shaa humanoid generator." Zhang Wan finished speaking and went out. After about 10 minutes or so he climbed back. He said, "I'm lucky I hid something in the sewer before." "Refusing to close," said Zhang Wish began to open the laptop to assemble it. In order to hide it well, he had taken the laptop apart before. After assembling it, Shaa Nua, the humanoid generator, directly gave a charge. John Wish's fingers quickly knocked on the keyboard. This laptop but spent a lot of money to buy. Super wireless network card. Enter the security system. Enter the password to connect directly to the satellite. There. What we see now is the panoramic image of B City, John Wish said. The entire big city was already white, and the entire patch of tall buildings were frozen. John Wish slowly switched the camera and said in shock, "I wipe blue. These zombies are still not dead? It's actually surviving at low temperatures." Wang Han frowned in surprise. Not only can they live, they are still alive and well. Does this still let us live? Not afraid of low temperatures. John Wang sighed. There's still a wave of cold air. It looks like it's still going to cool down. We have to leave, but also have to wait until the temperature warms up. John Wang said. This satellite detection system is too awesome. The air temperature can be detected. If it is not the end of the world. He is afraid that he cannot touch now. Even if he was a genius, the terror would need a few years to climb up to that position. Can the safe zone be viewed? Shaa Nua asked. I'll try, John Wang said. The computer started a series of taps and said, yes, but there are only 10 or so cameras in the safe zone. Nowhere else. With that, John Wish switched the camera to the safe zone. The cameras in the safe zone. Almost all of them are in the passageway and also the gate. The warehouse. Warehouses, there must be quite a lot of supplies inside, as well as ordnance, John Wang said. It would be great if we could get some. Wang Han also couldn't help but say, who wouldn't be tempted to see the weapons in the armory? Then get some. Let's get the stuff over here and hide it here first. Not too much, bit by bit, Shaa Nua said. Wang Han and John Wan's eyes lit up when they heard this. I'll cover their cameras, John Wan said with a hefty smile. Need someone to help, Shaa Nua said. Sister-in-law? Isn't sister-in-law assigned at the warehouse? John Wan snickered. Shaa Nua did not say anything to be considered as a default. Sister-in-law promised to come with us when the time comes? John Wan said. Shaa Nua answered. This place was also considered their secret base. It was just a bit troublesome to climb in and out every time. Now I know the location of the cameras in the entire safe zone, John Wan said. This could perfectly avoid every camera. The temperature in the safe zone had also begun to drop over the past few days, and all the gateways outside had been completely blocked, and the construction of the base had been put on hold for the time being. Only until the temperature warms up can we start expanding the base outwards, and there is basically no more work in the safe zone. So there is basically no work during this period of time. Everyone stays in the dormitory. There is no work to do. Everyone supplies only one meal a day. They pregnant women are better still a day-old meal. But not in the double. Buckle, dormitory door knocked. Here now only Lin Xiaojin's month is the smallest. And next to a door. So Lin Xiaojin went to open the door. At the door stood a patrol soldier, holding quite a few things in his hands. Xiao Mei, the man shouted. The woman named Xiao Mei immediately got up from her bed when she heard the familiar shout. And her face was now lit up. This pregnant woman was the pregnant woman who hadn't been speaking much before. Zhang Xiao Mei. Hubby, you're finally back. Xiao Mei jumped into the man's arms, and the two of them hugged each other tightly. This gave the other pregnant women envy. Most of their husbands had turned into zombies, and others had died on the way to escape. I'm back from outside looking for supplies, but I didn't bring much back this time. I guess the whole safe zone is going to be tightly closed. This is all I brought for you, the man said, shoving everything into the woman's arms. The man wrapped his arms around the woman again and came up to her ear and said, I also found some milk powder. I'll give it to you when you give birth. Zhang Xiaomei nodded excitedly. Don't worry. It's freezing outside. People in the safe zone can't get out. I don't have any more tasks. I'll come over to accompany you every day. Zhang Xiaomei nodded excitedly. The two of them strolled outside again, now that the safe zone was not allowed to go out. So the management was also relaxed. It was possible to go out for a walk. Otherwise, so many people would have to go crazy if they were all suffocated in the house. Lin Xiaojin listened to what the man said, envious to know, but heard that the temperature outside had completely turned cold. The man stayed for 3 or 4 hours before leaving. Lin Xiaojin was still thinking that as she went out with Shaa Nua in a month, she would have to sit down and get ready. Bang bang. The dormitory door slammed again, and Lin Xiaojin thought it was the pregnant woman's husband going and returning. Zhang Xiaomei also thought it was her husband. Also ran to open the door. But not. A camouflage suit was exactly the same as the clothes they were wearing. But it looked very temperamental on him. When Zhang Xiaomei saw the visitor, she couldn't help but let out a surprised cry and said, "You? Who are you looking for?" "Lin Xiaojin," the man said in a deep voice. The other people in the dormitory were originally chatting with each other didn't look here, thinking that it was Zhang Xiaomei's husband coming back again. But the voice he heard the man call was not. All curious to look over this way. Lin Xiaojin heard the voice got up to see that it was actually Shaa Nua. "Shaa Nua." Lin Xiaojin got up and walked over. "Out to say?" Shaa Nua said. Lin Xiaojin also did not think that Shaa Nua could actually find which dormitory she was in. After all, although the pregnant women's dormitory is said to be in this area, but there are also in rooms all. Good. Lin Xiaojin nodded and followed Shaa Nua out. Wow. Who was that man just now? It's Lin Xiaojin's husband. Right? What a good-looking guy. At a glance, he's a soldier. Didn't Lin Xiaojin say she doesn't have a husband? Lin Xiaojin is also quite good-looking. Do you think she hooked up here? Shh. Keep your voice down. Women gossip curiosity. And Lin Xiaojin and Shaa Nua left after the beginning of crazy speculation. In short, what speculation are there? Lin Xiaojin and Shaa Nua both walked along the dimly lit passageway while talking. How did you find this place? Lin Xiaojin asked. One room at a time to find it, Shaa Nua said indifferently. Lin Xiaojin didn't even know what to say. Shaa Nua brought Lin Xiaojin to a corner and briefly told Lin Xiaojin about the plan. There is an armory in Okura, but the guards are very strict, and the guards are all regular soldiers, so it's a bit hard to steal it, Lin Xiaojin said honestly. And all my space is already full, Lin Xiaojin said bitterly. Shaa Nua pulled out a black bag from his arms and said, "For you." Lin Xiaojin looked at the black bag and grew her mouth in surprise. How could there be transparent crystal beads? Or a bag full of them? You? How did you get here? We can't get out again, Lin Xiaojin said in surprise. Lin Xiaojin was surprised, but still hurriedly received the crystal beads into the space. It was too dangerous to hold it in your hand. This was a long story, but there was nothing going on right now. So Shaa Nua gave Lin Xiaojin a rough idea of the process. I've been to that place before. Do you know that there is a recovery alien in the safe zone? The one who was declared dead. I saw her being brought there with my own eyes, and was curious for a moment to follow her up and take a look, Lin Xiaojin said. Then you shouldn't go next time, Shaa Nua suddenly said solemnly. I know. But what is the safe zone secretly researching? Lin Xiaojin was also curious. This matter is out of our hands. The most important thing is to get what we want to leave here, Shaa Nua said in a deep voice. It's not a matter of concern. It's true that they can't control the things in the safe zone. There are still leaders and chiefs here. However, Lin Xiaojin also did not expect that place would actually have so many crystal beads. Shaa Nua also went to go along with a bag of. In fact, Shaa Nua is not only to go along with a bag. Fire system, wind system, thunder system. He took some. Oren Shiro and Zhou Feng have been in a hurry. Now that the Hidden Research Institute is even more strict, they inventory monitoring cannot see anything. Which crystal beads are disappearing out of thin air. In fact, the surveillance camera has long been changed by Zhang Zhuan to cover. There are also a lot of people in the channel who are out for a walk. You come out at 12 o'clock tonight. I'll wait for you here, Shaa Nua said. Lin Xiaojin nodded. Xu Jingjing was on the periphery of the research room. She was just playing a hand here nowadays, and she couldn't go over to the container in front. Occasionally she could still hear a scream. Otajiro. Lately why are there always miserable screams coming out? Xu Jingjing couldn't help but ask. Oh, there's not enough anesthetic in the safe zone. That's why there are always miserable screams, Otajiro explained. Oh. Xu Jingjing also didn't suspect, just nodded her head. These are the newly delivered reagents. Miss Anna, Dr. Ohira Shiro needs to dispense them tomorrow. Ah, is it so urgent? Zhu Anna said. Yes, I'm troubling you and Miss Zhang, Otajiro said with a smile. Zhang Yin, who was on the other side, walked over and said with a frown. Is this not treating the two of us as human beings? There are so many reagents every day, and there are only two of us in the proportioning room altogether. I also don't know what they are researching that requires so many reagents, Zhang Yin said. Zhu Jingjing just frowned and didn't say anything. Inside the center of the security zone. Zhou Feng. You stop those research of yours immediately. Zhang Xinping said angrily. Governor Zhang. Don't be angry for a moment. I'm doing this for the long-term development of our human race. Why do zombies appear? Why do people have psychic abilities? Don't you want to know any of this? Zhou Feng said. Zhang Xinping paused for a moment and said, but your research cannot harm others. I that hurt others? I'm just doing some research data. And I haven't damned anyone. Right? What about the experience data? It's also just drawing blood for research. Zhou Feng said. Then what's going on here? There have been quite a few deaths in the safe zone recently. Zhang Xinping said angrily. The temperature has plummeted. It's dozens of degrees below zero outside. Although we have insulation in the safe zone, the temperature is now considered to be more than 10 degrees. Which deaths are all with underlying diseases. What's the problem with me taking it and testing it? Zhou Feng said. District Governor Zhang. Take a look, this is the result of the recent experiment. Zhou Feng handed some data to Zhang Xinping. Zhang Xinping picked up the data and slowly looked at it. Page after page. If we can find the key to stimulate psychic abilities, all the ordinary people in these bases can have psychic abilities if they can, to improve their physical fitness, so that they can fight against the zombies. Thermal weapons will run out after all. And as you can see, in such an extremely low environment, those zombies are still alive and well, occupying our city. Zhou Feng saw that Zhang Xinping seemed to be a little shaken and continued. Now it's the temperature that has plummeted, and it's unknown what else will happen in the future. Zhang Xinping looked at the data in front of him and eventually faltered. Not for anything else, just to survive. Good. I can promise you to carry out research, but must be in the case of people voluntarily. Zhang Xinping said solemnly. That's natural. Zhou Feng laughed. Zhou Feng walked out with a relaxed face, and Ohara Shiro walked over and said, It seems that District Chief Zhang has agreed? Humph. Which experimental data says it all? Zhou Feng said. If you want to test it further next, it will be harder. I've already extracted the energy from the crystal bead, even though it's only 1%. But no volunteers are willing to inject it. Then why is it difficult? Supplies are scarce, which ordinary people's supplies are decreasing by half. If volunteers to participate in our experiments are given food for free, I'm sure there will be a large number of people coming. Zhou Feng said. Ohara Shiro nodded his head repeatedly as he listened to Zhou Feng and said, It is still District Chief Zhou who has a solution. Just mind your research. I only need the results I want. Understand? Zhou Feng's face suddenly turned cold as he said in a deep voice. Understood. Understood. I will definitely give District Governor Zhou the results he wants. Ohara Shiro assured. The central base of the security zone. District Governor Zhang, you really agree with District Governor Zhou's experiment? Su Yang said. Su Yang was Zhang Xinping's guard, who had been following him since before the end of the world, and had also awakened the special psychic ability. Speed? Hey. It's not that I want to agree. It's the news that came from Kyoto that other countries have also carried out research. As long as they don't violate the voluntary situation. Humanitarian research. Zhang Xinping said. Inspire psychic ability. And zombies in the end how to come. This is what everyone wants to know. Zhang Xinping said. Su Yang. You send someone to still keep an eye on Zhou Feng's side of the research institute at all times. And immediately notify me if any problems occur. Zhang Xinping said. Yes, Chief. Su Yang said. I also don't know if what I did was right or wrong. Zhang Xinping said helplessly. He had a different concept than Zhou Feng. He wanted to be able to guarantee everyone as much as possible. But Zhou Feng was guaranteeing the vast majority of people. Objectively speaking, Zhou Feng's idea was correct. Because in this kind of environment, it was too difficult to protect all of them. Zhang Xinping looked down at the data. The crystal beads in the zombie's head was the source of the zombie's energy. This kind of thing didn't know how it was gathered. But then again, it could be absorbed by an alien. Lin Xiaojin returned to the dormitory after the transparent crystal beads given by Shaa Nua all absorbed. This time the space has become larger by more than 10 square meters. The lengthening of the space gave the puppy a jump. As if it had found its own space to move, had become bigger, and started jumping up and down. Finally waited until 12 a.m. Lin Xiaojin gently got up. She slowly came out of the dormitory, and gently closed the door. At the moment, there are only dim lights in the passageway. Passing by the door of other rooms can still hear the sound of snoring and grinding teeth inside. Suddenly Lin Xiaojin heard a sound of footsteps in front of him. And the sound of talking. This material distribution has been lowered again. I'm afraid this will cause trouble. What can you do if you make trouble? Put in a small black room. Don't eat a meal. Lin Xiaojin heard the sound of talking in front of him and immediately stopped his footsteps, preparing to walk back. Although it is said that the safe zone can move freely now, but it is limited to the daytime. The night is still not allowed to come out. Lin Xiaojin just wanted to hide in the corner of the big box. His arm was suddenly pulled over by a person. Looked up to see the figure of Shaa Nua, and did not make a sound. The two people hid in the corner, just under the shadow. Those two people looked towards the corner. The corner is pitch black. Also swept a glance. The two people continue 2 days to go forward. Lin Xiaojin looked up. Shaa Nua's pair of bright eyes were looking at her. Lin Xiaojin frowned and said, "Your beard is sticking to me." Shaa Nua's estimated that there were also many days without shaving, and the beard was again hard to zap her forehead red. "Sorry," Shaa Nua said in a deep voice. The two people are so close. Shaa Nua's talking hot air blowing Buddha on her forehead. Lin Xiaojin's heart suddenly panicked a little. "Let's go. Don't get caught later," Lin Xiaojin said. Under the dim light, Shaa Nua saw a touch of redness hanging on Lin Xiaojin's cheeks, and the corner of her mouth rose slightly. Lin Xiaojin followed Shaa Nua all the way. Lin Xiaojin looked up at the location of the camera and frowned. "Will we be discovered?" "Don't worry," Shaa Nua signaled. Since he dared to bring her out in front of the camera, he must have already had a solution. Lin Xiaojin nodded her head, seemingly at ease following Shaa Nua. This guy seemed to be too much older than her. Yet he had a mature aura about him. Clearly not very old. And no matter what he did, he made people unconsciously believe in him. Lin Xiaojin's brother had a maturity beyond the average, because the environment he grew up in was not much better than hers. The two of them siblings depend on each other, watching their parents' family property being eroded little by their eldest uncle, but can do nothing about it. Shaa Nua, and what did he become like this because of? No one will grow up without a reason. Lin Xiaojin suddenly curious about Shaa Nua's story. The two climbed along the sewers a little. Lin Xiaojin, this is the first time to climb the sewers. Can only slowly follow behind Shaa Nua. Climb to the middle. Shaa Nua against a gray brick wall tapped twice. And then the brick was peeled open, leaking out a large hole. Lin Xiaojin climbed in, and found that there was actually so much space inside. "Hello, sister-in-law." Zhang Wang greeted Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin's face twitched when she heard this address and said, "When did I become your sister-in-law?" Zhang Wang looked at Shaa Nua and joked, "I thought Brother Shao had confessed to you. What nonsense are you?" Lin Xiaojin suddenly blushed. Fortunately, there were no lights in the cave. Only Zhang Wang's fireball. Could not see Lin Xiaojin's face. Lin Xiaojin stole a glance at Shaa Nua. This guy did not say a word. As if by default. I'm bullshitting. Zhang Wang felt Shaa Nua's cold eyes, and said wisely, "Here? It's not a tomb. Is it?" Lin Xiaojin said, as she looked at the bronze candlesticks placed on both sides. "Well, it's an ancient tomb," Shaa Nua said in a deep voice. The words just now didn't seem to have much effect on him. "This can even be found? How could there be an ancient tomb here?" Lin Xiaojin asked curiously. "Wang Han's family's ancestral mastery," Zhang Wish said. Lin Xiaojin seemed to have heard them say before that Wang Han's family was some kind of a gold digger. Lin Xiaojin had only seen it in the TV series, but he didn't think that the reality was really there. This place can even let him discover ancient tombs. Where's Wang Han? Lin Xiaojin then saw that Wang Han was actually not there. He went to find Zhu Jingjing, Zhang Wish said with a sigh. Not sleeping at night. Both went to look for women. Pity him for being alone. Lin Xiaojin looked at the notebook, which contained all the surveillance cameras in the security zone. You actually took care of all of them. Awesome. Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but give Zhang Zhuan a thumbs up. I also wonder where Xinli is, Lin Xiaojin asked. I've searched for this one too, and I haven't found it yet, Zhang Wang said with embarrassment. Zhu Jingjing. How did Wang Han find it? Lin Xiaojin asked. Zhu Anna lives with his father, living in the central area that not many people once sifted, Zhang Wish said. Lin Xiaojin nodded. Shaa Nua, you brought over should not want me to see this, right? Lin Xiaojin asked. Zhang Wan received Shaa Nua's signal and immediately switched to Okura's armory. Look here. This is Okura's armory and a helicopter, Shaa Nua said. This was what he was looking for Lin Xiaojin for. After Shaa Nua finished speaking, Lin Xiaojin guessed Shaa Nua's thoughts. Lin Xiaojin said, "You want to steal the armory? Just going to get some. Besides, we're leaving the base in a month when the temperature warms up. How can we do without some weapons?" Zhang Wish said unconcernedly. "But the armory there is very strict. Not only is there surveillance, there are also soldiers who take turns guarding it 24 hours a day. These soldiers are all warriors, with guns in their hands, as well as psychic abilities." Lin Xiaojin frowned and said, "This want to get their hands on more or less some trouble." Shaa Nua, "You want me to let me go?" Lin Xiaojin thought of something said. Lin Xiaojin's strength is big, and have space supernormal ability. Recently absorbed Shaa Nua give the crystal beat. Space and big part of take some arms to is no problem. I'll be with you. Zhang Wish is responsible for covering the surveillance. Wang Han cited. Shaa Nua said, "I haven't done anything this exciting." Lin Xiaojin said, "You can do anything exciting by following Brother Xiao." Zhang Wish said with a hefty smile. "When are you guys going to do it?" Lin Xiaojin asked. "A month later, when the temperature warms up," Shaa Nua said. "That's right. The temperature will slowly warm up after 20 days and 6 hours until it will slowly rise to normal after 10 days. Zhang Wan tapped his laptop a few times and said. Lin Xiaojin frowned. "There is still so much time. So it will take more than a month for the base to survive again. The more people there are, the more things happen. And the safe zone doesn't know if it can survive this freeze. Protect yourself these days. Supplies are scarce, and there will definitely be unrest," Shaa Nua said. Lin Xiaojin nodded and then left. It was 2:30 a.m. when he returned to the dormitory. Xu Jingjing was comparing reagents in the research room. The reagents in the past 2 days were getting more and more. Basically, they had to work overtime until 2 or 3 in the morning. Xu Jingjing looked at the window. There is a black shadow. Thought that he was looking at the eyes. Moved the eye sockets. Found that there is still a black shadow. Still a silhouette. Xu Jingjing's face was white with fear. Zhang Yan just happened to come to the ant. Stomach pain. So today went back early to rest. This will be Xu Jingjing a person. I am afraid of zombies. I am not afraid of ghosts. Xu Jingjing muttered. Zhang Yan? Xu Jingjing whispered. Is not Zhang Yan came back to help her again? Suddenly Xu Jingjing's mouth was covered by someone. Scared, Xu Jingjing's face turned pale, and subconsciously bit the man's hand. It's me. A particularly familiar voice. Xu Jingjing heard it the first time. It was Wang Han. Xu Jingjing immediately loosened her mouth, opened her eyes, slowly raised her head, and saw a familiar face under the dim light. Wang Han. It's really you. Xu Jingjing couldn't help but jump into Wang Han's arms. Wang Han's figure suddenly froze and said, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I got a little excited. Xu Jingjing hurriedly let go of Wang Han. Her little face a little hot. Why did she just suddenly hug up? It was really humiliating. Your hand is bleeding from my bite, Xu Jingjing said with a guilty face. It's fine. A small injury, Wang Han said unconcernedly. There is very little medicine in the safe zone. If it is infected, it will be troublesome. Xu Jingjing finished and grabbed Wang Han's hand. A little rough, but also a little warm. Xu Jingjing's left hand a warm energy smoothed. Wang Han's hand was restored as before. You don't have to heal me. Wang Han wanted to refuse, but he was instantly healed by Xu Jingjing. It's fine. I've been taking a lot of iron supplements lately, and no one in the safe zone knows that I'm a recovery alien, Xu Jingjing said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Wang Han only relaxed. Before that recovery alien over-treatment death, everyone in the base knows. That's why Wang Han is relieved that Xu Jingjing. Then you can't expose your own psychic ability, understand? Wang Han uneasily instructed. I know. My father also told me so, Xu Jingjing said. Wang Han nodded only after hearing Xu Jingjing's words. Then Xu Jingjing asked, How do you know I am here? Did you come over to look for me? Xu Jingjing had a nervous face, and Wang Han was even more nervous, mentally wanting to say yes. The words came out differently. I heard Brother Xiao say that the safe zone is secretly researching something, so I wanted to come over to take a look. Wang Han's mouth dropped. After hearing this, Xu Jingjing had a loss after a second or two, and then thought of something and said, Yes, I heard the front experimental area from time to time before, and often passed out screams. The back side was reinforced. And now I can't hear it. Wang Han frowned slightly when he heard Zhu Jingjing's words. Not long after that, footsteps came from outside. Someone is coming. You hide down, Zhu Jingjing said nervously. Wang Han nodded and hid. Fortunately, the light bulbs in the safe zone were all low wattage. And also to save electricity, there was only one bulb. Wang Han hid at the back and couldn't see anything in the shadow of the light. Miss Anna, how is the experimental reagent proportioning going? Otojiro asked politely. The reagent tube is not quite enough this time. I'm afraid I can only proportion it 200 times. Zhu Jingjing said honestly. Not enough rationing reagent tubes? This can be recycled. Right, Otojiro said. If we recycle it, there is no sterilization equipment in the safety zone, so it will be easy to get infected with germs. Or check for infections. Zhu Jingjing said. It doesn't matter, as long as you can use the reagent comparison normally, Otojiro said. Otojiro's words made Zhu Jingjing extremely uncomfortable. She said, this will make it easy to cross-infect. It will cause some people to get sick. And right now, there are not enough medicines in the safe zone. Miss Anna, you just need to do your job. Don't worry about the rest, Otojiro said with a smile. But Zhu Jingjing only felt a chill down her body when she saw this smile. Give me the results of the tested results. District Governor Zhou wants to see it. Otojiro put away his smile and said lightly. Okay. Wait a moment. I'll go get it. Zhu Jingjing handed over the latest test results to Otojiro. Zhu Jingjing looked at the back of the departure of Jiro Xiaoda. Our country people seem to be a gentleman in fact. You looked at Jiro Xiaoda left. Zhu Jingjing only said a breath. This our country people are smiling tiger. Surface polite. Very polite. But always gives Zhu Jingjing a wave of human face and beast feeling. Wang Han. Xiaotian Jiro left. Zhu Jingjing called Wang Han out. Found actually no one. Went there? Suddenly Zhu Jingjing saw the back of Jiro Koda. This guy will not go with. Right? Zhu Jingjing nervous speechless. Fortunately this side of the laboratory is a camera are not. As long as not to be found on. Zhu Jingjing in the laboratory also do not dare to go. Also do not know Wang Han in the end followed to go there. In the end, Zhu Jingjing still can't sit still. Secretly followed the lab to go over. Through a deep path. Above is extremely dim light. And even a light bulb is broken. Zhu Jingjing hesitant finally walked past. Walk closer. Zhu Jingjing cannot help but alarmed. In order to prevent themselves from exclaiming out loud. Subconsciously cover the mouth with both hands. Underground fainted a man. Look at the dress should be a patrol soldier. There are 2 or 3 patrol soldiers leaning against the wall in the huffing and puffing. Zhu Jingjing can hear their snoring sound. Zhu Jingjing whole heart is mentioned in the eye of the throat. Since childhood has not been so exciting things. Compared to the kind of lost voice scream of the zombies. This kind of heart is hanging up throughout. The front is a rectangular container. Zhu Jingjing cannot help but gently walk over to lean on the gap. People are curious. Zhu Jingjing is no exception. But Zhu Jingjing has always been timid. Even if there is curiosity will be scared back. She dared to come to see so much today. And a large part of it was for Wang Han. In the gap Zhu Jingjing saw a woman sitting on a stool. But her limbs were all helped. The cells of the recovery system ability can be used to repair. But unfortunately, this ability is really too little. A man's voice came through inside. Zhu Jingjing's face paled in fear. That girl with the same recovery system psychic ability as her was actually here. Suddenly Zhu Jingjing was covered with a hand over her mouth. It was Wang Han. Wang Han shushed with his hand. Zhu Jingjing nodded. And both of them did not speak. The voice inside continued. Relying on the restoration of the blood cells of the restorative system of psychic abilities to recover. Coupled with the extraction of the energy of the crystal beads. It can only enhance the combat power of which ordinary people. Unfortunately, this kind of repair system cells we have no way to copy. It is too complicated. And the experimental equipment here is not enough. If it is in our country laboratory then, it would be good. Ohira Shiro said with some regret. After all, this was a safe zone in China. And they didn't dare to go too far. But each copy of the results gave him a bigger surprise. Human greed was infinite. Make a copy of all this information. I'm going to contact the country. I believe that my country has also long established Noah's Arkansas. Our country is an island country. There are often earthquakes. Tsunamis, so they have long been secretly establishing Noah's Ark. The end of the world is coming. I believe which elite people have long been arranged into it. But the entire system is controlled in the hands of the Zhang district governor. Otajiro frowned. Isn't there still Professor Zhu? Isn't his daughter here with us? Think of something. Ohira Shiro said with a smile. Yes. Yes. Otajiro nodded his head. Hearing this, Zhu Jingjing somewhat couldn't help herself. Fortunately, Wang Han quietly took her away. Some of the patrol soldiers were asleep. 1 or 2 were knocked out by Wang Han from behind. These are not trained. Before the end of the world are ordinary people. Wang Han dealt with them easily. Back to the proportioning room. Wang Han closed the door. His face was blue. He saw an even more disgusting side. Our country used to love to use human body as experiment for research. Now it is even more. Wang Han might wanted to get them killed. Zhu Jingjing. You just heard it too, Wang Han said. Zhu Jingjing nodded with a pale face. She didn't know what to do now. Don't be afraid. You first go back as if nothing happened. Then tell your father about this, Wang Han said. Zhu Jingjing was still pale, looking at that recovery system alien like her. Only 1 breath of treatment left. Even the blood in her whole body was almost drained. Zhu Jingjing's hand trembled when she thought of the recent experimental test tubes testing for their blood. Wang Han suddenly grabbed the shoulder and said, Don't be afraid. Can't be afraid? Zhu Jingjing, you have to remember that human nature can't stand the test. You have to learn to protect yourself. Protect your family. Understand? Zhu Jingjing listened to Wang Han's words and nodded. Said, Well, if something happens you can punch the monitor and touch your hair so that I can see it, Wang Han said. Good. Then I'll hurry back to inform my dad now, Zhu Jingjing said. Wang Han could not send Zhu Jingjing, could only let her leave first. Wang Han also felt that this matter was very important. So he was ready to go back and tell Shaa Nua first. Crap. They're actually doing experiments. This group of foreigners. Zhang Wan couldn't help but curse. Not only are they doing experiments with him, but they are also trying to send the data back to our country. Which people who are doing the experiments are all volunteering, Wang Han said. Except for the healing alien. Now the base food tension. Everyone a day a steamed bun. Or a bag of instant noodles is simply not enough to eat. As long as they go to them to volunteer, experiments will give food. So many people go? Wang Han said. Yeah. I've been starving recently. I've lost weight again. Zhang Wish also couldn't help but say. I'm afraid that something will happen if we keep controlling it like this. Is the base really running out of supplies? Zhu Jingjing wanted to go back to tell her father. But her father had not gone back for 2 days. And her authority had no way to get to the central area. So she could only be careful every day. The base is now the civilian area began to make trouble. Every day is not enough to eat. And even give more and more, less and less. Not only which ordinary people. There are some of the alien also follow the coaxing. But are the initial alien. Did not absorb the crystal beads. No combat power. Are acting as a human tap. Human lighter, and other functions. Water room. Only also have to put water every day. Outside the temperature plummeted. The base of the stored water has long been finished. And now the daily use of the water are from these water system adepts. Suddenly outside the water room began to gather a lot of people. Give us water to drink and let us in. Let us in. Why is it that all the alien patrolmen can just drink water? And we can only drink once every 2 days? Someone in the crowd shouted. The number of ordinary people gathered at the entrance of the water room over here grew. All back off or I'll shoot. A patrolling soldier shouted angrily. Shoot us, we're going in for water too. The old man in the crowd called out. Most of these ordinary people are over 40 years old. And there are also more than 50 people. Moncler outlet. Charge. There are more of us, they don't dare to shoot. There's water inside. Plenty of water. There was a bald man in the crowd who shouted in the middle of the air. Not only the water room. Even the warehouse also poured out a lot of ordinary people. These people are numerous. This time, they had lost quite a few soldiers when they went out to look for supplies. And now most of them were patrolling soldiers. Let us in! Outside the large warehouse. Wang Dali was guarding the outside with a group of xenomorphs as well as patrol soldiers. A group of ordinary yellow-faced people. Withholding our food every day. Which of their alien patrol soldiers can take several portions of food? That's it. We want food. Wang Dali looked at this group of people. His face turned blue. And said to the person next to him. Hurry up and report it. Yes. The soldier next to him hurriedly went to the central area to report. This side of the water room was guarded by some patrol soldiers. The order was not as strict as which soldiers.